Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 743 to Chapter 799. The third place on the blood list. When the Imperial camp heard the news, they were completely shocked. No one expected that a young man in Tao Insight Realm would become the third most dangerous person in the Voodoo Barbarian camp. In the thousands of years of war, there had never been such an example. Child Lin is too fierce. They put Child Lin's name in the third place on the blood list. Voodoo Barbarian tribe is obviously anxious. All kinds of exclamations sounded in the 8 camps of the Empire. Lin Sun's fierce record boosted the morale of the Empire camp and swept away the previous haze. However, there were also people who were worried about Lin Sun. Dolua Continent 3 Dragon King Legend. The third place on the blood list. It seemed to be a very different kind of glory, but this ranking would bring great danger and trouble to Lin Sun. How could they let it go after killing so many strong barbarians in the Voodoo Barbarian camp? In fact, Lin Sun's situation did become dangerous. In the next few days, some dangerous variables began to appear in his campaign on the battlefield. Guhongshan, bloodthirsty battlefield. Whoosh, Lin Sun was escaping. His figure turned into an ice puppet, and his speed was extremely fast. Without that pair of bows and arrows, you are just SOSO. Behind him, a powerful thunder barbarian was chasing him. He was strong, with a beard like a halberd. When he opened and closed his eyes, the lightning was flowing, which was extremely frightening. This was a half-step king named Xianxia from Thunder Barbarian branch. There was originally a team of Thunder Barbarians stationed in Guhongshan. According to the information, the strongest in this team was only a strong practitioner in Spirit Awakening realm. However, what caught Lin Sun off guard was that when he arrived at Guhongshan, this team of Thunder Barbarians had already retreated and was empty. Only Xianxia, a half-step king, was waiting. Obviously, Xianxia came here to kill Lin Sun. Lin Shire also has this day? I'm not afraid to tell you that this time, there are 5 other half-step king and a real barbarian king. The only goal is to kill you, little bastard. Xianxia smiled. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Lin Shire was only at the Tao Insight realm, but he had brought too many blows and shadows to the Voodoo Barbarian tribe these days. If he was not killed, it would be a great shame for the Voodoo Barbarian tribe. Barbarian King? Lin Sun, who was fleeing in the distance, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Sending a king and 6 half-step kings to deal with him, how extravagant. Die. Suddenly, Xianxia shouted and threw out a long spear condensed from thunder and lightning. The spear swept across the sky towards Lin Sun. It was unbelievably fast. In the depths of the mulberry forest, Lin Sun had also been hunted like this. But at that time, with the bloody mist that isolated perception and the threat of insignificant bow and blue sky arrow, Lin Sun was able to escape without any danger. But now it was different. In the vast world, there was almost no place for Lin to hide. Therefore, even though Lin Sun had exerted ice drake steps with all his strength, he was still caught up with. Boom, the thunder and lightning spear was terrible. Wrapped with dazzling lightning, it smashed the void into pieces, which looked extremely terrible. Lin Sun dodged. With a bang, the thunder and lightning spear blasted a huge hole in the nearby ground, which was shocking. After this, Xianxia had caught up with him and said with a creepy smile, "Little guy, why don't you run away? I'd like to know how powerful you are without that pair of bows and arrows." As he spoke, he had already launched his killing move. With a wave of his sleeve, the thunder and lightning arcs rushed out and turned into spears, pressing down on Lin Sun. It was really too terrible. If it were another strong man, even a practitioner of reincarnation development realm, let alone Tao Insight realm, would not be able to resist it. Although Lin Sun was confident, he also knew that without the help of insignificant bow and blue sky arrow, it was almost impossible to defeat a half-step king. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Sun's figure began to flash, constantly dodging, but he looked a little embarrassed. How could the frontal attack of a half-step king be ordinary? Xianxia's divine power was like the sea, and there was a terrible power of thunder and lightning around him. He was like the master of this world, pointing at the sky and hitting the earth, vividly displaying the power of a half-step king. Lin Sun's pressure doubled. If he just dodged, with the magic of ice drake steps, he would not be afraid of this kind of attack, but this was obviously impossible. The divine power of a half-step king was too strong, and he controlled the mystery of the Great Way. This world seemed to have become his absolute domain. Even if Lin Sun dodged, his whole body was under extremely terrible pressure. He was like a fish struggling in the ice, and would be frozen at any time. This world was turbulent, and thunder and lightning arcs were pouring down like dense rain, full of terrible destructive breath. Rocks were exploding, the earth was cracking, and the void was in disorder. Everything seemed to be turbulent and chaotic. Shi Nanming was like a thunder god, and his divine power was like the sun and the moon, which was extremely powerful. Lin Sun could only try his best to dodge, and the situation was dangerous. Strictly speaking, this should be the first time for Lin Sun to fight against a half-step king without the help of insignificant bow and blue sky arrow. Although Lin Sun had many experiences of killing half-step kings in the past, it was not until this time that he deeply realized the gap between Tao Insight Realm and half-step king. This gap was like a natural moat, which could not be made up by pure cultivation. Even if Lin Sun had set foot on the top of the Tao path and could be called invincible in Tao Insight Realm, he still could not make it. Of course, this referred to a pure competition of cultivation, which could not represent everything. Lin Shi, you also have such a day. Shi Nanming was very excited, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Such a young man, who ranked third on the blood list and had brought many blows and shadows to the voodoo barbarian camp, was going to die in his hands today, which made Shi Nanming feel a great sense of satisfaction. He believed that if he killed Lin Sun today, he would be the most eye-catching half-step king in the entire voodoo barbarian camp. Boom, Shi Nanming became more and more violent. Thunderstorms swept across the sky, pouring down like a waterfall, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Go to hell! Shi Nanming roared fiercely, controlling the rolling thunder waves to cover Lin Sun. He had seen that Lin Sun could not hold on any longer, whoosh, but at this moment, a nearly transparent blade suddenly appeared, and with a swish, the thunder all over the sky was cut in half. The scene was really incredible. The thunderstorm was like a waterfall, but at this moment, it was easily cut in half like a piece of cloth. This sudden scene caught Shi Nanming off guard, and his expression changed abruptly. Almost at the same time, an earth-shaking roar resounded like a dragon's roar, and the sound wave made Shi Nanming's soul tremble as if he was hit by a giant hammer. His mighty figure suddenly froze in the void, staggered, and almost fell down from the air. Swish, before Shi Nanming could react, the nearly transparent blade had shot to him. It was too fast, so fast that Shi Nanming's hair stood on end, and he felt a fatal threat. It had to be said that as a half-step king, Shi Nanming was really too powerful, and his reaction was extremely fast. At this critical moment, his figure twisted strangely, and he narrowly avoided this fatal blow. However, a wound that was around an inch deep had been torn open on his neck, and fresh blood sprayed out and gurgled out. Just a little bit more and his throat would have been severed. This caused Shi Nanming to break out in a cold sweat. His face instantly became ashen, and he went mad with hatred. In this battle where victory was within his grasp, he had almost been killed. You're courting death. Shi Nanming roared angrily, which made the world tremble. But at this moment, Lin Sun had already escaped. Lin Sun sighed in his heart that he failed to kill Shi Nanming. Although the broken blade had transformed into a magic weapon, because his cultivation was too low, the limit of the power he exerted could barely hurt a half-step king. Moreover, this was in the case of a sneak attack. As for the Paleo's roar, it might be able to greatly affect the strongmen at the level of reincarnation development realm, but its power was obviously limited for a half-step king. Lin Sun had to choose to escape. Whoosh, his figure was like an ice puppet shuttling through the void, and his speed had reached the limit. But behind him, Shi Nanming's extremely angry roar still came, and the voice was getting closer and closer. Obviously, the enraged half-step king was catching up with him. This guy is on guard. Even if I use the broken blade this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to hurt him. Unfortunately, I don't have insignificance bow. Otherwise, I won't be so embarrassed. I can kill this old beast directly with an arrow. While escaping, Lin Sun suddenly remembered that it had been nearly 8 days since he lent the insignificance bow and the blue sky arrow to bloodthirsty Queen Xianxia. But in these 8 days, he didn't hear any movement about her, which seemed a little strange. Could it be that she was waiting for a satisfying prey? Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart suddenly trembled, and he felt an indescribable sense of palpitating danger. In an instant, his face changed. An extremely mighty figure had suddenly appeared on the path ahead. The figure was enveloped in bright golden divine radiance, and it was like a divine sun that illuminated the heavens and the earth. A king, and it was obvious that he came from the golden barbarian branch. Lin Sun finally dared to confirm that what Xianxia said before was true. This time, the voodoo barbarian tribe sent a real king to deal with Lin Sun. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's situation became precarious. It was really difficult for him to advance or retreat, just like a desperate situation. "Little bastard, why don't you run away?" Xianxia's cold and angry shout came from behind. He also saw the majestic and dazzling figure, golden like a god, standing between heaven and earth, like a king overlooking all living beings. The reason why Xianxia was angry was that he should be the one to kill Lin Sun, but now it was obviously impossible. Sounds of nature. The dazzling, majestic king that appeared in the distance was called Xianxia. He was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Among the barbarian kings in the voodoo barbarian camp, Xianxia was also one of the best. Only a few old monsters, such as Dark Barbarian Ghost King, Thunder Barbarian King and Thunder Barbarian King, could compete with him. Now, Xianxia appeared. Without thinking, Xianxia knew that the credit of killing Lin Shire would not fall on him. "Little bastard, it's your blessing to die in the hands of Lord Jin." Xianxia's voice revealed a trace of unwillingness. But Lin Sun's expression at the moment seemed a little strange. When he first glimpsed Xianxia, he was still frightened and shocked. But just for a moment, he calmed down. This seemed a little abnormal. Xianxia also noticed this scene and couldn't help thinking angrily that Lin Sun was unwilling to accept his fate when facing him just now. Yet now, when faced with a king, he directly admitted defeat, and it seemed as if he was resigned to his fate and was waiting to be captured. Such a comparison was too infuriating. "Little bastard, do you just accept your fate like this? I'm very surprised. It's said that you are bold and fearless, isn't it?" Xianxia's unwillingness and anger turned into ridicule and vented from his mouth. "It turns out that you are just a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. It's really disappointing." "Don't be disappointed." At this time, Lin Sun's lips curved into an unfathomable smile. "Believe me, you will be satisfied later." "What?" Xianxia was stunned and then flew into a rage. Lin Sun had obviously admitted defeat, but he was still not afraid of him at all. Did he have no sense of existence as a half-step king in Lin Sun's eyes? Xianxia felt that his dignity was hurt and his face was very embarrassed. However, when he was about to teach Lin a hard lesson, his eyes suddenly widened and almost fell out of his eye sockets. His face became dull in an instant as if he had been struck by lightning. In the extreme distance, the body of the king of the gold barbarians, Xianxia, that was originally standing proudly like a brilliant sun, had actually collapsed inch by inch, and his flesh and blood rustled as they fell. This scene was far too thrilling. An extremely terrifying old freak at the king realm had died without making a single sound, and he hadn't even said a single word. Xianxia was not a greenhorn who had never seen the world. As a half-step king, he had seen all kinds of death scenes in his life. However, when he saw the scene before him, he still felt his scalp go numb and his soul leave his body. Xianxia, this was a terrifying ancestor of the golden barbarians. Rumor had it that he had begun to explore the mystery of the 9 tribulations of longevity. But now, he had died without a sound. Xianxia almost thought that he was seeing things, and he was utterly unable to maintain his composure. His mind was in chaos, and his entire body felt cold. How could it be? How could it be? Xianxia looked dull and in a trance. Lin Sun, on the other hand, seemed to be much calmer. At first, he was also shocked, but soon he noticed the clues. When Xianxia died without a sound, he was completely sure that the king of the golden barbarians had been killed long before he came, and it was the arrow of blue sky that killed him. Lin Sun was too familiar with the breath of the arrow of blue sky. How could he not guess that the first female general of the empire, Xianxia, who had the title of bloodthirsty queen, was nearby? This was also the reason why Lin Sun could remain calm and composed. "Now, you won't be disappointed, will you?" Lin Sun turned his head and saw the dull and shocked expression on Xinaming's face. He couldn't help but think that this old guy must have been scared out of his wits. This, Xinaming swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His face changed dramatically, and he realized that something was wrong. As he spoke, he turned around and fled. It was too scary, a king had died just like that. As a half-step Xinaming, how could he dare to stay any longer? However, he was still very perplexed in his heart. How could a king like Jin Chaosui possibly die silently like this, in the bloodthirsty battlefield? Who could kill a king so easily? Could it be that some horrible creature in the depths of the mulberry forest had come out? The more Xinaming thought about it, the more uneasy and scared he became. No. He suddenly remembered something. Just a few days ago, when the Ghost Spirit King and the other 3 kings led an army to attack the 7th camp of the empire, a similar thing happened. At that time, Zhang Sunlai of the 7th camp killed Green Soul King with a pair of terrifying bows and arrows. The Ghost Spirit King and the others were so frightened that they retreated and fled before the battle began. Could it be? Xinaming's heart trembled. Could it be that there is another king of the empire lying in ambush nearby, holding a pair of bows and arrows that belonged to Linshur? Undeniably, as a half-step Xinaming's experience and reaction were excellent. After a little analysis, he guessed an answer close to the truth. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to react at this time. On his way to escape, a woman appeared out of nowhere. An extremely beautiful woman. Dressed in a black crane cloak, she was tall, slender, and upright. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall, revealing a beautiful face that could bring disaster to a country and people. Her eyes were dark and bright, her lips were red and moist, and her skin was smoother and more delicate than mutton fat jade. She was breathtakingly beautiful. However, at the first sight of this woman, Xinaming completely collapsed. As if he had seen a devil queen from hell, his whole face turned ashen as if he had lost his parents. Bloodthirsty queen, it was her. This was the last thought of Xinaming before he died, with endless despair and helplessness. At this time, Lin Sun had already caught up with Xianxia. You be the bait, and I will kill the enemies. Let's try to kill more barbarians. After a little greeting, Xianxia made a suggestion. Lin Sun was stunned. Can it work? Don't belittle yourself. You are much more famous than me now. Voodoo barbarians hate you so much that they send barbarians to hunt you down. Under such circumstances, you are undoubtedly the most suitable person to take on this great responsibility. Xianxia smiled charmingly. Her posture was straight and graceful. She had a unique temperament that was a combination of grace, beauty, sternness, and charm. She had a myriad of amorous feelings and a majesty that no one dared to blaspheme. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. It was the first time for him to hear such an unconventional compliment. It was absolutely the first time for him to be hunted down as a skill. But in the end, Lin Sun agreed. In the following time, Lin Sun no longer hid himself, nor was he cautious. He directly rushed along the battlefield to the enemy's base camp. Along the way, many strong barbarians were alarmed and almost couldn't believe their eyes. Wasn't Lin Shur afraid of death? Didn't he know that a real barbarian king was hunting him down? He was so arrogant. Those strong barbarians were all angry. They thought it was a blatant provocation. Lin Sun regarded them as nothing and was extremely arrogant. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to them. When he met some weak enemies, he directly chopped them down. As for some weaker opponents, he didn't bother to hunt them down. He let them run away so that they could inform others. What made Lin Sun feel a little pity was that he didn't meet any real barbarians along the way, not even a half-step king. It's nothing more than a fox assuming the tiger's might, isn't it? Thinking of his behavior at this time, Lin Sun couldn't help but look a little strange. But how to put it, it was really cool. At this moment, Lin Sun wished he could be in the Forbidden City. In this case, he could directly kill the Zhou family and the Qin family. With Xianxia, the bloodthirsty queen, following him, wouldn't he be able to kill anyone who stood in his way? Of course, this was an illusion after all. It was unrealistic. Lin Sun soon laughed and shook his head to stop thinking about it. Report. Lin Shur is coming to our camp alone. He is too arrogant. This guy doesn't take us seriously at all. If we don't eradicate him, how can we, the barbarians, save our face? In the camp of voodoo barbarians, the news was quickly sent back, which caused a great sensation and made the faces of those strong voodoo barbarians turn green with anger. What was going too far? That was it. A young man in the Tao Insight realm dared to act so arrogantly in their territory alone. This was too arrogant. Good. I was worried that I didn't have a chance to kill him. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to seek death. Let's go and kill him. Soon, strong voodoo barbarians left the camp angrily, ready to kill Lin Sun with a strong murderous intent. However, they didn't lose their heads because of anger. Almost all the barbarians were above the spirit awakening realm, and many of them were in the half-step king realm. Haha, the younger generation will surpass us in time. I'd like to see what this guy is capable of. How dare he come here alone to provoke us? Be careful. It doesn't matter. This is the territory of our barbarians. Even if there is a trick, we can't tolerate a young guy coming here. In the end, even a barbarian king couldn't sit still. He left the camp with a stern face. At the same time, in an area thousands of miles away from the barbarian camp, Lin Sun was standing on the top of a mountain, overlooking some barbarians coming from afar. With his hands behind his back and a calm look, he said leisurely, "I've killed so many barbarians like you these days. I'm tired of you. Go, go, go. Call your masters to come here to die. I don't want to waste any more energy on you." His words were light, but every word resounded clearly between heaven and earth. The undisguised sarcasm and contempt in his words made those strong voodoo barbarians stamping with rage and their lungs almost explode. Search for CM or enter the website Sadface? Lin Sun's words were full of sarcasm and contempt, but his words were casual and his expression was calm, which was too abominable in the eyes of the voodoo barbarians. Heavenly voice 2-inch human puppy, you're F*** tired of living, huh? Why don't you get down here and die? A bad-tempered fire barbarian shouted. Other voodoo barbarians also looked gloomy, with killing intent in their eyes. Lin Shire, this human teenager who had risen like a comet, had brought too many shadows and blows to the barbarian camp these days. Originally, this was already a great shame. Who would have thought that before they could take revenge, this young man took the initiative to come here? Moreover, he was so arrogant that he didn't put them in his eyes at all, which was too hateful. What are you shouting for? Get up here and die if you have the guts, and keep quiet if you don't. Lin Sun stood on the top of the lonely mountain, overlooking more and more voodoo barbarians gathering in the distance, still with an irreverent and disdainful look. You are courting death. The fire barbarian flew into a rage. If he didn't do anything when someone came to provoke him, it would be really humiliating. Boom, he stamped on the ground and suddenly rose into the air. He swung his arm and threw a white-boned flywheel surrounded by flames toward the mountain where Lin Sun was standing. Other voodoo barbarians narrowed their eyes and watched closely. Although they were provoked, they still kept calm and vaguely felt that there was something wrong with what happened today. Although a young man in Tao Insight realm had made a great name for himself in the past, he dared to come to their territory alone to provoke them. What was the difference between this and walking into a trap? Was this young man an idiot? Obviously not. Then, there was something wrong with his way of doing things. You are courting death. On the mountain, Lin Sun sneered. He didn't move, but a bright and transparent blade suddenly swept out, like a flying spirit saber, holy and dreamy. Crack, the white-boned flywheel was cut in half in an instant and burst into a rain of light. Whoosh, at the same time, the bright blade flashed gently in the void. With a puff, the throat of the fire barbarian who rose into the air was cut in an instant. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had cut down a spirit awakener as if he were cutting vegetables and melons. Those voodoo barbarians who had been paying close attention were shocked in their hearts and their pupils dilated. While a scarlet blood spurted out from the dead fire barbarian's throat, like a violent waterfall, poignant and horrifying. Previously, those barbarians were still angry, thinking that it was a shame to be provoked by Lin Sun alone. But now, their hearts went cold, shocked by the scene. They had long known that the reason why Lin Sun could kill half-step kings consecutively before was because of a pair of terrifying bows and arrows of mysterious origin. In other words, if it weren't for this pair of bows and arrows, they would not be afraid of Lin Sun at all. However, the scene that unfolded before their eyes overturned their thoughts and caught them off guard. Without the help of that pair of bows and arrows, Xianxia was still able to kill a spirit awakener on their side with one blow. That would be too shocking. The scene was silent for a while. Fortunately, most of the voodoo barbarians present were above the spirit awakening realm, and many of them were half-step kings. If it was any other expert, they would have probably been terrified by this strike to the point their will to fight collapsed, and they would have fled in panic. Even so, the faces of these voodoo barbarians present were still gloomy and ugly. Each of them could be regarded as a leading figure in the voodoo barbarian camp, and belonged to the mainstay. Although they couldn't compare with the old monsters in the king realm, they could be called big shots. But now, with so many big shots together, instead of frightening the opponent, one of their companions was easily killed by the opponent under their eyes. How could they not be angry? Look, I told you that you couldn't do it, but you jumped out to die. Who can you blame? On the top of the mountain, Lin Sun sighed lightly. With his hands behind his back, his figure was tall and handsome. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him a kind of ethereal air. But his posture made those voodoo barbarians feel more disgusting and arrogant. Little guy, this is the territory of voodoo barbarian camp. I'm really curious. Who gave you the courage to come here alone to offend us? A half-step king stepped out with a cold look. He was from the wood barbarian named Xianxia. This was what all the voodoo barbarians felt wrong. If it weren't so, how could they stay still like now? They would have rushed out to besiege Lin Sun. Lin Sun squinted at Xianxia and said, "Old guy, you'd better back off. You are not qualified to talk to me." Arrogant, as soon as Lin Sun said this, Xianxia and other half-step kings were so angry that their eyelids twitched and their killing intent showed. They couldn't wait to slap the little bastard standing on the top of the mountain and talking nonsense. Other voodoo barbarians were also furious. Even half-step kings were not qualified? This guy was really arrogant. At this time, Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. "I don't care what you are thinking. Since you are here today, stay here for me." Boom, he stepped out with eyes as sharp as a blade. His skinny figure was full of a horrible breath. The invisible killing intent covered the world like a tide. At the same time, another 3 half-step kings also stood out and approached Lin Sun from different directions with unfriendly looks. They seemed to be very cautious and careful. They believed that Lin Sun didn't come here to die on purpose. He must have other plans. Therefore, even though they were dealing with Lin Sun, a young man in Tao Insight realm, they not only seemed to be very cautious, but also sent out 4 half-step kings at one time. If this news spread out, it would definitely shock everyone. Who had ever seen such a thing in the past to use such a lineup to deal with a young man in Tao Insight realm? On the mountain peak, Lin Sun watched quietly with a strange color in his eyes. He was a little dissatisfied in his heart. Why didn't the king of voodoo barbarians show up at this time? When Lin Sun just thought of this, he heard a boom, and there was a great turbulence between heaven and earth. It was like the surging of wind and thunder, more like the roar of gods and demons. The horrible power made all the voodoo barbarians change their expressions. Sure enough, there was a conspiracy. Xianxia and the other 3 half-step kings who attacked together stopped almost at the same time. They sneered in their hearts. They guessed right. Lin Sun dared to come here alone because he had other plans. However, soon their expressions changed, and they were so shocked that their souls almost flew out. In their sight, a black light, like a peerlessly sharp blade, suddenly burst out at an incredible speed. The void was torn into pieces and turned into turbulence, with sharp and harsh whines. The world fell into a great turbulence like a collapse. It was like a box that was severely penetrated, crushed, and about to collapse and burst into pieces by the black light. It was terrible. In a trance, they could even see a magnificent figure in the distance, stepping on the sun, the moon, and the stars, and bending the bow to move the universe. There was no doubt that the black light was a divine arrow that was shot out. But because its fierce power was so terrible, it caused many strange phenomena full of destructive breath to appear. Damn it, Xianxia and other half-step kings, as well as the voodoo barbarians present, were completely shocked at this moment. They were like falling into an ice cave. Under such monstrous power, they couldn't have any thoughts of resistance or evasion, and they couldn't stop it at all. What kind of arrow was this? It seemed to be able to amaze time and time, penetrate the barrier of time and space, and make all the stars in the sky dim and fall into oblivion. However, what made all of them confused was that this black divine arrow was not aimed at them, but flashed in the void and swept in the direction behind them. The terrible speed and power, just the sound made by cutting through the void, made those voodoo barbarians feel dizzy. Their souls were about to split, and their blood was surging. But they didn't care about this. Almost at the same time, they all turned their heads. Who on earth was such a stunning arrow aimed at? Boom! In the blink of an eye, when these voodoo barbarians just thought of this, they saw a terrible explosion in the distance behind them. It was like hundreds of thousands of volcanoes erupting there, spewing out billowing mushroom-shaped blazing airflow, rushing to the sky, evaporating the clouds, and the void seemed to be burned into a black hole. And in this shocking explosion, there was a figure roaring in it, and the sound resounded through the world. It was a kind of mournful scream before death, revealing endless anger, panic, unwillingness, and even an indescribable frustration. It seemed that he didn't expect that he would be shot to death like this. The world was shaking, the airflow was disordered, and the sand and stones were flying. Even though they were far away, those voodoo barbarians in the field were still shocked and stunned. Their legs were trembling, and they were about to collapse completely. Flame King, there was no need to guess at all. These voodoo barbarians recognized that the dead figure was Flame King, the old monster of the fire barbarian branch. When he was in the mulberry forest, Flame King was seriously injured, but after all, he survived. After a period of rest, his injury had mostly healed. But he never thought that he could escape from the massacre in the mulberry forest, but failed to escape this terrible arrow and was obliterated on the spot. Anyway, he was a king after all. How could he die like this? The whole field was silent, and everyone was shocked there. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. He had seen many scenes of kings dying since he started his cultivation, but every time he saw it, he still couldn't calm down. After all, the terrifying existence of kings, whether in the empire or in the voodoo barbarian tribe, was like a pillar of the sea. They were few in number, and killing one would mean one less king. But Lin Sun calculated that, leaving aside King Jinpa who died in the mulberry forest, 3 kings of the voodoo barbarian tribe had died in this period of time. Green Soul King was killed by Zhang Sunlai. Jin Chaos Hui and Flame King in front of him were killed by Xianxia. The death of 3 kings at once was definitely an unexpected heavy blow to the voodoo barbarian camp. Perhaps only in this way can the dangerous situation facing the empire camp be resolved. At this moment, Lin Sun completely understood why Zhao Xingye borrowed the insignificant spiritual bow and sky arrow. Amidst the deathly silent atmosphere, Zhao Xingye's graceful and straight figure appeared. Her beautiful eyes were as deep as the sea. As she glanced around, an indescribable pressure spread out. Bloodthirsty queen, when they recognized Zhao Xingye's identity, Qing He and other barbarians' hearts sank to the bottom and their faces turned pale. They finally understood why Lin Sun was so fearless and why the arrow just now had such amazing and terrifying power. Everything was because of this woman, a dangerous woman who had been feared by the barbarians for thousands of years. They were convinced that even in a head-on confrontation, King Yanqiong was no match for this woman. Go back and tell King Guzhen that in the next period of time, if any king dares to make trouble in the camp of the empire, don't blame me for giving him a tooth for a tooth. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Xingye did not continue to kill. After saying this, she turned around and left with Lin Sun. She killed the barbarian with 1 arrow, and then left after saying this. Qing He and the others watched Zhao Xingye and Lin Sun leave, but none of them dared to stop them. They didn't even dare to speak. The atmosphere was deathly silent. On the same day, in the camp of voodoo barbarians. In one of the tents, a stooped old man dressed in animal skin with sparse hair and an extremely old appearance was similarly silent when he heard Zhao Xingye's warning. After a long time, he sighed softly and said in a hoarse and low voice, "What a pair of fierce bows and arrows." Zhao Xingye. In the tent, there were also top barbarians of the voodoo barbarian tribe. The weakest barbarian had the cultivation of half-step king, and there were many old monsters in the king realm. However, they all looked very gloomy at this time. Especially when they heard the sigh of the skinny old man, their faces became gloomier and gloomier. In one day, Jin Chaos Hui, the king of the gold barbarian tribe, and King Yanqiong, the king of the fire barbarian tribe, were killed by the same woman. Such a heavy blow had never happened before. I originally thought that before the calamity of the Grand Tao descended, it would be sufficient for us to seize this opportunity to annihilate the camp of the empires in one go and complete something that hasn't been accomplished for a few thousands of years. Who would have imagined that such a variable would actually appear? The old man's expression was neither sad nor happy, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. He said in a light voice, "It's really quite a pity." One of the kings frowned and said angrily, "If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Lin Shi and the bow in his hand, how could this have happened?" When the big shots heard the name Lin Shi, they all frowned, and a murderous intent rose in their hearts. He was only a young man, yet he'd stirred up a storm after making an appearance in the bloodthirsty battlefield, causing them to be badly battered and suffering setbacks repeatedly. This seemed to be too inconceivable and infuriating. What's the point of complaining now? The old man sitting at the head of the table seemed to have come to terms with it. He appeared abnormally calm. Ever since the great opportunity appeared in the mulberry forest, our clan has already lost 4 kings. We can't go on like this. Do you really want to compromise with Xianxia? All the big shots were shocked. This woman has always been bloodthirsty, and now she has a peerless treasure in her hand. If we continue to fight against her, even if we try our best, we will only end up with a lose-lose result. The old man stood up shakily and walked out of the tent with his back hunched. Give the order that from today on, we shall cease all activities and make a truce with the enemy. As he spoke, he had already left. However, even though he'd already left, the light words he left behind were like 1,000 kilograms that pressed down on the hearts of every single great figure in the tent, causing them to have no choice but to accept it even though they were extremely depressed and furious in their hearts. Because this old man was King Gu Zhen, an old monster at the dominating level of the voodoo barbarian camp, his words were like a decree, and no one dared to disobey. On this day, bloodthirsty Queen Xianxia launched a powerful attack and killed 2 voodoo barbarian kings, forcing King Gu Zhen to agree to a truce. When the news spread to the 8 camps of the empire, it immediately caused a great sensation, which made every practitioner of the empire extremely excited and joyful. During this period, the voodoo barbarian army frequently attacked the camp of the empire, making the situation tense and depressing. It could be said that everyone was in danger. Everyone had to worry that if a full-scale war broke out, the remaining materials could not support the camp of the empire to the end. But now, all this was no longer a problem. How could it not be exciting and joyful? The gloomy and depressing atmosphere in the camp of the empire in recent days was also swept away, and the camp became lively again. General Zhao is so amazing. She killed 2 voodoo barbarian kings alone and forced King Gu Zhen to lower his head. Such divine power is enough to shine as bright as the sun and the moon. Many practitioners of the empire were cheering for Xianxia, and their admiration for her even reached the point of fanaticism. As far as I know, General Zhao could win this time thanks to the help of the 12th young master Lin. Is there such a thing? I'm not afraid to tell you that when General Zhao killed the 2 voodoo barbarian kings, she relied on the pair of bows and arrows in Child Lin's hands. Yes, according to the intelligence from the scouts in the front line, King Guzhen seemed to be extremely afraid of this pair of bows and arrows, so he had to make the decision to stop the war. I see. In this case, Child Lin also has a share of this credit. Similarly, the news that Lin Sun generously lent bows and arrows also spread like wildfire and became a good story for a while. Practitioners of the empire all praised Lin Sun for serving the public wholeheartedly and being righteous. He was absolutely a model of their generation and the model of the empire. When Qin Chu heard the news, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At that time, he also wanted to borrow Lin Sun's bow and arrows, but Lin Sun refused without hesitation at that time. How the hell was this wholeheartedly for the public? How could he be righteous and the model of the empire? Bah, could he afford it? The more Qin Chu thought about it, the more depressed he became. Especially when he thought that he failed to borrow Lin Sun's bow and was set up by Xianxia, he became more and more aggrieved. However, no matter how angry he was, Lin Sun's name was absolutely like the sun at noon in the imperial camp today, and he was highly respected and praised by countless practitioners. On the contrary, Qin Chu was scolded behind his back and had a bad reputation because someone leaked the news that he had borrowed Lin Sun's bow by force. This made Qin Chu so angry that he wanted to kill all those who criticized and satirized him behind his back. On the night of the return to Camp 7. After my perception and exploration these days, the origin of this insignificant spiritual bow should be extremely complicated. Although I can't know who made it, I can be sure that this bow has killed a real sage. Xianxia soon gave an answer. Heavenly voice I, however, this answer shocked Lin Sun. He had killed a real sage. This was simply too shocking. In Lin Sun's impression, the sage was almost invincible. He could pick the stars and the moon, travel around the world, live as long as the ancient times, and shine as bright as the sun and the moon. But now, it was said that the insignificant spiritual bow had killed a sage. How shocking was that, even Zhao Xingye, who had already confirmed this, had a slightly strange expression on his face at this moment. This result was indeed too shocking. Even she could not imagine how this bow could have such a bloody and dazzling past. Killing a sage, just this point alone was enough to shock the world. What made Zhao Xingye feel most incredible was that this bow had killed more than one sage. This bow has been stained with the blood of sages and obliterated the souls of sages. In ancient times, it could be regarded as a peerless murderous weapon. But now it has been seriously damaged. There is too much fierceness and blood in it. Sooner or later, it will burst out completely. Zhao Xingye looked dignified and looked at Lin Sun. Once this happens, with your current strength, you are destined to suffer from the backlash, and the consequences are destined to be unbearable. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. He had never expected that there was such a hidden danger in the insignificant spiritual bow before. Backlash? He couldn't help but ask, how terrible is it? Zhao Xingye glanced at Lin Sun with a pair of beautiful eyes and said casually, when I killed Jin Chaos Hui, the king of golden barbarians, a strand of dormant fierceness in this bow accidentally overflowed. It was just a strand, but it impacted my soul and almost took away my will. When I killed King Yan of fire barbarians, a remnant resentment of a sage rushed out of the bow, which almost made my chi collapse. When Zhao Xingye spoke up to this point, a rare trace of fear and terror appeared on his face. At that time, if I didn't possess a secret treasure that guarded the soul, my soul would definitely have been destroyed by the bow when I killed Flame Sky King and died on the spot. Although his words were plain, Lin Sun was stiff all over and gasped. Zhao Xingye was absolutely a top-rate existence in the King realm, yet even she had suffered the backlash of the insignificant spirit bow twice in succession. Moreover, each time was more dangerous than the last, and it was even to the extent that she'd almost lost her life. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the fierce aura contained within the insignificant spiritual bow was. However, you don't have to be too worried. The stronger your cultivation is, the greater the backlash you will suffer when using this bow. Since you haven't encountered the problem of backlash until now, it proves that the insignificant spiritual bow can't hurt you at the moment. Zhao Xingye seemed to have guessed Lin's concern and said, however, the higher your cultivation is in the future, the more you need to pay attention to this problem. After all, it is a potential threat after all. Unless? Lin Sun asked, unless what? Unless you can find the lost weapon spirit of this bow. Weapon spirit? That's right. For such a peerless treasure, from the moment it was born, it would definitely awaken its own spirit. This is just like a human body possessing a soul. Zhao Xingye's beautiful eyes were shining with the luster of wisdom. Such a treasure is also called a psychic holy treasure. Because only a saint who has mastered the law of holy way can forge such a treasure. Weapon spirit. Psychic holy treasure, Lin Sun murmured thoughtfully. I suggest that if you go to the ancient wilderness to cultivate in the future, you should go to the mysterious holy hidden land Sunset Valley if you have a chance. Zhao Xingye suddenly gave a suggestion. Lin Sun was very unfamiliar with the term holy hidden land, so he didn't feel anything. But when he heard the words Sunset Valley, he was stunned at once. He remembered that when he was in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, when he was promoted to the middle level of Tao Insight, he triggered the vision of flowers blooming on the other shore. That magnificent vision could be said to be the greatest beauty in the world. But the old toad was disdainful towards this. It once said that there was a holy land in the ancient times called Sunset Valley, and there was a suncrow that had transformed into a sun that resided there all year long while emitting dazzling divine lights that were sufficient to illuminate the heavens. That sort of scene could be called a wonder of the heavens and the earth, a divine beauty of creation. At that time, Lin Sun still had doubts and thought that the old toad was bragging again. But now when he heard the name Sunset Valley from Xianxia again, Lin Sun realized that the so-called holy place in ancient times actually existed. Do you still remember the vision when you used this bow? The sun fell from the sky and the golden crow cried blood in the blue sea. I'm sure that this bow has killed the sages of the golden crow. Zhao Xingye analyzed, if you want to know where the spirit of this bow is, Sunset Valley is undoubtedly the most worthwhile place to go. It used to be the nest of the golden crow in ancient times. Even now, there are still many unsolved mysteries in it. Lin Sun nodded seriously and remembered it firmly. If you can find the spirit, you can not only suppress the inherent fierceness of this bow, but also restore some of its former power. Zhao Xingye's slender white fingers stroked the insignificant spiritual bow. The body of the bow was made of white skulls. It was unusually ferocious, but it did not make people's hearts palpitate. Instead, it gave people a sense of holiness. Zhao Xingye couldn't help but sigh, look at these white skulls. I suspect that this bow is made of the skulls of the sages. This speculation scared Lin Sun. The skulls of the sages. There were 18 white skulls on this bow. If Zhao Xingye's speculation was true, didn't it mean that the skulls of 18 sages were used to build this bow? This was too shocking. Next, Zhao Xingye carefully returned the insignificant spiritual bow to Lin Sun, and then took out the sky arrow and said, as for this arrow, I recognize it. It's one of the 9 arrows of the ancient Dai tribe. These 9 arrows are named Sky Arrow, Netherworld Arrow, Xianxia Arrow, Moly Arrow, Crooked Tooth, Lucky Light, Pianyu Arrow, Soulful Arrow and Indestructible. Every single arrow has its own profundity and possesses an unimaginably terrifying divine might. As is known to the world, the clansmen of the ancient Dai tribe were all excellent archers. They had an extremely glorious past and were famous in ancient times. Since these 9 arrows could become the most precious treasures of the tribe, their origin is naturally not simple. It's a pity that Sky Arrow and Netherworld Arrow are a pair of complementary twin arrows. They can be used together with the soul-drawing bow to exert the greatest power. When he heard this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, he thought that since there was a certain echo and connection between the insignificant spiritual bow and the Sky Arrow, they must complement each other. But he never thought that the truth was like this. I see, Lin Sun realized that he had thought too much before. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? When he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield with the insignificant spiritual bow, he suddenly found an arrow that complemented it. Obviously, it was not so simple. However, the insignificant spiritual bow should be stronger than the soul-drawing bow. Otherwise, even if the Sky Arrow has been seriously damaged, it would not be so easy to subdue it. Zhao Xingye was worthy of being an outstanding king-level existence. With only a few words, she deduced many things that Lin Sun didn't know. Lin Sun couldn't help but be convinced. Remember, when you enter the ancient wilderness in the future, don't use the insignificant spiritual bow unless it is a critical moment. There are too many masters there. Once the magic of the bow is discovered, it is bound to bring you endless trouble. Late at night, when Lin Sun was about to leave, Zhao Xingye reminded him again, which made Lin Sun awestruck. As the saying went, a man's wealth arouses suspicion. Lin Sun naturally understood this truth. As the voodoo barbarian camp quieted down and carried out the truce, the empire camp was much more relaxed in the following days. In the number 7 camp, no matter who it was, no one was willing to go out rashly if there was no urgent matter. Since the truce had been set, and the supplies were tight, there was not much left. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible to take the initiative to make trouble. This rare quiet and peaceful atmosphere made Lin Sun slightly uncomfortable. However, he was not idle. In addition to practicing martial arts diligently every day, he went to the ordnance office to help some practitioners refine or repair weapons. Occasionally, when he was free, he would find Lu Wenting, Abai, Yan Feng and other friends to drink and party. But every time, Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of Huang and Hu Tong, who had passed away, and inevitably felt a little depressed. The days were very dull. Sometimes, Lin Sun was so bored that he left the camp alone and wandered in the bloodthirsty battlefield. This world was always gloomy, dangerous, and desolate. Even though there were no more enemies on the battlefield, there were still many natural disasters and dangers lurking in it. However, Lin Sun had already been familiar with everything here, so he was not as nervous and scared as he was when he came here for the first time. Several times, when he passed by the mulberry forest, Lin Sun couldn't help but stop and look at it from a distance. He would think of the magnificent sacred tree of ice and snow and the golden cicada with the vision of wishing all creatures in the world could become saints. He would also think of the blood-colored moth with a clear and gentle voice and an awe-inspiring aura, as well as the white cicada with a clear chirp that shook the 9 heavens. Right, there was also the huge cyan flood dragon that Xing Jinghong caught a glimpse of, which was also a horrible creature that had set foot on the holy path. There was also the mysterious palace that appeared in the world. It stood between heaven and earth, and there were 9,999 steps just like a ladder to heaven. It once emitted a holy light that illuminated the sky, and dyed the world with a layer of magnificent sacred aura. The vision was boundless. What exactly was hidden in such a mysterious and unknown Taoist palace? Why did it attract so many creatures of the holy path, and why did it not hesitate to burst into fierce bloody conflicts? Lin Sun didn't know that the mulberry forest was completely different from before. It was completely covered by a thick bloody mist, and he couldn't see his fingers in front of him. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun didn't dare to cross the line at all. But Lin Sun was sure that perhaps when the disaster of the Great Path came, those horrible creatures lurking in the mulberry forest would not be willing to be lonely and would come out of nowhere. Time flew like an arrow, and time flew like a shuttle. Unknowingly, the time to open the passage to the Empire had come quietly. Buzz, in the center of Camp 7, an ancient transmission formation, which had been silent for a long time, was activated, releasing a wave of obscure waves. Lin Sun carried his luggage on his back and stood in front of it, waiting quietly with a group of Imperial practitioners. It was time to leave. Thinking of everything he had experienced since he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. He would definitely come back to have a look in the future. Child Lin, take care. In the distance, many Imperial soldiers were seeing Lin Sun off reluctantly. Grandmaster Lin, you must come back to see us if you have a chance in the future. A group of spiritual tattooists from the Ordnance Department also came to see Lin Sun off under the leadership of Master Ing. Ha ha ha, don't worry about the lack of friends on the road ahead. Everyone in the world knows you. Bro, when I get tired of the life on the battlefield, I'll come back to have a drink with you. Lu Wenting laughed, drank a pot of liquor, and then handed it to Lin Sun. Brother Lin, you are destined to have a place on the road of struggle for the Tao in the future. I only hope that we will have a chance to meet again. Yan Feng, who was usually silent, also spoke at this moment and looked at Lin Sun seriously. Lin Sun's eyes swept across the faces of these people one by one, and his heart was warm. These people had gone through thick and thin with him and fought side by side. However, when Lin Sun finally looked at Zhang Sunlai in the distance, Zhang Sunlai waved his hand impatiently as if driving away a fly, and shouted, "Get out of here. Don't trouble me again. Since you appeared, my head has become bigger than before." Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Sun was a little embarrassed, and then he couldn't help laughing. The transmission formation had been activated, and they couldn't waste any more time. The supplies from the Empire and the newly dispatched soldiers all needed to be transmitted through this passage. Farewell, everyone. Lin Sun cupped his hands to the surroundings, and then stepped into the transmission formation with a group of practitioners who were about to return to the Empire like him. Farewell. The people in the distance cupped their hands in unison. After all, they had to say goodbye. They didn't know when they would meet again, and maybe there would be no chance to meet again in the future. This caused many practitioners to feel suffocated and flustered. It was precisely because he had seen so many deaths and parting in the bloodthirsty battlefield that he understood the meaning of parting. Even the corners of Zhang Sunlai's lips wriggled. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he just waved his hand fiercely without making a sound. What about a bye? When the transmission formation was running, Lin Sun still couldn't see Abi's figure in the end. He couldn't help but be a little stunned. That's true. According to her personality, she definitely wouldn't be willing to send you off. At the same time, in a stone house in the camp, Abi sat alone with her fingers intertwined together, and her chest rose and fell, seeming to be restless. Outside the window, waves of farewells resounded endlessly from afar. This caused Abai to feel even more flustered in her heart, and she struggled very much. Should she go and see him one last time? Abai bit her lips before fiercely stomping her feet and rushing out of the room like a gust of wind. However, when she rushed out of the room, the teleportation formation was already empty. That figure was nowhere to be seen. Had he already left? Abai shook all over, and a deep sense of loss welled up in her heart. Toy boy, in the future, remember not to be so nice to women anymore. They are easily moved and will remember your kindness. It's too difficult to forget you. After a long time, Abai murmured to herself, and a line of tears rolled down her face silently. On this day, the passage to the Empire was opened in the bloodthirsty battlefield. In the 8 camps of the Empire, scenes of farewell were going on. Similarly, there were also new faces and new Imperial soldiers being sent to the bloodthirsty battlefield. The new generation replaced the old. They were stationed on the front line of the Empire all year round. As long as the enemy was not dead, the conquest would not stop. Rookies, do you see? This is the military merit list. Those who can be listed on it are all famous figures in our camp. This list represents supreme glory, but all of you should understand that behind every glory is an endless amount of blood and tears. A veteran was watching the military merit list in the camp with a group of new Imperial practitioners. Who is Xianxia? How could he rank 3rd on the military merit list with the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm? This can't be true, can it? An exclamation rang out, attracting the attention of all the newcomers. Then, there was an uproar and some people found it hard to believe. Almost all the top 100 practitioners on the military merit list were top figures of the reincarnation developing realm. And of the top 10 practitioners on the military merit list, 9 of them were senior figures of the half-step to king realm. Only the name Xianxia was unusual and too eye-catching. Because he was the only one with the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm to rank 3rd on the military merit list in the top 10, looking at the shocked expressions on the faces of the rookies, the veteran sneered. These new recruits were really ignorant. Immediately, he coughed and said slowly, "Remember, don't judge Mr. Xianxia by your standards. He is completely different from the Tao Insight Realm, you know. If you want to talk about his legendary experience, you won't be able to finish it in a day and night. I can only tell you," the veteran's voice was low, with a sense of awe and fanaticism from the bottom of his heart, and even more so, a sense of pride. The new recruits were skeptical at first, but at the end, they were completely attracted. Their hearts were racing, and the dazzling image of a young talent emerged in their minds at the same time. After a long time, the veteran changed the topic. "Well, let's stop here. You will have plenty of time to learn about Mr. Xianxia's past in the future. Let's go, I'll take you to the ordnance department. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you that Mr. Xianxia is also a spiritual tattoo guru. Don't you find it incredible? Ha ha ha, how can you be so king dumbfounded? You really haven't seen the world." As he led the new recruits forward, the veteran laughed. Of course, he did not mean any harm, because when he first learned about this, he looked even worse than these new recruits. There are talents in every generation, and each of them will lead the way for hundreds of years. Xianxia, I will definitely break your record and replace your position on the military merit list. Among the new recruits, only a skinny young man looked back at the military merit list that was getting further and further away. There was an unprecedented firmness in his eyes. The young man's name was Yi Fan, a very good name. In the legendary stories told by many storytellers in the Empire, the protagonist of many stories was called Yi Fan. On this day, the Voodoo Barbarian camp, like the camp of the Empire, had many new recruits. "My lord, who is this Xianxia? Why is he ranked 3rd on the blood list? He's just a young man at the Tao Insight Realm. Don't you overestimate him? Ridiculous. Who is this Xianxia? How can he be valued and vigilant by our Voodoo Barbarian tribe?" When seeing the name on the blood list, the new recruits suddenly burst into an uproar, expressing their indignation and disdain. A strong Voodoo Barbarian leading the new recruits suddenly looked gloomy and uncertain. After a while, he gnashed his teeth and roared, "Shut up, all of you." The new recruits were as silent as cicadas in winter. With a livid face, the strong Voodoo Barbarian pointed at the name of Xianxia on the blood list and said word by word, you must all remember this name. He has brought endless shame to our voodoo barbarian tribe. He is an enemy that our tribe must eradicate. The strong voodoo barbarian suddenly realized that this young man named Lin Shi must not be simple. The strong voodoo barbarian didn't explain what Lin Sun had done in the end, because it was too shameful and incredible, which would seriously affect the morale of these new recruits. In the future, you will understand the meaning of this name. Finally, the strong voodoo barbarian sighed and turned away. It was said that Lin Shi, the demon-like young man, would leave today, but the bad influence he brought to the voodoo barbarian camp was doomed to be erased for a while. In fact, it was true. Although Lin Sun only fought in the bloodthirsty battlefield for half a year, he rose like a comet and became a brilliant star in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Everything that happened to him was like a miracle, full of legendary colors. It was not easy to erase the influence that he had left behind. However, all this had nothing to do with Lin Sun today. Giant Crescent City of the Empire. As one of the affiliated cities that guarded the Forbidden City, the most elite army of the Empire was stationed in the Giant Crescent City all year round, under the direct jurisdiction and command of the Imperial Army. In the southwest area of the Giant Crescent City, there was a military camp covering an area of thousands of acres. On this day, with a violent roar, a transmission channel to the bloodthirsty battlefield was activated. Near the transmission formation, a group of Imperial generals stood solemnly. Each of them was as majestic as the sea, which added a sense of palpitating solemnity to the originally silent atmosphere. Buzz, the transmission channel was completely opened. With an obscure roar, the figures of Imperial practitioners came out of the channel one after another. All of a sudden, there was an uproar on the scene. The Imperial generals also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The safe opening of the channel and the safe return of Imperial soldiers from the battlefield undoubtedly showed that the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield was not bad. Lin Sun was also among them. When he walked out of the transmission formation, he looked at the blue sky above his head, the white clouds, and breathed in the thin spiritual energy in the air. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel as if he had been separated from the world for a lifetime. In the bloodthirsty battlefield, the spiritual chi was exhausted, and it was barren and lifeless. It was full of darkness, killing and danger. Now that he returned to the Empire and this familiar world, no one could not help but sigh with emotion. I'm back. Lin Sun let out a long breath of turbid air, and a strong impulse surged in his heart. He wanted to go home, back to Heart-Cleansing Peak. Although he had left for half a year, it seemed that he had experienced a long period of time. How were his relatives and friends on Heart-Cleansing Peak during this half a year? In the distance, a familiar figure strode over. Before he arrived, he had laughed boldly, "Welcome back." It was Zhao Tailai. He stepped forward with a smile and gave Lin Sun a warm hug. Then he said with a smile, "I've heard that you did a great job in the bloodthirsty battlefield." The old man of the Sleeping Stars and Moon House said that the money for the meal is almost paid. Lin Sun rolled his eyes. "I thought you were here to welcome me. I didn't expect that all you cared about was the money." Zhao Tailai laughed, put his arm around Lin Sun's shoulder, and walked away. "Let's get out of this damn place first. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave later." Lin Sun was surprised. "Why?" Zhao Tailai said casually, "You made so much noise in the bloodthirsty battlefield that some old guys in the military headquarters have their eyes on you. They want to keep you in the military headquarters." Lin Sun immediately quickened his pace. He had just come back from the battlefield and hadn't even returned home. How could he have the mood to stay in the military headquarters? Damn it, where's Lin the 12th? Where's Lin the 12th? Not long after Lin Sun and Zhao Tailai left, a rough roar rumbled through the camp. "Old Ding, what the hell are you shouting about? Even if we find Lin the 12th, he can't go with you. A good seedling like him can only stand out in our Black Dragon army." Bull*T. Black Dragon army is nothing. Our Blood Wolf army is the elite of the elites. Even if Lin the 12th wants to go, he must go to our Blood Wolf army. Okay, stop arguing. Our Rose army hasn't said anything. What are you arguing about? What's the point? An intense argument broke out in the entire camp. The originally solemn and dignified generals of the Empire were now in a heated argument, their faces red with anger. All the soldiers of the Empire were stunned. Today was the day to welcome the triumphant return of the soldiers from the bloodthirsty battlefield, and there was supposed to be a celebration party later. But now, the old generals in the camp were arguing over Lin XII. Was there something different about this guy? Soon, someone told them about Lin Sun's brilliant achievements in the bloodthirsty battlefield, which immediately made the audience feel enlightened and stirred up. No wonder those old generals were so desperate to keep Lin Sure here. It turned out that he was a tough guy. If Lin Sun had seen this scene, he would have secretly rejoiced that he had left with Zhao Tailai in advance. Otherwise, according to this situation, if he did not agree to stay under the command of an old general today, he would never be able to leave. Oh, by the way, who is Lin Sure? Why haven't I heard of him before he went to the bloodthirsty battlefield? Suddenly, an old general with a white beard asked. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. After a while, a middle-aged general with an extremely vigorous aura said, half a year ago, it was Zhao Tailai who sent him to the bloodthirsty battlefield. If I'm right, he is Lin Sun. Lin? Could it be? Yes, Lin Sun, the head of Heart Cleansing Peak. It's him. All the soldiers were shocked. Half a year ago, Lin Sun's name had already resounded over the sky of the Forbidden City and was known by the world. Yet now, he'd actually created so many dazzling and striking accomplishments in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and this seemed to be too shocking. Child Lin is peerless in the world and crowns all over the capital. Hey, I didn't take this praise seriously before, but now I have to say that the younger generation will surpass us in time. The white-haired old general sighed with emotion, which aroused a burst of resonance among the people present. Yes, Lin Sun was only famous in the Forbidden City in the past, which belonged to the territory of the Empire. But now, he had spread his prestige far and wide in the bloodthirsty battlefield, which made voodoo barbarians tremble. Originally, I was going to have a drink with you, but now there's an important thing to tell you. On the way back to the Forbidden City after leaving the gigantic Crescent City, Zhao Tailai sighed with a rare gloominess on his face. What's the matter? Lin Sun asked. At this moment, the two of them were sitting on a treasured ship that was flying beneath the sky. Just a few days ago, an elder of the heaven-reaching sword sect in the ancient Desolation territory came to the Empire with a group of descendants. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed when he heard this. Heaven-reaching sword sect, he was too familiar with this name, because Yin Qingbai, the enemy who killed the lineal descendants of Lin family, came from heaven-reaching sword sect. It could be said that the most important reason why Lin Sun insisted on going to the ancient Desolation territory was to avenge his parents and relatives. And the enemy was Yin Qingbai. What are they doing here? Lin Sun asked after a moment of silence. On the surface, their purpose is very simple. They are here for the demoted ninth prince. They want to take the ninth prince to the ancient Desolation territory for cultivation. Zhao Tailai explained patiently, you also know that the grandfather of the ninth prince is a powerful elder in heaven-reaching sword sect. After hearing what happened to the ninth prince, they naturally won't sit back and do nothing. Lin Sun nodded. He knew the cause and effect. More than 10 years ago, it was because the ninth prince Zhao Jingzhen and his mother Meng Rong leaked the news that Yun Qingbai, the future leader of heaven-reaching sword sect, knew that Lin Sun was born with the talent of devouring abyss. Then, in order to pursue the so-called perfect way, Yun Qingbai came to the empire alone and killed the Lin family. He killed all the lineal members of the Lin family overnight and dug out a part of the spiritual vein in Lin Sun's body, who was still a baby. Later, this matter caused the fury of the emperor, who abolished Meng Rong's imperial concubine position. However, due to the power of heaven-reaching sword sect, the emperor could only do so much. Meng Rong was finally taken away by her father, the elder of heaven-reaching sword sect, and left the empire. As for the ninth prince Zhao Jingzhen, he was also neglected by the emperor. Some time ago, because of a grudge related to Lin Sun, the ninth prince was directly demoted and sent to the depths of the imperial palace to guard the tomb of the ancestors of the royal family. He was forbidden to go out for the rest of his life. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that heaven-reaching sword sect would send people to take away the ninth prince who was demoted and imprisoned. Obviously, it must be the grandfather of the ninth prince who was behind this. Lin Sun thought for a while and asked, since this is their purpose on the surface, what do they want to do behind the scenes? Zhao Tailai glanced at him and said, it should be related to you. Yun Qingbai already knows that I am still alive? Lin Sun was shocked. Zhao Tailai nodded, but this is the empire. Even if Yun Qingbai comes, he won't dare to act recklessly. What's more, Yun Qingbai didn't come this time, so you don't have to worry about anything. Lin Sun was silent. Yun Qingbai, a famous first sword practitioner in the ancient Desolation territory, was known as invincible under the king. It was said that he was wise, talented, decisive, and unscrupulous. He had never been defeated since he started his cultivation. Above his head, there were many eye-catching halos. He was like a god's favored one, feared and admired by countless practitioners in the ancient Desolation territory. In the face of such an enemy, Lin Sun wanted to kill him immediately, but the reality was cruel after all. He was very sure that if he faced Yun Qingbai now, he would only have a small chance to kill him even with the help of insignificant bow and blue sky arrow. What was invincible under the king, Yun Qingbai didn't even put the half-step king in his eyes. Based on this, Lin Sun knew how powerful Yun Qingbai was. What's more, Lin Sun was worried that the information he knew was outdated. Yun Qingbai might have become stronger than before. Didn't Yun Qingbai come? Right, he seized my quintessence spirit vein over 10 years ago, and perhaps he's already stepped onto the perfect grand Tao that he pursues. So he naturally wouldn't care about how great of a storm I, a fellow that was only an infant in his eyes all those years ago, could cause. Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy, and his voice was calm, or, even if he knows my existence, I'm afraid he doesn't care about it at all. But Zhao Tailai noticed that Lin Sun's state of mind at the moment was very wrong. He couldn't help saying, there is no priority in the fight for the Great Way. With your current ability, you don't need to belittle yourself. Lin Sun shook his head, don't worry. I'm just stating a fact. Isn't it better? I hope he ignores my existence. In this case, when I go to him for revenge one day, I'll make him die more miserably. After returning to the Forbidden City, you stay on Heart Cleansing Peak for a period of time. It's not too late to make other preparations after I find out what those people from Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect want to do. Zhao Tailai solemnly exhorted. Okay. Lin Sun agreed. In the evening, before Lin Sun returned to Heart Cleansing Peak, he became more determined than ever when he looked at the familiar mountain gate. For the sake of Lin family today, as long as he was alive, he would never allow what had happened that year to happen again in the future, in the Heart Cleansing Hall at the top of Heart Cleansing Peak. As usual, Vulture summoned all the big shots of Lin family to discuss and arrange various affairs of the clan. Lin Zhong, Yang Ku, Lin Huayuan, Zhu Laosan and others were all there. Outside the Great Hall, the Scarlet Eagle King puffed out his chest and stood proudly on the eaves of the Great Hall. His fiery red feathers were like burning divine flames, making him look extraordinarily handsome. Chirp! Suddenly, a round fat ball popped out from Yang Ku's arms. It had round eyes, a round nose, and round ears. Its body was also very soft and round. It was very cute. It was Chirp. What's the matter, Chirp? Are you hungry? Yang Ku was stunned. She thought that the little fellow was hungry. Chirp! The little fellow seemed to notice something. Its round body broke away from Yang Ku's arms. It seemed to be very excited. It made a clear and urgent chirp from its mouth. Then it turned into a line of fire and rushed out of the hall. All the people who were discussing things were stunned. Chirp used to be very obedient. It was never as excited and abnormal as it was now. Everyone couldn't help looking out of the hall. Almost at the same time, Red Eagle King shouted with surprise outside the hall, Master, Master is back. The head of the family was back. On Heart Cleansing Peak, a group of big shots of Lin family were summoned and gathered in the hall of Heart Cleansing Peak. Even old people such as Lin Sisi, Lin Yunheng and Lin Beiguang also came. Outside the hall, all the disciples of the Lin clan's branch family were like a dense black tide, and all of them stood solemnly and waited silently. Even further away, servants were like clouds and attendants like a forest, carefully serving them. It could be said that when Lin Sun came back, everyone on Heart Cleansing Peak stopped what they were doing and came to see him. This kind of change was undoubtedly enough to prove that Lin Sun's status on Heart Cleansing Peak was really different from before. In other words, this was the power of the head of the family. At this time, in the hall of Heart Cleansing Peak, the atmosphere was also solemn. Vulture, Yang Ku, Lin Zhong, Lin Huayuan, Zhu Laosan and other core figures were present in turn. At the same time, the important figures of the Lin family's collateral relatives also sat upright and still, not daring to show the slightest bit of neglect. Sitting in the central seat of honor, Lin Sun looked at the familiar faces in the hall, the disciples of Lin family outside the hall, as well as the well-trained servants and servants. Suddenly, he felt unprecedentedly calm and fulfilled. Since he entered the Forbidden City, didn't all his efforts just for what he saw in front of him? Now, Lin family finally stood in the Forbidden City again and rose with a strong posture. Its rising momentum was unstoppable. As Lin Sun's mood fluctuated, all the people in the hall were also looking at Lin Sun, who had disappeared for half a year. His body is stained with iron and blood, and his bearing is more and more stable. Compared with the past, he is undoubtedly a different person. Vulture sighed with emotion in his heart. He almost watched how Lin Sun achieved such achievements step by step in the Forbidden City. This boy has become more and more unfathomable. A strange color flashed in Young Ke's clear eyes. When he was in the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun was only a thin boy of 13 or 14 years old. Now, Lin Sun was already a famous overmatch in the world. His bearing was as vast as mountains and seas, and his mind was as broad as the sun and the moon. Even some powerful figures in the Forbidden City were inferior to Lin Sun in terms of demeanor. I can't see through him at all. Zhu Laosan was a little shocked under his reticent appearance. At that time, Lin Sun still needed his protection and care. But now, even he couldn't see through Lin Sun's strength. This undoubtedly meant that Lin Sun's strength had probably surpassed his. Lin Huayuan had been very nervous, his whole body tensed up. When he faced Lin Sun half a year ago, he didn't have such a strong feeling. But now, Lin Sun just sat casually and made him feel an unspeakable pressure, like a subject facing a superior who controlled the universe. It was not just Lin Huayuan. Even Lin Sisi, Lin Yunheng, Lin Beiguang, and the other reincarnation developing realm powerhouses of the older generation were very reserved. From Lin Sun, they felt a kind of extremely terrible bloody murderous spirit, which made them shudder with fear. This shocked them and made them a little dazed. It had only been half a year, and this little fellow's strength had become even more terrifying. He was only at the heavenly abode realm, yet he made these old fellows feel fearful and uncomfortable. This was undoubtedly too shocking. Lin Sun didn't deliberately show his power. This was a kind of temperament that he had honed through the killing in the bloodthirsty battlefield. At this moment, he wore moon-white clothes, had pitch-black long hair that hung down on his shoulders, a pair of eyes that were deep like an abyss, and his handsome and angular face was covered in a calm and indifferent expression. As he sat there casually, he emanated an otherworldly aura. But as long as one sensed carefully, it was not difficult to find that his chi was smooth, surging with an invisible iron-blooded murderous spirit, which gave him a kind of awe-inspiring majesty. This time, it won't be long before I leave for the ancient desolation territory. First, it's to avenge the relatives and friends of our Lin family who were killed. Second, it's to seek my own path. In the solemn and silent atmosphere, Lin Sun opened his mouth. His voice was calm and clear, echoing in the hall. The hearts of everyone shook because this was a decision that they'd never expected. Before I leave, I hope to select a clansman with both ability and integrity from our Lin family to take charge of the Lin family on my behalf. This matter will be handled by Mr. Vulture and Grandad Zhong. If you have any objection to this decision, you may speak out. Lin Sun glanced at all the people in the hall when he said this. After a long time, there was still silence in the hall. No one showed any sign of opposition. Seeing this, Lin Sun directly made a decision. That's settled. When it comes to influence, our Lin family is not inferior to the middle-level forces now. After the clan meeting, Lin Sun was a little surprised when he was asked about the situation of Lin family in Heart Cleansing Peak in the past 6 months. According to Lin Zhong, in the past 6 months, the rise of Lin family could be described as smooth and steady. Not only the industry owned by Lin family had more than doubled, but also they had further close cooperation with Keystone Business, Ning family, Gong family, and Yi family. In addition, the commune of spiritual tattooists, the spiritual tattoo branch of Green Deer School and the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire also had frequent contacts with Lin family and carried out many cooperation. Most importantly, almost everyone in the Forbidden City knew that Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak was favored by the current emperor. Even the current emperor once wrote a calligraphy scroll of young phoenix is more pure than old phoenix and gave it to Lin Sun. This was an honor that was hard to come by. Under such circumstances, it was hard for Lin family not to rise. Ho ho, in terms of foundation, we may still be a little worse than the middle-level forces. But in terms of influence, no middle-level forces in the whole Forbidden City can compare with Lin family. Lin Zhong said proudly. Seeing this, Lin Sun also felt relaxed and thought that Zhao Tai, the old fox, was reassuring. At least what he had promised Lin Sun had been done. Lin Sun's trip to the bloodthirsty battlefield was worthwhile. While chatting, Lin Zhong suddenly said one thing. By the way, a young man named Gu Liang came to visit you a few days ago. He said that he was your old friend, young master. Gu Liang. Lin Sun immediately remembered that the only friend he made when he was still in Donglin town was Gu Liang. Gu Liang's father, Gu Yanping, was the shopkeeper of Golden Hall. He was shrewd and wise and gave Lin Sun a lot of care at that time. Gu Liang was also good. He inherited his father's business and had a calm and alert temperament. He could be called a good friend of Lin Sun. Lin Zhong said to himself, young master, I've inquired about him. Gu Liang is the young shopkeeper of Golden Hall. Speaking of it, Golden Hall is just a chamber of commerce in the southwestern province of the empire. It was only a few days ago that it expanded its power to the Forbidden City. Lin Sun asked, Grandad Zhong, where is Gu Liang now? Golden Hall recently opened a chamber of commerce in the eastern district of the Forbidden City. If I'm not mistaken, child Gu Liang must be there. Lin Zhong instantly judged that Gu Liang should not lie when he claimed to be an old friend of his young master. According to my understanding of him, if he came to see me, he would first confirm whether I was still on heart-cleansing peak or not. But he came directly a few days ago. There is something wrong with this matter. He must have encountered some tricky trouble. Lin Sun stood up and said, Grandad Zhong, arrange it. I'm going to see Gu Liang. The eastern district of the Forbidden City. This place was extremely prosperous. Major businesses stood in it, attracting practitioners from all over the empire every day. More than 10 days ago, a new business named Golden Hall opened in this bustling area. However, it was strange that from the first day of Golden Hall's opening, there were constant troubles. Every day, a group of practitioners would block the door and prevent other guests from entering. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were making trouble. Today was no exception. It was noon, the busiest time of the day. Bustling pedestrians shuttled through this area. There was a lot of traffic and people were sweating like rain. However, in front of the gate of Golden Hall, there was a human wall. It was a group of extremely capable practitioners. They blocked the gate and did not allow outsiders to approach. In the hall of Golden Hall, there was a duck's voice like a broken gong, little bastard, how many days have passed? Why didn't Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak come out to help you? Ah? You're obviously using the name of Lin family to scare people. It was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache and a brocade robe. His saliva was flying and his fingers almost poked Gu Liang's face. He was extremely arrogant. Bah! You're just like your father. You're ignorant and full of lies. Do you want to open Golden Hall in the Forbidden City? Wishful thinking. The middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache looked contemptuous and disdainful. You don't know the master of Lin family. Even if you know him, you can't change your situation. Remember, you and your father are the shame of Gu family. You're the abandoned pawns expelled from the Forbidden City. As long as Gu family is in the Forbidden City, you can't come back. On the opposite side, Gu Liang's face was ugly. His fingers were clenched tightly in his palm. There was a burst of anger and hatred in his chest. The middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache was called Gu Yong. According to the seniority, he was Gu Liang's third uncle. But Gu Liang knew that this third uncle didn't regard him as a relative at all. Even when he learned that Gu Liang returned to the Forbidden City, he intended to kill all of them. What do you want? Gu Liang suppressed his inner anger and said. What do I want? This question is really naive. Gu Yong sneered, but since you want to know, I'll tell you now. Speaking of this, he waved his hand and said heroically, come on, smash this bullshit Golden Hall for me. Kill anyone who dares to stop me. Bang! 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 In the main hall of Golden Hall, there was a burst of breaking sound. The clansmen of Gu family had already started to smash all the most precious items in the hall. How dare you? Gu Liang was completely furious. He rushed forward to stop them with his eyes wide open. If you dare to do it, there will be a river of blood here. Gu Yong's eyes were gloomy. He inadvertently glanced at the distance, where a group of servants and waiters of Golden Hall were standing and shivering with fear. You've gone too far. Gu Liang was trembling with anger and his eyes were red. Those servants and waiters were innocent. If they were implicated because of him, he would feel guilty. The more he acted like this, the more complacent Gu Yong was. He laughed and said, "Is there anything we dare not do to deal with you, little bastard?" Those people of Gu family who were smashing Golden Hall also burst into laughter. Gu Liang was so angry that he said with a livid face, "I said that Golden Hall is not just mine and my father's. Don't you worry that the head of Lin family will punish you for doing this? At that time, I'm afraid that your Gu family can't bear it together." Gu Yong's face suddenly darkened and he said coldly, "How dare you threaten us with Lin family at such a time? If the head of Lin family has something to do with Golden Hall, why have you been indifferent to it these days?" Gu Liang was speechless, but his face became more and more gloomy. Seeing that his newly opened shop was smashed like this, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart and was about to bleed. "Just give up." Gu Yong said disdainfully, "If the head of Lin family comes in person today, I can even kneel and kowtow to him. But obviously, it's impossible. Now in the Forbidden City, everyone knows that the head of Lin family is a peerless talent with a great reputation. Even the top forces dare not provoke him. How could such a dazzling figure have anything to do with your bullshit Golden Hall?" A few days ago, he also led a group of clansmen to smash Golden Hall, but he was frightened by the relationship between Gu Liang and the head of Lin family. Finally, he left in a panic. But soon he noticed that the Lin family did not respond at all to the encounter of Golden Hall. Thus, Gu Yong instantly turned furious from embarrassment. He felt that he'd been tricked, so he led his clansmen to make a comeback. At first, he was also a little worried, so when he targeted Golden Hall, he did not dare to go too far. But after many days of probing, he found that Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak still didn't move at all, which made Gu Yong finally confirm that he was fooled by Gu Liang. This little bastard was trying to scare him with his tiger skin. Feeling ashamed and angry, Gu Yong came here with a murderous look. He decided not to hold back anymore. He would completely destroy Golden Hall and let Gu Liang, the little bastard, get out of the Forbidden City. It was precisely because of these thoughts that Gu Yong dared to speak with such confidence. At this moment, he was even very proud of himself for seeing through Gu Liang's lies and exposing this kid's sinister intentions. "You'll regret this." Gu Liang looked stupefied. In his field of vision, the originally beautiful Golden Hall was now a scene of devastation. It was in a mess and destroyed beyond recognition, which made his heart twitch. "Regret?" Gu Yong laughed. "I, Gu Yong, have never regretted doing things." Flop. Flop. At this moment, the practitioners of the Gu family who formed a human wall at the entrance of Golden Hall flew up like broken kites, as if they had been hit by a primeval bull. They fell hard in the hall and rolled in a large area. Screams and wails followed. "How dare you? Who the hell dares to obstruct my Gu family?" Gu Yong's smile suddenly froze, and then he roared angrily. "You said that as long as I come, you will kneel and kowtow. Now, you not only don't kneel, but also dare to speak rudely to me. How dare you?" With a flat voice, a handsome young man walked into the hall of Golden Hall accompanied by an old man. "Who are you?" Gu Yong's pupils shrank, and he looked a little surprised. Those practitioners of Gu family who were smashing Golden Hall had long been shocked by the movement just now. At this moment, they all stopped what they were doing and looked over. "Kneel first, and then talk to me." The young man was naturally Lin Sun. He glanced at Gu Yong and didn't pay attention to him anymore. Instead, he looked at Gu Liang. "I'm late." Lin Sun was a little apologetic. Gu Liang shook his head and revealed a heartfelt smile. "You're not late. At least in the Forbidden City, we finally meet again." You are." At this moment, Gu Yong's eyes suddenly widened as if he had guessed something. He was completely dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost. Flop, at this time, Lin Zhong stepped forward and patted Gu Yong lightly with his palm. Gu Yong knelt down with a flop, and the bones in his knees were broken in an instant. The pain made his cheeks twist and he gasped. He dared not cry out because he was really scared. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he looked like he had been frightened. If his guess was right, then the identity of the young man in front of him would be obvious. However, Gu Yong couldn't figure out how such a peerless figure, who was famous throughout the empire and was said to be crowned all over the capital, could have a connection with the unknown Golden Hall. It felt as if a divine dragon in the heavens had formed a connection with an ant on the ground. It was truly inconceivable. Didn't you hear my young master's words? Kneel and talk. Lin Zhong warned and stood beside Lin Sun with his hands folded in front of him. Next to them, those practitioners of Gu family were also stunned. An old man and a young man suddenly arrived and easily broke through the human wall that blocked the entrance of the hall. After that, they walked into the hall in a composed manner as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. That invisible imposing manner caused them to be awed. Especially when they saw Gu Yong, a strong practitioner of Tao Insight Realm, kneeling on the ground with a casual slap. Those practitioners of Gu family felt their hearts tremble and their faces changed dramatically. This time, it seemed that they had really kicked an iron plate. Outside the Golden Hall, many practitioners, including some powerful figures, had already gathered to watch the fun. When they saw the practitioners of the Gu family, who had been arrogant and brazenly smashing other people's shops a moment ago, were now crushed and intimidated like chickens and dogs, these onlookers couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Who was so bold to intervene in the action of Gu family? Although Gu family was not as prominent as the 7 top aristocratic families, it was still one of the middle-level aristocratic families in the empire. In the past, they had never been treated like this. Immediately, a sharp-eyed practitioner recognized something and couldn't help crying out, "God, it's Lin Sun." After half a year, he shows up again. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Suddenly, there was an uproar outside Golden Hall. Finally, they realized that no wonder the young man dared to treat the people of Gu family like this. It turned out that the fierce and famous young man had come. This time, Gu family really kicked an iron plate. Many practitioners couldn't help but gloat. Some practitioners who admired Lin Sun couldn't help volunteering for the mission. "Child Lin, do you need our help? These members of the Gu clan have gone too far. They've actually done such a vile thing in public, and it's simply infuriating. Young Master Lin, we're willing to lend you a hand and eliminate these utterly heartless villains." Hearing the noise outside the hall, Gu Yong, who was kneeling on the ground, almost fainted. How could he expect that he would fall on a lie in the end? He had been so cautious. No, this was not a fucking lie at all. At the thought of this, Gu Yong wanted to slap himself. How could he really provoke the head of Lin family of heart-cleansing Peak? When he thought of some of the ferocious deeds this fierce man had done in the Forbidden City in the past, Gu Yong wanted to die. He couldn't find any words to describe his mood at the moment. Fear, regret, maybe all of them. In a word, Gu Yong's face was very gloomy at this moment, as if he had lost his parents. I remember that the last time we met in Mist City, it was almost the same scene. Why did such a thing happen in the Forbidden City? Lin Sun ignored others and just looked at Gu Liang. It's a long story. Gu Liang sighed. These matters are actually related to some grudges between my father and the Gu clan, and they're all old matters. I originally thought that my father and I had already exercised enough forbearance and compromise, but I never imagined that even now, the Gu clan still doesn't intend to let it go. The two of them chatted casually on the side, ignoring everyone else present. But the more they behaved like this, the more frightened and uneasy Gu Yong and those clansmen of Gu family became. The feeling of being out of control and waiting to be punished almost made them collapse. Outside the Hall of Golden Hall, more and more people gathered. They were all practitioners who heard that Lin Sun appeared here and came to watch the fun. Lin Sun had been silent for half a year and hadn't shown up. The movement of such a peerless talent had attracted a lot of attention. Now, he appeared in an unknown business, which could be imagined how great the sensation was. "I'm Gu Tianzhong. I'm here to ask for forgiveness with a group of clansmen." Not long after, an old voice sounded outside the Golden Hall. The crowd outside Golden Hall to watch the fun was separated. and an old man came in a hurry with a group of men and women. Finally, he stopped outside Golden Hall and bowed in unison. This scene immediately shocked many practitioners because they recognized that the old man, Gu Tianzhong, was the current patriarch of Gu family. This was the ruler of a medium-sized aristocratic force. In the eyes of ordinary practitioners, he was absolutely a big shot with great power. Similarly, the group of men and women beside Gu Tianzhong were also the real power figures of Gu family. There were elders, deacons, and there were many famous figures. Outside Golden Hall, it was dead silent. Although there were many onlookers, when they saw Gu Tianzhong, such a powerful figure, came with a group of senior members of Gu family and put on a humble posture to ask for forgiveness, who wouldn't be shocked? In the past, there were countless rumors about Lin Sun in the Forbidden City, and his legendary deeds were known to all. But these were rumors after all. When they saw this scene, those practitioners present finally fully realized how powerful Lin Sun was. A leader of a middle-level aristocratic force came to apologize in person, which invisibly reflected how amazing Lin Sun's power was in the Forbidden City now. In Golden Hall, Gu Yong, who knelt on the ground, completely collapsed. Even the patriarch came to apologize in person, which made him realize that he really made a big trouble this time. Even if he could escape today, he was doomed to have no place in Gu family in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Yong almost cried. How could he know that he would provoke the master of heart-cleansing Peak, who was the most powerful figure in the Forbidden City, just to deal with an abandoned son of the clan? Those people of Gu family who came with Gu Yong were also anxious at the moment, as if they were mourning the death of their parents. Just now, they were swaggering and smashing Golden Hall wantonly in an arrogant and unscrupulous manner. But now, they were completely withered like frosted eggplants. Here comes the leader. What are you going to do with him? Lin Sun casually glanced at Gu Tianzhong and others outside the hall, and then looked at Gu Liang. At this moment, Gu Liang was slightly stunned as well. He was similarly slightly shocked. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun hadn't said anything at all, nor had he done anything. But now, Gu Tianzhong had led the higher-ups of the Gu family to personally pay a visit and apologize. It was a little difficult for Gu Liang to adapt to it. After a while, he finally realized that Lin Sun was completely different from the Lin Sun he knew. Gu Liang wanted to say something, but he saw that Gu Tianzhong and other senior figures outside the hall all looked at him with a hint of anxiety and pleading in their eyes. This made Gu Liang a little absent-minded for a while. In the final analysis, he was also a member of Gu family, but he was expelled from the clan in those years. In the past, even though Gu Tianzhong and his clansmen had caused Gu Liang to hate them to the core, he had no choice but to admit that they were too powerful. But now, when he saw these big shots looking at him with pleading expressions, Gu Liang found this comedic change hard to believe. Lin Sun saw Gu Liang's hesitation and said, "If there is any hatred that can't be resolved, let me help you deal with it." When they heard these words, the hearts of Gu Tianzhong and the others outside the hall constricted abruptly, and their expressions went grim. If they allowed this incomparably ferocious young devil god Lin Sun to make a move, then even if their Gu clan gave it their all, they would probably be unable to gain the slightest advantage. Fortunately, Gu Liang interrupted Lin Sun before he finished. "Let me handle it." A single sentence caused Gu Tianzhong and the others to instantly feel relaxed. They felt as if they had been freed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun's gaze looked towards them. Even though his expression was calm, it caused the hearts of Gu Tianzhong and the others to tremble, and they lowered their heads successively and actually didn't dare meet Lin Sun's gaze. "I have a share in Golden Hall, but now it has been smashed beyond recognition by your people. I hope you can come up with a satisfactory explanation," Lin Sun said casually. Gu Tianzhong, sweating profusely, hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, child Lin. Our Gu clan will compensate you tenfold and hundredfold, and severely punish the perpetrators." After that, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. He just wanted to slap Gu Yong and the others to death now. Why did they provoke Lin Sun, the little devil? Didn't they know that the two top forces of the Zhou clan and the Qin clan were defeated by this little devil and had to admit defeat in the end? Not to mention these, just based on the emperor's favor to this little devil, who would be tired of living and provoke this kid in the Forbidden City. But it happened, these bastards didn't have eyes. At the thought of this, Gu Tianzhong even had the intention to kill. Seeing this, Lin Sun knew that Gu Liang must have no intention of gathering and chatting, so he immediately said goodbye and said, "When you deal with these things, come to Heart Cleansing Peak to find me. Let's have a good drink together." "Okay." Gu Liang happily agreed. Lin Sun didn't delay any longer and immediately left with Lin Zhong. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Gu Tianzhong and others. Outside the Golden Hall, a crowd of onlookers rushed forward to greet Lin Sun warmly when they saw him coming out. "Child Lin, we have admired you for a long time. I wonder if we can have a drink together." "Grand Master Lin, I'm a spiritual tattooist from Southwest Province. Do you still accept disciples?" The eyes of these practitioners were hot and eager, and their faces were full of admiration. They crowded around Lin Sun's way, which was a spectacular scene. "Child Lin, I heard that you haven't got married yet?" Even some young girls summoned up their courage to come forward, took out the jade pendant they carried with them affectionately, and wanted to give it to Lin Sun with a blushing face. Lin Sun was a little overwhelmed at once. Fortunately, Lin Zhong was there to protect him. Then he squeezed out of the enthusiastic crowd. When Gu Tianzhong and others saw this scene, they couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Child Lin was unparalleled in the world and was crowned all over the capital. Looking at this scene, they knew that this title was really not boasted. When Gu Tianzhong inadvertently glanced at Gu Liang in the distance, he suddenly thought of something. "If I can make good use of today's event, maybe I can turn misfortune into fortune and build a relationship with Lin family." At the thought of this, Gu Tianzhong took a deep breath, put on a kind smile, walked into Golden Hall and sighed, "Gu Liang, our Gu family has treated you and your father badly these years. Alas, as an elder, I'm really ashamed." Lin Sun didn't intend to intervene in the internal grievances between Gu Liang and Gu family. He believed that since Gu family knew the relationship between him and Gu Liang, they would never dare to have any thoughts against Gu Liang. However, when Lin Sun got on the chariot and was about to return to Heart Cleansing Peak, he saw a handsome young man standing in front of his chariot. "Are you Lin Sun?" The handsome young man was dressed in a plain robe with long hair coiled in a bun. He looked very young, in his teens, with a spirit of spirituality. But there was a looming arrogance in his eyes, and he even called Lin Sun's name directly. "Whose family is this little guy? How can you talk like that? Get out of the way. Don't block Child Lin's way." Some practitioners next to him were very dissatisfied and scolded him one after another, thinking that the young man was too rude. The handsome young man stood there, not moving at all. His lips curled into a smile. He didn't move at all and ignored all the scolding. "Yes." Lin Sun nodded. He was keenly aware that the breath of this handsome young man was very unusual, with a unique charm. "My name is Chen Feng. I come from Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect. My master is Xianxia, an inherited disciple of the Inner Core." The handsome youth introduced himself. It was obvious that he was just a servant, but his expression was very calm. There was a restrained conceit about him, and he seemed to be full of confidence. Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat, but he said, "Oh, why are you looking for me?" At the same time, the practitioners nearby were also surprised and realized that something was wrong. Some of the older practitioners even changed their expressions. Because they all knew that the Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect was an extremely ancient orthodoxy in the ancient Desolation region. It was so rich that it could look down on the entire cultivation world of the empire. "I am following my master's order to challenge you." Chen Feng took out a sealed golden letter and passed it to Lin Sun with a flick of his finger. This action was not polite at all. As long as one was not stupid, one could feel that there was a hidden arrogance in Chen Feng. Even though he was just a servant, he did not take Lin Sun seriously. This made many practitioners present feel uncomfortable, and they frowned. Lin Sun was now a peerless talent who was famous all over the world, and he had many brilliant achievements, but now he was looked down upon by a servant. This attitude seemed to be very problematic. However, Lin Sun smiled disapprovingly and said, "Go back and tell your master that I am very busy and have no time to play this boring game with him." As he spoke, the sealed letter suddenly flashed and flew back, falling lightly under Chen Feng's feet. And Lin Sun had already boarded the carriage. "Lin Sun, don't you say that you are the best in the capital? Why don't you dare to accept my master's challenge?" Chen Feng was not enraged. He only looked at the carriage with a hint of disdain in his voice. Let's go. Lin Sun did not bother to pay attention to this person and ordered Lin Zhong to drive the carriage away. Little guy, if you dare to stand in my way, I don't mind killing you. Lin Zhong glanced at Chen Feng coldly. As he spoke, the carriage started and went into the distance. Chen Feng wanted to stop him, but when he saw Lin Zhong's determined and cold eyes, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and stopped. Lin Sun, I forgot to tell you that you have to accept this challenge even if you don't want to. Just wait and see. No one can refuse my master's decision. Chen Feng said loudly and clearly. His voice was so loud that all the practitioners nearby could hear it clearly. They all realized that something was wrong. It was just a challenge, which could be refused. But now, according to Chen Feng's words, his master was determined to fight with Lin Sun, an inherited disciple from the heaven-reaching sword sect in the ancient Desolation territory insisted on doing so. It was obvious that he came with bad intentions. On that day, the Forbidden City was in an uproar. The news that Lin Sun appeared in Golden Hall after half a year of silence was spread. At the same time, the news that Xianxia, a disciple of the heaven-reaching sword sect, issued a letter of challenge to Lin Sun also spread like wildfire, causing a great disturbance. All the major forces were alarmed and began to pay attention to it. No one expected that after disappearing for half a year, Lin Sun would cause such a big movement as soon as he showed up. The successor of the heaven-reaching sword sect actually wanted to challenge Lin Sun. This was absolutely a big event. Many forces began to take action and began to inquire about Xianxia. They were shocked when they heard the news. The origin and strength of Xianxia were completely beyond everyone's expectation. Xianxia. He was a core disciple of the heavenly sword sect, at the early stage of the reincarnation developing realm. He was a direct descendant of the Green Crane bloodline of the ancient Desolation realm. He was one of the most outstanding rising stars of the heavenly sword sect, possessing the first great innate attribute Absolute Azure Battle Qi. A few days ago, Xianxia had come to Xiao Empire with Elder Gu Dongting of the heavenly sword sect and received a grand reception from the imperial family. At that banquet, a sensational event had taken place. At that time, an important figure of the imperial family called Zhao Guanxiu had proposed a toast to Xianxia, but he had flatly refused, saying, "You can propose a toast to me, but you are not qualified." His words had changed the atmosphere of the scene. This was especially true for Zhao Guanxiu. She couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation. He was a marquis of the imperial family. Not only had he proposed a toast to Xianxia, but Xianxia had also rudely said that he was not qualified to propose a toast to him. This was an obvious insult. Then how about I propose a toast to you? There were some people who couldn't bear to watch this, stepping forward bravely and coldly speaking. This was a king of virtue and prestige, someone who had a great reputation. But to everyone's surprise, Xianxia refused again without even batting an eyelid. "You are not qualified either." The atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent and oppressive. Those present were all famous and influential figures of the empire, and there was no lack of outstanding figures. But at this moment, they were all infuriated by Xianxia's arrogant and rude attitude. "Then who do you think is qualified to propose a toast to you?" An important figure asked coldly. Xianxia had been very calm from beginning to end. He drank by himself and said indifferently, "Whoever can take 3 of my swords is qualified to propose a toast to me." Only now did all the great figures present realize that the reason Xianxia was so arrogant and rude was because he thought too highly of himself. He felt that it was impossible for a marquis and a king that had just toasted him to be able to withstand the might of 3 of his sword strikes in a contest of strength. This was too arrogant. The important figures present were not only of high status and noble identity, but they were also influential figures whose cultivation was almost no weaker than the reincarnation developing realm. However, this Xianxia dared to say such arrogant words in such a situation. Naturally, this made everyone feel very uncomfortable. If not for the fact that the other party was from the heavenly sword sect, they would have long since chased this arrogant brat away. In the end, Major General Yu Wenzhong of the Southern Fire Army couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up and wanted to toast Xianxia with his strength and teach him a lesson. Yu Wenzhong was a top cultivator at the reincarnation development realm. He fought and killed all year round and had rich battle experience. But under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he was defeated by Xianxia's sword, or it could be said that Yu Wenzhong didn't even manage to block a single sword strike before he was shaken to the point his body staggered back over a dozen steps. In the end, he couldn't help but cough up blood on the spot. On the other hand, from the beginning until the end, Xianxia still sat upright before the table while holding a cup of wine in his hand, and not a single drop of wine had spilled out when he swung his sword. His calm and composed attitude caused all the great figures present to be shocked. This first sword strike of mine is called daybreak. It's like the sun that has just risen, and everywhere its light covers, the darkness will collapse into nothingness. Unfortunately, you weren't even able to resist my first sword strike, so what qualifications do you have to drink with me? Xianxia sighed lightly on the spot, and he seemed to be slightly dispirited. These words were simply like teaching a lesson to a junior, and his attitude caused the expressions of all the great figures of the empire to become even more unsightly. On the other hand, Yu Wenzhong was even more humiliated and furious, and he was provoked to the point of flicking his sleeve and leaving on the spot. Haha, what an arrogant student. In next to no time, another great figure stood out. This was a marquis of the imperial family, and he possessed a cultivation at the perfection stage of the reincarnation development realm. When he was young, he'd once slaughtered a real flood dragon, and he was absolutely a ruthless figure with extraordinary combat strength. But in the end, even though he'd blocked Xianxia's sword strike, he'd suffered a heavy injury because of it. When Xianxia slashed out a second time, he retreated in the end and didn't dare bear the brunt of the attack. This caused everyone present to be astounded. A great cultivator at the perfection stage of the reincarnation development realm of the older generation was merely able to block a single sword strike from Xianxia. This seemed to be too shocking. Because everyone was able to discern that Xianxia was merely at the initial stage of the reincarnation development realm, and he was at most a little over 20 years of age. Could it be that this was the ability of an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? Xianxia said indifferently, my second sword strike is called Remnant Frost. Once it's executed, all living things wither and all life is destroyed. You can be proud that you've forced me to execute this sword strike. A dignified marquis of the empire had been defeated, and he was even criticized in such a manner. This was no different from ridicule and ridicule. In the end, the marquis was so angry that his face turned green, and he left in a rage. Next, great figures stood out one after another, and every one of them could be said to be an illustrious figure of the older generation. But in the end, they were all defeated by Xianxia like a hot knife through butter. From the beginning until the end, no one had been able to block Xianxia's second sword strike. At this point, the atmosphere of the banquet had become extremely stiff, and the faces of all the great figures of the empire were ashen, and they were silent. All of this was too great a blow to them. A young man from the Heavenly Sword sect had successively defeated one of their top figures, and the impact and shock they felt was indescribable and depressing. Similarly, Xianxia's strength was also amazing. He didn't stand up from the beginning to the end. He was casual and calm, drinking and waving his sword, which seemed very relaxed and perfunctory. But the more he behaved like this, the more people couldn't see through him. It was impossible to guess how terrible the power would be when Xianxia attacked with all his strength. In the end, the banquet ended on a bad note. But the performance of Xianxia at the banquet soon spread out, which made all the major forces in the Forbidden City fall into an unprecedented shock. He was too strong. It was incredible that a successor disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect defeated many great figures of the empire while talking and laughing and drinking. Under such circumstances, it caused such a great sensation in the Forbidden City on this day when it was suddenly heard that Xianxia, the successor of the Heavenly Sword sect, took the initiative to issue a letter of challenge to Lin, the head of Heart Cleansing Peak. It was really incredible. At the royal banquet, Xianxia flatly refused the toast of a group of great figures without giving them any face. But now, he took the initiative to challenge Lin Sun, which seemed very strange. Nowadays, everyone knew that Lin Sun could be called the peerless talent of the young generation of the empire and had the dazzling title of crowning the whole capital. But then again, Lin Sun was just in the Tao Insight realm after all. But Xianxia, who was in the early stage of reincarnation development realm, didn't challenge a great practitioner with higher cultivation than him, but Lin Sun, who was in a lower realm than him. Of course, it seemed very strange. Something big is going to happen. Many practitioners were worried. Subconsciously, they all regarded Lin Sun as one of their own. After all, they were all practitioners of the empire, while Xianxia was an outsider from the ancient Desolation territory. Under such circumstances, they would definitely choose to stand on Lin Sun's side. But thinking of Xianxia's terrible strength, even the practitioners of the empire doubted whether Lin Sun had a chance to win if he really accepted the challenge. Xianxia has gone too far. Lin Sun is the leader of the young generation of our empire. Once Lin Sun is defeated by him, doesn't it mean that all the practitioners of the young generation of the empire will be under his feet? There were also practitioners who were extremely resentful. It's definitely not so simple. Don't forget that the bloody incident that happened in Heart Cleansing Peak more than 10 years ago was done by a descendant of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. Now, Xianxia from the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect points his spear at Lin Sun. Is it possible that he wants to kill Lin Sun completely? There was also a practitioner of the older generation who was shocked. He thought that Xianxia did this for another purpose, to destroy Lin Sun. Alas, who could imagine that Lin Sun, who had been silent for half a year, was targeted by Xianxia as soon as he showed up today and caused such a stir. It's hard to predict whether he will be lucky or not. Fortunately, I heard that Lin Sun has refused this challenge and said casually that he has no time to fool around with Xianxia. No, this challenge has attracted the attention of the whole Forbidden City. Under such circumstances, if Lin Sun flinches and avoids the challenge, he will not only lose his face. All kinds of comments, like a hurricane, set off in every corner of the Forbidden City. Overnight, the challenge between Xianxia and Lin Sun became the hottest topic and attracted everyone's attention. Would Lin Sun accept the challenge? Everyone was paying close attention to it. On the top of Heart Cleansing Peak, the clouds and mist were misty, and the mountain was dense. The scenery was beautiful. Lin Sun sat there casually. There was a huge rectangular black jade in front of him. The jade was full of mysterious and obscure fluctuations. In the jade, there was a little girl lying quietly. The little girl wore a black cloak, and she had a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her beauty was like a masterpiece created by the heavens, and it was sufficient to make the world dim in comparison. She lay quietly on the jade stone, her hands interlaced on her lower abdomen, forming a strange seal. Her eyes were closed, and her expression was tranquil. As she breathed, there was a unique rhythm, as if she had fallen into an eternal slumber. It could be clearly seen that wisps of black brilliance like the eternal night flew up and down her body like a light rain. The little girl was Xia Solstice, who was carrying out the second quietus. I don't know when this girl will wake up. After a long time, Lin Sun took back his eyes and sighed in his heart. Xia Solstice practiced the mysterious 9 revolutions nirvana scripture. Every time her power was awakened, it would be accompanied by a quietus, which produced a new transformation similar to reincarnation. This was the second quietus of Xia Solstice, which had started before Lin Sun went to the Soul Oblivion Sea. Unfortunately, this quietus had not ended until now, which seemed to be too long. Finally, Lin Sun carefully put Xia Solstice, who was sleeping in the black jade, into the first floor of the wordless pagoda. Lin Sun had decided to take Xia Solstice with him when he went to the ancient Desolation territory. Because when this little girl woke up from the quietus, her previous memory would be completely cut off and erased. The only person she could remember was him. Young master, things are not good. Xianxia, the future leader of the Sky-Reaching Sword sect, has come in person. Now he is waiting outside our Heart Cleansing Peak. In the distance, Lin Zhong suddenly ran in a hurry. Did he just block the door? Lin Sun was stunned. Yesterday, he just refused the challenge from Xianxia. But it was only a day later that Xianxia came to Heart Cleansing Peak, which surprised Lin Sun. Yes, this man is very calm. He prepared his own desk and futon and sat in front of Heart Cleansing Peak, drinking and sipping tea. It seems that if you don't show up, he will definitely wait like this. Lin Zhong frowned and looked a little dignified. Just now, he had personally seen Xianxia. This young man's appearance was handsome, and he had a pair of brilliant green pupils. As he sat there casually, his bearing was outstanding, calm, and unhurried. He was definitely an extremely terrifying expert. When he thought that Xianxia had easily defeated the big shots of the Empire at the royal banquet a few days ago, Lin Zhong became more and more worried. With the cultivation of the early stage of reincarnation developing realm, Xianxia was able to defeat the older generation of reincarnation developing realm practitioners of the empire. From beginning to end, no one could resist his 3 swords, which was too terrible. It was definitely not good news for Lin Zhong that such a young man with a terrible background, cultivation, and combat capability insisted on challenging Lin Sun. I heard that no one could resist his 3 swords after arriving at the Forbidden City? Lin Sun was thoughtful. That's true. Lin Zhong nodded and said worriedly, "Young master, this man is not friendly. Since he insists on doing this, I'm afraid his intention is not simple." Of course. As a practitioner of reincarnation developing realm, he took the initiative to challenge me. Even a blind man can see that something is wrong. Lin Sun said casually, "I even suspect that Xianxia is instructed by Yun Qingbai." Yun Qingbai. At the mention of this name, Lin Zhong's eyes also showed deep hatred. More than 10 years ago, the lineal clansmen of Lin family were all killed by this man. "Young master, how are you going to deal with it? As long as he doesn't make trouble, let him sit there and drink tea. I'm not in the mood to fight with a guy with bad intentions." Lin Sun answered calmly. As he spoke, he had already taken out the wordless pagoda. When the old toad returned from the Soul Oblivion Sea, it had started to cultivate in seclusion to make a breakthrough, but until now, there was no sign of it breaking out of seclusion. Lin Sun sensed carefully and found that old toad's breath was smooth, which made him feel relieved. This proved that old toad didn't encounter any danger during its closed-door training. According to old toad, he'll need at least 1 to 3 years to complete this breakthrough. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have left for the ancient desolation territory by then. Lin was lost in thought. Lin Zhong, who was at the side, finally confirmed that what the young master said just now wasn't a joke. He really didn't intend to fight with Xianxia. That's good too. At least I don't have to worry about young master being in any danger. Lin Zhong accepted the order and left. Outside Heart Cleansing Peak. A figure appeared on the originally wide and flat road. Even though he was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, his posture was still extremely straight. He had long silver hair, like brilliant silver brilliance. His eyes were cyan, flowing with frightening luster when they opened and closed. On the table in front of him, there was a pot of wine and a pot of tea. At this moment, he was drinking comfortably as if he was in his own courtyard. He seemed very comfortable and free. This person was Xianxia, the inherited disciple of the heaven-reaching sword sect. He was very young, in his 20s. His forehead was full, and his skin was like crystal jade, enshrouded with brilliant luster. His temperament was very extraordinary and refined. Beside Xianxia, Chen Feng, a servant, stood upright. Although he was a servant, he was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. His style was far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. The master and the servant waited there like this, appearing to be fearless and full of confidence. The arrival of Xianxia completely made the area outside Heart Cleansing Peak the focus of the major forces in the Forbidden City. At this moment, in the nearby area, there were dense figures of practitioners, all watching and paying close attention to it. Xianxia is too strong. He came directly and blocked in front of the gate of Lin family. He's forcing Lin family to abdicate. Some practitioners were secretly shocked. It's conceivable that if Lin Sun doesn't accept the challenge, Xianxia will never give up. No, if Lin Sun doesn't accept the challenge, the impact will be far more than that. It will make everyone think that Lin Sun is afraid and doesn't come out. This will definitely be a heavy blow to Lin Sun's prestige. Many practitioners analyzed and finally came to a unanimous conclusion. If Xianxia was allowed to block the gate of Heart Cleansing Peak, the longer it took, the more disadvantageous it would be to Lin Sun's prestige. Now, Lin Sun had the title of crowning the whole capital. He was a peerless and leader-like figure in the younger generation of the empire. If even he didn't dare to accept the challenge from Xianxia, didn't it mean that the younger generation of the empire had been trampled under Xianxia's feet? The impact was a little serious. He's going too far. He is only at the early stage of reincarnation developing realm, but he wants to fight with Lin Sun, who is at the Tao Insight realm. This is obviously bullying. There were also practitioners who were indignant. Alas, it's not a big deal. At the royal banquet a few days ago, didn't a big shot of reincarnation developing realm, who was stronger than Xianxia, also take action? But the final result, you all know. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Sun accepts the challenge, his chance to win is slim. Someone sighed. Before the challenge began, it had set off a big wave in the Forbidden City and attracted the attention of the whole city. Many practitioners were eager for Lin Sun to take action and teach Xianxia from the ancient wilderness territory a lesson, so as to break his spirit and make the empire proud. But at the same time, many practitioners were not optimistic and thought that Lin Sun had almost no hope of winning. After all, Xianxia's combat power was so great that even a great practitioner at the consummation of reincarnation development realm couldn't resist his 3 swords, let alone Lin Sun, who only had the cultivation of Tao insight realm. What should come will come after all. In the distance, Zhao Tailai also came in person. But compared with the pessimism of other practitioners, he looked a little different at the moment. If Xianxia knew Lin Sun's fierce performance in the bloodthirsty battlefield, I don't know whether he would dare to block the gate so openly. Zhao Tailai's mood at the moment was really wonderful, with a hint of schadenfreude. Some of the bigwigs from the imperial army also wore strange expressions and remained silent, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Others didn't know, but they all knew how much Lin Sun had made in the bloodthirsty battlefield in the past 6 months. 4 or 5 half-step King Realm practitioners were killed by him. Under such circumstances, Xianxia took the initiative to challenge Lin Sun. Did he really think that Lin Sun, a young man at the Tao Insight realm, was easy to bully? Of course, they wouldn't warn Xianxia. They were all waiting to see Xianxia's good performance. However, to everyone's surprise, it didn't take long for a servant of Lin family of heart-cleansing Peak to come out and say, "My master is busy now and has no time to pay attention to these things. If child Xianxia wants, you can drink and have tea here." With that, he swaggered off. All the people present were stunned. Obviously, Lin Sun directly refused the challenge and left Xianxia here. It seemed that he didn't intend to pay attention to Xianxia at all. How could he do this? Isn't he afraid to fight? Lin Sun has never been afraid of these things before. Many practitioners were very disappointed. They thought that Lin Sun's action was undoubtedly encouraging Xianxia's arrogance and weakening his own prestige. Xianxia is nothing. Should we accept his challenge? What a joke. I think Child Lin's action is very wise and gratifying. There were also many practitioners who expressed their support for Lin Sun's action. How dare he be so rude? It's okay for him to say that he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, but he has to come up with so many reasons. It's despicable. In the distance, Chen Feng frowned and disdained Lin Sun's decision. He thought that Lin Sun was timid and didn't dare to accept the challenge. Xianxia was very calm. He held the teacup and sipped the tea, and said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Let's wait. I have enough patience. Sooner or later, he will have to come out and fight. Master, with your current status and cultivation, why do you have to do this?" Chen Feng was a little puzzled. He thought that Lin Sun was not qualified to fight with Xianxia at all, but Xianxia insisted on doing this. According to what I know, this person should have set foot on the legendary path of the strongest Tao. I'm very curious. In the mortal world, the Tao is incomplete, but this person can achieve this step. Don't you think it's interesting? Xianxia said leisurely, playing with the green mutton fat jade cup in his hand. However, there was something he didn't say. According to his understanding, this young man named Lin Sun should have died more than 10 years ago, but he miraculously survived. There were too many noteworthy points in this. The path of the strongest Tao. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was shocked. He was really a little surprised. After all, in the ancient wilderness, there were not many geniuses who could set foot on such a path. But in such a barren mortal world, there was a young man who could achieve this step, which was really incredible. Xianxia, who was ignored by Lin Sun, chose to wait. From the beginning to the end, he didn't show any emotion. It seemed that he would wait until Lin Sun had to accept the challenge. This made the practitioners who paid attention to all this in the distance secretly shocked. They more and more realized that Xianxia's purpose and intention of challenging Lin Sun was absolutely not simple. At the same time, Lin Sun also knew Xianxia's attitude. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "This guy is going to fight with me to the death. Boy, what on earth do you think? Don't you feel ashamed to be blocked in front of your house? Today's event has attracted the attention of the whole Forbidden City. If you let Xianxia block in front of your house, how can your Lin family keep a foothold in the Forbidden City in the future? Before long, Zhao Tailai took the initiative to come to Lin Sun. As soon as they met, he directly asked Lin Sun how to solve this matter. Lin Sun was surprised and said, "Senior, according to your tone, you can't wait for me to fight with Xianxia?" Zhao Tailai chuckled and said, "If you're confident, then go ahead and fight. If you're not, then there's no harm in hiding. But then again, don't you want to know exactly what Xianxia's coming here for?" Lin Sun sneered and said, "In the end, you can't wait for me to go out and fight with him." Zhao Tailai said seriously, "I'm anxious for you. All the practitioners in the Forbidden City are looking forward to your appearance. You can suppress this guy's arrogance, so that he won't be arrogant and bully our empire." "What's the benefit?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. Zhao Tailai stared at him and said, "I'm here to help you solve your problems, but you take the opportunity to blackmail me? Let me tell you, if you really don't want to accept the challenge, then I won't force you. However, if my niece, Jing Xian, were to find out that the man she fancied is hiding like a coward while she is serving the empire, guess how disappointed and heartbroken she would be?" Lin Sun suddenly got a headache. This old fox was too shameless. In order to let Lin Sun fight, he even used Zhao Jingshuan's name. I felt like I didn't have enough words to apologize, but if I said too much, it would seem like I was trying to excuse myself, so I felt very conflicted. But no matter what, I saw everyone's comments, attacks, insults, disappointment, and so on. The only conclusion I could come to was that I was really ashamed. Really, I didn't dare to say how much change 17 years would bring, but at the very least, I would try my best to write even harder than last year and make up for all the missed updates. Finally, Lin Sun agreed. Zhao Tailai had mentioned Zhao Jingxian. If he still didn't agree, it would be too cowardly and cowardly. What's more, Zhao Tailai was right. Being challenged by a successor of heaven-reaching sword sect, Lin Sun would be looked down upon by the world if he ignored him. In front of the gate of heart-cleansing peak, Xianxia was drinking and sipping tea by himself with a calm and indifferent look. That kind of motionless posture made him more extraordinary. In the distance, when Gu Dongting saw this scene, he twisted his beard and smiled with a touch of appreciation in his eyes. Gu Dongting was the elder of heaven-reaching sword sect who came to Ziyao Empire this time. He was a real-life death realm master with unfathomable strength and extraordinary status. His appearance was clean and tidy. His beard and hair were like frost and snow, but his skin was as white as a baby's. With a horsetail whisk in his hand, he stood there casually, giving people a lofty momentum. This young friend Xianxia deserves to be a successor disciple of heaven-reaching sword sect. His temperament is leisurely and elegant. Next to him, a big shot sighed with emotion. Yes, an outstanding young man like Xianxia is like a rock in the sky. Only an ancient orthodoxy like heaven-reaching sword sect can cultivate such an outstanding talent. Voices of appreciation sounded one after another. Gu Dongting was accompanied by a group of bigwigs from Zhou family and Qin family. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king. Lin Sun thinks he can be the best among the young generation of the empire. Doesn't he know that in the eyes of the ancient desolation territory, he is just a frog in a well? Some bigwigs snorted and expressed their disdain for Lin Sun. Speaking of which, there was no doubt that Zhou family and Qin family were the happiest about Cyan Ninja's challenge to Lin Sun. In the past, because of Lin Sun, the Zhou family and the Qin family were disgraced and had to swallow their anger. But now it was different. Xianxia was a successor disciple of heaven-reaching sword sect. His cultivation was peerless. At the royal banquet a few days ago, he even suppressed a group of bigwigs. Under such circumstances, the bigwigs of Zhou family and Qin family hoped that Xianxia could suppress Lin Sun's arrogance. It would be even better if Xianxia could be disabled. Gu Dongting just listened, smiling without saying a word, appearing very reserved. Look, Lin Sun is out. Suddenly, there was an exclamation in the distance, which attracted the attention of the whole audience. Looking over, they saw a handsome young man walking out of the gate of heart-cleansing peak. It was Lin Sun. The whole audience was shocked. Many people thought that Lin Sun would not show up casually. After all, this challenge was too dangerous. Once he failed, it would be a great blow to Lin's prestige. That was why Lin Sun's appearance caused a sensation in the field. He's actually going to accept the challenge? Some practitioners were worried. The dreadfulness of Xianxia had already spread throughout the Forbidden City. Even the big shots in reincarnation developing realm couldn't resist his 3 strikes. How could Lin Sun be his match? That's good as well. Instead of being obstructed by others and enduring silently and aggrievedly, why don't we fight to our heart's content and let that Xianxia taste the might of our empire's cultivators? Some people were excited and had blind confidence in Lin Sun. Lin Sun had too many brilliant achievements in the past. Since Lin Sun dared to show up, he must be confident. As for the clansmen of Zue and Qin family, they all widened their eyes at the moment as if they couldn't believe it. But soon they were all excited. They couldn't wait to see Lin Sun's downfall. Lin Sun appeared. For a time, the outside world couldn't calm down. From the moment Xianxia sent out the letter of challenge, this duel caused a sensation in the whole Forbidden City and attracted the attention of many major forces. One was an inherited disciple of the heaven-reaching sword sect, who once suppressed a group of big shots in reincarnation developing realm with 3 strikes. His fighting power was outstanding and peerless. The other was a young man of the empire, who was known as the crown of the whole capital. He also had many dazzling halos. It was not hard to imagine how shocking the battle between the two would be if it were to happen. When Lin Sun appeared, Xianxia was drinking. He was a little surprised that Lin Sun would show up so soon. After that, his expression recovered its composure, and he placed the wine cup in his hand on the table before standing up. It was just a simple action, but in an instant, the whole audience became silent, and all eyes were cast on him. Xianxia's figure was tall, slender, and dignified. His brilliant silver hair carried a crystalline luster, and he could be said to be extremely handsome. His skin was white, and his eyes were like green gems. When he stood up, his entire body was like a javelin, majestic and terrifying. Even the practitioners who disliked Xianxia had to admit that his appearance was too good. With one glance, they could tell that he was a proud son of heaven who was destined to shine. Some practitioners of the older generation looked solemn. Different from when he was sitting idle before, Xianxia at this moment had a kind of restrained sharpness, which made people's hearts palpitate. Be careful. This guy's attainments in swordsmanship are extremely terrifying. Moreover, he is a direct descendant of the ancient green crane and has awakened a talent secret method. Zhao Tailai reminded Lin Sun from behind. Lin Sun nodded and walked down from the mountain gate. His black hair was long to his waist, and his skin was crystal like jade, flowing with brilliant luster. His pace was neither too fast nor too slow, and his figure was tall and elegant, with a sense of transcendence. This boy is not bad. In the distance, Gu Dongting was a little surprised. Although he is not bad, he is too arrogant and has a bad character. The bigwigs of the Zue and Qin families were slightly uncomfortable. They didn't like Lin Sun at all. On the contrary, they all wanted Lin Sun to die quickly. Gu Dongting smiled and said, I see. Then we can take this opportunity to let Xianxia grind his arrogance and bones. That's the best. The bigwigs of the Zue and Qin families were overjoyed. In the distance, Xianxia stared at Lin Sun, who was standing 30 meters away, and said, You show up at this time. Can't you keep calm? His words were flat, and his expression was very calm. His eyes were cold and frightening, with a sense of condescension. You are not the only one here. I can't let everyone wait too long, so as not to waste their time. As for you, you are not enough to affect my state of mind. Lin Sun was also looking at Xianxia. Even he had to admit that judging from his appearance and breath, this guy was indeed very unusual. Even Xiao Ran, Su Xingfeng of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, and the top saints in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea were slightly inferior to this guy. But this was normal. After all, this guy was in the reincarnation development realm, which had long surpassed the Tao Insight realm. Moreover, he was an inherited disciple of the heaven-reaching sword sect, so it was reasonable for him to have such an elegant demeanor. I heard that you have set foot on the path of the strongest Tao. Today, I come to see it. In order to be fair, I will suppress part of my strength, lest others laugh at me for bullying you. When Xianxia spoke, there seemed to be lightning flashing in his eyes, and there was a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Under that calm appearance, there was an absolute disdain and conceit. This shocked the whole audience. Many practitioners looked uncertain. Suppressing his own strength to have a fair fight with Lin Sun, Xianxia's move was undoubtedly very domineering, and it showed how much confidence he had. Is that so? Before the fight, I am very curious. Are you not worried that you will be killed here today? Lin Sun asked. Arrogant. Reckless. In the distance, the big shots of the Zhue and Qin families almost laughed out of anger. At this time, this guy was still as impetuous as before. Did he really think that Xianxia was so easy to deal with? You are right. This guy is indeed very arrogant. Even Gu Dongting frowned slightly, and his expression became somewhat cold. It seems that you are very conceited, but excessive conceit is stupid, especially in front of me. You are not qualified to say such words. Xianxia seemed very calm. He looked at Lin Sun with a scrutinizing gaze, and there was a kind of frightening aura spreading. His hair was crystal clear, silver, and overflowing with divine splendor. The qi and blood in his body roared, and it was so terrifying that it made the whole world tremble. His words were very contemptuous, which made the practitioners of the empire angry. At the same time, they were a little worried. This Xianxia was too confident. Who wouldn't worry about Lin Sun? In this case, why don't we make a bet? If you lose, you will answer 2 of my questions truthfully. What do you think? Lin Sun smiled very calmly. Xianxia frowned, and his expression was still very calm, but his eyes became colder. He looked at Lin Sun with an almost condescending attitude, and said, What if you lose? At your disposal. Lin Sun said without hesitation. Hearing this, all the practitioners of the empire were shocked. This was no different from signing a life and death contract. Wasn't Lin Sun worried at all? Xianxia smiled, which was extremely rare, but his smile was very cold. Originally, I didn't intend to kill you. But now, since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. His words were also extremely domineering. It was a form of absolute arrogance and conceit. No matter who was his enemy, when they heard these words, they would probably feel very uncomfortable. But in the eyes of Gu Dongting, this was a matter of course. Xianxia had such confidence and capital. Lin Sun smiled and said, Then let's fight. Xianxia responded with an "Oh." His whole body shone, and one could keenly perceive that his breath was a little weaker than before. Obviously, as he said, he disdained to bully Lin Sun by relying on his cultivation, so he suppressed his own strength. Boom, the next moment, a great battle broke out. Xianxia strode out, his clothes fluttering, and his long silver hair flying. His figure rushed out like a divine rainbow, and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Sun. His palms and fingers formed a handprint, surrounded by bright and sharp green clouds, and smashed at Lin Sun. The air exploded, and the handprint forcibly crushed a vacuum mark, which was almost able to smash a mountain. As soon as Xianxia made his move, his swift, decisive, and terrifying mien shocked everyone present and many imperial practitioners. Obviously, he wanted to suppress Lin Sun by force and trample him under his feet in a domineering manner. Lin Sun didn't dodge. He waved his right palm and used the Swanee seal to blast forward like a Swanee beast soaring into the sky. The momentum was equally shocking and caused the air to explode. Boom, it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the ground was cracking. The sound of the collision was like the rumbling of thunder from the ninth heaven. It shook everyone's eardrums and made their blood boil. The imperial practitioners were extremely nervous and worried for Lin Sun. They were afraid that he wouldn't be able to block Xianxia's attack. After all, this guy was too terrifying. As for the clansmen of the Zhue and Qin clans, they wore smiles on their faces. They were relaxed and excited. They didn't think Lin Sun was a match for Xianxia because the disparity in strength was too great. Only Gu Dongting remained silent. He knew very well that if the young man had really set foot on the path of absolute cultivation, he wouldn't be suppressed so easily. On the battlefield, the divine radiance collapsed and shook violently. It was as if 2 volcanoes were colliding and emitting terrifying light waves. The aftermath of the collision was like a stormy sea that swept in all directions. The nearby rocks, roads, and vegetation were all destroyed in an instant. Smoke and dust filled the air. The two of them fought barehanded. One was tall and dignified, fierce and disdainful like an unsheathed peerless sword. The other was ethereal, surrounded by brilliant radiance. They fought with each other, and the terrifying fluctuations were dazzling to the point that people couldn't open their eyes. In an instant, they had already fought dozens of times. The speed and strength were so terrifying that it caused the heaven and earth to fall into great turmoil. The wind and clouds changed color and everything collapsed. The clansmen of the Zhou and Qin clans were stunned. Xianxia, who possessed peerless strength and whose attacks were so fierce and terrifying, was actually blocked. Moreover, it was in a head-on confrontation. Their hearts trembled and they felt incredulous. They opened their eyes wide, and the relaxed expression on their faces disappeared without a trace. The smiles on their faces also froze. Xianxia suppressed his own strength, which gave this kid a chance to breathe and turn around. Don't worry, his defeat has long been determined. It's only a matter of time. A noble of the Zhou clan comforted. Boom! The ground cracked and collapsed inch by inch. Dirt and gravel swept out like waves, and ear-piercing sounds of explosions could be heard in the air as divine radiance wreaked havoc in the void. This was a terrifying scene caused by the intense confrontation between the two of them. It was indeed too intense. At this moment, in front of the gate of Heart-Cleansing Peak, many practitioners of major forces gathered. The whole Forbidden City was paying attention to this battle. Originally, many practitioners of the Empire were still worried about Lin Sun and on tenterhooks. But soon, they were all shocked and attracted to this unprecedented duel. There was no doubt that this was a peerless battle at the peak of the world, and it was too rare and unprecedented. Bang, not long after, the two of them separated from each other. However, very quickly, the two of them unleashed even more terrifying attacks. The blazing rain of divine radiance was like a raging storm that drowned the figures of the two of them. They moved swiftly and flickered, causing the spectators to be dazzled and practically forget to breathe. Even the big shots of the older generation couldn't help but be moved. It was hard to imagine how such two young people could have such terrible power. One was more abnormal than the other. As for some ordinary cultivators, they were completely dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. This kind of power was completely beyond their imagination. Every collision was enough to destroy the mountains, crack the sea, and collapse the universe. It was like the sun and the moon competing for brilliance. Humph! In the battlefield, Xianxia snorted coldly. His fierce attack was blocked, and he failed to defeat this opponent immediately, which made him a little unhappy. Boom! Xianxia's momentum became more and more powerful. His whole body was like a big furnace, burning with divine radiance and soaring into the sky. His long silver hair was flying like a god, shining brightly. So strong. Some practitioners of reincarnation developing realm all changed their faces. They felt the horror of Xianxia's power. Negative bump. Lin Sun's figure suddenly stretched out, and his back burst out with divine radiance like a big dragon, and a phantom of a negative bump emerged. This was the secret inheritance of the first transformation of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon. Now that Lin Sun displayed it, its power became different from before. Negative bump swept across the sky, as if it was going to crash the world, and released a terrible aura of destruction. Bang! In an instant, everyone could clearly see that Xianxia's figure was hit, and he almost staggered and flew out. The whole audience was shocked, even the calm Gudong Ting couldn't help but slightly squint at this moment. After this blow, Xianxia's eyes suddenly became cold. Silver danced wildly, and his whole body bloomed with green light like burning flames. Rumble, his power was skyrocketing, and the void around him collapsed inch by inch. The wind and clouds around him changed dramatically, and the sky was dyed green by the dense light. In the end, as he breathed, the world trembled, and the scene was very frightening. The clansmen of the Zhou family, the Qin family, and the practitioners of other empires were all a little frightened at this moment. They felt the horror of Xianxia. He was definitely a very terrible and outstanding figure of the young generation. At this time, Xianxia was indeed extremely dangerous. A pair of green pupils burst out a pair of frightening light beams. Whoosh, his figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Sun. Boom, his hands condensed into an ancient seal, surrounded by green electric arcs, as if thunder and lightning gathered in it. The terrible aura made even the practitioners of reincarnation developing realm feel numb. Lin Sun was not afraid. His aura became more and more ethereal, with a sense of perfection. The clear light around him was illusory, clear and clean. Even his hair was shining, and his black eyes were surging with frightening flames. If Xianxia didn't suppress his power, Lin Sun might be cautious. But he did, which made Lin Sun have no fear. "Suppress," Xianxia whispered. His whole body was like a green sun, with a powerful and unparalleled fierce aura, and he rushed over. Lin Sun displayed the inheritance of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon. Like a legendary divine dragon, he displayed all kinds of miraculous forms. Ice Dragon Steps, Bodhisattva Bump, Boss-Shell Block, and Swanee Seal were all at his fingertips. The two fought again, like swords and sabers, and also like the collision of ancient holy mountains. The terrible aftermath of the collision made many practitioners of the Empire change their faces frequently and avoid far away. Boom, there, the world was in disorder. There was a big abyss-like pit, and the cracked ground spread like a broken cobweb. That scene was indeed too terrifying. In the nearby area, more and more practitioners of the Empire came to pay attention to the battle after hearing the news. In front of the gate of Heart-Cleansing Peak, Vulture, Young Ku, Lin Zhong, Zhu Laosan and Lin Huayuan were also watching. In the dark, many big shots fixed their eyes on this place, paying close attention to every detail of this battle. At this time, everyone could see that it was difficult for Xianxia to defeat Lin Sun in a short time under the suppression of his own realm. Lin Sun's amazing performance also refreshed many practitioners of the Empire's cognition of him, so they were surprised and surprised. Indeed, most people did not expect that after half a year of silence, Lin Sun's strength had become more and more unfathomable. "This is the power of the peerless Tao," Gu Dongting murmured to himself. Looking at the big shots of the Zhou family and the Qin family next to him, they were all surprised and doubtful. Puff, after a while, there was a sudden burst of blood in the field, which was extremely eye-catching. At the same time, a figure staggered back more than 30 meters in the void, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The whole audience was shocked because it was not Lin Sun who was defeated, but Xianxia. This result stunned many people. They couldn't believe it. It was too unexpected and caused too great an impact. And the big shots of the Zhou family and the Qin family were even more shocked. How could this be possible? They also didn't expect such a scene. Before, many people were worried about Lin Sun and almost didn't think he had a chance to win. After all, Xianxia was too strong. Even a practitioner at the full completion of reincarnation developing realm couldn't resist his 3 swords. But now, he was the first to be injured in the duel and defeated by Lin Sun, who only had the cultivation of Tao Insight realm. This reversal was indeed a little too sudden. "I'm afraid it's not possible to suppress the realm." Gu Dongting frowned. In the battlefield, Lin Sun's black hair fluttered, and his whole body was surrounded by illusory clear light. He stood there unscathed like an immortal. He glanced at Xianxia and said, "Use all your strength, otherwise, you will only lose more miserably." There was a dead silence in the field. In the distance, Xianxia gently wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. His face was a little pale. On his left shoulder, there was a collapsed fist mark, with blood flowing out, which was shocking. Such a scene shocked everyone. Earlier, Xianxia's arrogance made many practitioners think that Lin Sun would be in a disadvantageous position in this duel and might be defeated. But as the battle began and the two fiercely fought, Lin Sun's amazing performance shocked everyone. Until now, the scene of Xianxia being injured made everyone feel like they were in a dream. This is a true disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect, a real talent. How could he be the first to be injured? The big shots of the Zhou and Qin families were very sad and unwilling to believe this fact. He suppressed his realm and didn't use all his strength. And don't forget that Xianxia's strongest skill is swordsmanship. Until now, he has never used this kind of power. Watch patiently. The one who will lose in the end will definitely not be Xianxia. Gu Dongting's words made the big shots of the Zhou and Qin families feel refreshed and refreshed. In fact, Gu Dongting's words were not false. He knew Xianxia very well. This successor had the strength to match his pride. He could be called an outstanding talent in Heavenly Sword sect, and his performance was extremely good. His previous injury could only be attributed to carelessness. Gu Dongting was very sure that when Xianxia really began to get serious, all this was bound to be reversed and changed. He's too strong. These days, the rumor about Xianxia made all the imperial practitioners feel depressed. A young disciple of a sect had suppressed all the big shots of the empire at the banquet of the royal family. Who could feel happy about this? Now, seeing Lin Sun's great power and being the first to injure Xianxia in a head-on confrontation, the imperial practitioners were naturally excited. However, the cheers and excitement didn't last long. The atmosphere became deathly silent and tense again. The reason was that Xianxia's aura had changed once more. He was like a primeval ferocious beast that had been jolted awake from its slumber, and a shapeless and terrifying aura swept out from his body, causing all the cultivators from the empire to feel cold while they felt an indescribable pressure. At this moment, Xianxia's whole body seemed to be burning with blue divine flames. His silver long hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall of the Milky Way, and his eyes shot out a terrifying divine light. If the Xianxia from before was like a peerless blade, then at this moment, he was like a seething volcano that contained a terrifying aura capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, and he was on the verge of exploding. It could be clearly seen that the collapsed and injured part of his left shoulder was instantly restored to its original state, without a trace of injury to be found. Not only that, Xianxia stood there casually at this moment, making the world tremble. He was much stronger than before. Oh no, all the top big shots of the empire changed their faces. Obviously, Xianxia was angry and no longer suppressed his power. I've already experienced the power of the Absolute Tao. It's really extraordinary that you can make me suffer a little injury. Xianxia's voice was calm, but his power was more terrible. His eyes were shining, bursting with divine light. But do you really think you can defeat me like this? As he spoke, he took a step forward, and the void collapsed and wailed. The destructive power made all the top figures of reincarnation developing realm tremble. Too strong, this might be the real power that Xianxia possessed. Before, he suppressed his realm, so he was injured because of carelessness. But now, it was destined to be different. Good. A big shot of the Zhou family was so excited that he couldn't help shouting. Immediately, he received angry stares from the imperial practitioners. The big shot of the Zhou family knew he had lost his composure and immediately shut his mouth. However, he was sneering in his heart. He was looking forward to the upcoming battle. Facing Xianxia, who had become more powerful, Lin Sun also took a step forward. He didn't retreat. His posture was elegant, ethereal, and the aura around him had a sense of perfection. I just don't understand. Previously, you even said that you would suppress your cultivation level and fight me fairly. Now that you see that the situation is not good, you go back on your word. Could it be that your Heavenly Sword sect has gone back on your word? Lin Sun's words were very casual, but there was a hint of sarcasm in them, which made all the practitioners of the empire want to laugh, but they couldn't. But this was indeed the case. Previously, Xianxia had arrogantly expressed that he would suppress his realm and fight fairly with Lin Sun. But now, he suddenly changed his mind. This behavior was indeed shameful. Impudent. In the distance, Gu Dongting's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would take this opportunity to slander their Heavenly Sword sect. But Xianxia's face darkened, and his eyes became extremely terrifying. He stared at Lin Sun and said, I was polite to you before, but you didn't appreciate it. Instead, you ridiculed me. It seems that you really want to die? His heart was full of killing intent. He had lost face when he was injured before, and now he was ridiculed by Lin Sun in public, which made him completely angry. Boom, in Xianxia's eyes, a pair of mysterious sword-shaped patterns burst out, crisscrossing in the void, and releasing a sharp and peerless aura of Sword Tao. On the imperial side, all the practitioners gasped in horror, realizing that Xianxia was going to use his strongest means of Sword Tao. At the royal banquet, Xianxia had suppressed all the big shots with his cultivation of Sword Tao. No one could stop his 3 swords, even the great practitioners at the reincarnation development realm couldn't. This guy is not much inferior to Yun Qingbai at that time. Zhao Tailai's pupils suddenly shrank in the distance. At this moment, Gu Dongting and the big shots of the Zhou and Qin families became calm. Xianxia was about to use his full strength, which made them no longer worried. Like them, Lin Sun also looked very calm. Although Xianxia's aura made him feel a kind of pressure, it was not enough to make him afraid. In the end, it's all because of you. Hee, today I finally understand the ability of the successor of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Sun sneered. These words stimulated Xianxia, making his face more calm and cold, and his aura more terrifying. When had a successor disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect been ridiculed like this? But now, in such a barren place like the mortal world, he was repeatedly ridiculed by a young man of Tao Insight realm, which made Xianxia extremely angry. Chop. He lightly spat out a word, and his killing intent soared into the sky. In the next moment, a dazzling green sword-shaped symbol suddenly shot out from his pupils. Whoosh, the sword-shaped symbol flashed like a vigorous cyan lightning, showing its peerless sharpness, which made the eyes of many practitioners of the Empire sting, as if they were cut by a sword. Daybreak. Some big shots of the Empire exclaimed and recognized this strike. At the royal banquet, Xianxia once displayed this kind of swordsmanship inheritance. Under this sword, like the rising sun, the light was peerless, collapsing the darkness, but this time, the sword of daybreak was obviously more terrible. It was condensed by invisible sword intent and controlled by the spirit, which was mysterious and unparalleled. Spirit, it was the spiritual power that could only be condensed by the strong practitioners of reincarnation development realm. There was no doubt that the swordsmanship inheritance mastered by Xianxia had involved the magical use of the spirit power. Such swordsmanship was rare and peerless in the whole empire. This strike undoubtedly reflected how terrible Xianxia's foundation was. However, no one noticed that when Lin Sun saw this strike, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh, in the next moment, a sharp blade like starlight swept out from between Lin Sun's eyebrows. It was as white as snow and almost transparent, like a cold flowing light, like a dream. Wordless inheritance of Dao pattern array diagram. This was the first inheritance of Duan Ren, the real secret method of controlling spirit. Different from Xianxia's, what Lin Sun used was a real magic weapon. What was a magic weapon? It was a treasure controlled by spirit. It could kill ghosts and gods, break the universe, and disturb yin and yang. Such a treasure was rarely seen in the world today. It was so rare that even the old monsters of life-death realm might not have it. Puff, under the gaze of everyone present, the moment the broken blade swept out, the peerless secret sword that Xianxia had slashed out was easily cut apart like a piece of paper, exploding into a rain of light that scattered everywhere. The might of this sword strike was extremely shocking, yet before it could even reveal its might, it was destroyed just like that. In an instant, everyone was struck dumb, and they stood there in a daze, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Puff, in the distance, Xianxia wanted to kill Lin Sun with absolute force to vent his hatred. But now, like a kite with a broken string, he flew out horizontally, coughing up blood, and his face turned pale in an instant. With a bang, Xianxia's body fell to the ground, cracking it and sending smoke and dust into the sky. All the people present were dumbfounded. After Xianxia stopped suppressing his power, the horrible power had already shocked everyone's heart, and they were secretly worried about Lin Sun. After all, even the top figures of reincarnation developing realm couldn't resist 3 swords of Xianxia. Under such circumstances, could Lin Sun, who was only at Tao Insight realm, win? However, the result left everyone stupefied. Xianxia slashed out with his sword, but it was defeated even more miserably than before. This scene was too inconceivable. Oh my god, we were purely worried for young Master Lin. The practitioners who had blind confidence in Lin Sun were a little dumbfounded at this moment. Lin Sun was so powerful that he easily defeated the enemy as if he was dealing with chickens and dogs. His means were too fierce and domineering. Impossible. The big shots of the Zhou family and the Qin family were so shocked that they almost jumped up. They were full of confidence and ready to watch a good show. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, it was Xianxia who was defeated? Fortunately, they had learned their lesson last time and didn't dare to make a sound. Otherwise, if the practitioners of other empires knew what they thought, they would be despised and despised. It's a magic weapon, it's a magic weapon, Gu Dongting's eyes twinkled. He was also a little moved and shocked. His eyes were fixed on the white blade around Lin Sun, and his expression changed. Only he knew that Xianxia's defeat was not unjust, because it was a real magic weapon. Even in the Heavenly Sword sect, such a treasure could be said to be extremely precious and rare. But, the result was too depressing after all. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Tailai in the distance laughed like an old fox who had stolen a chicken. In front of the gate of Heart Cleansing Peak, a group of senior officials and clansmen of Lin family cheered and felt honored. I'm going to kill you. In the field, Xianxia climbed up from the ground and roared coldly. He was unwilling and furious. He couldn't accept this result. It was a great shame for him to be seriously injured before he used all his strength. Chop. At this moment, Xianxia no longer had the previous leisurely posture. His silver sword danced wildly and his face was livid. His figure was like a burning volcano, cracking the earth and burning the void. He took out a Cyan spiritual sword and attacked Lin Sun. At this time, he was like a Cyan sun bursting with divine flame. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Sun with one blow. However, Lin Sun had no fear for a long time. If Xianxia didn't use such a secret method before, Lin Sun might have to spend a lot of effort to deal with him, but now. You've been defeated. It's futile to struggle. Lin Sun said. Then the broken blade turned into a white and transparent flowing rainbow. With a clear sound, it swept out in an ethereal and magical manner. It was also the method of spirit control, but Lin Sun used a divine weapon with his spirit, while Xianxia used a secret sword condensed by his spirit. This was the fundamental difference between the two, so the power was totally different. Obviously, Xianxia also noticed this, so he took out a Cyan spiritual sword this time. Whoosh, the battle broke out again. Like a rainbow, Broken Blade was ethereal and transparent. It easily resolved the opponent's attack. Roar, at the same time, Lin Sun used Paleo Roar. The earth-shattering sound waves turned into visible waves and spread out, shattering the void and flooding all directions. Xianxia, who was in the fierce battle, suddenly groaned and trembled all over. Despicable. His eyes were terrible and full of anger. His spirit was hurt by the broken blade before, and now his spirit was impacted by the terrible sound waves. He couldn't bear it at once. Despicable? This is a battle. You are an inherited disciple of Heavenly Master Swordsmanship sect. Do you still need me to teach you? Lin Sun used Ice Dragon steps to launch a strong attack as he spoke. He wanted to suppress his opponent. This time, he didn't hold back at all. He wanted to defeat his opponent at one go and end this battle. Boom, the shadow of Ice Dragon soared into the sky, white and crystal. Lin Sun's speed had reached an appalling level. He flew backward with his black eyes as deep as the abyss. At this moment, he completely showed his power. His peerless posture shocked all the people present. Xianxia was furious. He didn't avoid but fought with Lin Sun directly. Rumble, the void seemed to be blown up. The broken blade danced wildly, the sword edge flowed, and the surging light spread out like a flood, sweeping in all directions. The practitioners who paid attention to this battle were stunned. Xianxia was so powerful before, but he was suppressed by Lin Sun at this moment. He could hardly raise his head. The faces of the bigwigs of Zhou and Qin families had become extremely gloomy. This result was hard for them to accept. The more dazzling Lin Sun's performance was, the more indignant and depressed they felt, as if they had eaten a dead fly. Bang bang bang. Xianxia felt that his blood and qi were boiling. His hands and feet were numb, and his soul was shaking. There was an indescribable anger and grievance in his heart. How was this possible? He couldn't believe it. He had already stepped into the ranks of the strongest in the wheel-developing realm. His combat strength was outstanding and stunning. Even among the younger generation in the ancient wilderness, he could be considered a genius. Even the average complete wheel-developing realm experts were not worthy of his attention. But now, he was being suppressed, and it was being suppressed by a Grotto Heaven realm youth. Xianxia's temperament had always been tough. However, at this moment, he felt extremely humiliated and uncomfortable. If he was defeated in this barren lower bound and the news spread back to his sect, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Crack, it didn't take long for Lin Sun to cut off Green Insect's spiritual sword with his broken blade, making a sharp sound. At the same time, Lin Sun stepped out and pressed his palm down. A swan and ice seal condensed and released infinite light, which rumbled on Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia was sent flying. His chest caved in and blood gushed out. There was an uproar in the field. Xianxia was suppressed, which made the practitioners of the empire feel that they were dreaming. But at the same time, Lin Sun's strong combat strength also made the practitioners of the empire excited and surprised. Indeed, who could imagine that a Grotto Heaven Realm youth could suppress an inherited disciple from the Heavenly Master Swordsmanship sect to such an extent? This inherited disciple once swept away a group of bigwigs in the wheel-developing realm within 3 moves. In such a contrast, Lin Sun's incredible strength was even more apparent. How dare the successor of the Heavenly Master Swordsmanship sect show off in our empire? Look, he was suppressed by Child Lin. This is the result of looking down on people in the world. Cool, it's really cool. Child Lin deserves to be the leader of the younger generation in the empire. How can his reputation be undeserved? Hearing that Xianxia was unscrupulously criticized, Gu Dongting in the distance became gloomy and emitted an overwhelming aura. He even couldn't help but want to take action several times. Xianxia was in such a disadvantageous position, which made him lose face. However, Gu Dongting soon became alert. He perceived that there was an extremely terrible power pervading this world. As long as he dared to make a move, there would be a peerless duel between the kings. It's him. Gu Dongting locked on his opponent in an instant. It was Zhao Tailai. This made his eyes surge, but he finally restrained himself. After all, this empire was not the territory of the Heavenly Master Swordsmanship sect. Although Gu Dongting was conceited, he knew that he would encounter many obstacles if he acted recklessly. At this time, Xianxia was completely suppressed in the battlefield. Like a scarecrow caught in a storm, he suffered many injuries. He was bleeding all over, his hair was disheveled, and his bones were broken in many places. Master! Xianxia's servant, Qin Feng, shouted anxiously with a gloomy face. This servant used to be very conceited and regarded the practitioners of the empire as nothing. But now he was scared out of his wits and panicked, which made some practitioners of the empire laugh at him. Bang! Not long after, Xianxia was suppressed. His body crashed to the ground, making a big pit. His face was covered with dust and his hair was disheveled. He looked miserable. His eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't accept this result. He stood up with a roar. But in an instant, his body was stiff, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because a transparent broken blade like white ice and snow was already at his throat. As long as he dared to move a little, his neck would be cut off. Defeated, Xianxia felt like the sky was falling down. His face was gloomy, twisted and ferocious. He was so angry that he almost spat blood. Didn't you say that Child Lin was weak? Why are you defeated? The practitioners of the empire laughed at him. This made Xianxia extremely angry and ashamed. His face was burning. He was the successor of the Heavenly Master Swordsmanship sect, the outstanding talent of the generation. He was extremely confident and conceited. After he came to the mortal world, he didn't put any tears in his eyes. But now, he was suppressed and defeated under the eyes of thousands of people. This blow was so heavy that Xianxia couldn't accept it for a while. According to the previous agreement, I will let you go immediately if you answer my 2 questions truthfully. Lin Sun landed on the ground and stared at Xianxia with his deep black eyes. To be honest, if Xianxia hadn't used the method of spirit attack in the previous battle, Lin Sun couldn't have suppressed him so quickly. After all, Xianxia was really powerful. He was definitely the most powerful talent that Lin Sun had ever met. However, it didn't make much sense to talk about this now. In everyone's eyes, the process was not important. What mattered was only the result. This was the reality. Xianxia was not prepared to be a loser at all. So when he heard Lin Sun's words, he felt more upset and resentful in his heart. Lin Sun didn't care about his mood and asked directly, "Tell me, did Yin Qingbai ask you to take the initiative to challenge me?" Xianxia's pupils shrank, and his expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Sun said, "No need to answer. I already know the answer." Second question, did Yin Qingbai ask you to kill me in this duel? This time, Xianxia answered straightforwardly and snorted, "Who do you think you are? Do you deserve senior brother Yan's attention?" No? Lin Sun frowned. Senior brother Yun is upright and upright. If he wants to kill you, he doesn't need to use my hands. Xianxia said coldly. Lin Sun stared at Xianxia for a while and finally determined that this guy should not be lying. But he was a little puzzled. Since Yun Qingbai asked Xianxia to challenge him, why didn't he give an order to kill him? Could it be that Yun Qingbai had other motives? Go away. Lin Sun turned around and left, ignoring Xianxia. He was just a poor guy who worked for Yun Qingbai. His attitude of disregard was like a sharp blade deeply inserted into Xianxia's heart, making him feel an unprecedented sense of shame and anger. Lin Sun. Xianxia roared like a beast, sooner or later, I will settle this account with you. Lin Sun still ignored him. It was just a loser's unreconciled words of revenge. At this moment, it was undoubtedly ridiculous and had no deterrent effect. Xianxia was trembling with anger. He was an inherited disciple of the Heavenly Master Swordsmanship sect. With the power of 3 moves, he suppressed a group of bigwigs in the reincarnation developing realm. But now, after being defeated by a young man in the Tao Insight realm, he was directly ignored. This shame almost drove Xianxia crazy. Let's go. In the distance, Gu Dongting couldn't stand it anymore. He flew to the field and took Xianxia away. This battle had attracted a lot of attention. Xianxia had been ridiculed in this battle. If he continued to make trouble, he would lose a lot of face. Even Gu Dongting felt disgraced at this moment and didn't want to stay a moment longer. Awesome! Ha ha ha! In the field, there was a burst of earth-shaking cheers and laughter. They felt very happy. Even the powerful Xianxia was suppressed by Lin Sun, which made the practitioners of the empire feel proud and excited. This was Lin Sun, the young talent who covered the whole capital. The bigwigs of the Zhou clan and the Qin clan were completely dumbfounded. How could they have thought that the final result would be like this? At this time, Lin Sun had returned to Heart Cleansing Peak and was surrounded by a group of senior members of the Lin clan. Outside Heart Cleansing Peak, there was still a lot of noise and excitement. The practitioners of the empire couldn't restrain their excitement and talked eagerly. Xianxia is really naive. If he knows that Lin Sun has killed several half-step kings in half a year in the bloodthirsty battlefield, I don't know whether he will regret today's duel. Some bigwigs from the imperial clan were gloating. This result was within their expectation. This battle is destined to cause a sensation in the Forbidden City and make the world tremble. After this battle, only the real top figures in the ancient wilderness can compete with Lin Sun. Many bigwigs made such a prediction. When are you going to the ancient wilderness? On the top of Heart Cleansing Peak, Zhao Tailai followed Lin Sun as soon as he returned. Lin Sun was stunned. Why do you suddenly ask this question? Zhao Tailai said, the signs of the catastrophe of the Great Way have begun to appear. The passage from the empire to the ancient wilderness has begun to become unstable. If you want to take action, try to hurry up. According to the old priest on the observatory, there will be a great change in the so-called lower world in half a year at most. At that time, it will be too late to leave. Lin Sun was shocked. So, even if I can leave safely, it's impossible for me to come back in the future? Zhao Tailai smiled. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Even the sages can't completely deduce the changes of the catastrophe of the Great Way. No one dares to say anything about what will happen in the future. I'll pay attention to it. Lin Sun pondered. He originally planned to hone all his strength to the perfect level in the bloodthirsty battlefield, but things didn't go as he wished. Up to now, he still had some shortcomings. For example, he hadn't completely mastered the last 3 changes of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon. For example, he was still at the perfect level of Taoist connotation in the realm of the Great Way. It still took some effort to break through the realm of Taoist connotation. Moreover, the comprehension of the Great Way required opportunities and comprehension, which couldn't be mastered by hard work. When you decide when to leave, I will take you to see the Emperor. He will see you off in person. As soon as Zhao Tailai's words came out, Lin Sun was shocked. He realized that Zhao Tailai must have been entrusted by the Emperor behind the scenes. Okay. Lin Sun nodded and agreed. Before long, Zhao Tailai left in a hurry. This old fox was always in a hurry, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Lin Sun had long been used to it. At this moment, he was standing on the top of heart-cleansing peak with his hands on his back, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance. The mountain breeze blew, making his clothes and long hair flutter. Lin Sun had just experienced a great battle, so he didn't have any feelings about it. He just thought of some past events. It was on this heart-cleansing peak that Yun Qingbai killed a group of direct descendants of Lin family. Today, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect had a duel with him at the behest of Yun Qingbai. Without a doubt, Yun Qingbai already knew of his existence. Lin Sun was not worried about anything. Zhao Tailai had already promised that even if Yun Qingbai came to Xiao Empire again, he would never let the bloody thing happen again. What puzzled Lin Sun was that since Xianxia didn't intend to kill him in the duel, what did Yun Qingbai want to do? Perhaps, when I enter the ancient desolation region and personally understand this enemy that I've never met, I might be able to find out the answer, Lin Sun murmured. The setting sun dyed the sea of clouds red. The mountain wind brought with it a thick humid air, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. Lin Sun stood there silently for a long time and finally turned away. He had already made up his mind to start preparing for his trip to the ancient desolation realm. Empire, Jingyuan Palace. This was the resting place that the imperial family had specially arranged for the Heavenly Master Sword sect. Elder, I can conclude that there must be some kind of change in this boy that is comparable to defying the natural order and changing fate. Otherwise, a baby who should have died back then couldn't have achieved what he has today. In the room, Xianxia's expression was cold, and there was a haze between his eyebrows. His words were resolute, but there was resentment and unwillingness in them. Is this the thing that Qingbai asked you to test? Beside him, Gu Dongting was thoughtful. Xianxia nodded, but his expression was still gloomy. Today, he was suppressed by Lin Sun in front of thousands of people. Thinking of it now, he was still mad with hatred. Defying the natural order and changing fate? Gu Dongting frowned, seemingly puzzled. A baby who has lost its spiritual vein is destined to die prematurely. Even if there are miraculous elixirs in this world that can save it, it will only become a cripple. It will never be able to embark on the path of cultivation again. And this child, how did he do it? Xianxia snorted, Elder, do you think I'm lying? You saw the previous battle. This kid was able to defeat me with his Grotto Heaven stage cultivation. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the ancient desolation region who can achieve this. Admitting that the opponent was too weak undoubtedly proved that he was more weak. Xianxia didn't want Gu Dongting to have other ideas. You misunderstood me. Gu Dongting shook his head, and divine light surged in his eyes. If this boy is really the baby, then, as you have guessed, there must be some kind of change in this boy that can defy the natural order and change fate. Speaking of this, he hesitated for a moment and said, I even suspect that he has regenerated a new spiritual vein. Clang, Xianxia's hand trembled, and the teacup that he had just raised fell to the ground, but he seemed to be unaware of it. His eyes burst out with a terrible cyan luster, and he said, It must be so. The devouring abyss is the most mysterious talent in ancient times. Senior brother Yun has embarked on the complete Juz Tao with this talent. After a pause, he took a deep breath and said, and now this boy has also embarked on the Juz Tao. This is definitely not a coincidence. Obviously, Gu Dongting had also guessed this point, and his expression became subtle. What Yun Qingbai did in the Xiao Empire was somewhat disgraceful, and very few people in the Heavenly Master Sword sect knew about it. But this didn't include Gu Dongting and Xianxia. Conversely, both of them were clearly aware that Yun Qingbai's current accomplishments in the ancient desolation region were closely related to the quintessent spirit vein he'd obtained all those years ago. It was true that Yun Qingbai was an extremely talented cultivator with an extremely good foundation. He could be said to be a natural-born genius. However, if not for that piece of origin spirit vein, it would have been impossible for him to step onto the strongest path that others yearned for even in their dreams so quickly. Elder, I have a presumptuous request. Suddenly, Xianxia stood up and knelt down in front of Gu Dongting. Gu Dongting narrowed his eyes and seemed to have guessed something. You don't want to. Xianxia's eyes were full of firmness and longing. Elder, it won't take many years before the World War comes. At that time, all the talents in the world will rise together, and all the heroes will compete for the great fortune of becoming a saint or ancestor. It will definitely be an unprecedented age. I don't want to be left behind. Gu Dongting was silent for a moment and said, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. In the Xiao Empire, even if I want to help, I can't. Xianxia hurriedly said, of course, now is not the right time. But as far as I know, Lin Sun will go to the ancient wilderness sooner or later. At that time I will have a lot of opportunities to do this. Gu Dongting still shook his head, I'm afraid this is not the right thing to do. Do you know how much Qingbai paid to integrate with that spiritual vein of origin? What's more, Lin Sun has grown up now. Even if you get him, I'm afraid it's very difficult to seize his talent and make it your own. Xianxia still looked firm and said, Elder, you don't need to worry about this. It's enough as long as you promise me one thing. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, hide the news about Lin Sun, especially don't mention it to senior fellow apprentice Yun. Gu Dongting was silent at once. The atmosphere in the room also froze for a moment. Elder, we Green Crane Branch will never forget your great kindness this time, and we will repay you greatly in the future. Xianxia suddenly said, I heard that you are about to face the test of 9 tribulations of longevity. If you don't mind, you can go to the dwelling place of Green Crane Branch to undergo the tribulation. I believe that if my father knows this, he will be willing to lend the holy land of Green Crane Branch to you. Gu Dongting's eyes flickered imperceptibly, and finally sighed softly, well, considering your firm heart to pursue Taoism, I promise you this time that it won't happen again. Xianxia immediately cowed out and said, thank you for your kindness, Elder. When are you going to do it? Gu Dongting couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, at least wait until he arrives at the ancient wilderness. Xianxia smiled slightly, and his eyes were full of confidence. In the ancient wilderness, with the power of Green Crane Branch, it was easy to deal with a real king, let alone Lin Sun. Gu Dongting suddenly said, oh, there should be a magic weapon in his hand. Alas, if I had such a treasure years ago, I'm afraid I would have embarked on the road of 9 tribulations of longevity. Xianxia immediately understood and said, Elder, you don't have to regret. When I capture him, I will give you the magic weapon. Gu Dongting suddenly laughed and helped Xianxia up, who was kneeling on the ground. I'm very happy that you have such thoughts. Xianxia also laughed, but he felt a little heartache in his heart. He secretly cursed Gu Dongting for being too greedy. He not only wanted to borrow the treasure of Green Crane Clan to pass the tribulation, but also wanted to swallow the magic weapon, but soon, Xianxia didn't care about this. If he could embark on the same road as Yun Qingbai, what was the cost? Lin Sun, don't die. I will wait for you in the ancient wilderness. Xianxia murmured in his heart. But Xianxia didn't know that his concealment helped Lin Sun to avoid a fatal disaster by accident. Xianxia, the successor of Heavenly Master Swordsmanship sect, was defeated by Lin Sun. Today, the Forbidden City was in a great sensation because of this news. There was an uproar everywhere, and the atmosphere was extremely noisy. After half a year of silence, Lin Sun once again amazed the world, which shocked all the forces in the Forbidden City and made them completely unable to sit still. Some forces who had old grudges with Lin family were worried about this and felt very uneasy. Lin Sun grew up too fast and was too horrible. He was no longer the weak young man he used to be. Now, he had great deterrent and threatening power. Some forces who made friends with Lin family secretly rejoiced that they had made the right choice. As long as Lin Sun went further on the road of Taoism in the future, it would bring many benefits to these forces imperceptibly. On the same night, the deeds of Lin Sun in the bloodthirsty battlefield under the name of Lin 12 spread rapidly in the night. The Forbidden City was brightly lit at night. Qin family. It was rare for the big shots of Qin family and Zhou family to gather together. However, compared with the noisy and lively atmosphere outside, the atmosphere in this hall was very depressed. These big shots' faces were gloomy, which made the air stagnant. Damn it! Even the successor of heaven-reaching sword sect can't suppress him. Who in the Empire can do anything to him in the future? A big shot gnashed his teeth with resentment. It can be foreseen that with the protection of the big shots of the Empire and the favor of the current Emperor and the bloodthirsty king, if there is any trouble in heart-cleansing Peak, even if it is not done by our 2 families, they will definitely suspect us. Some people expressed pessimism and sighed. All the big shots of Qin family and Zhou family knew very well that they had done some unfavorable things to Lin family of heart-cleansing Peak more than 10 years ago. However, they didn't expect that Lin family, which had been declining for a long time, suddenly had a new vitality because of Lin Sun. In just a few years, Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak had changed its appearance and risen strongly. In terms of momentum, some middle-level forces were overshadowed. Especially today, when Lin Sun defeated Xianxia, the big shots of Qin family and Sui family realized a serious problem. There was almost no hope to contain and suppress Lin family in the future. Lin Sun. A big shot gnashed his teeth with hatred. He was just a young man, but he supported Lin family alone in just a few years. The more he did this, the more threatening and hateful he was. Don't panic. Our two families can stand to this day, which is not something a young man can challenge. On the main seat, the leader of Qin family took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Although we can't do anything to him for the time being, he can't do anything to us either." After a pause, he continued, "I'm sure all of you are aware that this kid has become an enemy of the Heavenly Sword sect since he was born. It can be foreseen that he will definitely enter the ancient Desolation territory in the future to avenge his parents. At that time, there's no need for us to worry at all. Just the Heavenly Sword sect alone will be enough to make it difficult for this kid to even take a step forward, and he might even die." This analysis was very practical, and it obtained the agreement of many great figures present here, causing them to feel much more at ease. Indeed, no matter how powerful Lin Sun was, he couldn't shake the two top aristocratic families at all with his current strength. In addition, he had many enemies. As long as he entered the ancient Desolation territory, he was bound to be suppressed by Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. Heaven-Reaching Sword sect was an ancient orthodoxy that had been standing since ancient times. Its foundation was so strong that it was almost unimaginable. It was easy for them to kill a young man. I suddenly recalled that he once killed the successor of the Lingbao Holy Land in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. That's why he became the Lingbao Holy Land's enemy. Suddenly, someone said, "The foundation and power of the numinous treasure Holy Land is no less than the Heavenly Sword sect." I also remember that half a year ago, a master of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land visited Green Deer School, and Lin Sun acted violently at that time and injured several successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. All of a sudden, some big shots began to analyze the forces Lin Sun had made in the past. The more they talked, the more excited and relaxed they became. The resentment accumulated in their hearts was also swept away. In the end, they came to a conclusion that Lin Sun had made too many enemies. There would be plenty of people to deal with him in the future. In Xiao Empire, Lin Sun and Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak couldn't shake the Zhua and Qin families at all. This also meant that Lin Sun's threat, at least for now, was nothing at all. Haha. I truly wish for nothing more than for this kid to leave the empire and head to the ancient Desolation region. There are sects in great numbers there, a myriad of clans coexisting there, and the experts there are numerous like carps in a river. It's a vast and magnificent place. With that kid's ability and having offended so many ancient sects, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. I'm looking forward to it as well. This kid has been running amok since the beginning. He's extremely daring and has caused so much trouble. He's definitely a restless person. If he goes to the ancient Desolation domain, who knows how many people he'll offend. The atmosphere in the hall became more relaxed. They were all gloating. Report. Suddenly, a servant of Sui family rushed in from outside the hall. Sweating profusely, he reported in a panic, "Patriarch, I just got the news that Lin Sun has been silent for half a year. It turns out that he went to the bloodthirsty battlefield to kill people." All the great figures in the surroundings were stunned and bewildered. What's there to make a fuss about? Be specific. The patriarch of Qin family said in a deep voice. The servant wiped his sweat and said quickly, "Just now, it said in the Forbidden City that Lin Sun killed several half-step king beings in the bloodthirsty battlefield alone." The servant began to describe Lin Sun's brilliant achievements in the bloodthirsty battlefield. During this entire process, the expressions of the great figures of the Zhua and Qin clans had become gloomy once more, and the relaxed and delighted expressions they'd obtained with great difficulty had vanished without a trace. Especially according to the news, it's Lin Sun's great contribution that the soldiers in the bloodthirsty battlefield could hold on until the passage to the empire was opened. When the servant said this, the atmosphere in the hall was dead silent. It was so oppressive that people could not breathe. How could they expect that Lin Sun made such a big noise in the bloodthirsty battlefield, which was famous for its dangerous and bloody? During the half a year of silence, he killed half-step king beings with a bow, he galloped on the battlefield with his own strength and deterred the enemies, he got so many military merits that he ranked third on the military merit list, his name was even written in the third place on the bloodthirsty wanted list. The most incredible thing was that bloodthirsty Queen Xianxia forced the voodoo barbarian camp to stop the war with a pair of bows and arrows in Lin Sun's hands. This string of brilliant achievements and deeds were simply like numerous thunderbolts that caused the great figures of the Zhue and Qin clans to feel as if it was unreal, and they were completely stunned on the spot. On the other hand, the expression of the attendant that reported the news was tense since a long time ago, and his entire body was drenched in sweat while he shivered. The atmosphere in the hall was too deathly silent and oppressive, and it caused him to feel as if he was on the verge of suffocation. This allowed him to acutely realize that the news he reported had greatly shocked all these great figures present here. At this moment, their feelings must be extremely bad. This boy is really a monster. After a long time, the patriarch of Qin family sighed with mixed emotions, and it was hard to tell whether it was admiration or disgust. After that, he took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. He will leave the empire in the end and head to the ancient desolation domain. The more heaven-defying he is, the more dangerous the trials and setbacks he will suffer, and he might die at any moment." All the big shots nodded silently. At this moment, they could only comfort him in this way. Boom, but right at this moment, another unexpected event occurred. An enormous bang that shook the heavens suddenly resounded from outside the hall. Someone dares to break into the gate of Qin family. The patriarch of Qin family stood up immediately with his beard fluttering. Because of Lin Sun today, his mood was extremely bad. But now, there was a sudden change in front of the gate of Qin family. It seemed that someone was going to break in. How could he not be angry? I'd like to see who is so daring. For so many years, as the two top forces, we have never had such a thing happen. But now there are twists and turns. Do you really think that we are easy to bully? All the big shots present were also annoyed. Like the patriarch of Qin family, they had long been angry because of Lin Sun. At this moment, they completely exploded. They needed to vent, otherwise, they would be suffocated. Patriarch, something bad has happened. Outside the hall, some attendants ran in a panic with a sad face, as if the sky had fallen. A bunch of trash. Why are you so panicky? What a scandal. The patriarch of Qin family was so angry that he wanted to kick these bastards to death. They were too impatient and shameful. If it was spread out, they would be laughed at by the whole empire. However, the next moment, his face changed greatly as if he had been struck by lightning. He cried out involuntarily, How could it be you? At this moment, he was no better than those panicky attendants, which showed how out of control he was at this moment. Not only him, but also all the big shots in the hall at this moment looked incredible. They stared at the outside of the hall in surprise and doubt. Outside the hall, there stood a graceful and slender figure in a black crane cloak with a long black bun. Her eyes were bright, her red lips were moist, and her teeth were sparkling. She was so charming that she could topple a city. Standing there was a kind of peerless elegance. Xianxia, the only female general of the empire, with the title of bloodthirsty queen, was absolutely a terrifying figure among the kings. She fought in the bloodthirsty battlefield all year round. Even if she rarely appeared in the empire, the rumors about her never disappeared, especially these big shots present. They all knew very well that Xianxia had another identity, that was, the sister of the current emperor, such a beautiful woman with a terrifying cultivation, abnormal strength, and a lofty status had stepped forcefully into the Qin clan's mountain gate in the middle of the night. Why had she come? Lin Sun. Soon, some big shots exclaimed, and their eyeballs almost fell out. They saw a handsome young man standing not far behind Xianxia. It was Lin Sun. All of a sudden, all the big shots in the hall were restless, and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that the young man they hated most would appear in front of them like this? Why, did he come here? Did he want to take revenge by using Xiaoxingya's power? Coincidentally, the same thought appeared in the minds of these big shots of Zhue and Qin family, and their faces became gloomy. They had found various reasons to comfort themselves that as long as Lin Sun entered the ancient desolation territory, he would no longer be a threat to them. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the young man who gave them headaches and fear came to them like this? This was simply a joke of fate. In the bloodthirsty battlefield, Xianxia had promised Lin Sun that he would take Lin Sun with him when he went to the Qin family to demand an explanation. Tonight, Xianxia and Lin Sun came together. But it was obvious from the astonished reactions of the big shots of the Qin family that Qin Chu, the king of life and death, didn't tell them what he had promised in the bloodthirsty battlefield. However, it didn't matter. Lin Sun came here to see how Xianxia would slaughter the Qin family. He didn't need to worry about other things. An hour later, Lin Sun left the Qin family with Xianxia with a satisfied smile on his face. Behind them, there were bursts of angry roars mixed with the sound of broken teacups, which could be heard from far away. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing again. Just in the previous negotiation, when the big shots of the Qin family heard that Qin Chu wanted to contribute all the wealth and strength of the Qin family to the empire, they were so angry that they almost went crazy. But in front of Xianxia, they didn't dare to act rashly. Although they were extremely angry, they could only bear it. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing at the thought of their gloomy and sullen faces. In the end, under Xianxia's rude and unreasonable attitude, the Qin family had to pay a heavy price for it. In addition to tens of millions of gold coins and 100,000 high-rank spiritual crystals, Qin family promised to dispatch an elite army of tens of thousands of people to the bloodthirsty battlefield to fight for the empire. The price was too high. Even if the Qin family was an upper-class aristocratic force, it was no different from cutting off a piece of flesh from its body. "Little guy, are you satisfied?" Xianxia asked with a faint smile. His red lips were full, his teeth were sparkling, and his eyes were big and charming. Alas, Qin Chu failed to fulfill his promise after all. Lin Sun sighed. Xianxia rolled his eyes at him and said, "You should be content. After all, the Qin family is an upper-class aristocratic force. Even I can't go too far. If you want the Qin family to contribute all their wealth and strength, unless what? Unless you have the power of the king realm." This, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said after a while, "It seems that I can only solve this problem by myself. Then I'll wait for your good news." Xianxia didn't think much of it. With the power of the king realm, Lin Sun should at least embark on the road to pass the test and live a long life. With his current cultivation, Lin Sun was still far from this goal. According to her speculation, it would take at least 100 years for Lin to achieve this goal, even if there were no risks or obstacles on the road of cultivation. Lin Sun smiled and said no more. Indeed, it was a little early to say these things, but if he really had the power to overthrow the Zhue and Qin families in the future, he would never be polite to them. Heart-cleansing peak. After defeating Xianxia and extorting a large sum of compensation from Qin family with Xianxia, Lin Sun lived in seclusion and rarely showed up in public. He was preparing to go to the ancient desolation domain. Wordless pagoda, broken blade, insignificant spiritual bow, blue sky arrow. These treasures must be carried with me. Lin Sun was counting the treasures he had collected over the years. He was shocked when he counted them. He didn't expect that he had accumulated so many treasures over the years. "I'm going to leave now." On the bustling streets of the Forbidden City, Lin Sun walked side by side with Gu Liang, with his hands behind his back. The streets were bustling with traffic and people. It was as prosperous and beautiful as before. This was the capital of the empire, the place that all the practitioners in the world yearned for the most. Every day, countless young men and women would travel thousands of miles to come here, either for fame or for profit. All of them longed to have a place to stand in this huge city. It was not easy to live in the capital. Lin Sun had a deep understanding of this. However, right now, his name had already shaken the world, and he was the most outstanding of the younger generation. Now that he was about to leave, he still felt a bit reluctant to part with the city. "I've heard that you are going to the ancient desolation territory for cultivation, but," Gu Liang hesitated for a moment and then asked, "will you come back?" Lin Sun was stunned. "Of course, my home is here after all." Gu Liang smiled as he stared into the distance and said, "That's hard to say. The outside world is extremely vast, to the point that it's unimaginably vast. It's bizarre and dazzling, magnificent, and colorful. Once you step onto this path, who can be sure that you'll be able to return in your lifetime?" Immediately, he patted Lin Sun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "But I'm glad you leave. In my heart, the Empire is just a small pool for you. It can't stand your toss. What you need is a bigger stage and a wider world to realize your ambitions and go further on the road of Tao." Lin Sun was speechless. They wandered and chatted with each other. Unconsciously, they came to the place where the observatory was located. The observatory, 9,000 feet high, was majestic and towering, going straight into the sky. It said that you can overlook most of the Forbidden City from the top of the observatory. It's a place to deduce astronomical phenomena and predict the fate of the Empire. Gu Liang looked up and said, "Especially the old priest on the observatory, who has unfathomable means. It said that there is almost nothing in the world that he doesn't know. He is as wise as the sea and prophetic." The old priest, a trace of surprise flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. He had heard long ago that the old priest lived in seclusion on the observatory all year round. He was definitely the most legendary and mysterious figure in the Empire. Whether it was the royal family of the Empire or the cultivators of the world, they all respected him as if he was a ghost or a god. "Before you leave, it would be even better if the old priest could divine for you and ask if you're going to be lucky or not." "Want?" Gu Liang sighed. "Unfortunately, I heard that this old priest has been indifferent to the affairs of the world for many years, so I'm afraid he'll be unable to fulfill your wish." "Divination?" Lin Sun smiled. He never believed in this kind of thing. As the saying goes, destiny is filled with variables and is intertwined with cause and effect. How could it be something that can be easily deduced? "Let's go." Lin Sun turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, from a door at the bottom of the observatory, a boy in green came out and saluted to Lin Sun. "Child Lin, please wait a moment. The priest asked you to come up and have some tea." Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help but look up at the observatory towering in the clouds with a strange look. Gu Liang was overjoyed. He elbowed Lin Sun and said, "The old priest invited you. Hurry up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must remember to let him do a divination for you." Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking about it, he finally nodded and agreed. He was also curious about what the old priest, whom he had never met, wanted to do with him when he was about to leave. When Lin Sun followed the boy in green up the steps and reached the top of the observatory, he seemed to come into the clouds. Looking down from the railing, most of the Forbidden City came into view. In the distance, rows of buildings spread out like a spider web. On the streets, pedestrians were like ants and carriages and horses were like boxes, which seemed very small. In an instant, Lin Sun had a magnificent feeling of ascending to a high place and looking into the distance. Under his feet was the secular world. The prosperous smoke and clouds were rolling like waves. Lin Sun was already in the clouds, as if he was detached from the mortal world. What a good place. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Here, you can see all kinds of living beings and the loftiness of the world. Only in this way can you know that all living beings are suffering and the world is ruthless. An old and deep voice sounded beside him. Lin Sun turned his head and saw an old man in a gray robe with gray hair and beard and wrinkles on his face. He looked very old, sitting in front of a desk. The old man had the breath of time, giving people a feeling of vicissitudes. But his eyes were clear and clean like a baby's, which seemed to reflect the deepest secrets in people's hearts. "Greetings, Senior." Lin Sun saluted. He was actually a little shocked. The old man's breath was very plain, but there was a sense of vastness like the great void. He was more unfathomable than any king Lin Sun had ever seen. "Sit down." The old priest picked up the teapot on the desk and made a cup of tea for Lin Sun. His movements were slow, but there was a kind of calming power. Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony. He sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the desk and sipped the tea. The tea had a unique bitter taste, which made Lin Sun slightly uncomfortable. But soon he found that there was a faint mellow flavor behind the bitterness, which made him feel relaxed and happy. The old priest looked at Lin Sun with his baby-like eyes and said, "Since I lived in the star observatory, I have seen many young talents in the past thousands of years. But you are the only one I can't see through. I have to say that Lu Boya really taught a good apprentice." Lin Sun was slightly shocked. "Senior, do you know Master Lu?" The old priest nodded. "I've met him once. The paths I take are different from his, so we didn't talk much. But in my heart, I really admire Lu Boya. Unfortunately, the path he takes is too dangerous, and he intends to defy the heavens and change his fate. In the end, he brought enormous trouble upon himself." To go against the heaven and change his fate, Lin Sun's mood suddenly became a little complicated. He thought of the heaven accessing place given by Master Lu and the big hand that destroyed Master Lu and the mine prison before leaving. "Senior," when Lin Sun was about to say something, the old priest shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know whether Lu Boya is alive or not." Just when Lin Sun was disappointed, the old priest changed the topic and said, "However, I can roughly speculate that the murderer who destroyed his dwelling place should come from the ancient Desolation territory." Speaking of this, the old priest's clear eyes became deep and his voice became a little faint. "In the ancient Desolation territory, the person or force who dares to do this must at least have a sacred background." Immediately, he shook his head. "It's hard to say. Lu Boya suffered a disaster because he went against the heaven and changed his fate. The disaster was so great that it was really difficult to speculate. But it's certain that Master Lu's disaster has something to do with the change of fate," Lin Sun said after a moment of silence. There was one more thing he didn't say. He even suspected that Lu Boya's disaster had something to do with the heaven accessing place he owned. After all, it was the existence of the heaven accessing place that made him reborn, which was no less than a real change of fate. Master Lu blocked a disaster for me. At the thought of this, Lin Sun's heart trembled with unspeakable gratitude and indignation. Where did the big hand that destroyed Master Lu come from? Your guess is correct. Once you step onto the path of overcoming the tribulation to attain immortality, you'll understand how terrifying a path of the Tao is to go against the heavens and change one's fate. Perhaps only by understanding this would you be able to find the exact reason why Lu Boya suffered calamity all those years ago. The old priest's words were undoubtedly equivalent to pointing out a way for Lin Sun. Lin Sun immediately got up and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Let's go. The empire is too small for you after all. Whether for revenge or to find the way, the ancient Desolation territory is the place you should go." The old priest picked up a cup of tea and looked into the distance. The mountains and rivers there were picturesque, and the world seemed boundless. Lin Sun immediately said goodbye and left in silence. Bang! Soon after Lin Sun left, he saw the old priest's hand tremble. The teacup he held fell and the tea spilled all over the table. The old priest's face, which was already old to begin with, grew even older. There was an additional aura of decay about him. However, he seemed to be unaware of it at the moment. He stared into the distance, as if he had a lot on his mind, and his expression was uncertain. "How is it?" Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was thin, with wide sleeves and a wide belt. There was a kind of indescribable majesty in his posture. Standing there casually, he was like a mountain that could shelter the world from the wind and rain. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the dean of Green Deer School. If nothing goes wrong, Lu Boya has already planted a seed and found a glimmer of hope on the path he pursued. The old priest murmured, with wrinkles on his face. His expression was extremely complicated. The dean's eyes suddenly became abnormally bright, like a pair of burning torches, which seemed to be able to see through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The signs of the catastrophe of the Tao have begun to come. It's better to see a glimmer of hope than no hope at all. But the road ahead of him, the old priest sighed softly. At this time, he spread out the palm of his left hand that had been in his sleeve. There was an old tortoiseshell there, but it had broken into several pieces at the moment. What's wrong? The dean's eyes narrowed. It's like a vast fog that can't be seen. The old priest said word by word, and a terrible divine light flashed in his clear eyes. The dean frowned and kept silent for a long time. Then he relaxed his eyebrows, and his eyes were like lightning, disdainfully and frighteningly. He said, "This is called a variable. When you are poor, you will change, and when you change, you will find a way. I hope so. The old priest silently put away the broken tortoiseshell in his palm. He didn't tell the dean that when he secretly deduced the future for Lin's son, he saw a shocking scene. In front of him was a vast fog that couldn't be seen. Lin's son was leaving. In recent days, the news spread in the Forbidden City and became the hottest topic that all the major forces and practitioners paid most attention to. Alas, I have long known that a young talent like Child Lin is destined not to stay in the empire for a long time. Child is unparalleled in the world. If Child Lin leaves, I'm afraid that no one will be qualified to have this title anymore. The fish leaps into the sea and the flowers bloom on the other shore. I believe that even if Child Lin goes to the mysterious and vast ancient wilderness, he is destined to be famous. Many practitioners either sighed with regret or sent blessings to Lin. Most practitioners admired and respected Lin's son. He was a young man from outside the southwest border, but he made great progress all the way, rose in the Forbidden City, and finally became a young talent that attracted the attention of the world. Who could compare with that kind of demeanor? There were countless legends about Lin's son, which were still circulated in the market and talked about with great relish. How could a youth like this not make people exclaim in admiration or amazement? Now, he was about to leave the empire and go to the ancient wilderness to seek for the Tao, which naturally made people a little reluctant. If such a young talent left, no one knew when he could come back. In the future, there would be one less legend in the Forbidden City. Ha ha ha, God has mercy on him. This ferocious guy is finally gone. If he doesn't leave, there will be a shadow in my heart. How can we shine in the young generation with him? Well done. I only hope that he won't come back in his life. Since he entered the Forbidden City, he has been like a devil, causing trouble and killing people everywhere. It's really a headache. Some forces and practitioners who had old grudges with Lin's son were ecstatic when they heard that Lin's son was about to leave. They even wanted to drink 3,000 times to vent their inner joy. Qi family, Zhou family, and Qin family were all in a happy atmosphere these days, as if they were celebrating a festival. Lin's son's presence made them almost sleepless and their hearts were almost shrouded with a shadow. Now, Lin's son was about to leave. How could they not be happy? This was simply like sending off a god of plague, causing these hostile forces to almost cry tears of joy. Setting off for the ancient desolation territory has caused such a great sensation and attention in the Forbidden City. I'm afraid only Lin's son has such influence in the whole empire. Some outsiders like Lin's son, who had neither hatred nor admiration for him, couldn't help sighing with emotion. Indeed, if it was an ordinary cultivator, not to mention leaving, even if he died, it would not attract anyone's attention. But Lin's son was obviously different. Right now, he was famous all over the world and stood out in the empire. His every move affected the hearts of many practitioners. It was hard for him not to attract attention. Bang, 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 within a restaurant, there was a group of cultivators fighting with each other, and they'd smashed all the tables and chairs into pieces. It was a scene of chaos. F*CK, if you have the guts, do you dare to say another bad word about young Master Lin? F*CK, that Lin's son is a little devil. Now that he's leaving, what's wrong with celebrating? Don't you allow others to speak? Obviously, one side admired Lin's son, and the other side wanted Lin's son to leave the Forbidden City as soon as possible. This was the reason for the fight, which was ridiculous. Lin's son was drinking with Gu Liang. Seeing this, he couldn't help but get up and turn away. Haha, I didn't expect that your influence has been so great now. Walking out of the restaurant, Gu Liang couldn't help laughing. Lin's son was also a little resentful. He had planned to leave quietly, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Carrying the flagon, they could only wander around and drink. But along the way, there were constant disturbances. They frequently encountered practitioners who were either arguing or directly rolling up their sleeves and starting a fight, causing the restaurants, teahouses, and brothels to be in constant conflict, and it seemed to be very lively. The reason was the same. They were all the competition between those who supported Lin's son and those who didn't. Lin's son couldn't help feeling a headache and lost the mood to drink. He even suspected that if he stayed for a few more days, the Forbidden City would be in a mess. Xiaohua, don't look down on me. When I grow up, I want to be an indomitable man like Child Lin Sun. On the way, a group of little kids were playing. A little kid with a runny nose was seriously saying to a little girl, "Now, as long as you promise to play with me, I will definitely let you be my woman when I become a peerless talent." The little girl, with her hair braided and dressed in flowery clothes, put her hands on her waist proudly, rolled her eyes and said, "Xianxia fan, just give up. I heard that Lin Sun is still unmarried. When I grow up, I will definitely marry Lin Sun, and you. Wipe your snot first before you brag." Gu Liang's expression suddenly became strange. Even such a little kid regarded Lin Sun as a target to strive for. The younger generation would surpass the older. "Awesome, my brother. You have a minor confidant." Gu Liang looked playful and winked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun only replied with one word, "Get out." Then, he took the gourd and hurriedly fled from here. Those little kids' words carried no harm, and he was afraid of hearing some nonsense. When you enter the ancient desolation territory, make more friends, and you won't be as lonely as you are now. Looking at Lin Sun walking in the bustling crowd in the distance, Gu Liang sighed in his heart. In the world, there were countless people who knew Lin Sun's reputation. But so far, few people had really understood Lin Sun. He walked out of the innumerable mountains in the southwest border and traveled the world alone. His footprints passed through Donglin Town, Mist City, Bloodthirsty Camp and the Forbidden City. He also went to the Soul Oblivion Sea and the Bloodthirsty Battlefield. But every time, he always went there alone. Everyone in the world was stunned by his reputation, but they only saw his glorious and radiant side. How many people knew the loneliness that was carved on his back? Loneliness, this was the impression Lin Sun left on Gu Liang. Sometimes, Gu Liang thought that it might be lonely at the top. Even as Lin Sun's friend, Gu Liang never knew what Lin Sun was thinking and how much unknown pressure he was carrying. In the distance, Lin Sun walked alone in a moon-white robe with a green gourd in his hand. He walked gracefully in the vast crowd with a green gourd in his hand. However, Gu Liang felt that Lin Sun, who was alone in the distance, was out of place in all the bustling. Was this cultivation? Perhaps, what he pursued had long been beyond the world of mortals. Gu Liang shook his head and hurriedly caught up with him. Early in the morning 2 days later, the sun had just risen. It snowed heavily last night, and the whole Forbidden City was covered in a white world. It was crystal clear and had a sense of holiness. When Lin Sun walked out of the gate of Heart Cleansing Peak, Zhao Tailai had been waiting there. After saying hello, Lin Sun couldn't help but look at Heart Cleansing Peak behind him. Finally, he turned around silently and strode into the chariot. The capital is full of snow. What a beautiful scenery. Zhao Tailai laughed heartily and drove the carriage into the snowstorm. Take care. In front of the gate of Heart Cleansing Peak, a group of figures appeared. Lin Zhong, Vulture, Young Ku, Zhu Laosan, Lin Huayuan. They watched the chariot go away and finally disappeared in the vast snow and fog. After Lin Sun left, they didn't know when they would meet again. For these clansmen of Lin family, there were too many unwillingness and concerns. Chirp chirp, in Young Ku's arms, Qiuqiu's round eyes were filled with tears, and they fell down, turning into teardrops that looked like fiery diamonds. The little fellow seemed to know that he wouldn't see Lin Sun for a long time, so he cried very sadly. Crack, Young Ku slapped Chirp's soft head, what are you crying for? It's not life and death. Don't be so pretentious. Everyone smiled at once, and the sadness of parting was diluted a lot. The land of ancient desolation is vast and ancient. It is vast and boundless. There are tens of thousands of clans and many clans. There are countless ancient orthodoxies that have existed since ancient times. There are even real sages that run rampant there. Vulture's voice was full of lofty sentiments. With Lin Sun's aptitude and foundation, he is destined to make a name for himself there and compete with all the talents in the world. Hearing this, everyone felt their blood surging. They looked forward to it leisurely and silently blessed Lin Sun in their hearts. In the imperial palace in the early morning, the imperial palace was covered with snow. It was quiet and solemn with a grand atmosphere. A chariot rolled into the imperial palace. From beginning to end, it didn't encounter any obstruction. Finally, it stopped in front of an ancient altar in the depths of the imperial palace. The altar was 9 meters high and made of 5-colored soil. The center of the altar was branded with the grid of 9 palaces, which connected to the sky and the earth. It had a kind of sacred and majestic atmosphere. When Lin Sun walked out of the chariot, Zhao Tailai patted him on the shoulder and said, "Goodbye. See you later." Lin Sun was speechless and almost rolled his eyes. This old fox was too perfunctory. Zhao Tailai had already driven the chariot away. At the same time, his laughter sounded in the wind. "It's just a trip to the ancient desolation territory. It's not a big deal. It's not good to make it too sad. On the contrary, I can't wait to hear the good news about you harming the ancient desolation territory as soon as possible." Ha ha ha. Harming the ancient desolation territory, Lin Sun was speechless. Was he always a troublemaker in the eyes of this old fox? The pure white snow did not cover the mysterious and ancient altar in front of him. It was very special, with a unique ancient aura, as if there were traces of time and space on its surface, which made Lin feel dizzy as if time and space were disordered. "You're here." Lin Sun turned his head and saw a handsome man standing on one side without him noticing. The man was dressed in a clean and unadorned green robe and a pair of straw shoes. His black hair was casually tied behind his head, and his posture was as tall as a pine tree. His skin was sparkling and translucent like jade, and his facial features were sharp and chiseled as if they were carved by a knife. He was resolute and handsome. His eyes, in particular, were deep and tranquil, as calm as a lake, which seemed to reflect all things in the world, making people afraid to look at him. It was impossible to tell how old the man was just from his appearance, but Lin Sun felt a sense of majesty coming from him. Lin Sun felt like he was facing a dominator who controlled the universe. The invisible momentum made Lin Sun tense all over. Lin Sun didn't need to think at all to know that the man in green robe and straw shoes in front of him was the current emperor, the emperor of the empire. However, for such a supreme figure who stood at the peak of the world and wielded an important weapon of a country, no matter how ordinary and casual his attire was, the majestic aura in his bones could not be concealed at all. "Greetings, Senior." Lin Sun cupped his hands. This was the etiquette between practitioners. He called the other senior instead of Your Majesty to show the difference. The man smiled slightly. "No matter how important the power in the world is, it's just a fleeting cloud for a practitioner who has set foot on the Tao. It seems that you have seen through this point." His voice was gentle and plain, but there was a sense of majesty in it. As he said, he pointed to the ancient 5-color altar in front of him and said, "Step on this altar, and you can enter the passage to the ancient desolation territory." But now is different from the past. The approaching disaster of the Tao makes the space tunnel unstable. You should be careful this time. Lin Sun nodded. Although he had known that the current emperor would send him away in person, he still couldn't help but feel a little excited when the moment came. The man in front of him was the most powerful figure who was in awe of all living beings in the world and made countless strong men bow to him. He held the power of a country and sat on the territory of the 4 seas. Looking at the whole world, who could compare with him in terms of identity? Originally, Lin Sun had expected that the current emperor must be as majestic as the mountains and seas. But when he met him at this time, he unexpectedly found that the current emperor in front of him could not arouse any fear or scruple at all. But the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart. He was very clear that the cultivation of the current emperor must have reached an incredible level, so that Lin Sun could not feel fear and dread unconsciously. At this time, the great emperor turned around with a gentle smile. "Although this is the first time we've met, I've heard many people talk about you before. Empress Celestial Emperor said that your temperament is unruly and difficult to find. You act recklessly and easily cause trouble. To Tai, you're cunning and vigilant, but your temperament is actually ruthless and decisive to the extreme. If you become an enemy of the empire, you'll definitely become a formidable character of a generation and bring disaster to the world." Lin Sun felt ashamed and scolded in his heart. It was okay for the empress to say such things to him, but how could Zhao Tailai, the old fox, say such unpleasant things? "The next time I see him, I'll definitely extort some benefits from him." And Xianxia said, speaking of this, the great emperor's deep and tranquil eyes showed a rare strange expression, as if he was a little emotional. What did she say? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. He was really curious about how Zhao Jingxian would judge him. "She said you are you. It doesn't matter what others think of you. After saying this, the great emperor couldn't help laughing. Lin Sun was stunned at first, but he also couldn't help laughing when he thought about it carefully. There was a comfortable feeling of being understood in his heart. Zhao Jingxian, at the thought of this bright and free and easy beautiful woman, Lin Sun had a wonderful feeling in his heart, as if he had found a confidant. He could understand what the other party was thinking without saying it, which really made Lin Sun feel very subtle. Lin Sun didn't notice that his expression at this moment was seen by the great emperor next to him, and the latter's expression also showed a trace of imperceptible complexity. This emotion was somewhat similar to that of a father-in-law seeing his son-in-law for the first time, but it was also a little different, very subtle. Lin Sun suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. When he looked up, he saw that the great emperor had already recovered, so he couldn't find any clue at all. The great emperor said, "In my opinion, what they said is right, but it doesn't matter. A person will change in the end, especially on the path of the great path. Every step forward might cause a change in one's state of mind." Lin Sun deeply agreed. He used to like smiling very much, because he used to think that smiling was the most useful weapon to cover up inner emotions. But now, Lin Sun didn't think so anymore. A person's mental state would undergo a transformation in the end, and this was growth and transformation. On this path towards the Grand Tao, one only had to hold firm to one's heart and act according to one's heart, and it would be sufficient. The great emperor didn't say anything more and ended this topic. The reason why he sent Lin Sun away in person today was not to chat. The ancient desolation realm is vast and boundless. Even those who have stepped into the divine path cannot estimate how vast it is. There are countless geniuses in the ancient desolation realm. If you want to compete for the Great Way, that is indeed the best stage for you. The great emperor looked into the distance, and his voice was indifferent and peaceful. Now, the catastrophe of Tao will come to the world in 10 years, or at most 100 years. It will open the curtain of an unprecedented world of great competition. At that time, some doctrines that have been dormant for many years will also appear in the world again. The ancient desolation territory is destined to become a place where the strong compete for supremacy, and the world will fall into an unprecedented turmoil. Speaking of this, the great emperor suddenly turned around, and a divine light surged in his deep and tranquil eyes. "You only need to remember one word when you go to the ancient desolation territory." "Which word?" Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. "Compete." The great emperor gently spat out a word. On his handsome face, there was a rare domineering look of disdain, which was incomparably frightening. The struggle for the Tao is like 100 barges vying for the current. If you fall one step behind, you may never set foot on the top of the Tao in this life. Lin Sun's mood fluctuated, and he firmly remembered this truth. He had known this truth for a long time, but at this moment, when it was said by the great emperor, it made him feel enlightened. If you want to compete for a great fortune in this great world that is about to open, what you need is nothing more than strength. Speaking of this, the great emperor deliberately reminded Lin Sun, "In the past, you often used the strategy of borrowing strength to fight strength. This is just a small way. You should remember that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how wise you are and how amazing your strategy is, you are doomed to be smashed. This is the Tao." "Strength?" Lin Sun murmured. "Yes. The transformation of the state of mind, the improvement of cultivation, the strengthening of the soul, and the strengthening of the body, in the final analysis, are nothing more than the changes of the strength you have mastered. This kind of strength can make you a king, fight against the great tribulation of longevity, and even build the Tao and become a sage." What the great emperor said was not a cultivation method, but some insights of cultivation. It was very shallow, but for Lin Sun, it seemed very precious. The Tao of Heaven is also a kind of strength, but it needs to be comprehended and understood. The Tao of Heaven is also a means of using strength, but it needs to be cultivated and controlled. Even if it's the knowledge, experience, and experiences that you have, aren't they also a form of inner strength? With these, you can further understand the true meaning of cultivation. Now you should understand that this strength is by no means simple brute force, but the most simple explanation of cultivation. The great emperor's words made Lin Sun quite uneasy, and he silently remembered them all. This was a kind of teaching that could only be encountered by chance, which deeply touched Lin Sun. The battle of the Tao determines the success or failure of the Tao of Heaven is the strength you have. In this great world, there will be unpredictable great fortunes, including a chance to become a supreme king. A supreme king? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Exactly. The absolute path of the Tao is reputed to be the strongest path of the Tao in the world. But even during the ancient times, this sort of path of the Tao was too rare and ethereal, and it was practically impossible to realize. However, during this battle between the worlds, this practically legendary Grand Tao will definitely appear in the world. The great emperor looked at Lin Sun and said, although you can set foot on this realm now, you just have a glimpse of it. Only when you become a real supreme king can you understand the true meaning of this way. It is definitely not as simple as you think. King was the honorific title for practitioners with the strength of life and death realm. And the supreme king was naturally the terrible existence who set foot on the supreme way of life and death realm. According to the great emperor, there had never been a supreme king in the past years. Even in ancient times, the rumors about the supreme king seemed very ethereal and unreal, and the records about this realm were even more difficult to find and see. But there was no doubt that this realm existed. This was the unanimous conclusion deduced by countless sages from ancient times to the present, and when the great world came, this legendary realm might appear in the world, and it depended on who could fight for it in the end. After silently digesting for a long time, Lin Sun came to his senses and bowed seriously. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. This kind of gratitude was indeed from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the reminder and guidance of the great emperor, he wouldn't know that the so-called Great World Battle had so many rules. The great emperor revealed a secretive smile. It's not too late to come back and thank me when you set foot on the Supreme King's realm. Come back? Lin Sun was keenly aware that this word was very thought-provoking. The great emperor nodded and said casually, yes, when you reach that realm, you will definitely come back again, because only in our lower world, there is an opportunity for you to cultivate at that time. The opportunity for cultivation in the Supreme King's realm? Lin Sun was stunned. The great emperor smiled and said leisurely, in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, there is the ultimate, one of the four great ancient ruins. In the bloodthirsty battlefield of the empire, there is the mulberry forest that the ancient sages yearned for. Do you think the lower world is as barren and simple as in the eyes of the world? P.S. This is already the final stage of this volume. The contents of these few chapters are really difficult to write. Often, I write and delete and rewrite, in order to pave the way for the new plot of the next volume. The content may be bland and uninteresting, but it is really exhausting. The updates will inevitably be affected by this and become unstable. Please bear with it for the time being. The depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea were mysterious and dangerous. There was the ultimate, one of the four great ancient ruins, and the strange and ominous burial path sea tomb. Lin Sun had wandered in the demonic saint's secret land in the ultimate and met the old ape who was dormant in the sacred island of 5 elements. It was a true saint. He had also entered the spiritual square inch and obtained a Taoist hymn branded with unfathomable mysteries. He had also obtained a true saint technique, the battle saint technique. Similarly, Lin Sun had seen many ominous and strange things in the burial path sea tomb. It was like the corpse of an ancient god that floated on the surface of the sea. It was thousands of meters long and as large as a piece of land. He had also seen a blind monk with an extremely terrifying aura and a woman whose figure was blurred and shrouded in grey mist. If Lin Sun's speculation was correct, these two were definitely terrifying existences that had stepped into the saint realm. Lin Sun even thought of the mysterious girl in yellow, Ahu. When he returned from the Soul Oblivion Sea, he was chased by a group of kings, and it was with Ahu's help that he was lucky enough to escape. Now that he thought about it, Lin Sun realized that no matter whether it was the ultimate, the demonic saint's secret land or the burial path sea tomb, the secrets hidden in them were absolutely beyond imagination, and what he knew and explored was just the tip of the iceberg. The mulberry forest in the bloodthirsty battlefield was even more extraordinary. It was filled with a bloody mist that seemed boundless, and many terrifying Saint Realm creatures were dormant there. There was even a Taoist palace that shone with divine light that pierced through the sky, and even Saint Realm figures didn't hesitate to fight for it. Indeed, there are many incredible places in the mortal world. It's not as barren as the people in the ancient Desolation territory say. Lin Sun was silent for a long time before he sighed with emotion. Because he had seen it before, he was even more aware of the mysteriousness and extraordinariness of the mortal world. Moreover, according to what the current emperor said, the great secrets hidden in the lower dimensions could only be understood and explored by Lin Sun when he stepped foot into the king realm, and this was too shocking. The old priest on the observatory, the dean of the Green Deer School, the old man in the sleeping moon house, and the old dragon hiding in the East Sea of the Empire. If the mortal world is as barren as the rumors say, how could they be willing to stay here? The great emperor's eyes were deep. At his level, he had already seen through many secrets of this world. It was because he stood high that he could see far. There are also many barbarian kings lurking in the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians and a group of forces of ancient creatures living in the depths of the soul oblivion sea. Aren't they also waiting for the great opportunities buried in the inferior world? At this point, the great emperor shook his head. These secrets are still too far away for you. You only need to remember that if you want to rise in the Great World War and embark on the legendary path to the top, the ancient Desolation territory is the only place that can give you this opportunity. Once you step foot onto the path of an absolute king, the lower dimensions will similarly provide you with the critical factor to improve a step further on the path of the Grand Tao. The meaning was simple. If one wanted to become a peak king, he had to go to the ancient desolate territory. After becoming a peerless king, if one wished to ascend to the next level, they would have to return to the lower realms. Lin Sun completely understood. The current great emperor was pointing the way forward for him. The 9th prince was taken away by Gu Dongting of the Sky-Reaching Sword sect. If you meet him in the future, I hope you can spare his life. Suddenly, the great emperor spoke with some hesitation. At this moment, he had lost some of his disdainful majesty and more complex emotions as an elder. No matter what, the 9th prince, Zhao Jingzhen, was his flesh and blood after all. There was a deep hatred between Lin Sun and the Sky-Reaching Sword sect. The great emperor was very clear that once Lin Sun met his unfilial son, there would be a conflict. Okay. Lin Sun was silent for a moment before he agreed. However, if he insists on being my enemy, then kill him. The great emperor said one word at a time with a calm look. If you encounter any trouble in the ancient Desolation territory, you can go to find Xianxia. She grew up in the ancient Desolation territory and has powerful people to take care of her. I believe she will be happy to find her. When the great emperor said this, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes, which made Lin Sun feel uncomfortable. Was he encouraging him to contact Zhao Jingxian more? Lin Sun didn't know what to say for a moment. Buzz, the great emperor didn't say anything more. He waved his sleeve, and the 5-colored altar in front of him rumbled as if it had awakened from silence. It emitted a 5-colored divine luster and suddenly soared into the sky. It transformed into a magnificent and colorful path of nothingness that stretched across the heavens and the earth. At this moment, many old monsters in the forbidden city of the Empire were alarmed, and their spiritual awareness was cast to the depths of the imperial palace. There, the magnificent rainbow light rose to the sky, like a dream. Lin Sun is going to leave. In an instant, these old monsters all realized that this was the opening of the passage to the ancient Desolation territory. Next time when you come back, if you can impress me, I will treat you to a good meal. In the resting moon house, the thin and stooped figure of the old man suddenly straightened up, and an inexplicable look surged in his turbid eyes. The road of changing your fate, against the heaven and the Tao, was borne by Lu Boya in the past. Now it's up to you. On the observatory, the old priest leaned against the railing and murmured softly. Senior brother, he is gone. In the thatched cottage at the foot of the sky ladder in Green Deer School, the old man who had witnessed Lin Sun climbing the sky ladder woke up from a hangover. The hatred of the heaven-reaching sword sect, the heavens pivot holy land, the holy land of spirit treasure, and Lu Boya. He has many ties with the ancient Desolation territory before he arrives there. I'm afraid he won't be lonely on this trip. The dean smiled and said slowly. The little devil is finally gone. God of plagues, goodbye. At the same time, the big shots in the big forces such as Zhua, Qin, and Qi who once hated Lin Sun completely breathed a sigh of relief. In the smiles of beauties. Suddenly, a wave of impassioned and majestic music resounded in the hall, and the tune was grand and magnificent. Suddenly, all the guests in the whole building stopped what they were doing and listened attentively, because they were familiar with this song. The river flows out, and the ocean flows out. The hidden dragon soars into the abyss, and the scales and claws fly. The baby tiger roars in the valley, and all the beasts are frightened. The eagle tests its wings, and the wind and dust blow. A clear and melodious song sounded with the passionate and majestic music. Every word was like the surging of wind and thunder, and the resonance of mountains and rivers, which made people excited, as if their emotions had been ignited. Even if there are thousands of years and 8 desolations. The future is like the sea, and the future is long. In the whole smiles of beauties, many practitioners couldn't help picking up chopsticks, knocking the bowls and plates in front of them, and singing along. When the passionate and heroic voices gathered together, there was a kind of shocking power, which surged between heaven and earth and made people's blood boil. This was the song of Heavenly Sun. At the 300th birthday party of the Empress, Lu Qingyan, who was known as the first artistic practitioner in the empire, shocked everyone with this song. The Empress praised her song and named it the Song of Heavenly Sun. It had long been known that Lu Qingyan, who composed the lyrics and music, was inadvertently inspired by Lin Sun's fame, so she composed such an impassioned and heroic song, which spread all over the world and was sought after by thousands of people. The future is like the sea, and the future is long. Some practitioners coincidentally thought of Lin Sun, who was about to set off, and sighed with emotion. It's a pity that it's not Miss Lu Qingyan who sang this song. It is said that she has quietly gone to the ancient desolation territory for cultivation. I'm afraid that we will never have a chance to hear her beautiful voice again in this life. Someone sighed and thought of the legendary first artistic practitioner in the empire. Whoosh, on the 5-color altar, Lin Sun's figure disappeared out of thin air and he stepped on a mysterious passage. This road seemed to run through time and space. It was colorful and magnificent, and the rain of light was falling. Walking in it was like walking in the river of time. In his days, rainbows flickered like rain from time to time, enormous stars flowed brilliantly, and black clouds and mist that seemed like chaos rose and sprayed. It was mysterious, misty, beautiful, and magnificent to the extreme. Whoosh, Lin Sun moved forward at full speed, using the ice dragon steps. His figure was like a flowing rainbow. The catastrophe of the Tao is coming, and the boundary wall is unstable. Remember, don't look back and rush forward as soon as possible. This was the exhortation from the emperor before he left. Lin Sun naturally did not dare to neglect it. However, it didn't take long for a cracking sound to be heard. There were many dense cracks like spider silk in this passage, which continued to spread and expand at an extremely fast speed. Lin Sun gasped and looked solemn. He ran wildly, and the snow-white shadow of the ice dragon appeared around him, which made his speed extremely fast. Boom, behind him, there was a terrible explosion, as if the world was collapsing. Lin Sun did not dare to look back, and he began to feel anxious. This was the passage to the ancient desolation territory, which spanned the 2 realms. Once it collapsed, the destructive power was enough to kill him in an instant. There was no chance for him to struggle at all. Whoosh, a flying rainbow suddenly swept out, with a hazy aura of chaos, like a sharp blade, and brushed past Lin Sun's shoulder. At that moment, Lin Sun's scalp was numb, and he had a sense of horror as if he had brushed past death. What was that? Lin Sun was shocked. He did not dare to look back, but he was sure that the flying rainbow just now came from the collapsed passage behind him. Rumble, the void passage collapsed faster and faster, and there was a burst of explosions. Terrible turbulence, light rain, and storms were raging and spreading wildly. Lin Sun ran wildly, and in the end, he even took out the vast universe arc and moved forward like a flickering light, avoiding the thrilling scenes again and again. Before long, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. In the distance on one side of the passage, there was an extremely huge and strange beast, wrapped in thousands of stars, crossing the boundless void and rushing towards him. Just a pair of eyes were as frightening as a pair of big suns, bursting out cold and ruthless divine light. Compared with its huge body, the stars were like inconspicuous beads. Hiss, Lin Sun gasped. What the hell was this? What made Lin Sun's hands and feet cold was that the strange beast was running towards the void passage. If he let it get close, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Run, Lin Sun drove the vast universe arc, and almost used all his strength to rush forward crazily. How could he expect that just setting foot on the passage to the ancient desolation territory would lead to such a big change, and so dangerous? Rumble, the void passage began to show signs of complete collapse. There were signs of collapse everywhere, and a rain of light rained down like a waterfall and turbulence surged. And in the distant void, the strange beast was getting closer and closer. Lin Sun could even clearly see that in the depths of its eyes, there seemed to be a pair of shining silver divine runes burning. They were obscure and cold, as if they could swallow a person's soul. They were terrifying to the extreme. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Sun felt his entire body shake. The vast universe arc fiercely shook and flew out of the passage, rushing into the boundless chaos. Then, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. There was a terrifying crash, and a formidable force swept out in all directions, turning the nearby rocks and vegetation into powder. A giant pit appeared in the ground. Cracks spread out along the pit, covering a distance of 1,000 feet, as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. And at the bottom of the pit, the vast universe arc violently trembled for a long time before returning to silence. And in the vast universe arc, Lin Sun's lips were bleeding, his face pale, and he slumped on the floor of the cabin, gasping for breath as large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Did I survive? After a while, Lin Sun recovered from the horror and struggled to get up. Only then did he find that he had been injured in the escape just now, and his physical strength was on the verge of exhaustion. Fortunately, I escaped from death. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. At the same time, he was sensing silently. In an instant, the scene of the outside world was reflected in his mind. This was a strange world with dense spiritual qi and lush vegetation. In the distance, there were beautiful mountains surrounded by divine clouds, magnificent and delicate. Lin Sun's eyes widened. Was this the ancient wilderness territory? Because there had never been such abundant spiritual qi in Xiao Empire. Heart-cleansing Peak was known as the place with spiritual veins, but compared with the spiritual qi in this world, it was as barren mountains and unruly rivers. It should be a success. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a gleam. He had vaguely felt that there was an inexplicable force distributed between heaven and earth, invisible and omnipresent. That was the complete order of the Great Way. The Great Way in Xiao Empire was incomplete, which was completely different from this place. Lin Sun once entered the ancient spirit world with the help of the assessment of the heaven accessing place, so he was very clear about the difference of the order of the world. I, Lin Sun, have finally come to the ancient desolation. Lin Sun was excited, but he also had a feeling of surviving a disaster. It was so dangerous just now that he was almost killed. Even so, he was injured and consumed a lot of physical strength. I wonder what kind of existence that strange ferocious beast that carried a myriad of stars and traversed the boundless void to arrive. It's too terrifying. Lin Sun thought of the scene when he crossed the void passage again, and he still had a lingering fear. Long ago, he knew that there was great horror hidden in the void. Only when he reached the Saint Realm could he comprehend and control the mystery of the void and carry out the great shift across the void barrier. Now, after experiencing the dangerous scene just now, Lin Sun was more aware of the horror of the great shift. The nearby area was very quiet. It should be a wild place with few people. In the distance, there were huge winding mountains. Ancient mountains rose from the ground and rose into the sky like pillars supporting the sky. It was a scene of primitive wilderness everywhere. A great sun hung high in the sky. It was brilliant, blazing, and glowed with flames. Moreover, it actually emanated strands of extremely thin sun essence. It was completely different from the Xiao Empire. In addition, Lin Sun's spiritual awareness could keenly perceive that this world was extremely vast, and the void was dense with spiritual qi. Just breathing it made people feel relaxed and happy. No wonder the practitioners in the ancient desolation regard the mortal world as a barren land. Compared with it, the ancient desolation is really extraordinary. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. According to his deduction, even ordinary people living in the ancient desolation and breathing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth all year round would inevitably prolong their lives and make them strong and energetic. It would be easy for them to set foot on the road of cultivation. But the mortal world was different. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was so barren that most ordinary people in the world could not set foot on the road of cultivation in their lifetime. Moreover, the biggest difference between the ancient desolation and the mortal world was that the great way of heaven and earth was complete. The benefits were so great. when cultivating in the mortal world, the Great Way was incomplete, and the Tao runes comprehended were destined to be incomplete, which would inevitably affect the cultivation of practitioners and make them unable to climb higher levels in their lifetime. However, cultivating in the ancient desolation domain would not cause such a problem. Perhaps Xianxia can be considered a genius expert, but the reason why he was able to easily suppress those great reincarnation developing stage cultivators of the empire isn't because of his strength, but because his cultivation path is flawless. On the other hand, perhaps those great figures of the empire possess cultivations that are much higher than him, but they cultivate and comprehend an incomplete path towards the Tao, causing their cultivations and strength to be incomplete. Thus, the might they can bring out in battle is bound to be inferior to cultivators from the ancient desolation region like Xianxia. Fortunately, when I was in the depths of the soul oblivion sea, I had made up for the flaws in my cultivation and recultivated the 4 realms of martial realm, gang spirit realm, sea spirit realm, and Tao insight realm. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'm not as good as the practitioners in the ancient desolation realm. Lin Sun understood a lot in an instant. Whoosh, an hour later, Lin Sun stood up from meditation and put away the vast universe. Arkansas, I have to leave this place as soon as possible. The commotion I made just now was too big. I can't guarantee that I won't attract the attention of nearby living beings. After adjusting his breath, Lin Sun had recovered part of his cultivation, so he immediately decided to leave this area. What a strong force of suppression! However, as soon as Lin Sun moved, he immediately felt something different. When he flew, he had a feeling that his hands and feet were tied, as if he was being suppressed. This surprised Lin Sun. No wonder the practitioners from the ancient desolation realm became so powerful when they appeared in the mortal world. Because they were no longer bound and suppressed, they could release more power than before and experience a feeling of unscrupulousness. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed again. In an instant, he sensed in his spiritual awareness that a figure was stealthily approaching from a very far place. It was a young girl who was about 10 years old. She wore a plain dress, and her light blue hair was coiled into 2 buns. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were large and pitch black. She looked pure and lovely, and had a kind of lovable and naive feeling. But at this moment, she had a sneaky look on her face as she cautiously approached them. In her fair hand was a shining silver spear. Ah, I found it. It's over there. Before long, the girl's black eyes lit up when she saw the big pit on the ground in the distance. She couldn't help waving her pink and crystal little fist excitedly. Hey, the movement just now was so big. There must be a great treasure unearthed. Well, this may be my big chance. The young girl hadn't even approached him when she started muttering to herself, and she seemed to be filled with longing and joy while a trace of crystalline saliva flowed out from the corners of her moist lips. Coupled with her pure and charming appearance, it caused her to be slightly amusing and cause others to smile. Ahem. Lin Sun coughed twice and showed up. He had found that the little girl was not a threat. Ah. Xiaoxiaocheng opened her round eyes wide and her mouth slightly open. She stared at Lin Sun, the unexpected guest, with a dumbfounded look. Then, she seemed to react and cried, "Don't kill me. You can have the chance. I don't want it. Goodbye." As she spoke, she fled back the way she came like a frightened rabbit. Lin Sun was a little stunned. He touched his face subconsciously and thought, I didn't show any hostility just now. Why is it so scary? Hey, don't run. I mean no harm. Lin Sun tried to make himself seem amiable and chased after her. My master said that I'm not allowed to talk to strangers. Don't come over, or I'll kill you if I get angry. Xiao Xiaocheng screamed in the distance. She seemed to be more and more panicked. I said I mean no harm. I'm just lost and want to ask you for directions. Lin Sun felt helpless. How old are you? How can you get lost? I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. You, stop chasing me, or I'll really get angry. Xiao Xiaocheng turned her head, gritted her teeth, and put on a ferocious look. But her appearance was too pure, so it seemed like she was making a face and didn't have the slightest deterrent force. Especially when she saw Lin Sun's figure approaching, she immediately cried out in shock and turned around to flee. Lin Sun completely saw that this was a young girl who was inexperienced in the world. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed and blocked Xia Xiaocheng's way, saying, "Little girl, I really..." Before Lin Sun finished his words, Xia Xiaocheng seemed to be unable to stop and bumped into him. Lin Sun immediately stretched out one hand and pressed Xia Xiaocheng's head. Then he hugged her waist with his left hand and placed her in front of him. Xia Xiaocheng seemed to be a little confused and said foolishly, "Why did you suddenly run ahead of me?" Immediately, she looked at Lin Sun pitifully with tears in her eyes and said, "Please, don't kill me. This is the first time I've gone out of the sect to practice. If I die, my master will be very sad." Lin Sun felt helpless and said, "You and I have no grievances and we don't know each other. Why should I kill you?" Xia Xiaocheng was stunned. She scratched her head and said, "What you said seems to make sense." She was dressed in a plain dress and her light blue long hair was coiled into two buns. She looked pure and lovely, but it was obvious that she was a little confused, like a heartless child who didn't understand the world. "So you're really lost?" Xia Xiaocheng looked at Lin Sun with her dark eyes clean and clear, looking very puzzled and curious. Although Lin Sun felt that the reason of getting lost was a little ridiculous, he still nodded seriously. He knew nothing about the area he was in now and needed to understand everything as soon as possible. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Xia Xiaocheng asked. It seemed that she was no longer vigilant and afraid, but very concerned. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It felt really weird to let a confused little girl treat him as if he was mentally retarded. "Of course you can help me." Next, Lin Sun asked the question he was most concerned about, "Where is this place?" Xia Xiaocheng blinked her eyes and said in a clear voice, "Purple Ox Mountain." "Don't you know? But how did you get here?" Lin Sun just asked one question, but this girl replied several times, which made Lin Sun speechless. He said patiently, "I ask and you answer." Xia Xiaocheng was very obedient and said happily, "Okay, ask away." "Where is the nearest city to Purple Ox Mountain?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Lin Sun was speechless. This girl was too confused, wasn't she? "Yes, because there is no city within tens of thousands of miles of Purple Ox Mountain." "You don't even know this?" Xia Xiaocheng's words made Lin Sun feel a little embarrassed. It turned out that it wasn't this girl who was confused, but he had asked an idiotic question. "Alas, you are too pitiful. Not only are you lost, but there seems to be something wrong with your head." Xia Xiaocheng's clear big eyes were full of pity. "Why don't you come with me? I'll take you to my master and let him treat you." Something wrong with his head, treat? Lin Sun suddenly found that when he faced this little girl, he always had an impulse to go crazy. "I ask, you answer." Lin Sun took a deep breath and said in a serious tone. Xia Xiaocheng made an "oh" sound, and her pure little face was full of sincerity. "Well, it seems that you still don't want to admit that there is something wrong with your head. But it doesn't matter. You are already so pitiful, I won't laugh at you." Lin Sun was speechless. He was really speechless. If the practitioners in Ziyao Empire knew that the young heavenly talent in their hearts was almost driven speechless, crazy, and silly by a pure, lovely and confused girl as soon as he arrived at the ancient Desolation territory, what would they think? In the end, Lin Sun compromised and decided to go with Xia Xiaocheng. He didn't ask any more questions, because the girl's answers were always so hurtful. "Hey, let's go. When the soul concentration pearl in my hand is full of soul energy, I'll take you to see my master." The girl in a plain dress led the way with light footsteps. Her lavender hair was fluttering in the wind, making her look like a carefree and innocent little butterfly. This was Xia Xiaocheng. The first practitioner Lin Sun met after arriving at the ancient Desolation territory was a confused, naive and pure girl. P.S. A new chapter has set sail, and Lin Sun's struggle for the Great Way is about to begin. Please visit the website for the latest updates of this book. Song Mountain was vast and winding, and the land was surrounded by magnificent clouds. Ancient trees formed a forest that shot into the sky. Even the plants on the ground were luxuriant and exuberant, and they emanated exuberant vitality. Everywhere that met the eye revealed a primitive aura. Xia Xiaocheng, carrying a silver spear, shuttled through the grass with light steps, lively and pure. Soul concentrating pearl? Lin Sun was curious on the way. "Well, this is it." Xia Xiaocheng turned her palm, and a blue bead appeared in her hand. It was the size of an egg, crystal clear, and dense with a cold luster. When hunting fierce beasts, you can use this pearl to devour the souls of fierce beasts. When the number of souls accumulated reaches a certain level, the divine condensation pearl will undergo a transformation, turning into divine condensation jade. It can be used as medicine, or it can be used to forge ancient treasures. Xiaoxiao's voice was crisp and clear. The congealing pearl in my hand is only at the middle level and can only devour the souls of fierce beasts at the level of sea spirit realm. My task this time is to fill this congealing pearl with souls and transform it into a middle-level congealing jade. Then I can go back and report to my master. Oh. Lin Sun was interested in it. He borrowed the concentration pearl to observe it. When his spiritual awareness entered it, he immediately saw dozens of fierce beasts' souls floating in it, including green-maned horned python, earth-splitting black fox, flying cloud fire sparrow, three-eyed partridge, etc. Accumulating the souls of fierce beasts and transforming them into divine jade, which can be used as medicine or refining weapons. This treasure has such a magical effect? Lin Sun was very surprised. It was the first time that he had seen such a strange treasure. Yes, my master said that there are natural top-grade congealing pearls in this world. They can not only devour the souls of fierce beasts at the level of reincarnation developing realm, but also condense the chi of Tao, which has an incredible effect on understanding the mystery of Tao. Xiao Xiaocheng's face was full of longing. Hey, you're drooling. Lin Sun reminded her. Xiao Xiaocheng hurriedly wiped her moist lips and smiled, sorry to make you laugh. Although she said that, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. She had a carefree look on her face. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be speechless. He quite liked this girl's character. How many more fierce beast souls do you need? Asked Lin Sun. Xiao Xiaocheng frowned and said weakly, many, many. How much? At least, 1,000? So many? Yeah, it's very difficult for a mid-grade spirit congealing pearl to transform into a mid-grade spirit congealing jade. Master said that this is a test for me. If I can't do this, I won't be allowed to return to the sect. Which sect are you from? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm from the Star Vault Dao sect. Starry Vault Dao sect? Can you tell me about it? Haven't you heard? Our Stardome Dao sect is very famous in the fire spirit state. Oh? Hee, the reason for that? You definitely won't be able to guess it. That's because there are only 2 people in our Starry Dome Dao sect. 2 people? Yeah, me and my master. Truly, amazing. Lin Sun didn't know what to say for a while. A sect was famous for its small number of disciples. What a weirdo. I also think it's amazing. However, Xiao Xiaocheng had a proud look on his face. His chin was raised very high, and his big, clear eyes were shining. Sometimes, ignorance may be a kind of happiness. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. As they chatted along the way, Lin Sun inadvertently learned a lot of things. The ancient desolation realm. This was a vast, beautiful, ancient and magnificent world. From the ancient times to the present, countless orthodoxies had been born in this world. There were countless living creatures, tens of thousands of tribes, heroes, and talents. It had an unimaginable ancient heritage and glorious history. At the same time, there was a saying in the ancient desolation realm, 1 domain, for great worlds, 1 domain, 3,000 provinces. 1 domain, for great worlds referred to Dongxing world, Shihing world, Nanxian world, and Beidou world. Every single world could be said to be vast and covered boundless territory, and the so-called 3,000 provinces in a single world was absolutely not an exaggeration. Moreover, there were some small worlds scattered throughout these 4 great worlds, and they were so vast that it was unimaginably vast. Each domain had its own unique cultivation, orthodoxy and history, including different forces, races, and orthodoxies. It could be said to be as numerous and magnificent as the stars. When Lin Sun was in Xiao Empire, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard some descriptions about the ancient wilderness domain. Later, he felt relieved. Maybe it was because of the vastness of the ancient desolation territory that there had been so many legendary giants and geniuses since the antiquity time. At this time, Lin Sun had learned that he was now in the Shihing boundary in the ancient wilderness domain in the fire spirit state. The Shihing boundary. It was a strange world for Lin Sun. Before he came to the ancient wilderness domain, Lin Sun only learned about the general situation of the Dongxing boundary. Because the Dongxing boundary was known as the real Holy Land in the ancient wilderness domain, there stood the oldest and largest orthodoxy in the world, flourishing and prosperous. It was the heartland of the ancient wilderness domain. It was no exaggeration to say that nearly half of the ancient orthodoxies in the ancient wilderness domain that could be traced back to the ancient times were located in the Dongxing boundary. As far as Lin Sun knew, the heaven-reaching sword sect, where Yun Qingbai was located in the Dongxing boundary. Xiaochong, have you heard of the Dongxing boundary? Lin Sun asked. Of course I've heard of it. Just like the Westhang world, it's a renowned sacred place in the ancient desolation domain. It's extremely prosperous and has a true saint presiding over it, and it's one of the places that cultivators in the world yearn for the most. Xiaochong answered without hesitation. Lin Sun was refreshed. Then do you know how to go to the Dongxing boundary from the Shihing boundary? I don't know. Xiaochong shook his head. It's too far. When I was a child, I heard from my master that the Dongxing boundary is not a place that anyone can go to. To go there, you have to cross many big provinces and realms. The distance is so long that it is no different from that of mortals going to heaven. Lin Sun's heart sank. Was it very far? He realized the problem. Originally, when he left the empire, the end of the void passage should be the Dongxing boundary. But there was a big accident on the way, which caused the void passage to explode, so that he was also affected. By a freak combination of factors, he came to this strange Shihing boundary. You want to go to the Dongxing boundary? Xiaochong asked curiously. Lin Sun didn't hide it and nodded. The first purpose of his coming to the ancient wilderness domain was to take revenge. And to take revenge, he had to go to the Dongxing boundary. Because the heaven-reaching sword sect was there, so was Yun Qingbai. You are really ambitious, Xiaochong praised, and his pure little face was full of admiration. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. It was just going to the Dongxing boundary. Why did it have anything to do with ambition? By the way, your master should know how to go to the Dongxing boundary, right? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Probably. Xiaochong was a little hesitant. When I go back to the sect, I can ask for you. Then I'll leave it to you. As soon as Lin Sun said this, there was a sudden sound of breaking the air in the distance. A group of practitioners came whistling by on conveyance lights. It was a group of young practitioners, handsome men and beautiful women, dressed in gorgeous clothes. Each of them was extraordinary. At first glance, it was obvious that they came from a big force. But soon, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze. Most of these men and women were in the sea spirit realm, and the highest cultivation was only in the Tao insight realm. For Lin Sun, they didn't pose any threat at all. Hey, isn't this the little insect from the Star Vault Taoism sect? Suddenly, someone called out in a mocking voice. After that group of people came close, they stopped in the void and looked over. Humph. My name is Xiaochong, not little insect. Xiaochong glared at him and angrily argued for himself. Ha ha ha. Those men and women roared with laughter. Obviously, they were all very familiar with Xiaochong and knew his character, so their attitude was very unscrupulous. Among that group of practitioners, there were some women who even showed disdain, as if they didn't take Xiaochong seriously. Little insect, there are only 10 days left in the Purple Ox Mountain. Have you collected enough fierce beast souls? Asked a young man in the lead with a smile. No. Xiaochong shook her head. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that Xiaochong was really a simple-minded and innocent girl. She didn't even hear the ridicule in the young man's words and answered honestly and frankly. It seems that your Star Vault Taoism sect is going to make a fool of itself in this sect competition in the fire spirit state. At that time, your master will definitely lose face because of you. The young man's words were full of ridicule. Senior brother Mo Feng, there's no need to talk with a stupid girl like her. Let's hurry up and take action. Our cloud perching sect can't fall behind in this sect competition. A woman seemed to be a little impatient and reminded him. All right. Wind Void nodded. She immediately brought the group of men and women with her and charged towards the mountains in the distance. From beginning to end, she didn't pay any attention to Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't feel anything wrong, but Xia Xiaochong seemed to be a little strange at the moment. Her eyes were red, and her big clear eyes were filled with tears. She seemed to be very sad. These guys are indeed a little rude. Do you want me to help you teach them a lesson? Asked Lin Sun. He couldn't bear to see the girl's pitiful appearance. Xia Xiaochong shook her head and said in a low mood, I don't care about their ridicule. I'm just worried that this training will make my master lose face. He has always been very good to me. I don't want him to be disappointed. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, Can you tell me what the sect competition is all about? He had secretly decided that if possible, he wouldn't mind helping this girl once. Xia Xiaochong took a deep breath and rubbed the tears in her eyes with her hands. She tried hard to calm herself down, and then she told Lin Sun about the so-called sect competition. P.S. Sorry, the update is a little late. The reason is that when I reread Rune Emperor tonight, I was unconsciously fascinated by it. For the fastest updated website, please visit, or directly visit the website. The so-called sect competition was actually very simple. It was a competition jointly organized by the 4 sects and 3 clans in the Fire Spirit state. The 4 sects referred to the Thousand Illusion Dao sect, Pine Sword sect, Lingji sect, and Zhongshuan sect. They were the 4 most powerful sects in the Fire Spirit state in the West Hing world. Each of them had a half-step king realm cultivator and countless disciples. They were extremely famous in the Fire Spirit state. The 3 clans referred to the Lu, Shao, and Wen clans. In terms of foundation, the 3 clans were only slightly weaker than the 4 sects, but they were still the overlord-level forces in the Fire Spirit state. The sect competition was organized by the 4 sects and 3 clans, and it was a trial for the younger generation of cultivators. The location was this Purple Bull Mountain. The time limit was 1 month. The content of the trial was very simple. It was to kill fierce beasts in the mountain and obtain their souls. When the result of the trial was out, the disciples of each sect would be ranked according to the number of fierce beast souls they obtained. The higher the ranking of each sect's disciple, the more generous the reward would be. For the disciples who participated in the trial, the ranking was not only a reward, but it was also a kind of honor. It was enough to make one's name spread across the entire Fire Spirit state. After understanding all this, Lin Sun roughly understood the situation. However, he was still puzzled. This was a trial for the younger generation of cultivators from the 4 sects and 3 clans in the Fire Spirit state. Xia Xiaochong came from the Star Vault Daoist sect. She did not belong to any of the 7 sects, so why would she participate? My master asked me to participate, so I came. Xia Xiaochong looked very confused. She did not understand all this. Lin Sun was speechless, but he could roughly guess that Xia Xiaochong's master must have used some tricks to allow Xia Xiaochong to participate in this trial. Since Xia Xiaochong's master could do this, he naturally could not be an ordinary person. So, you are representing the entire Star Vault Daoist sect to compete with the other 7 sects? Lin Sun's expression was a little strange. Yes. Xia Xiaochong nodded. She did not feel anything wrong. This girl is really a silly little girl. Lin Sun said. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was impossible for Xia Xiaochong to achieve a good result in this trial. After all, she was only one person, and her cultivation was only at the complete Sea of Souls tier. On the other hand, the disciples of the other 7 great powers had formed groups that were participating in the trials, and there were many that possessed cultivations that were higher than Xia Xiaochong. When compared like this, Xia Xiaochong was in a disadvantageous position in the trial since a long time ago. Master said that as long as I can fill the mid-grade spirit condensation pearl in my hand with soul force at the end of the trial, it'll be fine. I thought it would be easy, but who knew? Xia Xiaochong was very depressed. Looks like her master knows that this test is a little difficult for her. That's why he made such a low request. Thinking of this, Lin said, Isn't there still 10 days before the end of the trial? Let me help you. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaochong shook his head. My master said that I can only do my own things. Lin Sun was in a daze and said with a smile, Okay, I'll follow you. Of course. Xia Xiaochong raised her innocent little face and revealed a bright smile, bright and innocent. The Purple Ox Mountain stretched for thousands of miles, primitive and lush. According to Xiaoxiaocheng, the Purple Ox Mountain could be regarded as a treasure land of spiritual beauty. However, there were many fierce beasts in the mountain, and there was no lack of extremely fierce and terrifying creatures, so it had never been occupied by human forces. Before coming to the Purple Ox Mountain, the disciples who participated in this trial had been warned that they were only allowed to hunt in the periphery of the Purple Ox Mountain. Because in the depths of the Purple Ox Mountain, there was a real monster king, which was comparable to the existence of the half-step king realm. Its strength was extremely terrifying. No wonder I didn't see any fierce beasts along the way. They must have been hunted by those disciples who participated in the trial, Lin Sun suddenly understood. Moreover, along the way, he also found some traces of fighting. There were bloodstains and remains of demonic beasts lying in the wilderness. You can't hunt at all if you go forward like this. Lin Sun couldn't help reminding her. Ah? Xiaoxiaocheng was stunned, and her beautiful little face was full of confusion. How muddle-headed she is, Lin Sun sighed with his hand on his forehead. This little girl was really a happy-go-lucky girl, carefree and carefree. Let's go, I'll take you to look for fierce beasts. Lin Sun made the decision and led the way. But how do you know I can't hunt? Xiaoxiaocheng hurriedly followed up and asked like a curious baby. The reason is simple. You've seen a lot of ominous beast corpses and bloodstains on the way, which proves that many people are ahead of us. Do you think we can still hunt ominous beasts if we follow them? Lin Sun explained patiently. What you said makes sense. It's simply amazing. Xiaoxiaocheng's clear big eyes glowed with admiration. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's so amazing about it? Any practitioner with a little discerning ability would be able to determine it at a glance, right? Obviously, Xiaoxiaocheng was really an ignorant girl, and she should have never experienced such a thing before. As he spoke, Lin Sun had already sped up. Not long after, the sound of battle came from a steep mountain ahead. It seemed to be very intense, and it was filled with the dazzling light of treasures. A group of young men and women were activating their treasures and besieging 3 violent armored golden rhinoceroses. The battle was very fierce. The violent armored golden rhinoceroses were shaped like giant elephants, and their bodies were covered with golden scales. As they galloped, rocks and trees collapsed. They were extremely ferocious. In terms of strength, they were not weaker than those in Tao Insight realm. So it's them. Lin Sun instantly recognized the group of young men and women. He had seen them before. They were from Lingji sect, one of the 4 major sects in Fire Spirit State. The young man in the lead was called Mo Feng, an outstanding talent in Tao Insight realm. This way. Lin Sun thought for a while and changed their route. He planned to take Xiaoxiaocheng around this place. Roar, however, there was a sudden change in the battlefield in the distance. A violent armored golden rhinoceros suddenly became furious. It rushed out of the encirclement in an instant and rushed towards Lin Sun and Xiaoxiaocheng. Almost at the same time, there was an angry shout in the field. Some disciples of Lingji sect chased after the violent armored golden rhinoceroses and attacked with all their strength. Rumble treasures of various colors poured down like a raging tide. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and a trace of coldness flashed between his brows. He and Xiaoxiaocheng were standing in this direction. They had originally planned to hide. However, there was no way to hide now. When those disciples of Lingji sect attacked, they were unscrupulous and covered the entire area. How could they hide? It would be fine if it was an unintentional move. What made Lin Sun frown was that those disciples of Lingji sect had obviously noticed him and Xiaoxiaocheng, but they still chose to attack them. Their attitude was very problematic. Ah, Xiaoxiaocheng screamed. Her reaction was obviously a beat slower. When she realized something was wrong, she saw a violent armored golden rhinoceros rushing towards them with a violent and terrifying momentum. Behind him, attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing over like a tide, swoosh. In the end, Lin Sun still endured it. He instantly grabbed Xiaoxiaocheng's arm and used eye strike steps. He suddenly disappeared on the spot and dashed to the back. Boom, almost at the same time, the violent armored golden rhinoceros failed to escape under the overwhelming attacks and was killed. In the end, it fell to the ground less than 3 meters away from Lin Sun. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang and blood gurgled out. Swish, at the same time, a disciple of Lingji sect flew over and took out a blue concentration pearl. With a gentle sweep, a blue divine rainbow swept out. A soul shadow was drawn out from the violent armored golden rhinoceros's corpse and sucked into the concentration pearl. Yo, it's you again, little bug from Starry Vault sect. Ha ha ha, look at your little face. It's pale from fear. Have you never seen such a bloody scene before? The disciple of Lingji sect put away the concentration pearl. When he saw Xiaoxiaocheng, he immediately roared with laughter, his expression full of ridicule. I'm not afraid, Xiaoxiaocheng raised her head and said loudly. Lin Sun frowned and said, Friend, don't you think you should apologize to us? Apologize? The disciple of Lingji sect dug his ears with his fingers and looked surprised. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to ask me to apologize? At this time, the other 2 violent armored golden rhinoceroses were also killed and their souls were extracted. Mo Feng led the disciples of Lingji sect over. What's wrong? Mo Feng asked. This guy actually wants us to apologize. I wonder if he's out of his mind. How could he say such ridiculous words? The disciple of Lingji sect said with a smile. Apologize? Mo Feng raised her eyebrows. Haha, friend, you must have misunderstood. We've never offended you when we were hunting ferocious beasts here, have we? So, you don't dare to admit what you've done? Lin Sun asked indifferently. If not for him, Xiaoxiaocheng wouldn't have been able to avoid the attacks of the disciples of Lingji sect even if he had dodged the attack of the violent armored golden rhinoceroses. But now, he had merely asked for an apology, and these fellows actually refused to acknowledge it. Haha, friend, it seems that you have a lot of opinions about us, a cold light flashed in Mo Feng's eyes. The expressions of the other disciples of Lingji sect also became unfriendly. He was just a strange young man, but he dared to talk to them like this. Was he tired of living? Lin Sun said casually, I don't have any opinions. I just want an explanation. Since you're not willing to apologize, it's fine. Let's go, Xiaoxiaocheng. Speaking of this, he turned around and left with Xiaoxiaocheng. This was out of Mo Feng and the others' expectations. They didn't expect Lin Sun, who was so tough just a moment ago, to suddenly become a coward. Ha ha ha, he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It turns out that this kid was just bluffing. He's too weak. Immediately, the disciples of Lingji sect roared with laughter, thinking that Lin Sun had retreated out of fear. A female disciple shook her head in disappointment and said, I didn't expect him to be such a coward despite his extraordinary appearance. If he had been a little more tough just now, perhaps I would have respected him. But now, it seems that this guy is just like that little worm, timid and cowardly. He looks good but is useless. This kind of trash isn't worth paying attention to at all. Let's take action quickly. Mo Feng shook his head with a smile. He couldn't see through Lin Sun previously, so he was vigilant and cautious. But now, when he saw Lin Sun swallow his anger and leave with Xiaoxiaocheng, he immediately realized that he was overthinking. Senior brother Mo Feng, there's something wrong with that young man. On the way, a female disciple of Lingji sect approached them with a solemn expression. Her name was Wenfiren. She was beautiful and intelligent. What's wrong? Mo Feng raised his eyebrows. That young man looks harmless, but he has a terrifying aura. Moreover, I'm sure that he's also at the Tao Insight realm. Wenfiren's clear eyes were full of thought. I don't remember such a figure in the other sects in this trial. Mo Feng frowned and said disapprovingly, do you think a real top figure would hang out with a stupid girl like Xiaoxiaocheng? Wenfiren reminded, maybe there's more to it. Mo Feng was a little impatient and said, Junior Sister Wen, let me ask you. If he really possesses an extremely powerful strength, why did he restrain himself and retreat just now? Why didn't he dare to confront us? Wenfiren was about to say something, but Mo Feng waved his hand and interrupted her. There's no need to say anything. The only opponent we have to fear in this trial is Yu Jianming of the Thousand Illusion Dao sect. He's reputed as the #1 genius in the Fire Spirit province, and he's extremely powerful. He's leading the disciples of the Thousand Illusion Dao sect, so they're definitely aiming for the first place in the trial. As he finished speaking, a shadow appeared between his brows. Yu Jianming, Wen Firen sighed inwardly. When this name was mentioned, she felt an indescribable pressure as well. He was an extraordinary genius with extraordinary talent. He started cultivating at the age of 3, broke through the true martial realm at the age of 5, and ascended to the gang spirit realm. At the age of 9, Yu Jianming had reached the perfect sea spirit realm. At that time, because of this, Yu Jianming's name had shaken the entire fire spirit province. Now, Yu Jianming's cultivation was even more unfathomable. It was said that he possessed the foundation and resources to enter the reincarnation development realm. However, he had been suppressing his realm. What he wanted was to fight for a complete path to the top in the upcoming catastrophe of the Great Tao, who wouldn't feel pressured when facing such a dazzling opponent. It's said that a sage from the number 1 force in the Westing realm, the profound seeking sword house, has recently said that the signs of the Great Tao's change have begun to descend upon the entire ancient desolation region. Mo Fang's gaze flickered. Presently, inconceivable phenomena and shocking changes have more or less occurred in every single area of the world. All of this is a sign that the curtains to the battle of the world are about to be drawn. After a pause, he continued, before that, we must make sufficient preparations and seize every opportunity to strengthen ourselves. Only then will we be able to fight for a place in this unprecedented world. Wen Firen listened quietly, but he knew in his heart that it was easy to say, but it was actually extremely difficult. There were countless geniuses in the world, and they were a group of dazzling stars. When the great battle of the world arrived, they would probably not have the qualifications to participate at all. After all, the Fire Spiritual Province was only one of the many provinces in the Westing realm, and the Lingji sect was only one of the major powers in the Fire Spiritual Province. In the ancient Desolation realm, there were more than 10,000 cities in the 4 realms. There were also many small worlds and mysterious and unknown sacred hermit grounds. In this way, as the disciples of the young generation of the Lingji sect in the Fire Spiritual Province, they were nothing compared with the countless geniuses in the world. Wen Firen was not pessimistic, but she was very clear that this was the reality. If they couldn't even see the reality clearly and wanted to participate in the great battle, it would undoubtedly be an idiot's ravings. Unfortunately, Wen Firen knew that neither Mo Feng nor the descendants of the Lingji sect would listen to these words. Suddenly, Wen Firen was stunned. Weren't they talking about the young man just now? Why did it become like this? Immediately, she couldn't help but smile bitterly to herself. Obviously, Mo Feng wouldn't listen to her warning. She could only hope that. She worried too much. They're so hateful. In the boundless mountains, Xia Xiaocheng's pure little face was full of anger. Even though she was angry, she still looked very cute, which made Lin Sun smile. By the way, are you also angry? Xia Xiaocheng asked. Lin Sun nodded. Xia Xiaocheng looked apologetic. She twisted the corner of her clothes with her little hands and said, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you were bullied by them. Otherwise, don't follow me anymore. Crack, Lin Sun couldn't help raising his hand and knocking on Xia Xiaocheng's head. Do you know that if I hadn't been here just now, you would have been in trouble? Xia Xiaocheng looked confused. That does seem to be the case. Should I be even angrier? Was there a need to ask? Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was so heartless. What should we do? Should we go back to get even with them? Xia Xiaocheng looked distressed, but we can't beat them. What if we are bullied again? It's so annoying. If Master is here, he will definitely find a way. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh as he listened to her muttering to herself with a puckered face. Well, it was obviously impossible to expect this muddle-headed girl to give him a clear answer. He'd better be a good person to the end and help the Buddha to the end. Give me your divine concentration pearl. Lin Sun said directly. Ah? What are you going to do? Xia Xiaocheng was puzzled. Listen to me. Lin Sun seemed very rude and unreasonable. Oh, Xia Xiaocheng answered and took it out obediently. Also, you just need to watch the rest of the way, understand? Xia Xiaocheng couldn't help asking again, why? Lin Sun said grumpily, no why. Xia Xiaocheng nodded pitifully, oh. Follow me. Lin Sun waved his sleeve and took Xia Xiaochong back along the way they came. Their figures flashed and their speed was extremely fast. Senior brother Mo Feng, we found a group of fire-eyed berserk apes in the deep mountains ahead. In a forest, a disciple of Lingji sect hurried back and excitedly told them a piece of good news. Immediately, Mo Feng and the others were refreshed. In this trial in Purple Ox Mountain, the disciples of the Seven Forces all tried their best to compete for the final ranking. And the ranking was determined by the number of souls of fierce beasts they hunted. Unfortunately, although there were many fierce beasts suitable for hunting in the periphery of Purple Ox Mountain, there were too many disciples of the Seven Forces, so there was a situation where there were too many wolves and not enough meat. In particular, this trial had reached the final stage. There were only 10 days left, and they could find fewer and fewer fierce beasts along the way. This made Mo Feng and the others secretly anxious. Therefore, it was undoubtedly good news to find a group of fire-eyed berserk apes at this time. Let's go. Mo Feng waved his hand and led the others to move. Before long, they arrived at a deep mountain. The place was covered with jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. Not even a blade of grass grew, and the ground showed a strange dark blood color. At the end of the mountain, there was a huge natural cave. At this moment, there were 4 or 5 fire-eyed berserk apes patrolling nearby. Fire-eyed berserk apes were extremely fierce beasts. They were more than 3 meters tall, with copper skin and iron bones. They had a wide mouth and tusks. Their hair was as thick as steel needles, and their limbs were thick and long. Their blood-red pupils were like burning flames, full of violent spirit. Great! This should be the nest of the fire-eyed berserk apes. If we seize the opportunity, we might be able to wipe them all out. Mo Feng, who led the group, was overjoyed. The other disciples of Spirit Pearl sect beamed with joy as well. The fire-eyed berserk ape strengths were at most at the Spirit Ocean realm, and it suited their tastes. Roar! The numerous fire-eyed berserk apes before the cave in the distance noticed the danger, and they let out thunderous roars that sounded like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Kill! Mo Feng shouted loudly in high spirits and complacency. He withdrew a brilliant golden saber, and his figure moved like a horse as he led the charge. However, he'd just raised his foot when he saw the figures of the 5 fire-eyed berserk apes before the cave in the distance suddenly stiffen in unison, and then they fell to the ground with a thump. Blood flowed out from their necks and dyed the ground red. This? The pupils of Mo Feng and the others constricted. They were taken by surprise by this sudden scene, and they were stunned on the spot. In next to no time, a handsome figure walked out slowly from the cave in their field of vision. It's you! Mo Feng cried out in surprise, and his expression changed slightly. The other disciples of Spirit Pearl sect recognized him as well. Isn't this the coward that we scared away earlier? Why is he here all of a sudden? When Firen's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that the situation was not good. That person was naturally Lin Sun. After he appeared, he took out the concentration pearl, and with a gentle sweep, the soul of the dead fire-eyed berserk ape was extracted and drawn into the concentration pearl. After that, he turned around and was about to leave without looking at Mo Feng and the others. Stand out! Mo Feng shouted sternly with a gloomy face. They'd gone through great difficulty to find a cave of fire-eyed berserk apes, but Lin Sun had beaten them to it. How could he tolerate this? In particular, Lin Sun had been scared away by them just now, and they'd regarded him as a good-for-nothing coward. But such a coward had snatched away the prey that they'd set their eyes on right under their noses. How could they tolerate this? Boy, how dare you snatch our prey? Are you tired of living? Get over here and leave the concentration pearl behind. If you dare to leave today, believe it or not, we'll break your legs. The other disciples of Spirit Pearl sect also scolded Lin Sun in an unfriendly manner, and their words were rude and unscrupulous. They were really angry. The prey that they'd set their eyes on had turned into nothing in the end, which made them all furious. Swish! Lin Sun's figure flickered as if he hadn't heard them at all. He drifted away at a high speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the time Mo Feng caught up with him, Lin Sun had already disappeared. Damn it! This guy runs faster than a rabbit. Mo Feng's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth in extreme resentment. When I catch him next time, I'll definitely peel off his skin. The other disciples of Spirit Pearl sect were also full of anger, and they all cursed loudly. How dare a coward snatch their prey? This was obviously a blatant provocation. Since he had run away, it was useless to scold him. This made Mo Feng and the others gnash their teeth with hatred. They swore to themselves that if they encountered that young man again, they would teach him an unforgettable lesson. Seeing this, when Firen had to remind them, "Senior brother Mo Feng, this might be the young man's revenge, and it's just the beginning." Revenge? He's just a piece of trash who only dares to steal from us. How dare he talk nonsense about revenge? Mo Feng felt that it was absurd, and he said coldly, "Junior sister, don't talk about these useless things in the future. In the Fire Spirit Province, besides you Jianming and a few others, I don't know anyone who dares to offend us." Once he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left. When Firen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. A few hours later, Wind Void and the others appeared at the waist of a mountain. There was a gigantic black nest built on the precipice of this place. A group of blue-eyed fire crows with fiery red wings were flying in the air, and they let out strange cries. 16 adult blue-eyed fire crows. It'll be a great harvest if we can capture all of them in one fell swoop. One of the disciples of Lingji sect became spirited. Attack. Mo Feng's mood became much better, and he became spirited again. Kill. They were brimming with killing intent. But before they could even approach, they saw the numerous jade-eyed flame crows on the precipitous precipice as if they were possessed, falling down from the sky and rustling as they fell to the ground. This, Mo Feng and the others' pupils constricted, and they looked surprised and bewildered. Could it be that the young man attacked before them again? Sure enough, they guessed right. In their field of vision, they saw Lin Sun's figure walking out of the huge nest leisurely. He held the concentration pearl in his hand that emitted a dark blue light, and with a sweep of it, more than 10 souls of the blue-eyed fire crows were extracted. Damn it! It's really him. One of the practitioners shouted furiously. Bang, Mo Feng was even more direct. He didn't say anything. As soon as he saw Lin Sun, he attacked brazenly with a golden saber in his hand. The void shattered, and a long and narrow gap was torn open by the saber. The air wailed, and it was easy to imagine how powerful this attack was. From this, it could be seen how furious Wind Void was. Perhaps they had been careless the first time they were intercepted, but if the other party succeeded in intercepting them the second time, it would be no different from slapping their faces. Boom, the blade light was like a golden ray of light, and it swiftly slashed the enormous lair in the distance into two. Even the rocky cliff was slashed apart, causing rocks to shoot out in all directions while the mountain collapsed. Rumbling resounded incessantly while dust and dirt shot into the sky. However, Lin Sun had already disappeared from the field. This caused all the Lingji sect disciples to be flabbergasted. Is that kid born in the year of the rabbit? He runs faster than anyone else. As for Wind Void, he was so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. He had seized all the time he had to attack, but he had never expected that his opponent would still escape. This caused him to instantly feel aggrieved with nowhere to vent, and his expression changed indeterminately. Once again, he was intercepted. Mo Feng wasn't stupid. He immediately realized that when Firen was right. The young man must be taking revenge. When he thought up to here, not only did Mo Feng not calm down, he became even more infuriated. He was a dignified genius of the Lingji sect, and he was a renowned genius in the fire spirit state. When had he ever been treated like this? He's really courting death. Mo Feng's eyes were ghastly and overflowed with killing intent. Strange. If he noticed the jade-eyed flame crows before us, then why didn't he kill them as soon as possible? Instead, he waited for us to appear before making a move. Isn't that stupid? One of the Lingji sect disciples had a bewildered expression. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, he suffered a slap on the head, and then Wind Void roared, "Idiot! What the hell is strange about that? Can't you tell that he's taking revenge on us on purpose?" The Lingji sect disciple had an aggrieved expression as he covered his swollen face and didn't dare speak another word. A little bastard that came out of nowhere actually dares to point his finger at us? This is intolerable. We must punish him severely. Someone suggested angrily. Exactly. When has our Lingji sect disciples been provoked like this in the fire spirit state? If news of this were to spread, then wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the fire spirit state? In my opinion, that kid isn't a disciple of the 4 sects and 3 clans. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to act so rashly. This is good as well. At least we don't have to worry when we kill him. Kill him? That's letting him off too lightly. I'm going to grind his bones into ashes, pull out his tendons, and peel off his skin so that the fellow Taoists of the fire spirit state won't laugh at our Lingji sect for not having anyone capable. The other Lingji sect disciples spoke successively as well. All of them were infuriated. Their prey had been robbed twice in a row, and it had even happened right under their noses. This was clearly a provocation. Junior Sister Wen, what do you think? Mo Feng suddenly asked. The reason he's taking revenge is because he resents us for almost implicating him and Xia Xiaochong when we were dealing with the violent armored golden rhino. He probably only wants an apology from us. I think if we... Mo Feng immediately understood what Wen Firen was going to say, and she instantly frowned and said with displeasure, "You want us to apologize? Don't even think about it." What a joke! A young man of unknown origin had provoked them twice in a row and robbed their prey right under their noses. Under such circumstances, he still wanted them to apologize. If news of this were to spread, would they have any face left? Senior Sister Wen, when have we, the disciples of Lingji sect, ever been afraid of anyone? This kid has provoked us repeatedly, so we must retaliate with the most ruthless methods. Otherwise, not only us, even the reputation of our Lingji sect will be shamed. That's right. Senior Sister Wen, don't tell me you're afraid? The other Lingji sect disciples were very displeased. They felt that Wen Firen was being overly cautious and shouldn't have done so. Wen Firen puckered her lips in silence, and there was an indescribable feeling of powerlessness in her heart. No matter how big the fire spirit state was, it was only a state in the West Hing region. If she thought she could look down on everyone in the world just because she was the disciple of Lingji sect, then, was she any different from a frog in a well? Not to mention that the young man's background might be unknown, but how could an ordinary person compare to him for being able to rob their prey twice in a row right under their noses? However, Wen Firen was disheartened and couldn't be bothered to explain. She even had a strong premonition that the following operation was bound to not be peaceful. Sure enough, reality was just as Wen Firen had expected. In the next few days, all the prey that they had painstakingly found was snatched away by the youth without exception. Moreover, all the prey they'd found right under their noses. These successive blows caused the moods of Mo Feng and the others to be extremely bad, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. Take revenge. The most depressing thing to them was that they weren't able to kill the young man every single time, and they could only watch helplessly as the young man left. That sort of feeling caused them to be on the verge of going mad with rage. This fellow is formidable indeed. At the very least, he can absolutely be said to be extraordinary when it comes to fleeing. Someone spoke with ridicule. Is he only capable of fleeing so easily? Mo Feng's emotions surged. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he'd realized that he'd offended a formidable and ferocious figure this time. When he thought up to here, a wisp of regret couldn't help but surge into his heart. At that time, he'd almost accidentally allowed the battle to affect that fellow. Who could have imagined that the situation would develop to such an extent? Senior brother, we haven't obtained a single ferocious beast's soul for 4 days in a row, and only 6 days remain before the end of the trials. If this continues, then it's very likely that our ranking in the trials will be at the bottom. Someone was filled with worry. Mo Feng's mood instantly became terrible when he heard this. Originally, with their strengths, no matter how bad they were, they would still be able to gain the upper hand in the competition between the disciples of the 7 great powers. Moreover, only Yu Jianming's group from the Thousand Illusion Dao sect was capable of making them feel fearful and pressured. Yet now, because of the revenge of a young man, everything had changed. Senior brother, in the last 2 days, the disciples of the Thousand Illusion Dao sect, Pine Tree Sword sect, Heavy Profundity sect, and the Lu, Xiao, and Wen clans have been watching us make a fool of ourselves. They're taking pleasure in our misfortune and wish for the world to be in chaos. They're simply too detestable. Someone spoke furiously. Mo Feng felt a headache when he heard this, and he was angered to the point of almost going berserk. Why is there so much bad news? Since we encountered that young man, we simply seem as if we've encountered great misfortune, and everything goes wrong. Senior brother, there was still someone who wanted to say something, but he was instantly interrupted by Mo Feng. He really couldn't hear any more bad news, and he had the impulse to go berserk. After a long time, Mo Feng glanced at Wen Firen, who was silent in the distance, and he sighed. Looks like junior sister Wen was right a few days ago. If we want to change this situation, then we must have a good talk with that fellow. On this evening, a group of blood soul lions and tigers were patrolling in a verdant and luxuriant gorge, and a murderous aura covered the surroundings. This was the territory of blood soul lions and tigers. Mo Feng and the others had arrived, but when they saw these blood soul lions and tigers this time, they weren't happy at all. On the contrary, their expressions seemed to be very complicated, and the gazes they shot at the blood soul lions and tigers carried an indescribable feeling. They didn't have the slightest desire to make a move because they knew that these prey would be taken away right before their eyes. As expected, a familiar scene took place. Those blood soul lions and tigers soon died on the spot in a strange way, and then a familiar figure that made Mo Feng and the others go mad with hatred once again leisurely appeared in their field of vision. But this time Mo Feng and the others didn't curse, attack, or get angry. Only their expressions became more complicated, and they felt sad and aggrieved. My friend, please stay. We want to talk to you, Mo Feng said bitterly. When he said this, there was an indescribable sense of shame in his heart, and he felt very aggrieved and helpless, which made him unconsciously clench his fists. He secretly swore in his heart that when the test was over, no matter what, he would get rid of this guy who brought them endless shame. Talk? This time, Lin Sun didn't act immediately. He stood there and looked at Mo Feng with a faint smile. Yes, talk, Mo Feng took a deep breath and said with difficulty. His heart was twitching, because he felt like he was lowering his head and begging for mercy, which was full of unspeakable shame. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. Now you've decided to apologize? You don't have any sincerity at all. Show me your sincerity next time. With that, Lin Sun floated away once again. The Lingji sect disciples were completely dumbfounded. P.S. From tomorrow onwards, I will continue to update 6 times and repay all the debts I owed since the new year. The disciples of Lingji sect were indeed dumbfounded. They had endured the great anger and humiliation in their hearts before they decided to talk with Lin Sun. In their opinion, they had made enough concessions and were very sincere, but Lin Sun had rejected them directly. Instantly, even Mo Feng was so angry that his face turned green. This was too much. As the successor of Lingji sect, it was humiliating enough to lower their heads to a young man of unknown origin, but now, Lin Sun didn't appreciate it at all. I'm going to kill him. A hot-tempered man roared. He was so angry that he was going crazy. Does he really think that we, Lingji sect, can't do anything to him? The others were also angry. But do you think we can deal with him? Wen Firen couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed softly and said, every time, he could snatch the prey right in front of us without being noticed. Every time, he could snatch the prey right under our noses and then swagger away. From the beginning to the end, no one could stop him even once. Do you think an ordinary practitioner could do that? His words made the others' expressions change, and they were shocked and bewildered. They weren't stupid, but they had been so angry that they didn't think about it calmly. Now that they thought about it, they suddenly realized something unusual. The atmosphere was a little gloomy. It's very difficult to kill him in Purple Ox Mountain. Mo Feng took a deep breath and said softly, it's very difficult. This undoubtedly meant that he admitted that even he couldn't kill Lin Sun. The others were shocked. Mo Feng was a top figure among the younger generation of Lingji sect. Even he couldn't do this, so it was imaginable how powerful that boy was. I remember that there's a deep pool about 300 miles away from here. There's a blackwater python in the deep pool, and its strength is comparable to that of a reincarnation developing realm cultivator. It's extremely terrifying. Suddenly, someone's eyes lit up, and he made a suggestion. If we go closer, maybe we can kill him with a borrowed knife. The others were stunned at first, but they immediately understood and became spirited. Great! Doesn't that boy always steal our prey one step ahead of us? In that case, let's pretend to deal with the mysterious water python. Let's see if that boy really dares to challenge a terrifying creature comparable to a grand practitioner of the reincarnation development realm. Someone slapped his thigh and exclaimed. But what if he sees that the situation is bad and doesn't show up? Someone raised a doubt. After all, that kid isn't an idiot. How could he appear when he sensed the presence of the Blackwater python? However, Wind Void's eyes shone brightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "That means he's afraid. It's even better if he doesn't appear. We can take this opportunity to kill that Blackwater python together." What? The others were shocked. They had never thought of doing this. Over the past few days, we haven't even been able to obtain a single ferocious beast soul. Even if that kid doesn't obstruct us in the next few days, I'm afraid that we won't be able to occupy any advantage in the rankings at the end of the test. Wind Void's gaze was calm. So, we must make a change. If we're able to kill that Darkwater python and obtain its soul, then the value we'll obtain from killing a few dozen Grotto Heaven Realm ferocious beasts is even greater. Moreover, if we act together, we might encounter some dangers, but I'm confident that we'll be able to do it. When Wind Void finished speaking, a wisp of confidence appeared between her brows, and she seemed very conceited. Then let's do it. When the others saw this, they hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and agreeing. Wealth came from danger. Moreover, this operation was related to the final rankings of the test. How could they not risk it? The deep pool where the Blackwater python resided was already close to the depths of the Purple Ox Mountain. This place was different from the periphery. There was an oppressive aura in the air. When Wind Void and the others arrived, they were also extremely nervous. The deep pool was hundreds of feet wide. The water was as black as ink, and the surface of the pool was covered with wisps of bone-chilling white mist. Before they even got close, they felt chills all over their bodies. Wind Void and the others were all on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. They took out their trump cards and did not dare to be careless. At the bottom of the pool, there was a Blackwater python that was comparable to a reincarnation evolution realm cultivator. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to get close. Even the descendants of the 4 sects and 3 clans, the 7 great forces, would not easily come here unless it was necessary. Haha, that kid must be afraid. He doesn't dare to show up this time. Someone sneered with a hint of disdain. The others also laughed. Only when Firen sighed inwardly. The descendants of the Spirit Sphere sect now had to rely on a ferocious beast to regain their dignity. Wasn't this a kind of sorrow? Everyone, be careful. There is bound to be a fierce battle later. Wind Void's eyes were vigilant, and he reminded everyone to be ready for battle. Then, he took the lead and approached the deep pool. Boom, however, before they could get close, the deathly still pool suddenly boiled, and the water surface surged violently. A huge ferocious beast rushed out. It was hundreds of feet long, and its body was as black as ink. It meandered like a black waterfall, and its head was as big as a small hill. Its eyes were like a pair of huge lanterns, as red as blood, and its snow-white fangs were like a pair of sharp knives, shining with a frightening cold light. Its huge and long body was entrenched in the void, surrounded by water light. Its ferocious aura was almost tangible, and it submerged the whole world. The Blackwater python, it had actually appeared one step ahead of them. In an instant, the expressions of Wind Void and the others changed dramatically. They had originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but obviously, the situation had changed. A bunch of rubbish. You can't defeat others, so you come to me to court death? It hissed coldly, and its blood-red eyes were full of disdain. Why did its words sound so strange? Wind Void and the others were stunned. They dared to swear that they had never seen this ferocious beast before, but, how did it know that they couldn't defeat others? Could it be that the boy had already been here? And he had said some bad things about them in front of the python. At the thought of this, Wind Void and the others were so angry that their noses were crooked, and their expressions became very interesting. What? You're not convinced that you're rubbish? You're arrogant and conceited because of the prestige of your sect. People like you are even worse than rubbish. The Blackwater python's voice rumbled, and it resounded through the world like thunder. It spread very far, as if it wanted the whole world to hear it. Shut up. You're courting death, you evil creature. Wind Void was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He was sure that Lin Sun had been here long ago and had communicated with the python. "Humph, I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll vent my anger on you." As the python spoke, there was a rumble, and its body, which was as thick as a bucket, smashed through the void like a heavenly iron whip. Suddenly, the nearby mountains collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, and the void turned into a chaotic torrent that raged. The weather changed, and the sky darkened. Not good. Wind Void's scalp went numb, and he realized that something was wrong. Their judgment had been wrong. The python's strength was too shocking, and it was not something an ordinary reincarnation developing realm cultivator could compare to. Even in the reincarnation developing realm, it was a ferocious existence. "Run!" Wind Void roared. His heart was about to explode. He had thought that this time, without Lin Sun in his way, he could take the opportunity to hunt down a big prey and change their situation in the trial. Unexpectedly, the situation changed again and again. Not only had the python appeared in advance, but it also seemed to have communicated with Lin Sun, which caught them off guard. What made them feel like they were on the verge of collapse was that the python's strength was too terrifying. "Run!" Wind Void was filled with grief and indignation. He felt that he was extremely unlucky. However, the mysterious water python laughed disdainfully. "If I let you escape today, who will vent my anger on me?" Boom! Accompanied by the earth-shattering laughter, the mysterious water python opened its mouth and spat out a ray of water. It was like a galaxy pouring down, instantly turning the area into a vast ocean. Wind Void and the others did not have time to escape, and their bodies were drowned in it. Then, the mysterious water python's figure flashed and turned into an 8-feet-tall man with a thick beard and a pair of big eyes. He rushed into the rolling waves. Smack! He raised his hand and slapped a Lingji sect disciple away. The latter screamed as his teeth fell and blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. "How dare you bully others with such little ability? Bah! If it was in the past, trash like you would not even be enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." The mysterious water python spat fiercely, full of disdain. Then, its figure flickered as it punched and kicked, stirring up waves in the water. The descendants of Lingji sect were sent flying in the air, crying and screaming. For a moment, the world was filled with shrill screams and the mysterious water python's disdainful and arrogant laughter. It was hair-raising. Wind Void did have something to rely on, but he had made a wrong judgment this time. He did not expect the mysterious water python to be a ruthless character in the reincarnation development realm. He was immediately beaten into a daze. What drove him crazy was that the mysterious water python, whether intentionally or not, was specifically slapping them in the face. The sound of slapping was endless. The Lingji sect disciples were slapped until their heads were red and swollen like pigs. Tears and snot flowed down their faces, and their heads were swollen. Even Wind Void suffered the same treatment. Previously, he was elegant and outstanding, and could be considered a handsome and distinguished person. But now, his nose and face were swollen, and his hair was disheveled. Even his biological parents would not be able to recognize him if they were here. This was undoubtedly a form of humiliation. The mysterious water python humiliated and tortured them with brutal force, trampling on their pride and dignity. Wind Void and the others were so ashamed and furious that they wanted to die. They were so angry that they were about to cry. Compared to the physical injuries, the shame in their hearts was undoubtedly more intense. The unprecedented sense of humiliation made them want to slit their own throats and commit suicide. It was too embarrassing. They'd originally come to Violet Ox Mountain to train and hunt ferocious beasts, yet now they'd been slapped violently by a freakish python, humiliated, and ravaged. As disciples of the Spirit Pearl sect, they'd never experienced such a feeling. The mysterious water python seemed to be tired. It swung its arms and rubbed its fingers. It said impatiently, "Damn it, you are really thick-skinned. My hands are sore from hitting you. Get lost. Remember, keep a low profile in the future. Don't be arrogant, or you won't even know how you die." The Blackwater python put his hands on his hips, looking very arrogant. Even though Mo Feng and the others were furious and embarrassed to death, they could only flee with their tails between their legs in the end. However, there was a question in their hearts. Why didn't the python kill them? Of course, they didn't dare to ask. They wished their parents had given them 2 more ways, so they left in a hurry. Splash in the pool, the waves suddenly rolled, and a handsome figure emerged. It was Lin Sun. Child, are you satisfied? However, the majestic Xianxia giant python now showed a flattering expression and went over, nodding and bowing like a lackey. If Mo Feng and others saw this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. You just said that you were in a bad mood and wanted to vent your anger on them. Do you resent me? Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and glanced at the big demon with his black eyes indifferently. The blackwater python became stiff and its smile froze. It shook its head quickly. No, you misunderstood me. But it was quite sad in its heart. As a blackwater python, a big demon in Xianxia mountain who could summon wind and rain, he didn't even care about the great practitioners in reincarnation developing realm. But just before Mo Feng and others came, it was beaten up by the young man in front of it without any hesitation. It didn't even have the strength to fight back. It was even forced by the young man to help teach those guys a lesson, which made the blackwater python feel a kind of unspeakable grievance. Brother Lin, you are so powerful that even such a big demon obeys you. Next to him, Xiaoxiao's eyes were shining, and her pure face was full of admiration. Hearing this, the blackwater python almost burst into tears. Damn it, as a big demon in reincarnation developing realm, he became a supporting role. Was there any big demon in the world more unlucky than him? If this was spread out, how could he be a demon in Xianxia mountain? You did a good job this time. I'll spare you. As soon as Lin Sun said this, the blackwater python breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Lin Sun would kill him after he left the millstone. Brother Lin, my concentration pearl is full. Shall we still rob their prey? Xiao Xiaochong asked. Full? Lin Sun was in a daze. Only then did he realize that he had helped Xiao Xiaochong store the power of the concentration pearl by accident while robbing the prey of Wind Void and others these days. Can you end the test now? Lin Sun asked. I can't. Xiao Xiaochong said in distress, I didn't do it myself. If Master knew, he would definitely scold me. Then do you still have the divine condensation pearl? Lin Sun admired Xiao Xiaochong's persistence very much. This was a very good moral character. Only with perseverance could one go further on the path of cultivation. No. Xiao Xiaochong became even more distressed. Her delicate and pure little face was scrunched up in a frown. I do. However, the blackwater python at the side took out a pile of dark blue and translucent soul condensation pearls as if it was presenting a treasure, and it courteously handed it over. Young master and young miss, please accept it. There were over 10 of these soul condensation pearls, and every single one of them was the size of a chicken egg. They were translucent, crystalline, and suffused with a cold and obscure sheen. They were extremely beautiful. Where did you get so many divine condensation pearls? Lin Sun was surprised. The blackwater python said embarrassedly, there were many practitioners who came to Purple Ox Mountain to explore in the past. These pearls were taken from them. Lin Sun immediately understood that those practitioners must have been killed by this big python. However, he didn't feel anything wrong. There were thousands of races in the ancient Desolation territory, and demonic practitioners were also one of them. Conflicts and killings between them were common. Was it possible that only practitioners were allowed to hunt the beasts, and the beasts were not allowed to fight back? This was obviously impossible. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, well, I won't take your things for free. Take the secret method as a reward. As he said, he took out a bone book overflowing with purple light and handed it to the blackwater python. Black Flood Dragon Devouring Skill? The blackwater python was shocked. At a glance, it knew that this secret method was extraordinary. It was very likely to be an ancient book passed down for a long time. I have to remind you that this is the ancestral secret method of the Black Flood Dragon clan. If it is leaked, it may bring you unexpected disasters. If you don't want to accept it, I can exchange it for other things. Lin Sun explained casually. He still had a lot of such secret methods, such as Panwu Sutra of the Bloody Lion clan, Freedom Swallowing Skill of the Dragon Whale clan, Real Thunder Hammering Skill of the Mighty Ox clan, Liujia Demon Seal Scripture of the Cloud Dragon clan, and so on. They were all the trophies Lin Sun obtained from the saints of various races when he wandered in the secret realm of Demon Saint in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. Each secret method belonged to the secret method of each race. It contained the essence of Tao and was invaluable. But if it was leaked, it would inevitably lead to unimaginable disasters. No need, no need. The Blackwater python was so happy that it scratched its ears and cheeks. The secret method of the Black Flood Dragon clan was related to the secret of transforming into a dragon, and the Tao pursued by the Blackwater python was also related to transforming into a dragon. It could be said that with this Black Flood Dragon devouring skill, the Blackwater python didn't have to worry about not being able to touch the threshold of transforming into a dragon. It was no different from getting a great opportunity. Thank you, child. Thank you, child. The Blackwater python thanked Lin Sun again and again. Lin Sun just did a little favor and got a secret method. The reward was so rich and unimaginable, he even suspected that the handsome young man in front of him might come from a Taoist orthodoxy with a terrifying background. Otherwise, how could Lin Sun easily suppress him with the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm? How could he casually take out such an amazing secret method? Thinking of this, the Blackwater python suddenly thought of something and said, "Child, are you also here for a chance in Xianxia Mountain?" Lin Sun was stunned. What chance? The Blackwater python explained, a few days ago, there was a shocking change in the depths of Xianxia Mountain. There was a brilliant light falling from the sky. I heard from a demonic friend that there was a large formation left from ancient times unearthed there. This formation was based on the natural congealing jade. It communicated with the power of the sun and the moon and absorbed the breath of the Tao of heaven and earth. It was filled with the real holy power. According to my friend, it's extremely likely that there's some sort of great fortune hidden within the mysterious formation. Oh? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. A large formation that could communicate with the power of the sun and the moon and was filled with the holy aura was not simple. It's a pity that the formation in that place is so mysterious that it can't be opened. Besides, it has long been occupied by Ku Ting. The Ku Ting old monster is a half-step king warrior in this Purple Bull Mountain. His power is horrifying. A couple of days ago, a reincarnation evolution realm master from the Xianxia martial school came to explore, but he was killed by the old monster. When Lin Sun mentioned Ku Ting, the Blackwater python showed a deep fear. Obviously, Ku Ting was an extremely terrible character. According to what I know, it won't be long before the 4 sects and 3 clans of the Fire Spirit State send their experts here to compete with old freak Ku Ting for the fortune. If you're not here for the fortune, it's better for you to leave as soon as possible to avoid being dragged into the chaos. The Blackwater python kindly reminded Lin Sun. It seems that this chance is really great. Lin Sun said thoughtfully. Yeah, it's said that all of this is related to the catastrophe of the Grand Tao that's about to arrive. The heavens and the earth will undergo a great change, and some fortuitous opportunities that have been buried and forgotten will appear. Some unexpected calamities will appear along with it. Not only the Fire Spirit State, the West Hing world, but the entire ancient desolation will welcome an unprecedented change. The Xianxia giant python sighed. He was deeply worried and thought that when the catastrophe of the Great Path arrived, fortune and disaster would come hand in hand and the future would be unpredictable. Lin Sun also had the same feeling. When he was in the lower worlds, he'd heard many things about the catastrophe of the Grand Tao. No matter if it was the ruins of End in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, the burial of the Path Sea, or the mulberry forest in the bloodthirsty battlefield, all of them were experiencing some sort of irreversible change. For example, under the sacred island of 5 elements in the demonic Saint Secret Land in the Ultimate, there was a sealed child who was awakening his power in a deep sleep. This child was silently guarded by an old ape who had stepped into the divine path. When the Great Tao disaster came and the great battle began, he would come out. What was certain was that these were the signs of the coming Great Tao disaster. Not long after, Lin Sun bid farewell and left with Xiaoxiao. He was very interested in the opportunities in the depths of the Purple Ox Mountain. If possible, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. But before that, he had to help Xiaoxiao complete the trial by herself. As for Mo Feng and the others, they had suffered enough, so Lin Sun didn't want to argue with them anymore. Swish, a few hours later, Lin Sun and Xiaoxiao started to search along the way, but it was very difficult to find traces of fierce beasts. Along the way, they only found some traces of battle, and the remains of fierce beasts and blood stains. This undoubtedly proved that some fierce beasts in the periphery of the Purple Ox Mountain had probably been killed by the disciples of the 4 sects and 3 families. It seems that we can only go to the depths of the Purple Ox Mountain. Lin Sun thought for a moment and made a decision. But not long after they started, they were stopped by a man in a white robe with a thin face and bright eyes. "Friend, our senior brother Yu wants to see you. Come with me." The man in the white robe looked conceited, and his tone was indifferent, but there was a sense of command in it. These days, although Lin Sun had been retaliating against Mo Feng and the others, he also met many descendants of other forces on the way. If he remembered correctly, the man in the white robe should be from the Thousand Illusion sect, and he followed a young man named Yu Jianming. They'd met Lin Sun once. At that time, Xiaochong had said with admiration that Yu Jianming was the most famous genius in the Fire Spirit Province, and he was extraordinary with outstanding talent and a dazzling demeanor. Even her master had once praised that with Yu Jianming's natural talent, it was sufficient for him to compete for the Grand Tao with all the geniuses in the world that were about to arrive. "Sorry, we have business to attend to," Lin Sun said, and was about to leave with Xiaochong. He was not interested in being ordered to see senior brother Yu. P.S. In addition to the normal update, there will be 1 to 2 updates tonight before 9 p.m. The faces of Mo Feng and the others were extremely gloomy. They were walking in a remote area for fear of being discovered by the disciples of other sections. At this moment, all of them had swollen and miserable appearances like pigs. "That beast is too much of a bully. How dare it trample on and humiliate us? When we return, we must ask the seniors of the sect to pull out his tendons, skin him alive, and grind his bones into ashes." Someone spoke with shame and indignation. "Although that beast is detestable, it didn't kill us. This is strange. If I'm not wrong, it should be that young man who instructed it to do so." Wen Firen analyzed. She wasn't injured, and her beautiful appearance was outstanding. She was very eye-catching among the disciples of the Spirit Pearl sect who had swollen faces and noses. "It's that young man's doing?" The others were surprised and bewildered. When they thought carefully about the scene when they saw the dark water python, it was indeed too strange and strange. That beast had repeatedly called them trash, disdainfully humiliated and suppressed them, and even warned them not to be arrogant in the future. However, such a great demon at the reincarnation developing stage hadn't killed them. All of this seemed so strange. "Humph. Junior sister Wen really has a discerning eye." Mo Feng snorted coldly. "All of us have been humiliated, but only you are safe. I'm afraid that young man knows that you've always been thinking about him, so he instructed the dark water python to show mercy to you, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the others changed, and the way they looked at Wen Firen changed. Indeed, Wen Firen had been telling them not to go against that young man in the past few days. Now, all of them had suffered, but only Wen Firen was unharmed. This was obviously not right. Wen Firen's beautiful face changed. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to explain, and she instantly felt bitter in her heart. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore." Mo Feng didn't intend to make things too tense. He took a deep breath and said, "We absolutely can't let this matter go. No matter whether that beast was bewitched by that young man or not, it must pay the price." The others nodded. When they thought of how dignified disciples of the Spirit Pearl sect had been trampled beyond recognition by a demon beast, they had the impulse to die from shame and indignation. If news of this spread, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Fire Spirit state. Suddenly, Mo Feng's expression changed. He sensed an extremely familiar figure in the distance with his spirit. It was that young man. This caused his heart to skip a beat. Could it be that that fellow had come to take revenge on them again? Mo Feng was really a bit scared. She was afraid of revenge. She felt that Lin Sun was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. He was like a demon that made people hate and fear him. But very quickly, he noticed that the situation was not as he had imagined. So he was intercepted by Yang Yandu from the Thousand Illusion Dao sect. "There's going to be a good show to watch now, haha." A smile appeared on Wind Void's bruised face, making him look sinister and comical, but he did not notice it. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, there's going to be a good show. Don't talk, follow me." Soon, the others also found Lin Sun, who was blocked. They were overjoyed and gloated over his misfortune. The Thousand Illusion Dao sect had a peerless figure like Yu Jianming overseeing it. That brat was finally going to suffer this time. They approached stealthily, intending to watch a good show. In the forest, the white-robed man was surprised to see Lin Sun refuse him directly. He was a little stunned, and then his face darkened. "How dare you refuse?" Lin Sun laughed and couldn't help saying, "Why can't I refuse? Who gave you the confidence to tell me what to do and order me around?" The white-robed man, Yang Yandu of the Thousand Illusion Dao sect, said coldly, "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it? Then don't blame me." Crack! Before he finished speaking, Lin Sun slapped Yang Yandu across the air. The slap made Yang Yandu's cheek red and swollen, and he flew out directly with stars in front of his eyes. "How dare you slander me?" Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He had planned to keep a low profile when he first came to the ancient Desolation territory, but he found that the more low-key he was, the more people looked down upon him. Like Mo Feng and his companions before. The white-robed man from the Thousand Illusion Dao sect was the same. They were all arrogant, which made Lin Sun unable to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. He suddenly remembered a word given by the current emperor of Xiao Empire: fight. If he wanted to fight, he should advance bravely and be fearless of all difficulties. If he didn't have such preparation, how could he compete with the other talents in the great world when the battle of the world came? "You! How dare you hit me?" The white-robed man was shocked and angry. He covered his red and swollen face with his hand and looked incredulous. In the distance, Mo Feng and the others also opened their eyes wide and gasped. How could this young man be so fierce that he slapped Yang Yandu without saying a word? What frightened them most was that Yang Yandu, who was also an extremely powerful hero in the Tao Insight realm, couldn't even block this slap, which was too shocking. "If you dare to slander me again, believe it or not, I dare to kill you again," Lin Sun said calmly, but there was a cold killing intent in his eyes, and an invisible and terrifying aura spread from him. Yang Yandu shuddered and felt an unprecedented pressure, which almost suffocated him. In his eyes, the handsome young man in the distance seemed to have become a different person, and his killing intent was like a surging tide. He was like a king that walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and he was boundlessly terrifying. The white-robed man trembled all over, his teeth chattered, and his mind was awed. His scalp went numb, and he felt great terror. Although he was slightly arrogant, he still had discerning eyes, and he instantly determined that he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. That young man wasn't an ordinary figure. He was obviously a ruthless person who'd caused countless bloody storms. On the other hand, Mo Feng and the others finally realized how terrifying Lin Sun was this time. Although they were extremely far away, when they sensed the terrifying killing intent that suffused Lin Sun's body at this moment, it caused them to feel horrified and uncomfortable. He was too strong. Only now did they realize that instead of saying that Lin Sun was taking revenge on them, it was better to say that he was deliberately teasing them, because just by relying on such killing intent and power, if he wanted to take revenge on them, it wouldn't be so troublesome at all, and he could directly suppress them. Even the extremely arrogant and conceited Mo Feng had to admit this at this moment. This caused their hearts to go cold. Originally, they were thinking about how to take revenge on Lin Sun, yet now, they were shaken. No matter how ferocious he is, he's caused great trouble this time. Yang Yandu is the person that Yu Jianming trusts the most, so how could it be easy to slap his face? Mo Feng gritted his teeth. Just wait and see. This kid's actions will surely cause him to suffer Yu Jianming's suppression. As if to prove his guess, in the next moment, a wave of the sound of the air being torn apart resounded from afar. A golden ray of light tore through the sky like an arched bridge, and it seemed illusory and dreamlike as it rained down a rain of light. A group of men and women stood upright on the divine ray of light. The person in the lead was a young man with black hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, violet clothes, and a jade belt around his waist, and he had a dignified and elegant bearing. He had slanted brows, starry eyes, an extremely handsome appearance, and skin that was clear like sheep fat. At this moment, he arrived on the divine ray of light, and he was simply like a god that had descended to the world. In contrast, the other woman by his side instantly dimmed in comparison and was completely overshadowed by his brilliance, causing him to seem even more outstanding. Yu Jianming, the hearts of Mo Feng and the others shook, and they had complicated feelings. This was the most dazzling and peerless genius of their fire spirit state. He was extremely talented and stunning, and he was like a leader in the younger generation of the 4 sects and 3 clans. Similarly, he was the opponent that Mo Feng and the others feared the most. Yu Jianming's strength could only be described as unfathomable in the younger generation. Since he'd started cultivating, there was practically no one in the same generation that could overshadow his sharpness. Yu Jianming has come. There's going to be a good show this time. No matter how ferocious that young man is, I'm afraid he'll be suppressed by Yu Jianming. The emotions of Mo Feng and the others were very subtle. They were very afraid and unconvinced of Yu Jianming, but they wished for nothing more than for Yu Jianming to show his might and kill Lin Sun. Senior brother Yu. In the distance, Yang Yandu let out a sorrowful cry, but his face was full of ecstasy and radiant, and his gaze towards Lin Sun even carried a wisp of resentment. Yu Jianming and his fellow disciples had come together, which undoubtedly allowed Yang Yandu to find his backbone and backer, and he was greatly relieved. Lin Sun also caught a glimpse of Yu Jianming, but his expression was still calm. He had even noticed that Mo Feng and the others were secretly waiting to see him make a fool of himself in the distance. This was really not a big deal for Lin Sun. In the past years, he'd been hunted by a group of old monsters of the King realm, and he'd also killed a top powerhouse of the reincarnation development realm. He'd even killed many half-step King realm experts. How could he care about the targeting and threats of some younger generation? It could be said that Lin Sun was still no different from his peers in terms of cultivation and age, and he belonged to the younger generation. But in terms of experience and combat, he'd already stood at a higher level, and he could look down on all the others. This was the supreme way of cultivation. He was like a king of a realm, standing in the clouds, capable of going against the heaven and overlooking everything. However, even though his heart was calm, Lin Sun still couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw Yu Jianming. Just from his temperament, Lin Sun could judge that Yu Jianming was indeed a rare and outstanding figure. At first glance, Lin Sun knew that Yu Jianming was not an ordinary person. He was different from others, and it was difficult for ordinary practitioners to cultivate such temperament. When Lin Sun was in the mortal world, he had seen many geniuses, heroes, and saints. Naturally, he could see many things that others couldn't at a glance. Just like Yu Jianming, according to Lin Sun's speculation, was no different from Xianxia, the future leader of the heaven-reaching sword sect. Although Xianxia had been defeated by Lin Sun, he was also a successor disciple of the heaven-reaching sword sect with excellent talent and strong foundation. In a place like the fire spirit province of the West Hing world, Thousand Illusion sect, which could only dominate a region, could cultivate such an outstanding figure like Yu Jianming, which naturally surprised Lin Sun a little. It was like suddenly finding a golden-scaled dragon in a small pond. Anything that didn't belong to the pond would sooner or later turn into a dragon. Just as Lin Sun was thinking, Yu Jianming and his companions had floated over. Senior brother Yu, just now, that boy. Yang Yandu hurriedly stepped forward and added details. He couldn't wait for Yu Jianming to take action and suppress Lin Sun immediately. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard a slap, and Yang Yandu's face was slapped, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Crack! The slap was so loud that even Mo Feng and the others who were hiding in the distance could hear it clearly, and they all felt pain in their cheeks for Yang Yandu. All the people present were stunned and couldn't believe it. Because the one who slapped Yang Yandu was Yu Jianming, who he regarded as his backbone and backer, this seemed to be too unusual. After all, Yang Yandu was the person that Yu Jianming trusted the most in the past. When he saw Yang Yandu being bullied, Yu Jianming should have stood up for Yang Yandu, so why would he slap Yang Yandu instead? Moreover, it was a real slap in the face. The crisp slap and Yang Yandu's staggering posture all showed that Yu Jianming's slap was very powerful. Even Lin Sun was surprised and couldn't help but look at Yu Jianming thoughtfully. Senior brother Yu, those successors of Thousand Illusion Dao sect exclaimed. As for Yang Yandu, he was completely stunned. His cheeks were red and swollen, and he stood there stupidly with a look of disbelief. I'm saving him. Yu Jianming sighed lightly. He was dignified, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Although he stood there casually, he had a kind of convincing bearing. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Sun and said, "Thank you for showing mercy just now. I apologize to you on behalf of my junior brother." After that, he bowed slightly with a touch of apology on his face, looking very sincere. Everyone was shocked and even more stunned. In their hearts, Yu Jianming was like a god who was famous in the Fire Spirit province. But now, he was apologizing to a strange teenager. This was a little difficult for them to accept. Mo Feng and the others who were hiding in the distance were dumbfounded, and they almost couldn't get a breath out. They were here to watch a good show. Why did Yu Jianming take the initiative to apologize before the show began? Brother Lin, senior brother Yu Jianming is apologizing to you. Next to Lin Sun, Xia Xiaocheng's pure little face was shining with surprise. She once said that Yu Jianming was a peerless talent she admired very much. I heard that. Lin Sun was a little helpless. He didn't expect that Xia Xiaocheng would be so excited after seeing Yu Jianming. Senior brother Yu, how are you going to apologize to him? Yang Yandu was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand the situation and couldn't accept the scene before him. I told you a long time ago that there is a type of person in this world that cannot be slandered, and this fellow Taoist is undoubtedly one of them. Just based on your previous rude behavior, even if I kill you, you deserve it. Although Yu Jianming spoke to Yang Yandu, he looked at Lin Sun with a trace of apology on his face. Lin Sun was surprised that a dazzling prodigy of the fire spirit state would be so humble at this moment. He faintly sensed that Yu Jianming had probably noticed something from him, and that was why Yu Jianming treated him like this. Yang Yandu's expression changed indeterminately. He was reprimanded to the point of being too ashamed to show his face, and there was an indescribable feeling of grievance and frustration in his heart. He was just a strange young man who came out of nowhere. How could he not be slandered? He couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't understand it. It wasn't just Yang Yandu, the other disciples of the Thousand Illusion Dao sect were shocked as well. They'd never imagined that Yu Jianming would think so highly of Lin Sun. Not to be slandered, could it be that this guy's origin was very unusual? In the distance, Mo Feng and the others were also palpitating. Yu Jianming's attitude towards Lin Sun shocked them greatly. They vaguely sensed that the young man either had an amazing origin or a heaven-defying strength to be treated like this by Yu Jianming. Apart from this, they couldn't find any other reason. At the thought of this, they couldn't help but feel discouraged and frustrated. If the young man was extremely terrifying, how could they take revenge? Taoism pure, can I have a word with you? Yu Jianming suddenly spoke. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, and then he nodded, all right. He had already guessed that Yu Jianming didn't come here to apologize to him, and it was impossible for him to come here just to teach Yang Yandu a lesson in front of him. I'm Yu Jianming, a successor disciple of the Thousand Illusion Dao sect. May I know your name? The two came to a low cyan mountain not far away, and Yu Jianming introduced himself. Lin Sun. Lin Sun said casually. Oh, it turns out to be Taoism pure Lin. I wonder if you've come here for the opportunity in the depths of Purple Ox Mountain? Yu Jianming's eyes were clear, and he behaved appropriately and politely, like a gentleman. No. Lin Sun's answer made Yu Jianming slightly stunned, and then he said with a smile, it seems that you also know that although the opportunity in Purple Ox Mountain is great, it hides monstrous killing intent. This trip may be a disaster rather than a blessing. Lin Sun knew that this guy must have misunderstood and thought that he was lying. He didn't bother to explain and said, Taoism pure you called me here just to talk about this? Yu Jianming smiled slightly. Seeing that Lin Sun was a little impatient, he immediately went straight to the point and said, half a year later, on the Kangwu Mountain in Shihing Territory, the decennial Tao Discussion Lantern Festival will begin. Different from the past, many young talents in Shihing Territory will participate in this Lantern Festival. It is said that Miss Wu Lingsong, the Saintess of Xianwen Sword House, the first orthodoxy in Shihing Territory, will also come as promised. It can be foreseen that in the coming period of the Great World War, this is destined to be a grand event belonging to the young generation of our Shihing Territory. Speaking of this, Yu Jianming looked at Lin Sun. I wonder if Taoism pure Lin is interested in participating? Kangwu Mountain, Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Lin Sun felt a little strange in his heart. If what Yu Jianming said was true, many talents in Shihing Territory would participate in this Lantern Festival. The significance of this Lantern Festival would be extraordinary. However, Lin Sun came to the ancient Desolation Territory from the lower world, so he didn't know what the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival was about. He hadn't even heard of Kanwu Mountain, so he wouldn't rashly agree. Lin Sun said, with all due respect, I don't know you, Taoism Puryu. Why do you invite me to participate in this festival? As soon as Lin Sun said this, Yu Jianming smiled at first, and then his eyes glowed. He stared at Lin Sun and said, I don't know if Taoism Pure Lin believes it. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were not an ordinary person. Speaking of this, a confident look appeared between his eyebrows. I dare to conclude that with your strength, I'm afraid you are absolutely not under me, even better than me. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes and immediately said, Taoism Pure you flatter me. Yu Jianming smiled and said, Taoism Pure Lin, you are too modest. He took out a palm-sized cyan jade plate engraved with mysterious patterns and handed it to Lin Sun with both hands. This is a nameplate for participating in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Whether Taoism Pure Lin will participate or not, please accept it as a token of my sincerity. He paused for a moment and continued. Of course, I have a certain level of selfishness in doing this. I hope to be able to enter and exit the Tao Lantern discussion with fellow Taoists and face the geniuses from the other places together. In short, I want to find a companion for myself, Yu Jianming said with a self-deprecating smile, looking very magnanimous. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Yu Jianming obviously came prepared, and his attitude was full of sincerity. Lin Sun was a little surprised to be treated like this. After a moment of hesitation, he took the nameplate and said, Then I'll thank you in advance. I'm looking forward to this day. Yu Jianming was overjoyed. After that, he took the initiative to say goodbye and left with a group of descendants of Thousand Illusion Taoism sect. Lin Sun watched them leave, playing with the cyan jade plate in his hand and lost in thought. Yu Jianming invited me so warmly. Is it really just to find a companion? Kanwu Mountain, Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. If I'm free, I can go have a look and see the elegance of the talents of Shihing World. And the Xianwen Sword House is actually known as the first orthodoxy in Shihing World. It seems that there must be a real mighty figure of the divine path there. What kind of peerless figure is Wu Lingzong, the saintess of the Xianwen Sword House? Lin Sun clearly noticed that when Yu Jianming mentioned the three words Wu Lingzong just now, a wisp of imperceptible adoration flashed in Yu Jianming's eyes. Since Wu Lingzong was able to make Yu Jianming admire her so much and was from the number one sect in the West Hell world, the Profound Inquisition Sword House, then she could probably be said to be extraordinary amongst the outstanding figures of the younger generation in the West Hell world. Without any delay, Lin Sun put away the cyan jade plate and continued with Xia Xiaochong. But before that, he suddenly flashed and appeared near Mo Feng and the others who were hiding in the distance. It scared Mo Feng and the others to the point they trembled and almost cried out. Guys, is it fun? Lin Sun asked with a smile. The faces of Mo Feng and the others changed constantly. They looked at Lin Sun with fear and hatred in their eyes, which seemed very complicated. What do you want? One of them plucked up his courage and asked, gritting his teeth. Lin Sun thought for a while and just said, Take care of yourself. Then he turned around and left. Until Lin Sun and Xia Xiaochong disappeared, someone asked angrily, He is too arrogant. What does he mean? Does he think there is no one in our Lingji sect? He is warning us that he just wants to teach us a lesson by retaliating against us before. If we don't know when to stop, he may kill us. Mo Feng's face was gloomy, and there was an indescribable sense of frustration in his heart. After seeing Yu Jianming's attitude towards Lin Sun, he was completely disheartened and lost the thought of continuing to find Lin Sun for revenge. Everyone was silent, and their emotions fluctuated. In fact, it's not a big deal. We were wrong before. Although the other side repeatedly teased us, he didn't want to kill us. I think this matter can be completely forgotten. Wen Firen comforted them in a gentle voice. She could see that everyone was depressed. Forget it. Mo Feng sighed in his heart. Compared to this hatred, he indeed no longer had any thoughts of revenge. But after this incident, he realized that there was always someone better out there. How ridiculous he was before. Senior brother Yu, why were you so polite to that youth earlier? While Wind Void and the others were filled with emotions, the successors of the Thousand Illusions Tao sect were also puzzled. They could not understand Yu Jianming's actions. Yu Jianming had his hands behind his back, the sleeves of his clothes fluttering as he stepped on a golden rainbow, and he was indescribably graceful and unrestrained. Hearing this, he sighed helplessly and said, "I've told you many times that there are many talented people in the world. The young man named Lin Sun is an extremely powerful character." Speaking of this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. "You also know that I was born with the innate talent of the spirit of perception, and I cultivate the ancient secret technique of the sect, the Imperial Spirit Feather Light technique. This technique, combined with my innate talent, allows me to perceive things that others cannot perceive." Everyone nodded. They were indeed aware of this. "From Lin Sun, I can see some terrible potential and amazing power. Although I can't see his depth, I'm sure that even I can't defeat him in terms of fighting strength." When Yu Jianming said these words, everyone was shocked and gasped. They finally realized why Yu Jianming treated Lin Sun so politely. It turned out that this youth was actually a ruthless character who had concealed his strength. Yu Jianming seemed to have thought of something, and he sighed with emotion. As the saying goes, there's always someone better out there. The ancient Desolation realm is too vast, and it covers the 4 great realms and tens of thousands of realms. There are too many extraordinary geniuses and geniuses that can be said to be unparalleled. If all of you think that the fire spirit realm can represent the entire world, then you're really no different than a frog at the bottom of a well. If Wind Void heard this lamentation, she would definitely resonate with it, because she had also lamented that there was always someone stronger than her. Senior brother, to put it bluntly, even if Lin Sun is really powerful, so what? This is the fire spirit state, the territory of our Thousand Illusion Tao sect. How dare he act so arrogantly here? Yang Yunda spoke. His face was still swollen, and there were still palm marks on it. He was also quite unwilling and angry in his heart. "If you say that again, disappear immediately." Yu Jianming glanced at Yang Yunda with an icy cold gaze, causing the latter's entire body to tremble while his expression changed indeterminately, and he didn't dare make another sound. "I've already invited him to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival that will be held on Dark Parasol Mountain half a year from now. Before that, I hope that all of you understand that at least no one in our Thousand Illusion Tao sect is allowed to go against Lin Sun in the Fire Spirit Prefecture." Yu Jianming's expression was solemn, and his eyes shot out a wisp of a terrifying sheen as he swept everyone with his gaze. This was a reminder, and also a warning. Everyone felt apprehensive in their hearts, and they couldn't remain calm. Tao Discussion Lantern Assembly, that was a grand event that everyone in the West Hing boundary had focused their attention on. If one wanted to participate in this grand meeting, there were extremely harsh requirements. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even some insignificant geniuses were not qualified to participate. Originally, within the Thousand Illusion Tao sect, many of the younger generation disciples were still hoping to follow Yu Jianming to participate in this gathering. But from the looks of it now, it was clearly impossible. Yu Jianming had already chosen a companion, and it was a young man whose origins were unknown. This fact caused all the disciples of the Thousand Illusion Tao sect to be unable to help but feel jealous in their hearts. They were unable to imagine that Lin Sun would be valued so highly by senior brother Yu when they'd only met for the first time. Yu Jianming didn't explain that Lin Sun actually hadn't agreed to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. But all of this wasn't important. Yu Jianming firmly believed that if Lin Sun was determined to rise in the upcoming battle of the world, then he would surely not miss the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, so the grand meeting this time was really too different from the past. The setting sun gilded the verdant mountain range with a layer of magnificent red. So it turns out that senior brother Yu Jianming isn't just handsome, he's a good person as well. Compared to his radiant image in the rumors, I like him better. On the way to the depths of Violet Ox Mountain, Xiaochong seemed to be extremely lively, and she chattered incessantly while her pure and cute little face was covered in a love-struck expression. "Ah, I remember now. He's like a fresh and delicious fruit that no one has the heart to eat." Xiaochong's words shocked Lin Sun to death. As soon as this metaphor came out, Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. He staggered and almost fell down. Yu Jianming, a fresh and delicious fruit. If Yu Jianming were to find out about this, he would probably feel as if he was struck by lightning, right? Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly became curious. "What do you think about me compared with Yu Jianming?" He felt that Xia Xiaocheng's mind was very simple and clean, which was different from others. He wanted to hear her views and feelings about him. You? Xia Xiaocheng blinked her big clear eyes, and then frowned her delicate little eyebrows. She said in an old-fashioned way, "Master is right. You men always like to compare who is better. It's extremely superficial and boring." Lin Sun was speechless and his lips twitched. He was finally sure that Xia Xiaocheng's master must be a woman. Otherwise, how could she say such words? Crack, Lin Sun raised his hand and knocked on Xia Xiaocheng's head. "Hurry up and get ready. If you can't finish the test, who will cry at the end?" Xia Xiaocheng grimaced and said angrily, "Brother Lin, my master also said that there are only two situations when a man gets angry out of shame. One is that his lie is exposed, and the other is that he feels very useless and inferior to others. I guess you must belong to the latter." Lin Sun almost choked to death with a gloomy face. He speculated and suspected maliciously that Xia Xiaocheng's master was not only a woman, but also a resentful woman who had been hurt by a man. The steep peak was covered with rugged rocks of strange shapes. This was a steep and lonely peak in the depths of Purple Ox Mountain. At the foot of the peak, rocks were scattered and weeds were growing. Snow-winged eagles were flying and patrolling in the void. They had snow-white sharp wings, sharp beaks that could penetrate rocks, and a pair of sharp claws that could tear tigers and leopards apart. At this moment, their golden eyes were fixed on a pure and beautiful young girl, and they brazenly launched the most ruthless and violent attack. Whoosh! 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 When the snow-winged eagles flew, their wings were folded like knives. Their bodies were like snow-white rainbows, fast and fierce. They smashed the rocks and tore the void. Their ferocious spirit pierced through the sky. The girl dodged awkwardly and screamed. She was surrounded by danger. "Brother Lin, you are retaliating against me." The girl was naturally Xia Xiaocheng. She was very angry. Just because she said something that her master had said, she was taken to this area by Lin Sun, left alone, and said that her own test had begun. Master is right. Once a man gets angry out of shame, he will become narrow-minded and bad-tempered. He will be more ruthless than a woman when he retaliates. Xia Xiaocheng shouted while dodging the attacks. Her clear voice resounded through this area. On the top of a mountain far away, Lin Sun, who was drinking wine, almost spat it out. It was the first time that he had been criticized like this. This damned girl, why did she suddenly become so infuriating? Lin Sun was speechless. He thought that the culprit must be Xia Xiaocheng's master. Xia Xiaocheng was a simple and transparent girl, but her master often instilled such cynical, rebellious, and hostile words to men. What a sin! Lin Sun felt that it was necessary to change Xia Xiaocheng's mind, so he decided to continue to stand by and turn a deaf ear. It was Xia Xiaocheng herself who said that she wanted to complete this test by herself. Since this was the case, he would fulfill her wish. He could take this opportunity to make her realize clearly that compared with him, that fresh and delicious fruit was more pleasing to the eye but useless. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly felt a sense of contentment and peace of mind. But soon he felt something wrong. What was wrong with him? Why did he care so much about a little girl's opinion? Was he really angry out of shame, just as she said? It shouldn't be. He had never been narrow-minded and bad-tempered before. Lin Sun fell into deep self-awareness. At the bottom of the dangerous peak, Xia Xiaocheng could no longer be distracted by shouting. She was besieged by a group of snow-winged eagles. She was in a difficult and dangerous situation, so she had to concentrate all her energy to fight. Several hours later, more than a dozen snow-winged eagles were killed by Xia Xiaocheng. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining snow-winged eagles flapped their wings and fled in fear. There were bloodstains all over the ground, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. After Xia Xiaocheng extracted the soul of the snow-winged condor with the divine condensation pearl, he sat down on the ground without a care for his image and gasped for breath, looking exhausted. But she still muttered, "Revenge, this is a man's revenge. As my master said, no man is good. After getting angry out of shame, even a man like Brother Lin Sun will become so crazy. I can't imagine what he would have become if I had told him that he was not as good-looking as senior brother Yu Jianming." At the end of her words, she shuddered, as if she was scared to death. It seemed that she had imagined some extremely vicious and cruel pictures about Lin Sun in her mind. In the distance, Lin Sun saw all this, and his face suddenly became very interesting. "Hey, brother Lin Sun, when did you come?" Xiaoxiaocheng looked up and saw Lin Sun's face as black as the bottom of a pot. "If I didn't come, I don't know what you would have done to me." Lin Sun said angrily, "Have you had enough rest? Then let's continue the trial in another place." Xiaoxiaocheng suddenly let out a miserable howl and hugged Lin Sun's thigh with her hands. With tears in her eyes, she said pitifully, "Brother Lin Sun, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't do it again." Seeing this girl admit defeat, Lin Sun immediately vented his anger. But he said stiffly, "Oh, you were wrong? What was wrong? Tell me." Xiaoxiaocheng's big clear eyes were full of tears. "I shouldn't tell the truth. My master said that men are hypocritical and like to listen to the lies of shady women." Speaking of this, she suddenly frowned and stopped crying. She wondered, that's not right. In this way, wouldn't I become a shady woman? No, I can't admit that I was wrong. My master said that good women never make mistakes. It's the world and the men in this world that are wrong. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth wriggled, and his body became stiff. He felt uncomfortable all over. At this moment, a disdainful shout sounded in the distance, "Bah!" As a man, he actually bullied a delicate young lady in broad daylight. Wasn't he ashamed at all? "I've never seen such a shameless man like you since I started my cultivation." Unscrupulous and shameless, Lin Sun's face darkened to the extreme. Standing on the mountain in the distance, he saw a burly man with a height of 18 meters, a wide mouth and sharp teeth, looking at him with disdain and contempt. "Bah!" When he noticed Lin Sun looking at him, the burly man spat fiercely, which cracked a hole in the rock with great strength. "Ho ho, it turns out to be a pig demon." Lin Sun found out the details of the burly man with his spiritual awareness. This was a fierce fire boar, a big demon at the middle stage of reincarnation developing realm, with an extremely overbearing aura. Pig? Xiaoxiaocheng also raised her small head and looked at the burly man curiously. The burly man squinted at Lin Sun with disdain, and then he smiled and said, "Little girl, all living beings are born from heaven and earth, regardless of their nobility or inferiority, just like me. Although I look a little fierce, my character is very gentle and considerate. I'm absolutely not like that boy, who is unscrupulous and narrow-minded and only knows how to bully a delicate little girl like you. He's a disgrace to all male practitioners. I'm actually stared at by a pig demon." Lin Sun's expression became unkind. This evil beast didn't know the situation, but still dared to criticize him. He must be tired of living. "Well, brother Lin, even the pig agrees with what I said." Xiaoxiaocheng looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun said "Oh" and looked at the pig demon in the distance coldly, saying, "Leave one leg, and I'll spare your life." This threat was a bit strange. Xiaoxiaocheng couldn't help asking, "Why leave one leg?" Lin Sun was expressionless. "I'm hungry. I want to eat roast pig leg." As soon as this reason came out, the pig demon in the distance suddenly widened his eyes. He was so angry that he laughed. "You are just a young man in Tao Insight realm. How dare you regard me as food? Aren't you afraid of eating too much and killing yourself?" Lin Sun showed his snow-white teeth, and his expression became more and more unkind. "It seems that you are forcing me to eat a whole pig feast?" "A whole pig feast?" Xiaoxiaocheng burst into laughter. Her pure little face was as fresh and refined as the petals after the rain, charming and bright. "I will chop you into pieces first, you reckless, heartless man." The pig demon was so angry that his nose was crooked. With a roar, he swooped down from the top of the mountain like a comet falling from the sky. He raised his hand and made a huge red handprint to kill Lin Sun. Boom, the void was in chaos, emitting a sharp explosion. This pig demon could be considered an overlord in Purple Ox Mountain. As soon as he displayed his reincarnation developing stage cultivation, a fierce and domineering aura immediately covered the sky and earth, causing people's hearts to palpitate. However, he was doomed to be unlucky to meet Lin Sun this time. Lin Sun had been frustrated by Xiaoxiaocheng earlier and had nowhere to vent his anger. Now that he saw such a live target jumping out voluntarily, he seemed to have found a way to vent his anger. Whoosh, his sleeves fluttered in the wind as he suddenly took out the broken blade. A silver light danced in the air. The snow-white and translucent blade was like an illusory shadow that suddenly appeared in the void. Rumble, when the war broke out, the world was turbulent, the mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the blazing divine light raged like a tide, crushing all the rocks and plants. At first, the pig demon was extremely domineering and wild and didn't take Lin Sun seriously. But soon, his face changed. He realized the danger and began to be cautious and take Lin Sun seriously. In the end, he was so shocked and angry that he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Because Lin Sun forced him into a precarious situation with only a broken sword. You, the pig demon cried out, his voice filled with fear. He couldn't even speak. He really didn't expect that a young man in Tao Insight Realm could be so fierce. If he had known this, he wouldn't have dared to talk nonsense just now. Lin Sun ignored him and fought with the secret yuan of the Taoist pattern formation contained in the broken blade. His offensive was extremely fierce and terrible. Puff. Puff, before long, the pig demon's body was bleeding, and there were many bloody scars on his body. He was so painful that he let out a terrible howl. He was in a miserable and embarrassing situation. He was really scared and begged for mercy crazily. But Lin Sun had accumulated a lot of anger. How could he let go of this pig demon easily? He seized the opportunity to cut him fiercely. Brother Lin, are you really going to eat the whole pig banquet? Xia Xiaocheng opened her eyes wide and her little face was full of surprise. Lin Sun snorted, do I look like I'm joking? Xia Xiaocheng imagined the scene of the whole pig banquet in her mind. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva and said with a smile, can I eat with you? I haven't eaten such powerful pig demon meat before. Hearing this, the pig demon in the distance almost burst into tears. Just now, he was standing up for this little girl, speaking out for justice and fighting for the injustice. But in the blink of an eye, this little girl wanted to eat his meat. Child, I was wrong. I just know that women's hearts are the most hateful. The pig demon was anxious. His injuries were getting worse and worse, and he was about to be unable to bear it. He wailed and begged for mercy. Lin Sun said leisurely, if I let you go like this, doesn't it mean that I admit what you said is true? I can't do that. The pig demon really wanted to slap himself. He was about to collapse. It was like shooting himself in the foot. In the end, Lin Sun let the pig demon go. The reason was very simple. The pig demon told Lin Sun that he could take him to find a big chance. Lin Sun naturally knew what the so-called big chance was, so he was not worried that the pig demon dared to deceive him. Where is the location of the mysterious ancient formation? Lin Sun put away the broken sword and asked directly. It turns out that child has already heard about it. That's easy. Just one sentence made the pig demon realize that Lin Sun should have known about this chance. Subsequently, the pig demon revealed everything it knew without holding anything back. After hearing all this, Lin Sun's eyes became a little strange. He asked, are you friends with Blackwater Python? Yes. The pig demon nodded, and then he was stunned. How did this young man know? No wonder. Lin Sun suddenly understood. When Blackwater Python told this news, it had said that it also heard it from a friend. Obviously, the friend of Blackwater Python was the pig demon in front of him. Lead the way. Lin Sun stopped talking nonsense. He was very curious about the ancient formation and wanted to see it with his own eyes. Child, it's very dangerous there. Monster. Ku Ting has been guarding there, and he doesn't allow anyone to get close. These days, countless creatures in Purple Ox Mountain were killed by monster Ku Ting just because they wanted to get close. If we go now, the pig demon was very hesitant. He did not want to take the risk. Lin Sun said coldly, I'll give you a choice. 1. I'll eat a whole pig banquet right now. 2. Take me there. You decide. The pig demon immediately did not hesitate and chose the latter decisively. He did not want to be eaten by such a cruel young man. If so, he would die miserably. Starfall Peak was located in the depths of Purple Ox Mountain. It was said that a long time ago, a divine stone fell from the sky and pierced into the ground. After countless years, it became today's Starfall Peak. This peak was very different. It was completely silver in color, as if it was covered in snow. Every night, it would emit a star-like light. In the past, many beast cultivators in this area had tried to investigate, thinking that there was some kind of fortune hidden in the Starfall Peak. But in the end, they found nothing. It was also in the evening a while ago that a dazzling divine light suddenly descended from the heavens, bathing Starfall Peak within it. Following that, along with the shaking of the heavens and the earth, an ancient formation was unearthed on Starfall Peak. It communicated with the essence of the sun and moon above, and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth below. Its light shot out like a bull, its power vast and mighty, instantly shaking all living beings in the surrounding area. Later, Monster Ku Ting made his move and killed some beast cultivators. Blood dyed the place red, and he finally took over this peak. However, the news of fortune being born here couldn't be concealed at all. In the recent period of time, the vicinity of Starfall Peak had long since become a place of trouble, and blood flowed without end. Lin Sun and the others arrived. They were very careful and cautious. "Old pig, why are you bringing human cultivators with you? I advise you not to go." Just yesterday, a half-step king of Pine Sword sect was seriously injured by Monster Ku Ting and had to retreat in panic. On the way, a beast cultivator revealed to Lin Sun and the others that the area around the Starfall Peak had become a place of blood and slaughter. It would be very dangerous to go there. The pig demon was worried, but Lin Sun did not want to give up halfway, so the group continued on their way. When night fell, they could already see the Starfall Peak from afar. Under the night sky, the silver-white Starfall Peak was like a white dragon standing in the sky. The entire mountain was filled with clear starlight, giving it a sacred feeling. Moreover, as they got closer, Lin Sun keenly noticed that there was a special and obscure fluctuation in the Starfall Peak. Lin Sun's gaze suddenly changed. He felt that the Starfall Peak seemed to have a life of its own, breathing in and out in the night sky, absorbing the power of the stars, making it look even more sacred. "It is indeed extraordinary," Lin Sun murmured. As they got closer, they became more and more cautious. The surroundings were silent, not even the sound of insects could be heard. The atmosphere was very depressing. The Starfall Cliff was filled with jagged rocks. From afar, a majestic and vigorous aura was already blowing towards them. "We can't go any further." The pig demon's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. He felt an invisible sense of fatal danger, which made him want to turn around and run. "It is indeed very dangerous." Lin Sun frowned. His divine sense was so powerful that it only took him a moment to sense that there were at least a dozen extremely powerful auras hiding in the darkness around the Starfall Peak. It seems that even with Monster Ku Ting's ferocity, it is not enough to deter other strong cultivators from taking the risk. But, where is that ancient formation? Lin Sun spread out his divine sense and shrouded the Starfall Peak. In an instant, a dangerous aura rushed into Lin Sun's heart, making his heart palpitate. He felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense that the top of the Starfall Peak was covered with an obscure restrictive power, and it was extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, the mysterious ancient formation that caused the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth to be unearthed was definitely there. The night was dark and quiet, except for the Starfall Peak, which was as white as snow and connected with the starlight in the sky, full of sacred air. After determining the location of the mysterious ancient formation, Lin Sun thought for a while and asked the pig demon to hide with Xia Xiaochong. He planned to climb the mountain alone and have a look at the ancient formation. As for Xia Xiaochong's safety, Lin Sun didn't worry about it at all. He had already left a strand of soul brand on the pig demon, so as long as the pig demon made any movements within a 50 kilometers radius of Starfall Peak, he would be aware of it at the first possible moment. In the dark, Lin Sun quietly used Ice Dragon steps and approached. What a strong murderous aura! When he arrived at the bottom of the Starfall Peak, Lin Sun's whole body tensed up. The atmosphere here was too depressing, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. There were piles of corpses on the ground, including those of fierce beasts and practitioners. They died in all kinds of strange ways, but all were extremely miserable. Looking up, from the bottom of the Starfall Peak, traces of fierce battles could be seen everywhere on the snow-white mountain road. Obviously, during this period of time, frequent conflicts and bloody battles broke out here, causing many strong practitioners to die here. It could be said that every inch of the mountain road was an inch of blood. At the same time, Lin Sun keenly noticed that when he approached the bottom of the Starfall Peak, there were countless spiritual awareness sweeping towards him like a tide. Humph! A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He ran the image of sun in meditating magic, and the power of his soul was like a brilliant sun, bursting out terrible waves of destruction and spreading out. In an instant, the spiritual awareness that swept over seemed to sense the danger and retreated like frightened birds, not daring to explore again. What? What a ferocious boy! Many strong practitioners hiding in the dark were shocked. What a strong spirit power! It turns out that he is not in the Tao Insight realm, but a practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm. Some strong practitioners thought that Lin Sun's spirit was not in the Tao Insight realm, but a practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm. Obviously, they were wrong. In other words, subconsciously, they had never thought that there would be a freak like Lin Sun in the world who could condense a spirit in the Tao Insight realm. Lin Sun started to climb the mountain with a calm posture as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. In fact, he was like a fully drawn bow, ready to strike at any time. The mountain was silvery white in color and bathed in starlight. It looked divine, but in reality, there were corpses everywhere. Bloodstains could be seen everywhere, and the scene was horrifying. Moreover, there was an invisible and terrifying power of prohibition, which was so oppressive that Lin Sun felt creepy. Little friend, even though this fortuitous encounter has arrived a long time ago, it hasn't reached the time to activate it yet. I advise you to turn back and not ascend the mountain again so as to avoid losing your life. On the way, Lin Sun also noticed that there were powerful practitioners hiding. There were some top figures in the reincarnation developing realm of the human clan. The one who reminded Lin Sun was an old man in a Taoist robe and a feather crown. He sat cross-legged under an ancient tree. When he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be torrents of lightning surging in them, which was extremely frightening. Thank you. Lin Sun nodded to express his gratitude and continued to climb the mountain. The younger generation will surpass us in time, but aren't you a little too rash? The old man in the Taoist robe smiled and withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Lin Sun. In the past few days, he had seen many human practitioners and ferocious beasts climb the mountain, but 9 out of 10 of them died in the fierce battles and conflicts. The name of the old man in the Taoist robe was Xianxia, an elder of the Thousand Illusion Taoism sect, one of the 4 sects and 3 families. He had reached the reincarnation developing realm and was extremely famous in the fire spirit state. But even he could only hide in the area halfway up the mountain and didn't dare to go any higher. Because, according to his knowledge, the higher one went on Starfall Mountain, the more dangerous it would be. Numerous powerful and ruthless figures were hidden there. There were peak experts from the 4 sects and 3 clans, and there were also some experts from all over the world who had heard the news and were rushing over. Even some terrifying monsters in the Purple Ox Mountain were entrenched on the Starfall Peak. It was definitely dangerous and full of killing intent. At this time, the young man was only in the Tao Insight realm, but he insisted on climbing the mountain. In Xianxia's view, it was no different from courting death. Little thing, this is not a place you should come to. Get out of here. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded on the mountain, and a ghost-headed eagle rushed out, flapping its sharp wings, trying to send the young man flying. This fierce bird was extremely violent and arrogant. Its wings set off a hurricane that swept down the rocks. It was extremely terrifying. Retribution had come, Xianxia sighed inwardly. The ghost-headed eagle was extremely powerful, and it could kill ordinary reincarnation developing realm practitioners like cutting vegetables. Moreover, it was arrogant, and no one knew how many experts it had killed these days. In Xianxia's view, the young man couldn't escape. This is the consequence of not listening to advice. Xianxia couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene, and was about to withdraw his gaze. But at this moment, his pupil suddenly shrank. Swish, a strand of white transparent, almost illusory saber light swept out from the young man's body. With a light flash, one of the ghost-headed eagle's wings was cut off, and the blood light soared high. Xianxia was dumbfounded. The ghost-headed eagle shrieked, and its shrill voice spread far in the night, startling all the creatures hiding in the nearby area and causing them to pay attention to this side. Then, they were also startled and gasped. On the silver-white mountain road, the young man was tall and graceful, with an ethereal temperament. A white broken blade emitting a clear brilliance was circling around him, adding a frightening power to him. In the distance, the ghost-headed eagle was screaming and dodging in panic with a frightened look. Comparing the two, the young man was even more extraordinary. Whose disciple is he? Many human practitioners were shocked. With the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm, the young man could cut off one of the ghost-headed eagle's wings with one saber strike and seriously injure it. This was undoubtedly incredible. On the other hand, some of the greater demons had heavy expressions as they'd realized that an unusual and ferocious figure had arrived on Starfall Peak tonight. Lin Sun didn't chase after the ghost-headed eagle, nor did he pay attention to the eyes cast on him in the dark. He went straight up the mountain. But obviously, his strike just now had deterred many experts, causing them to not dare act rashly and decide to watch coldly from the sidelines. Could it be that this young man is a true disciple from an ancient orthodoxy in the westward world? His ability is too strong. Under the ancient tree, Xianxia's mood was rather restless. Just now, he was still laughing because he thought Lin Sun was going to court death. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, such a reversal would occur, and it caused his face to burn slightly. He asked himself honestly, if it was him, he wouldn't dare to go against the ghost-headed eagle. The younger generation really surpasses the older. Xianxia sighed with emotion in his heart. The battle of the world was coming, and some extraordinary and peerless geniuses had begun to show their extraordinary talents one after another. In the future, the world was bound to belong to these geniuses of the younger generation. Xianxia suddenly thought of Yu Jianming, the successor of their Thousand Illusion sect. If he was compared with this young man, who was stronger, this place is really magical. Soon, Lin Sun's figure was not far from the top of the mountain. The flowers, plants, and trees in this area were all silver, as if they were made of frost and snow. In the night, they were filled with a rain of light and swallowed the starlight, which was very magical. Lin Sun suddenly had a feeling that these plants had intelligence. Maybe it wouldn't take long for them to degenerate into intelligent creatures. A clear fragrance came from the wind, making Lin Sun squint his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a small silver tree rooted in a rugged crack of an ancient rock dozens of meters away. It was only about a foot high, with its bark like cracked dragon scales. The trunk was vigorous and unsophisticated. On its branches, there were 7 or 8 round and translucent fruits the size of a thumb, overflowing with silver light. The clear fragrance just now came from this. This is definitely a peerless medicine. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a touch of light. At the same time, he was very vigilant in his heart. These days, no one knew how many strong people had come here. Even now, there were many fierce people hiding in the nearby area. But this silver little tree was completely unharmed, and even its fruits hadn't been plucked. This seemed to be very unusual. Sure enough, there's a trap. Lin Sun sensed carefully with his spiritual awareness, and soon found that there was a faint obscure power of prohibition at the root of this small silver tree. Although it was only a wisp, it made Lin Sun's heart palpitate and his scalp tingle. That was a kind of breath that could be fatal. Moreover, Lin Sun was very familiar with this wisp of breath, which came from the same source as the obscure power of prohibition covering the top of Starfall Peak. Is this the medicine nourished by the power of that ancient formation? This method is really extraordinary. It can communicate with the power of stars as nourishment to water the medicine and promote its growth. It can be imagined how amazing its efficacy will be when it matures. Lin Sun was envious, but he finally restrained himself and went on his way without taking any action. This boy is also smart. He didn't fall for the temptation. In the dark, some strong people who had been watching Lin Sun's every move were secretly surprised, and many of them sighed. They hoped that Lin Sun would be killed, so that they would have one less competitor. It wasn't long before Lin Sun found another medicine that was not far from the top of the mountain. It was shaped like a fire phoenix with its wings spread and overflowed with dazzling fiery glow. When looked at from afar, it was like a fire phoenix that was undergoing nirvana and rebirth. The most miraculous thing was that it was actually rooted in the void, bathed in starlight and gushing with fiery glow. It was dreamlike, like a divine fire phoenix dancing in the void. And it simply didn't seem real. Before Lin Sun got close, a strong fragrance of medicine filled the air. Just a sniff made Lin Sun feel comfortable, relaxed and happy, and his chi was lively and smooth. What kind of rare medicine is this? It wouldn't be a divine medicine, right? Lin Sun was completely moved, and his heart shook and couldn't calm down. He was very sure that the origin of this medicine that was shaped like a fire phoenix was absolutely beyond imagination, but at the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that the void around this medicine was covered with an extremely obscure fluctuation of prohibition, and it made him feel terrified and uneasy. Young man, it's fate that we meet. So long as you listen to my instructions, this fortune before you is yours. Suddenly, a dry and hoarse voice sounded. Swoosh, along with the voice, a strange vine suddenly gushed out from an ancient silver tree that towered into the sky near the mountain peak. It was as thick as a bucket and 300 m long. Half of its trunk was verdant as if it was polished from jade, and it glowed with abundant vitality. The other half of its trunk was withered like charcoal, and it was suffused with a gray and hazy aura of death like a tree that had been struck by lightning. The two contrasted each other. One half was full of vitality, while the other half was lifeless. It was like life and death coexisted with each other, and it gave off a strong visual impact. It spread down from the silver tree, and an extremely terrifying aura suffused the surroundings, causing the heavens and the earth to wail. However, it was very careful, and it didn't dare approach the mountain peak with its aura as if it was afraid of disturbing something. Old freak Ku Teng, Lin Sun determined its origin with just a glance. According to the Blackwater Python and the Pig Demon, this was absolutely the #1 great demon in Purple Ox Mountain, and it possessed the strength of a half-step king realm expert. Since the ancient formation of Starfall Mountain was unearthed, Old Freak Ku Ting had been occupying this place, and he'd killed countless experts who had come to explore this place. He was absolutely a ruthless figure that killed and caused a disaster. Noticing that Old Freak Ku Ting had made a move, the numerous experts hiding in the dark all paid close attention to him. As expected, this old demon can't tolerate anyone approaching the mountain peak. That's his territory, and anyone who approaches will die. This young man is going to suffer. He's still young and frivolous. Why hasn't he thought about why no one dares to approach the mountain peak rashly when so many experts are waiting here? Since ancient times, geniuses usually die prematurely. Now it seems that this young man can't escape this calamity. Some sighed with emotion, some took pleasure in Lin Sun's misfortune, and some felt sorry for Lin Sun. That was Old Freak Ku Teng, a half-step king realm expert, not to mention a Tao Insight realm cultivator. Even a top reincarnation developing realm cultivator wouldn't be able to defeat him. Young man, what do you think? Old Freak Ku Teng approached Xianxia and formed a strange face. Half of his skin was tender and translucent like a baby's, and the other half was covered in wrinkles and coiled with the aura of death. Even his eyes revealed two completely different states, and his appearance was so strange that it caused others to feel cold. This fortune was born from the heavens and earth, and it's not yours to begin with. If you want it, go get it yourself. You're not qualified to order me to do things for you. Lin Sun's expression remained calm and indifferent. The overmatches in the dark were all surprised and shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Sun was still so calm and strong at such a time, which was amazing. Old Monster Ku Ting was also stunned. He didn't expect a young man at the Tao Insight stage to be so courageous. After that, his face sank. This king has given you fortune, yet not only are you not grateful, but you're even acting so rudely. Could it be that you really want to die? Lin Sun smiled with a cold luster surging in his black eyes. You're just a divine spirit who hasn't really stepped into the king realm. How dare you call yourself a king and threaten me? Hiss, many overmatches in the dark gasped and wondered whether Lin Sun was crazy. Although a half-step king was not a real king, it was enough to look down on all the practitioners below the king level. But in Lin Sun's eyes, it seemed that a half-step king was nothing more than this, which was too surprising. Old Monster Ku Ting narrowed his eyes, and a horrible killing intent surged all over his body. His power swept across the whole area like a flood. Boy, I appreciate your courage very much. I'll give you one last chance. Go and pick that precious herb, and I'll let you die with more dignity. As he spoke, he shot his gaze towards the miraculous herb that was like a fluttering fiery phoenix near the peak of the mountain. Obviously, he wanted Lin Sun to risk his life. Everyone knew that there was a great horror hidden near that magical herb, which was related to the ancient formation on the top of the mountain. If Lin Sun rashly went to pick it, he would definitely end up miserably. Okay. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. For a moment, those overmatches in the dark thought that they had misheard. Lin Sun was so aggressive just now. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Was he also shocked by old monster Ku Ting's ferocity? Humph, it turns out that you are also afraid of death. In that case, hurry up. Old monster Ku Ting showed a touch of disdain on his face. Lin Sun's previous calm performance was regarded by him as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, since you are so anxious, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Sun nodded and stepped forward, walking towards that magical herb. Anxious? Fulfill my wish? Old monster Ku Ting narrowed his eyes. He felt that Lin Sun's words sounded strange. The next moment, his face changed, and he roared angrily, "Stop!" Suddenly, a snow-white blade flashed out from Lin Sun's body, and with an incredible speed, it suddenly chopped at the magical medicine not far away. It was too fast. No one expected that Lin Sun, who had promised to pick the herb, would do such a cruel thing. He even wanted to destroy that precious herb. This made all the overmatches in the dark widen their eyes. Old monster Ku Ting was a little unprepared. When he wanted to stop Lin Sun, it was already too late. Boom, rumbling that shook the heavens resounded out as a strand of terrifying restriction energy suddenly surged out from the vicinity of the divine herb, and it transformed into obscure and mysterious talisman markings that covered the sky and fiercely blasted the broken blade that slashed down towards it flying. Lin Sun was affected. His blood and chi tumbled, and he almost coughed up blood. But he was already prepared. When the blow fell, he had already driven the vast universe arc with all his strength and rushed out of Starfall Peak. Lin Sun had already expected that it was obviously impossible to destroy that precious herb with his own ability. He did this only to frame old monster Ku Ting. Boom, sure enough, the restrictive energy in the vicinity of that miraculous precious medicine was activated, and a myriad of mysterious symbols appeared. Every single symbol was brilliant as if they were constructed from silver, and they glowed brilliantly under the night sky while emitting a terrifying and monstrous pressure. Such might caused the entire Starfall Peak to shake without end. Old monster Ku Ting trembled all over, and his face was extremely pale. He was extremely angry. He let out a roar, turned around, and fled. The strength of the restriction was too terrifying. Once it erupted, it could simply obliterate the heavens and the earth. Old freak Ku Ting had been residing here all this time, so he'd witnessed the might of the restriction erupting, and it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. That was why he didn't dare to hesitate at a time like this. He immediately fled. Damn it, run. Damn it, this guy is too hateful. He actually wants to harm us all. He wants to use the power of the ancient formation to deal with old monster Ku Ting. It's a dangerous move. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how terrible the power of the ancient formation is. On Starfall Peak, the experts hidden in the shadows were all flustered, and like frightened rabbits, they scurried out and flashed out of the peak. Some even cursed and stamped with rage. They thought that Lin Sun's move was no different from harming them. After all, it was not easy for them to occupy a place on Starfall Peak. They were just waiting for the opportunity to open so that they could gain the upper hand in the competition. But after this scene happened, it was equivalent to destroying all the advantages they had occupied. Rumble, the power of the restrictive power broke out, and the sacred silver light evolved into obscure symbols, pouring down from the top of the mountain like a volcano erupting after thousands of years of silence, with a terrible power that could destroy the world. It was like poking a hornet's nest. The scene was terrible. Bang, although old monster Ku Ting fled fast enough, he was still hit by an obscure silver symbol, which smashed a bloody hole in his bucket-thick torso. He screamed in pain, and his eyes were bloodshot. He felt extremely humiliated that he was schemed against by a young human and suffered such a big loss. The other overmatches ran faster and faster. Even someone as strong as old monster Ku Ting couldn't resist the power of the restrictive power at all. It was too horrible. The scene was chaotic. Pig Demon and Xianxia, who were hiding in the distance, had long been dumbfounded. They didn't understand why such a shocking change happened. Will Brother Lin have an accident? Xiaoxiao's innocent face was full of worry. It's better if he dies. Pig Demon was severely beaten by Lin Sun before, so he was full of resentment and hoped that Lin Sun would die as soon as possible. After that, his eyeballs spun as he consoled Xiaoxiaocheng with a warm voice. Little girl, don't be too sad. Even if that kid is dead, you still have me. I'll surely treat you extremely well and won't allow you to suffer any grievances. Xiaoxiaocheng glared at him fiercely. How dare you curse brother Lin Sun? If he comes back, he'll definitely make you into a pig feast. Pig Demon shuddered and his face changed constantly. He was really worried and didn't dare to say anything more. As the saying goes, a loose tongue can cause trouble. He had deeply learned this from Lin Sun before. At this moment, Lin Sun was also suffering. Although he drove Vast Universe Arc to fly fast, as soon as he reached the void, he was suppressed by an obscure restrictive power. It was like falling into a swamp, so that the speed of Vast Universe Arc couldn't be exerted at all. What made Lin Sun most speechless was that the restrictive power that broke out on Starfall Peak rushed into the void and chased him crazily as if it had a mind of its own. He just wanted to frame old monster Ku Teng, but he didn't expect that he would be involved in it. If he had known this, he would have used insignificant bow and blue sky arrow directly. How could such a disaster happen? Look, that boy's treasure ship has been suppressed. Ha ha ha, retribution. This is called shooting oneself in the foot instead of harming others. At the foot of the mountain, a few experts who escaped with their lives roared with laughter, taking joy in others' misfortune. They vented out a breath of resentment. Little bastard, even if you die, I'll sacrifice your bones to ashes. Old monster Ku Teng's face was filled with resentment. He was accidentally injured this time. If a strong enemy came to attack, it was likely that he would not be able to occupy the top of Starfall Peak as before. Xiaoxiaocheng and Pig Demon finally realized that Lin Sun was in a bad situation. Their faces changed and their hearts were in their throats. The Vast Universe Arc was an incomplete saint artifact. Even though its might wasn't as great as it was in the past, it was able to avoid the attacks of kings when controlled, and it was extremely miraculous. At that time in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, Lin Sun had relied on this treasure to safely escape into the Dao burial tomb with the mysterious young woman, Ahu, while being pursued by numerous kings. Yet now, the energy of restrictions that erupted from Starfall Peak was actually able to suppress the Vast Universe Arc, and this caused Lin Sun to be unable to help but be shocked and realize that they were in trouble. If he wasn't wrong, then the mysterious ancient formation that emerged from Starfall Peak was probably a terrifying grand formation set up by a true saint. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for it to possess such terrifying strength. Rumble, the energy of restrictions that erupted from Starfall Peak grew even more terrifying. Bright silver and obscure symbols fluttered through the sky, dispelling the night sky and illuminating the world. All the living beings in an area of 500 kilometers were alarmed, and they lay prostrate on the ground while shivering as they sensed an indescribably oppressive and terrifying aura. At the foot of the mountain, the expressions of all the experts that had fled from Starfall Peak changed repeatedly, and they had no choice but to retreat far away. This caused them to hate Lin Sun even more. If it wasn't for the calamity he'd caused, how could such a shocking change have occurred on Starfall Peak? It caused them to have no choice but to retreat in a sorry state. Especially old freak Ku Teng, he gnashed his teeth with hatred, and his face was extremely livid. If it wasn't for it being too dangerous in space, he wished for nothing more than to charge forward and tear Lin Sun apart with his own two hands. It was too infuriating. He was asked to gather herbs, yet he'd played such a trick. He simply deserved to die 1,000 deaths. The scene at the peak of Starfall Peak changed greatly. An ancient formation appeared on the ground that was bright silver like snow, and it linked up with the energy of the stars in the sky while absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth. It revealed countless formation diagrams and markings that were dense like tidewater, and it was dazzling and divine. One could faintly see that there was actually an enormous egg that was the size of a millstone in the depths of the ancient formation. It was completely round and crystalline, and it flowed with chilly starlight. It seemed as if it was born from a primeval ferocious beast. It was filled with a divine aura, and it was faintly visible within the ancient formation, causing it to seem extremely mysterious. The energy of the stars and essence of the heavens and the earth absorbed by the ancient formation surged like tidewater onto this enormous egg and was absorbed by it. An egg? In the sky, Lin Sun's eyes widened. He almost couldn't believe it. A divine formation occupied a mountain and communicated with the power of stars and heaven just to breed the creature in this egg. This seemed to be too shocking, but soon, Lin Sun didn't have time to think too much about this. The vast universe arc that he controlled became increasingly suppressed, and the power of the spells nearly drowned him out. That kid is finished. In the distance of Starfall Peak, both human practitioners and demonic practitioners were aware that the treasure ship driven by Lin Sun was about to collapse. This made them gloat over Lin Sun's misfortune more and more. They were eager to see Lin Sun suffer. Old freak Ku Ting was ready to collect Lin Sun's bones and grind them to ashes when Lin Sun died. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. If you really provoke me, I'll fight it out with you. In vast universe arc, Lin Sun sensed the danger. He gritted his teeth and took out insignificant bow and blue sky arrow, intending to fight against the ancient formation. However, just as he was about to take the risk, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. My friend, please stop and listen to me. Who? Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly shrank. At the same time, he found that he hadn't explained clearly about writing in the Four Sides bar, which made many people misunderstand him. It was very simple. There was a power failure at home at night, and the laptop that had been used for writing was sent for repair. The battery of his old laptop could only last for half an hour, and he couldn't set up a traffic hotspot, so he couldn't use his mobile phone to connect to the internet, so he had to go to the internet bar to write. He didn't want to say it at first. After all, this kind of bad luck was not worth writing about. If he said it too much, it would seem that he was trying to gain sympathy. Lin Sun was safe and sound, which made Ku Ting even angrier. Gritting his teeth so hard that they almost broke, he jumped up into the sky. Bastard, the power of the ancient formation didn't kill you. Let me send you to hell myself. His voice was cold and creepy. His body, which was as thick as a bucket, was like a coiling dragon, filled with two kinds of horrifying power, bitterness and glory. The void collapsed, producing a roar. This was the power of a half-step king. Once it was used, the wind and clouds moved in all directions, and the destructive aura covered the sky. This old monster seems to hate that kid to the core, and he wants to kill him. Many powerful warriors were horrified, and they all dodged, not wanting to be affected. Brother Lin is in danger. Xiaoxiao's hands and feet were cold, and her pure and beautiful face was full of worry. It's over. Ku Ting is angry. Now, no one can save that kid. Little girl, let's run away together. The pig demon was not loyal at all. He wanted to run away, and this guy was very shameless. He didn't give up and even wanted to take Xiaoxiao with him. But at this moment, a calm voice sounded in the pig demon's ears. Okay, run away. You'd better not be caught by me. The pig demon's body stiffened, and he looked up in horror. Under the night sky, Lin Sun's treasure ship lightly flashed and avoided Ku Ting's horrifying attack. He seemed to be very calm and not embarrassed at all. What made the pig demon's scalp numb was that a strand of soul consciousness power swept out from the treasure ship and firmly locked on him. He couldn't escape at all. Obviously, if he dared to run away, the consequences would be unimaginable. Child, I was just joking. How could I do such a dishonorable thing? Child, don't get distracted again, lest you get hurt by that Ku Ting. The pig demon patted his chest and said with a determined look. Humph. Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to this immoral pig demon anymore, and focused on the battle. Boom, the void collapsed horribly, and the angry Ku Ting showed no mercy. His body swayed in the void, and he started to attack Lin Sun. Its attacks were extremely overbearing and violent. Its body that was thick like a bucket swept out like a divine dragon swinging its tail. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed while violent divine radiance swept out, and it blasted the layer of clouds apart. It was a boundlessly terrifying sight. All of the experts were shocked. Old monster Ku Ting was too powerful. Even among half-step kings, he could be considered a peak existence. All of them suspected that this old freak had probably touched the threshold of the king realm, and he was only a step away from breaking through to become a true king. Lin Sun steered the vast universe arc to dodge. It was like he was flying through stormy seas. Although it seemed incomparably dangerous, he was always able to avert disaster every time. This was the marvelous aspect of the vast universe Arkansas. Without the suppression of the ancient array spells, let alone old monster Ku Ting, even the attack of a true king could be avoided. This is definitely a strange treasure with marvelous power. Many experts noticed this was strange, and they couldn't help but exclaim with surprise. Could it be that this kid relied on this treasured vessel to deal with the attacks from the ancient formation? Thinking of this, many experts became envious. In the void, old monster Ku Ting became even more furious. His face was livid, and his killing intent soared into the sky. Previously, when he attacked with his full strength, he was actually unable to kill Lin Sun in one move. On the contrary, Lin Sun avoided his attacks again and again. This made him feel ashamed. Who was he, the number one great beast of the Purple Ox Mountain, a half-step king? He had shaken the world for many years, and he didn't even put ordinary half-step kings in his eyes. But now, he attacked with his full strength, but he couldn't do anything to a Tao Insight Realm youngster. If news of this spread out, where would his face go? Die. Old monster Ku Ting roared, and black and white chi appeared on his thick body. One represented the power of life, and the other represented the chi of death. They fused together and finally condensed into a strange black and white divine rainbow that shot out like a bull and swept across the sky. This was too terrifying. It made the scalps of the experts in the distance go numb, and they had no choice but to retreat far away. In this area of 100 li, besides Starfall Mountain, all the other mountains had been crushed and collapsed. The ancient trees were uprooted along with the soil, and then collapsed into powder. At this moment, the monstrous might of a half-step king was vividly displayed, and it caused the heavens and the earth to dim down. However, even if it was such world-shocking might, it was still unable to kill Lin Sun, and he controlled the vast universe arc to swiftly dodge it. How could this be possible? All the experts were flabbergasted. This greatly overturned their understanding. A youth at the Tao Insight Realm had merely relied on a treasured vessel to easily dodge the numerous attacks of a half-step king, and this seemed to be too inconceivable. Could it be that the treasured vessel is a divine treasure that surpasses the scope of the king realm? Some cultivators guessed in their hearts, and they were extremely tempted. If it wasn't for this, it would be utterly impossible to explain the scene before their eyes. Little bastard, I don't believe I'm unable to kill you. Old monster Ku Ting's furious roar was like a thunderclap that surged through the heavens and the earth, and it caused the expressions of all the living beings in this area to turn pale and shiver. He was obviously infuriated to the limit, and he killed to the point his eyes had turned red. For a time, the heavens and the earth were collapsing, and the scene of destruction caused rocks and sand to fly about could be seen everywhere. At the same time, Lin Sun let out a clear and resounding howl that swept through the heavens and the earth. Fellow Taoists, I feel rather guilty for triggering the restrictions of the ancient formation earlier and causing all of you to be affected. So, I've decided to draw this old bastard away right now and strive for an opportunity for all of you to ascend the mountain and seize fortuitous encounters. Take it as my compensation. All the experts in the surroundings were stunned, and their expressions became strange. This kid that's full of evil tricks is actually so kind. After that, all of them had a flash of inspiration in their hearts. If old monster Ku Ting was drawn away, then it would be a rare opportunity for them to ascend the mountain. Perhaps they would even be able to seize this opportunity to seize some fortuitous encounters. Everyone, there's a trap in all of this. That kid is black-hearted and bold. His words seem to be spoken beautifully, yet he's actually speaking to old monster Ku Ting. Someone sneered. Sure enough, old monster Ku Ting's expression became even more gloomy, and he was angered to the point his face turned livid by Lin Sun's words. You want to draw this king away and gain benefits for those fellows? You're simply audacious and arrogant to the extreme. Old monster Ku Ting roared, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a black and white spear that tore through the sky with a swish towards the vast universe. Arkansas swish, the sky was easily torn apart, and that spear flowed with black and white divine radiance. It was strange and terrifying, and it possessed an extremely terrifying penetrative force. However, Lin Sun didn't intend to be entangled with old monster Ku Ting since long ago, and he controlled the vast universe arc to swiftly fly towards the distance. Where do you think you're going? Old monster Ku Ting was enraged to the point he was on the verge of going mad. If he were to allow this kid to escape in public, then he, a half-step king realm expert, would surely become the laughingstock of the world. At the same time, Lin Sun spoke out as well, and he reminded all the experts present. Everyone, there's only one chance. All of you must make the best use of your time. The gazes of all the cultivators present flickered, and their expressions changed indeterminately. They paid close attention to old monster Kuting to see if he would abandon Starfall Peak and pursue Lin Sun. The enraged old monster Kuting also noticed this scene, and he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. However, he had to consider whether it was worth it to pursue Lin Sun. If he pursued Lin Sun, it would definitely give the other experts the opportunity to ascend Starfall Peak. If he didn't pursue Lin Sun, he would be very unwilling and resentful in his heart. What should he do? Old monster Kuting was somewhat at a loss, and he was so angry that he almost went mad. This kid was simply too despicable and shameless. Previously, he had used the ancient restriction to frame him. And now, he even used his determination to obtain Starfall Peak to bewitch the other cultivators, and put him in a dilemma. Old thing, aren't you very awe-inspiring? Come, let's change places and have a good spar. Lin Sun shouted loudly, and his tone was full of provocation. All the cultivators present gasped. This kid was really arrogant. He actually dared to challenge a half-step King Realm expert like this. Was he not worried that something bad would happen to him? Old monster Kuting was completely enraged. As if he had gone mad, he swayed his long and thick body and rushed towards Lin Sun in the distance. Hee, you're really obedient. Not bad. When I kill you later, I will give you a dignified death. Lin Sun's voice was leisurely, and it floated in the air. As he spoke, he did not slow down at all. He drove the vast universe arc away with all his might. You're courting death. Old monster Kuting let out an earth-shaking roar, and attacked with all his strength. But to Lin Sun's surprise, old monster Kuting was not targeting him, but a powerful cultivator on the ground. It was an alien beast, and it was secretly approaching Starfall Peak. It wanted to take this opportunity to ascend the peak first. Obviously, it was very tempted by Lin Sun's proposal. But it did not expect that old monster Kuting would abandon Lin Sun and directly attack. Boom, in an instant, the area was intertwined with black and white divine light. The alien beast did not even have time to resist, and was killed on the spot. In the distance, some of the powerful cultivators who were planning to ascend the peak saw this, and they were instantly shocked. Their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. Do you really think I'm an idiot? I'll give up the great fortune of Starfall Peak for a little bastard? You idiots, you don't even know that you're being used by that little bastard. You're really stupid. Old monster Kuting's face was livid, and he scolded coldly. Only then did the powerful cultivators in the distance notice that Lin Sun's figure had long disappeared from the void. Obviously, he had taken this opportunity to escape. In an instant, the expressions of the powerful cultivators turned ugly. Sure enough, that black-hearted kid did not have good intentions at all. He was using them to restrain old monster Kuting, so that the latter did not dare to rashly leave Starfall Peak. Damn it! Some of the powerful cultivators were so angry that their faces turned red. They were led by the nose by a junior, and they did not even know that they were being used. It made them lose face. Humph. Old monster Kuting was originally furious, but when he saw the extremely embarrassed expressions of the powerful cultivators, he felt inexplicably at ease. This kind of feeling was probably like he had fallen into the water, and at the same time, he had dragged a group of people down with him. Everyone was miserable, and they had lost some face. Naturally, they would not laugh at each other. But, the moment he thought of Lin Sun, old monster Kuting was furious. In the end, he turned around angrily and returned to Starfall Peak. It could not be helped, Lin Sun had already escaped, and it was impossible to chase after him. Even if old monster Kuting had a stomach full of hatred, he had nowhere to vent it. Little bastard, don't let me see you again. At the same time, on the vast universe arc, Lin Sun was not happy at all. Instead, he felt a little regretful and unwilling. Originally, he really intended to lure Kuting to a remote place and then kill him with insignificant bow. But he didn't expect that Kuting, who was furious, still didn't give up the opportunity on Starfall Peak and didn't chase after him. Young master, you are both wise and brave, and your skills are exceedingly high. This old pig's horizons have truly been broadened today, and I'm extremely impressed. Please accept this old pig's bow. Next to Lin Sun, the pig demon bowed solemnly and his face was full of admiration. Crack, Lin Sun slapped him on the back of the head and said coldly, "Don't flatter me. Don't think I don't know that you will be happier than anyone else if I meet with an accident this time." The pig demon bared his teeth and touched the red and swollen back of his head. He said with an aggrieved face, "Child, you really misunderstood me. How can I be an ungrateful person? Shameless." Even Xia Xiaochong couldn't stand it anymore. She gave the pig demon a supercilious look. This guy had no moral integrity. He had been thinking about how to escape before. The pig demon didn't feel ashamed at all. He still looked sad and sighed, "Alas, it seems that the little lady also misunderstood me. Why don't we talk alone?" As he said, he looked at Xia Xiaochong with a hopeful face. Xia Xiaochong was startled. "I don't want to talk with a pig alone. It's too scary." This pig demon was really a weirdo. He had no moral integrity and was thick-skinned, which made Lin Sun admire him secretly. "Xiaochong, there are only 3 days left before the trial. You have to hurry up," Lin Sun suddenly said. Xia Xiaochong was stunned. Her pure little face suddenly wrinkled and she said painfully, "Oh, I really don't want to hunt monsters. It's too tiring. I don't like the smell of blood." The pig demon next to her immediately flattered her. He patted his chest and said, "Little lady, I'll accompany you. I'm good at making tea and massaging your shoulders and legs. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Was this still a reincarnation developing realm monster? Lin Sun was almost speechless. Xia Xiaochong said disdainfully, "To think that you're a member of the demonic cultivators. You know that I'm going to hunt down demonic beasts, but not only did you not stop me, you even hit me when I'm down. You're simply too shameless." The pig demon pretended to be righteous. When he was about to say something, he was kicked out of the cabin by Lin Sun. He couldn't stand this guy anymore. He was really shameless. The night faded, and the dawn broke. A new day had arrived. The boundless violet ox mountain was covered in a layer of mountains and peaks, and they were dyed in a layer of brilliant rays of sunlight and emanated a different kind of vitality. In a valley in the mountains, Xia Xiaochong was holding a silver spear and fighting with more than 10 green-headed fish demons in the stream. Not far away, the pig demon was busy building a fire and boiling water. He planned to throw a few dead fish demons into the pot and cook them to fill his stomach. On the top of a low mountain next to the valley, Lin Sun sat facing the sun. His handsome figure was bathed in the morning light, ethereal and ethereal. Not long after, he woke up from meditation and couldn't help frowning. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Tao Insight realm a long time ago. Recently, he was almost unable to suppress the impulse to break into the reincarnation developing realm. This was what Lin Sun didn't want to see. Because he'd taken the path of a supreme king. Even though his cultivation had attained perfection, there were still some flaws in his comprehension and cultivation in the martial Tao. For example, the 9 transformations of the tribulation dragons and the 9 strikes for shaking heaven had not been perfected yet. Although the Tao of water he controlled had reached the peak, he still couldn't break through the barrier and step into the higher level of Tao. "I must hurry up to refine the power of martial cultivation and the Tao of water." Lin Sun had long known that the power of Tao could only really manifest its power in the reincarnation developing realm. At that time, in a battle between cultivators, the stronger the power of the great Tao that they grasped, the more powerful their own strength would be. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun took out a simple silver-white scroll. This was the secluded star bug raining technique, a gift from Xiaohao. It was a secret method for raising and using spirit-eating bugs. Thinking of Xiaohao, Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of the mysterious Starfall Peak. The ancient formation full of sacred air, the egg of constellation, and a silent young master of the secluded Star Imperial clan, all of this seemed to be too miraculous, and it was difficult to understand. Lin Sun took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. He began to study the secluded star bug raining technique. Several hours passed unconsciously. At noon, Lin Sun closed the secret scroll in his hand, with a touch of shock and amazement in his black eyes. According to the record, the origin of the spirit-eating bug was so amazing that it was listed in the 7th place of the ancient strange bugs list, once it transformed into the king realm, it could even absorb the 9 serenities chi and devour the souls of kings, which was extremely fierce. In ancient times, there was a spirit-eating bug king that roamed the world and swallowed the souls of countless horrible creatures, which made all the strong people in the world tremble with fear. However, the God-Eater insect clan was extremely rare. It was originally the divine insect clan that protected the Nether Star Imperial clan, yet it suffered a great calamity and was practically annihilated. It caused the rumors related to it to gradually become unknown through the passage of countless years. The 9 spirit-eating bugs in Lin Sun's hand were also found in a mysterious and dangerous place called the Precious Blood Plain in the ancient Wind World. However, he knew very little about the origin of the spirit-eating bugs, and he didn't even know how to raise and use them. But there was no doubt that the spirit-eating bugs were extremely terrible. In these years, they helped Lin Sun kill a lot of strong enemies. For example, in the secret realm of demons, Yu Shaoxing and other saints were devoured by the spirit-eating bugs, and they were seriously injured and died. However, it was not driven by Lin Sun, but by the spirit-eating bugs themselves. Even because Lin Sun didn't know how to control them, he had to seal them all the time and suppress them in his sea of consciousness. But now with the secluded star insect mastery, all this was no longer a problem. The spirit-eating bugs feed on souls. They need to undergo 5 complete transformations before they can step into the stage of the Bug King. And every time they transform, the power of the spirit-eating bugs will have a new change. Lin Sun silently pondered the mystery of the secluded star insect mastery. It turns out that it's wrong to seal them all the time. I must raise them with souls, so as to promote their transformation and growth. After a while, Lin Sun pondered for a while and took out the 9 sealed spirit-eating bugs. Then he formed a seal with his hands and covered them with a strange blood seal. This was the secret seal of insect mastery. Only in this way could he control the spirit-eating bugs with ease. Buzzing the seal containing Lin Sun's own blood seal was greedily absorbed by the 9 spirit-eating bugs. At the same time, an obscure wave was generated between Lin Sun and the spirit-eating bugs, forming a wonderful connection. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly had a strange feeling, as if the spirit-eating insects had become his own children. Their happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, and every slight fluctuation of their emotions could be clearly reflected in his heart. This was the mystery of the secret seal of insect mastery. There was a connection between the spirit-eating bugs and the host. Only in this way could he control the spirit-eating bugs with ease and make them work for him. They are very hungry. Soon, Lin Sun captured a wisp of cold emotion, which made him raise his eyebrows and take out a piece of mid-grade congealing jade. This piece of congealing jade originally belonged to Xiaoxiao, but Lin Sun used it in advance. It was full of the souls of fierce beasts. It was undoubtedly the most suitable food for the spirit-eating bugs. Crack! Crack! Before long, a piece of mid-grade congealing jade was devoured by the 9 spirit-eating bugs. It could be clearly seen that there was a crystal luster on their black body, which was the size of a grain of rice, as if they were glowing with vitality. Sleep. When he captured this wisp of spiritual fluctuation, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned, and then he smiled. It seemed that the needs of the spirit-eating bugs were easy to be satisfied. However, Lin Sun also knew that the transformation of the spirit-eating bugs was very strange. Sleeping was a process of self-strengthening. They are just larvae, in the first stage of transformation. I don't know when they will transform into the real king of the spirit-eating bugs. Lin Sun put away the 9 spirit-eating bugs and was also looking forward to it. If one day he could cultivate a real spirit-eating bug king, it would definitely be a big killer that could deter the old monsters in the king realm. But there is still a long way to go. Lin Sun soon shook his head. The spirit-eating bugs needed to feed on souls to carry out transformation. It could be imagined that every time they advanced and transformed, the number of souls they needed to devour was absolutely huge. This made Lin Sun doubt whether he could meet the needs of the spirit-eating bugs in the future with his own ability. Fortunately, for now, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about this. 2 days later. After continuous hunting, Xiaoxiao had filled a mid-grade congealing pearl and transformed it into a piece of mid-grade congealing jade. In these 2 days, Lin Sun didn't stay idle. He wandered around Purple Ox Mountain with Xiaoxiao, looking for traces of fierce beasts, and then hunted them. Taking this opportunity, Lin Sun also filled 2 mid-grade congealing pearls, which could serve as the food of the spirit-eating bugs. Moreover, Lin Sun had already inquired that it was possible to buy congealing jade in all the provinces of West Hing Realm, but the price was extremely high and the quantity was very small, so it was impossible to buy and stock up in large quantities. There was only 1 day left before the end of the trial. Xiaoxiaocheng was very happy and clamored to go back to see his master in advance. Lin Sun naturally agreed readily. He needed to inquire about some information about going to Dongxing Realm, and he also wanted to see what kind of place the fire spirit state was. After all, although he came to the ancient desolation territory, he had been shuttling in the deep mountains and forests these days, and had not seen a city belonging to practitioners. He had long heard that the ancient desolation territory was different from the inferior world. There were many orthodoxies and tens of thousands of clans, and it was extremely prosperous, with the legacy and atmosphere of the ancient times. Lin Sun couldn't help but be fascinated by it. Immediately, without any delay, they set off from Purple Ox Mountain to the fire spirit state. Before leaving Purple Ox Mountain, the pig demon was very sad and lonely. He wanted to give Xiaoxiaocheng a big hug as a farewell. However, when he opened his arms, he was kicked away by Lin Sun. The pig demon screamed and rubbed his buttocks. He didn't look sad at all. "If you don't go now, I'll stew you now." Lin Sun glanced at the pig demon. "Child, people's hearts are made of flesh. We're going to separate soon. Why are you so heartless?" The pig demon sighed sadly. Lin Sun sneered and ordered, "Xiaocheng, go make a fire. Let's have a good meal before we leave." Whoosh, as soon as he finished his words, the pig demon ran away as if there was oil under his feet. His speed was so fast that Lin and Xiaoxiaocheng were a little stunned. Xiaoxiaocheng wrinkled his nose and commented, "This pig is rotten to the core. Not only is he shameless, but he's also greedy and lustful. He doesn't have the slightest bit of integrity. If my master sees him, he'll definitely castrate him because my master hates perverts like this the most." Lin Sun agreed with Xiaoxiaocheng's comment on the pig demon. But when he heard the latter part, he couldn't help gasping and hesitated whether he should pay a visit to Xiaoxiaocheng's master. Fire spirit state. It was extremely vast, like a world, and there were numerous mountains and over 1,000 cities within its territory. Moreover, a myriad of living beings were gathered there. In addition to the 7 most famous forces, 4 sects and 3 clans, there were many other forces and ethnic groups in Fire Spirit State. Just one state was much larger than the territory of Ziyao Empire in the mortal world. In the entire West Hing region, there were an entire 1,000 plus provinces, and places that were larger and more prosperous than the Fire Soul province were innumerable. In this way, it could be seen how vast and boundless the ancient desolation territory was, which included Dongxing, West Hing, South Xian, and Big Dipper world. After all, up to now, even the supreme figures who had stepped into the divine path couldn't deduce where the border of the ancient desolation territory was. When he learned this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. He finally understood why the successors of Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, Lingbao Holy Land, and Heaven-Reaching Sword sect had such a great sense of superiority when they arrived in the mortal world. Compared with the entire ancient desolation realm, Ziyao Empire was indeed too small and barren. However, Lin Sun was very clear that although the territory of Fire Spirit State was much larger than that of Ziyao Empire, when it came to the real top power, Ziyao Empire had many aspects that Fire Spirit State couldn't compare with. For example, the 4 sects, 3 clans, and 7 major forces in the Fire Spirit State didn't have a real monarch. And in the Empire, the current Emperor and Empress, the old priest on the observatory, and the Dean of Green Deer Academy were all terrifying existences that had the ability to turn the world upside down. Not to mention these, even the top 7 clans had no lack of life and death realm kings. From this point alone, it could be seen that Ziyao Empire might be located in the mortal world, a barren land in the eyes of the cultivation world. However, in this country, there was a terrifying foundation that outsiders did not know about. Yen capital. The central area of the Fire Spirit province was the place that countless cultivators in the province yearned for. Every day, countless cultivators would come from all over the Fire Spirit province. The reason was simple. The 4 major sects of Fire Spirit State, Thousand Illusion Sect, Green Pine Sword Sect, Lingji Sect, Zhongshuan Sect, and Lu, Wen, and Shao clans, all resided here. It was noon, and Yan capital was bustling with people and carriages. Lin Sun and Xia Xiaocheng were strolling on the spacious and bustling street. The buildings in the flame capital were all bright red in color, and from a bird's-eye view, the entire city resembled a gigantic fiery crystal. The style of the city was extremely distinctive. It was rumored that a long time ago, there was a chaos fire vein buried beneath the fiery capital, and it gave birth to a scarlet flame true dragon. It attained the Tao in one day and broke through the void, and it was called True God Fire Dragon by the people of the world. Of course, it was just a legend, and no one could tell whether it was true or not. However, it was also because of this legend that Yan capital was filled with a mysterious aura of cultivation. I'm selling a cultivation cave abode on Shuama Mountain, a spiritual spring, 5 acres of spiritual field, and a herb garden for 8,000 mid-grade spiritual marrow. Great news! Within 10 days, Yunyang Martial Club will invite the 37th generation successor of Zhongshuan sect to give lessons and answer questions. The registration fee is only 100 low-grade spiritual marrow. Take a look, take a look. This is the Green Sparrow clan's ancestral secret recipe, the Wishful Treasure Pill. It only costs 998 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. What? You've never heard of this cultivator? Then you're ignorant and ill-informed. During the ancient times, my clan's wishful treasured pill was a miraculous pill that swept through the world. Merely a single pill was able to allow you to stay young forever and never grow old. Hey, my fellow practitioner, don't be in a hurry to leave. Even if you don't need it, you can buy it to please your confidant. Besides, the price is not a problem. It's negotiable. Shouts and peddlers resounded one after another over the street. It was noisy and lively, which was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. He found that there were some creatures of other clans among these peddlers. The descendants of the Cape Orc clan with a single horn and green algae hair were dressed as merchants, peddling various elixirs to the passing practitioners with a smile. The beautiful and petite girls of the blue butterfly race, who were only the size of a palm and had a pair of colorful wings, were carrying delicate flower baskets the size of copper coins. They flew on the street in groups and sold the specialty of their blue butterfly race, the passion spirit fruit honey. Not far away, there was a burst of low and melodious musical instruments, accompanied by a vast and ancient chanting. There was a group of musicians of the Sonar clan. They wore animal skin clothes embroidered with patterns of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. They had bronze skin and looked ugly, but they all looked pious and peaceful. They were the wanderers of the cultivation world. They entered the Tao by means of music and left their footprints all over the world. This was their unique way of seeking Tao. In addition, there were also people of the Green Sparrow clan who were good at refining elixirs and the Cloud Dream clan who were good at weaving clothes. Their strange appearances really opened Lin Sun's eyes. The ancient Desolation territory was said to be full of tens of thousands of clans, which was absolutely an exaggeration. Buddy, I just found an earth-shattering treasure a few days ago. It's a piece of young root left by a strong practitioner of the Dragon Elephant clan in the reincarnation developing realm. This thing is a great tonic. If taken with the dual cultivation method, it will absolutely produce incredible effects. If you need it, I can sell it to you cheaply. A skinny man with shifty eyes came over stealthily. He carried a shell on his back, had mung bean eyes, and a handlebar mustache. He had a unique wretched and lascivious temperament. He was a descendant of the Wolf Turtle clan. It was easy to recognize him. This clan was also famous in the cultivation world. They liked to dig graves and rob caves the most. They were called the grave robbers of the cultivation world. Dragon Elephant clan, young root, Lin Sun was speechless. Before Lin Sun could say anything, the man from the Wolf Turtle clan let out a strange cry and fled into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Before long, the earth shook. A group of men, who were as tall as 10 meters and as powerful as hills, with golden light flowing all over their bodies, rushed over, causing a commotion on the street. They were furious and seemed to be searching for something. Damn it, where did the grave robbers go? How dare you dig up my grandfather's grave and even cut away the roots of my grandfather? You deserve to die 10,000 times over. The young man in the lead roared, his eyes red. Lin Sun hurriedly dodged, but his expression became strange. He recognized this group of mighty giants. They were the descendants of the dragon-elephant clan. Obviously, they wanted to capture the man from the wolf-turtle clan. But what made Lin Sun feel disgusted was that the young root that the wolf-turtle clan wanted to sell to him was obtained from the grave of the dragon-elephant clan's powerhouse. Big brother Lin Sun, I'm going back to see master. Do you want to come with me? Xia Xiaochong asked vaguely. She was eating a roasted mutton that she bought from a vendor from the Crimson Fox clan. Her cheeks were bulging, and her mouth was oily. I'll wait for your news here, Lin Sun said in a low voice. He knew that the trial competition held by the 4 sects and 3 clans of the fire spirit state would come to an end today. Xia Xiaochong's master was with the higher-ups of the 4 sects and 3 clans. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun didn't want to visit them rashly. After all, he had taught Wind Void and the others of the Spirit Pearl sect a good lesson in Purple Ox Mountain. If he went with Xia Xiaochong and encountered them, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Oh, all right. Xia Xiaochong nodded. The two of them agreed on a place to meet, and Xia Xiaochong left. Meanwhile, Lin Sun strolled around the Flame Capital. He had just arrived at the ancient Desolation territory, so he needed to familiarize himself with everything here as soon as possible and integrate into the world. Have you heard? The land of fortuitous opportunity in the depths of Purple Ox Mountain has attracted the attention of more and more powerhouses. I heard that many powerful figures are coming from other provinces. The Dark Parasol Mountains Dao Discussion Lantern Festival is about to begin in half a year. Supposedly, it's unprecedentedly grand, and it's attracted numerous top-rate geniuses from the West Ocean world to compete in it. Unfortunately, we're far from qualified to participate. Damn it. Just now, Fang Linhan, the successor of the 8 Extreme Saber Nunnery from the Profound Water State, won 10 consecutive victories in the martial dojo of the Flame Capital. Moreover, he even said that there's no one in the younger generation of the Fire Spirit State who can fight him. He's obviously bullying us because there's no one in the Fire Spirit State who can fight him. Although Lin Sun was strolling along the way, he heard a lot of news and rumors. Almost all of them were about the most sensational events in the Fire Spirit State. Lin Sun listened with great interest. Several hours later, he returned along the original road and walked into an inn. This was the place where he and Xia Xiaochong had agreed to meet. However, as soon as Lin Sun walked into the inn, he heard a commotion. Lin Sun looked up and saw a tall young man with a crimson spiritual sword on his back standing at the center of the hall on the first floor of the inn. There was a group of retainers around the young man. The clamorous shouts came from the retainers. Their gazes all looked towards a closed door on the second floor of the inn. Obviously, Fang Linhan from the Baji Saber Nunnery should be in there. The young expert of the Lu clan, Lu Zaiwen. He actually came to challenge Fang Linhan himself. An uproar resounded in the inn as people recognized the identity of the young man with the crimson spiritual sword on his back. The Lu clan was one of the 4 sects and 3 clans in the Fire Spirit State. It had a long history and great influence in the entire Fire Spirit State. The Lu clan was filled with capable people and experts. Just like Lu Zaiwen, he was a top figure in the younger generation of the Lu clan, and he could be considered as an influential figure among the rising stars in the Flame Capital. There's going to be a show to watch. Many onlookers were very excited. When Lin Sun was wandering in the street, he heard a lot of news about Fang Linhan, the successor of Baji Saber Nunnery. He was from the Profound Water State in the Westing region. He possessed extraordinary combat strength at a young age, and his talent and foundation could be said to be shocking. Just a month ago, Fang Linhan appeared in the Flame Capital Martial Arts Arena and participated in a challenge. He overcame all difficulties in a domineering manner, experienced hundreds of battles, and defeated hundreds of young experts from different powers in the Fire Spirit State. Until now, he hadn't suffered a single defeat. This matter quickly caused a stir in the Flame Capital, and practically all the young experts in the Fire Spirit State knew Fang Linhan's name. The Baji Saber Nunnery was a sect that wasn't famous in the Profound Water State, but because of Fang Linhan's domineering rise, it instantly became well known. However, to the young cultivators of the Fire Spirit State, Fang Linhan was an outsider in the end. The more dazzling Fang Linhan's accomplishments were, the more it undoubtedly showed that the young cultivators of the Fire Spirit State were incompetent. It was even to the extent that this matter was viewed as a humiliation to the young generation of the fire spirit state, just like the news about Feng Linhan that Lin Sun heard, almost all of it was with prejudice and hostility. However, the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun felt that Feng Linhan wasn't simple. He dared to come to the Fire Lord Prefecture by himself and challenge the experts of the younger generation that belonged to the Fire Lord Prefecture in the flourishing Fire Lord Prefecture. Merely this boldness wasn't something an ordinary person possessed. Feng Linhan, are you afraid? Come out. What? You don't dare to accept the challenge now that you know my young master is here? Aren't you arrogant? You said that no one in the younger generation of the fire spirit state is a match for you. Why don't you come out of your room now? The retainers of the Lu clan were still clamoring, their voices full of provocation. After a long time, a lazy voice came from behind the tightly shut door, a bunch of cats and dogs, do you think you're qualified to come and shout at me? Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb my cultivation. Everyone was in an uproar, extremely furious. On the other hand, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Based on this voice, Feng Linhan really was arrogant, and he possessed an unbridled imposing aura. You actually dare to call us cats and dogs? The retainers of the Lu clan were angered to the point of shouting loudly. Even Lu Ziwen, who'd been waiting silently all along, couldn't help but frown at this moment, and a wisp of coldness flashed through his face. He waved his hand to stop the retainers, and then he raised his head to look at the tightly shut door and said coldly, Feng Linhan, if you're afraid, then I'll leave right now. If you dare to accept the challenge, then come out right now. Don't waste everyone's time. Afraid? Feng Linhan's loud laughter sounded out from within the room. His voice was straightforward and carried a wild and arrogant tone. Come to the Flame Capital Martial Arena tomorrow. If I'm unable to defeat you within 3 strikes, then I'll cripple my own cultivation. Hiss, a wave of gasps resounded in the surroundings. Feng Linhan wasn't just arrogant, he simply considered everyone beneath him and treated Lu Ziwen like he didn't exist. Didn't this mean that with Lu Ziwen's ability, Lu Ziwen would be utterly unable to resist 3 strikes of his? He was too arrogant. Many spectators couldn't bear to watch any longer. Even though an outsider had relied on his strength to obtain some dazzling accomplishments in battle, yet he was so arrogant, and it was truly infuriating. On the other hand, Lu Ziwen's expression had already turned gloomy while cold lights shot out from his eyes. Obviously, he'd already been infuriated. Clang, a crimson-red spirit sword soared into the sky behind him while seething with dazzling divine flames, and it was like an extremely terrifying flaming dragon. There's no need to wait. I'll make you cripple your own cultivation right now. Amidst his icy cold voice, Lu Ziwen stretched out his hand to grab the crimson-red spirit sword, and then his figure flashed as he swiftly charged up to the 2nd floor of the inn. The edge of his sword emanated a wisp of dazzling and resplendent light as it slashed towards the tightly shut door. He wanted to force Feng Linhan to come out and fight him. Everyone present cheered in unison. They felt that Lu Ziwen's actions brought glory to them, and they didn't lose the prestige of the cultivation world of the Fire Soul Prefecture. An ant trying to shake a tree. Laughably overestimating your ability. However, before everyone could get too happy, accompanied by a disdainful and arrogant voice, the tightly shut door suddenly opened wide. At practically the exact same moment, a wisp of a blade light appeared abruptly, and it was like a thunderclap that arose from the ground and was accompanied by the terrifying glow of lightning as it surged out. At that instant, many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes while their hearts trembled, and they were unable to see clearly what was happening. Bang! A deafening sound of collision resounded out as bits of wood flew in all directions, railings collapsed into pieces, and a terrifying chaotic flow of lightning raged out, causing some of the furnishings in the inn to transform into powder. There was a defensive formation set up within the inn, yet it was unable to resist or disperse the destructive force of this strike, and this was horrifying. After that, everyone saw Lu Ziwen's figure leave swiftly, yet return even swifter. He was blasted flying by this strike, and he smashed onto the ground with a rumble, causing the floor to explode and reveal a large hole on the ground. In an instant, everyone was shocked and went perfectly silent. The lackeys of the Lu clan were even dumbstruck. Pooh! Lu Ziwen coughed up a large mouthful of blood while his entire body trembled. His chest had caved in, half of his tendons and bones were broken, and most of the clothes on his body were shattered by the lightning, causing him to be charred. His end was extremely miserable. Clang! Only now did his crimson spirit sword fly back to him, and it was stabbed diagonally in front of him while wailing and trembling endlessly. Everyone present was dumbstruck. This was Lu Ziwen, a top figure in the younger generation of the Lu clan, one of the 4 sects and 3 clans. But he was defeated with a single strike just like this. Many people were unable to accept this fact. It was even to the extent that from the beginning until the end, they utterly didn't see clearly how Lu Ziwen lost. He didn't lose at all. The difference in strength is too great. Lin Sun had always been paying attention from the side, and he clearly saw every single detail of the battle, and he couldn't help but shake his head to himself. Without a doubt, Fang Linhan had sufficient qualifications and ability to be arrogant, but Lu Ziwen didn't have sufficient self-awareness. It was even to the extent that it was very likely that he didn't know Fang Linhan's ability before rashly challenging him, causing him to suffer such a crushing defeat. Of course, Lin Sun was only a side character, and he wouldn't feel ignorant for Lu Ziwen. What really surprised him was that Fang Linhan's strength could indeed be regarded as a peerless genius among the younger generation. He was only in Tao Insight realm, but he possessed extremely terrifying martial arts power. His saber technique, in particular, was extremely powerful and domineering. It must be a great secret inheritance. You can't even take one move from me, and you still talk nonsense about challenging me. You say I'm arrogant, but I think you're the ones who really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Along with the voice, a figure walked out of the room on the 2nd floor with his hands behind his back, leaning against the railing and looking down, his eyes bursting with frightening divine light. His figure was tall and slender, and his thick long hair was loose, revealing a face with evil charm and arrogance. As he spoke, he slightly pursed his lips, forming a perfect arc like the edge of a blade, and his whole body exuded a wild and disdainful momentum. This was not arrogance, but a kind of momentum emanating from the inside out. Only those who were full of confidence in their own strength could have such an eye-catching demeanor. This person is really extraordinary. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and sighed inwardly. Yu Jianming, the future leader of Thousand Illusion Dao sect, had amazed him a few days ago. But now, Fang Linhan's demeanor was not inferior to Yu Jianming at all. In just a few days in fire spirit state, he met 2 people with completely different demeanors and momentum, but both of them could be regarded as peerless geniuses. How could Lin Sun not sigh with emotion? The ancient Desolation region was really full of talents, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. This saber strike is a warning to you. I'm born to be arrogant, but I also know my own limitations, unlike you who are narrow-minded and don't know your own limitations. Fang Linhan's voice was casual, revealing a unique arrogance. Bian was silent, and the faces of the practitioners from Fire Spirit State were very ugly. Being reprimanded by an outsider like Fang Linhan made them feel ashamed and annoyed. Suddenly, when Fang Linhan glanced at Lin Sun in the crowd, he seemed to have noticed something, and his thin lips that were like the edge of a blade raised a smile of surprise. Immediately, he looked at Lin Sun with interest and said, "My friend, are you interested in going to the martial arts field of Yen City to fight with me tomorrow?" There was a blazing look in his eyes, which was a kind of joy of finding an opponent. He didn't hide it and seemed very direct. All the people present were stunned and looked at Lin Sun in unison. They couldn't help feeling puzzled and surprised. They didn't expect that Fang Linhan would take the initiative to challenge him at this time. This was too rare. After all, when Lu Ziwen challenged him just now, Fang Linhan didn't take him seriously and was unwilling to show up to fight. But now, the situation was reversed. Could it be that the handsome young man was a peerless person? But he looked very unfamiliar. Which faction's disciple was he from? Everyone was curious and kept looking at Lin Sun. Even Lin Sun himself didn't expect that Fang Linhan would be so direct and make such a move. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Immediately, he shook his head. "Let's talk about it when there's a chance." He had already booked a room, and as he spoke, he headed straight for his room. He had only just arrived in the Flame Capital, and he had no idea what was going on here. How could he possibly be interested in sparring with a natural-born maniac? This was too unexpected, and it caused all the cultivators present to be extremely stunned. This fellow actually refused so casually? Was he fearless, or was he afraid in his heart? "It doesn't matter, I'll wait for you." Fong Linhan smiled slightly, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. Coupled with his wild and unruly temperament, he gave people a strange feeling of evil charm. If only in terms of appearance and temperament, Fong Linhan was indeed an extremely outstanding man. Even if he was thrown into the crowd, it couldn't cover up his brilliance. He would be the most eye-catching one. However, he didn't take it seriously at all after being rejected. There was no sign of his previous arrogant attitude. This reaction made other practitioners more and more puzzled. Who was that young man? All the practitioners in the inn were keenly aware that since Fong Linhan took the initiative to challenge him, the young man must not be an ordinary person. Thinking of Lin Sun's calm and indifferent attitude in front of Fong Linhan just now, these practitioners suddenly felt that he was unfathomable. Find out who this guy is. Soon, these practitioners in the inn left in a hurry. First, they wanted to find out Lin Sun's background as soon as possible. Second, they really didn't want to stay any longer. Fong Linhan was too arrogant. Just now, he scolded them so much that they were extremely angry. If they stayed, it was no different from asking for a scolding. Fong Linhan ignored those practitioners who left in disgrace, but looked at the room where Lin Sun was. Interesting. In addition to Yu Jianming, there is finally another worthy opponent in the fire spirit state. With wisps of divine light surging in his eyes, he withdrew his gaze after a while, smiled silently, and turned to walk into his room. Crack! Crack! In Lin Sun's room, there was a burst of cracking sounds. 9 black spirit-eating bugs, the size of rice grains, were eating happily. In just a moment, the only 2 pieces of mid-rank congealing jades in Lin Sun's hand were eaten up. Hungry, the 9 spirit-eating bugs were obviously not full, emitting a wisp of spiritual fluctuation. Lin Sun suddenly had a headache. Although these little guys were only the size of rice grains, they could eat too much. It had only been a few days, but they had already eaten 3 pieces of mid-rank congealing jades. It should be known that a piece of mid-rank congealing jade contained 300 to 500 souls. This also meant that one could only get a piece of mid-rank congealing jade by hunting 300 to 500 fierce beasts with cultivation above sea spirit realm, but for spirit-eating bugs, it only took a moment to eat a piece of mid-rank congealing jade, and they were not full. How could Lin Sun not have a headache? When he was wandering in Yen capital today, he also inquired about it. Different from the mortal world, the practitioners in the ancient land of desolation used spiritual marrow as their currency when trading. 10 high-rank spiritual crystals were equivalent to 1 piece of low-rank spiritual marrow. 100 pieces of low-rank spiritual marrow were equivalent to 1 piece of mid-rank spiritual marrow. 100 pieces of mid-grade spiritual essence was equivalent to 1 high-grade spiritual essence. On the market, a piece of low-grade congealing spirit jade that was filled with spiritual energy would cost about 100 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow, which was the value of a piece of mid-grade spiritual marrow. It didn't seem expensive, but if converted to high-grade spiritual crystals, a piece of low-grade congealing spirit jade was equivalent to 1,000 high-grade spiritual crystals. 1,000 high-rank spiritual crystals were enough for Lin Sun's cultivation for half a month. But in the ancient desolation realm, they could only be exchanged for 100 low-rank spiritual marrow or 1 low-rank congealing jade. It was not hard to imagine how valuable the congealing jade was in the ancient desolation realm. And this was only the value of a low-rank congealing jade. For example, a piece of mid-grade spirit congealing jade required an entire 10 pieces of mid-grade spirit marrow. This was equivalent to 1,000 pieces of low-grade spiritual essence. Lin Sun's face darkened when he thought that the 9 spirit-eating bugs had eaten 3 pieces of mid-level congealing jades in just a few days, which was equivalent to 3,000 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. The investment was too terrifying. No wonder there were so few spirit-eating insects in the ancient times. Just the cost of raising them was not something that anyone could afford. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. He brought a large number of high-rank spiritual crystals in the wordless tower to the ancient desolation realm this time. But if he exchanged them for low-grade spiritual marrow, he could only get more than 500 pieces, which was equivalent to 5 pieces of mid-grade spiritual marrow. Such a small fortune could only buy half a piece of mid-level congealing jade. The more Lin Sun thought about it, the more depressed he became. They were not spirit-eating bugs, but a group of blood-sucking bugs. I have to make money as soon as possible. After a long time, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and made a decision. It was not only for raising spirit-eating bugs, but also for cultivating in the ancient desolation realm in the future without enough money. Most importantly, spiritual marrow was not just a currency. It was a kind of natural spiritual object, containing extremely abundant and pure spiritual energy, which was much more precious than high-rank spiritual crystals. It was a kind of essential item that could completely meet the daily cultivation needs of practitioners in Tao insight and reincarnation developing realm. The next morning, Lin Sun woke up from meditation and came to the first floor of the inn. He asked for a pot of tea and poured it by himself. He had some doubts in his heart. According to the time, the trial competition held by the 4 sects and 3 families should have come to an end yesterday. But until now, Xia Xiaochong hadn't come to find him. Did something happen? Child, I'm Ma Xingkong, now working for the Xiao clan in Fire Spirit State. May I know your name? Suddenly, a middle-aged man came over and greeted Lin Sun with a smile. Lin Sun smiled and said concisely, Lin Sun. While talking, Lin Sun keenly noticed that there were many practitioners sitting on the first floor of the inn, who were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Child Lin. Ma Xingkong sat on one side and said in a low voice, Child Lin, I don't want to hide it from you. I came here under orders to ask if you are interested in fighting with Feng Linhan? Lin Sun was stunned and said, Why did you suddenly come to find me? Ma Xingkong swept the surroundings with his gaze and said in a low voice, Young master, we're already aware of what happened in the inn yesterday. Moreover, I heard that Feng Linhan even took the initiative to challenge you to a battle, but you refused. Lin Sun suddenly understood and nodded, It's true. Ma Xingkong struck while the iron was hot and said, Young master, if you're interested in having a battle with Feng Linhan, then regardless of the outcome, my Xiao clan is willing to offer 1,000 low-grade spirit essence as a gift. If you're able to defeat Feng Linhan. Speaking of this, he pointed with his fingers, the Xiao clan will give you 100 pieces of mid-grade spiritual marrow as a reward. Lin Sun was secretly surprised. He now knew the value of spiritual marrow. 100 pieces of mid-grade spiritual marrow was an extremely generous reward. Of course. Ma Xingkong changed the topic and said with a smile, the Xiao clan only has a small request. If you agree, please fight with Feng Linhan in the name of the Xiao clan. Lin Sun completely understood that the Xiao clan wanted to use him as a spear to deal with Feng Linhan. I'm sorry, I have something else to do, so I can't agree. Lin Sun refused directly. Although he was currently very short of money, he didn't want to be a knife in the hands of others. Ma Xingkong was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Lin Sun to refuse so directly. He couldn't help but say, Why don't you think about it again? If you think the reward is too little, we can continue to discuss. I think you know that the Xiao clan is one of the 4 sects and 3 clans in the Fire Spirit State, and we have an extremely strong foundation. The reward will definitely not disappoint you. Lin Sun shook his head with a smile, If money can buy a chance to win, I'm afraid not only the Xiao clan, but other forces would have already done so. Ma Xingkong sighed when he saw this, and then he stood up and bid his farewells. However, what made Lin Sun frown was that as soon as Ma Xingkong left, some practitioners came to talk to him one after another. Like Ma Xingkong, they represented different forces in the Fire Spirit State, and they wanted to invite him to fight with Feng Linhan. Moreover, they all promised and offered extremely tempting conditions. Lin Sun refused all of them without hesitation. Would you like to have a drink? Suddenly, a dignified and slender figure appeared, carrying a flagon and a cup, and sat on the seat beside Lin Sun at will. He was dressed in a black robe, with thick black hair hanging down, thin lips as sharp as a blade, and a face with a unique evil charm and arrogance. It was Feng Linhan, the successor of the Baji Saber nunnery. Thank you very much. Lin Sun raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. He was at ease and not bashful at all. This made Feng Linhan smile slightly, and he poured another cup of wine for Lin Sun, saying, You look no different from others, but in my eyes, you are different from others. Whenever you are interested, you can come to the martial arts field of Yen City to fight with me. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the inn with a flagon in his hand. His posture was strong and vigorous, and he had a kind of wanton and arrogant aura. By the way, I can stay here for half a month at most. Suddenly, Feng Linhan turned back and reminded Lin Sun. Lin Sun responded with an "Oh." Feng Linhan smiled, turned around and walked out of the inn, and his figure disappeared in the vast sea of people. Let's go and have a look. This guy is as arrogant as ever. He's going to the martial arts field of Yen City to show off again. Some practitioners in the inn couldn't sit still and left one after another. From the conversations of those practitioners, Lin Sun knew that Feng Linhan went to the martial arts field of Yen City every morning to fight with the strong young generation of Fire Spirit State after he entered Yen City. He didn't return until dusk. Using battle to nurture battle and train one's Dao? So he's a battle maniac, Lin Sun was lost in thought. After waiting for a few more hours, Xia Xiaocheng still didn't appear. Lin Sun frowned. It was not a good way to wait like this. He decided to have a look in person. However, as soon as he walked out of the inn, he heard a burst of exclamations on the street, and almost all the pedestrians on the road looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a huge shadow was cast down from the sky like a dark cloud. In reality, it was a ferocious beast. Its body was so huge that it blocked out all the light in the sky. It had 9 heads, and its body was as huge as a winding mountain. It was covered with golden light as if it was made of gold. Golden 9-headed dragon, this was a terrifying mutated creature that had an illustrious reputation even in ancient times. It was said that each of its 9 heads mastered a kind of talent secret method, which could control thunder, lightning, wind and rain, fly in the sky and dig into the earth. Its magical power was matchless and monstrous, but now, such a golden 9-headed dragon was just a means of transportation, because on its back, there was a palace which seemed to be made of divine iron and immortal jade. The palace was overflowing with dazzling brilliance. It was 300 meters high and looked magnificent and sacred. The ancient mutated golden 9-headed dragon carried a sacred palace on its back as it soared through the sky. That scene attracted the attention of countless practitioners in Yendu, and then they looked shocked. It was really rare to see such a scene. That's the golden 9-headed dragon, a naturally terrifying creature. Judging from its momentum, I'm afraid it's comparable to the half-step king realm. But now, it can only be used as a means of transportation, many practitioners exclaimed and felt it was incredible, as if they were witnessing a miracle. Who are those young men and women? Each of them is like an immortal descending to the mortal world. They are not ordinary people at first glance. Some people also noticed that a group of young men and women stood in front of the sacred palace. Each of them was extraordinary and dazzling like stars. To be able to control the golden 9-headed dragon and make it willingly carry a palace, this is not something an ordinary power can do. Which ancient orthodoxy did they come from? Why have I never heard of such a power existing in the Western Han world? Most practitioners were confused. They had never seen such a scene before, and they had never even heard of such a horrible ancient creature as the golden 9-headed dragon being used as a means of transportation. This seemed to be too shocking. There's no need to guess. They are not practitioners from the West Han world. If I'm right, they should be from an ancient orthodoxy in the South Xian world that has been passed down for 100,000 years, the pure land of longevity. An old man sighed with emotion, which caused an uproar in the crowd nearby. Even Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. It was too unusual that such an orthodoxy dared to use the word longevity as its name. The golden 9-headed dragon is a terrifying creature that has the potential to become an ancestor or saint. In the entire southern profound world, there are only a few ancient orthodoxies that can subdue it. This pure land of longevity is one of them. The old man's eyes were full of reminiscence, and he sighed with emotion. Look at the palace on its back. It's called the Palace of Longevity. It's 999 feet high, and its whole body is made of Taishan divine iron. It's filled with sacred air. It's a sacred treasure, and there's only one in the whole world. The Palace of Longevity, a sacred treasure. The surrounding area was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were wide open with fanaticism and shock. In the ancient desolation realm, the sacred figures were like the sun and the moon. They could illuminate the sky with unparalleled power. Usually, it was impossible to see them. And the sacred treasure was even rarer. Such a treasure was called the ultimate sacred weapon. It had wisdom and soul, and its power was absolutely beyond imagination. It could easily kill a king. Now, a golden 9-headed dragon was carrying a sacred treasure, and a group of men and women were standing by the railing. In front of it stood a group of men and women. Even a king would not be able to keep calm. Unfortunately, the golden nine-headed dragon quickly vanished into the distance and was unable to be seen again. Only at this moment did the people on the street recover from their shock. I remember now. Some time ago, a friend from the Wind Speech clan spread news that a peerless figure from the southern Profound world is coming to our Westhang world to pay a visit to the saintess of the Profound Seek Sword School. Based on this, that peerless figure wouldn't be from the paradise of longevity, right? Someone cried out in alarm, causing an uproar. It was highly possible that this was true. After all, they had the golden nine-headed dragon as their mount and the immortal hall as their temporary residence. Just this point alone was enough to prove that there must be someone with an extremely special identity among the successors of the Pure Land of Longevity who had come to the Western Han world. Pure Land of Longevity, Profound Seeking Sword House, Lin Sun couldn't calm down either. It was impossible to see such a scene in the mortal world. What made him sigh with emotion was that the foundation of the ancient desolation realm was too shocking. He could easily see some sacred people and things, which couldn't be compared to the mortal world. However, after sighing with emotion, Lin Sun frowned slightly with a trace of doubt on his face. When he was looking at the longevity hall on the back of the golden nine-headed serpent, he vaguely saw a familiar figure among the group of men and women leaning against the railing. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was not sure because of the long distance. If it's really her, doesn't it mean that she entered the immortal Pure Land of Southern Xian world to cultivate after leaving the Empire? However, with the talent she showed in the bloodthirsty camp, she is indeed qualified to cultivate in such a holy place. While thinking, the image of a beautiful girl with picturesque eyebrows and eyes emerged in Lin Sun's mind. Brother Lin Sun. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in his ears. Lin Sun looked up and saw Xia Xiaocheng running from afar. Her steps were light and her figure was delicate, like a lively butterfly. Lin Sun had planned to take the initiative to look for this girl, but he didn't expect that she would run to him as soon as he left the inn. Brother Lin Sun, did you see that big dragon just now? It's so strange that it has 9 heads. And that palace is as beautiful as the immortal abode in heaven. If I can go there and sit, my life will be worth it. Xia Xiaocheng clicked her tongue in wonder, her pure face full of amazement. Crack, Lin Sun knocked on her head and said angrily, you made me wait until now. Not only are you not ashamed at all, but you also care about these messy things. You are so stupid. Xia Xiaocheng held Lin Sun's arm coquettishly, blinked her big clear eyes, and said with a smile, oh, I'm here now. By the way, my master said that he will come to see you in 10 days. He asked you to wait first. Lin Sun was a little dissatisfied. Xia Xiaocheng's master was too arrogant. They had never met, but he asked him to wait for 10 days. He had wanted to meet Xia Xiaocheng's master for no other purpose. He just wanted to know how to go to Dongxing territory. However, now that he had come to Yan capital, he could find out these things by himself. As for meeting Xia Xiaocheng's master, it was no longer necessary. The reason why he waited here was that he had promised Xia Xiaocheng and couldn't bear to break her promise. This was a matter of keeping his promise. If your master has something important to do, it's fine if he doesn't meet me. But why does he do this? Lin Sun asked. Well, my master said that if you really want to go to Dongxing territory, you should wait here quietly, Xia Xiaocheng said casually. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Does your master think that I can't go to Dongxing territory without her help? Xia Xiaocheng was indeed a simple girl. She didn't hear the dissatisfaction in Lin Sun's tone at all. She nodded naturally and said, oh, you guessed it right. My master thinks so too. And she said that it's not that easy to cross a territory. Lin Sun frowned. Was there something special about going to Dongxing territory from Shihing territory? In the end, Lin Sun decided to wait patiently for 10 days. He felt that Xia Xiaocheng's master wouldn't deliberately tease him. There must be a reason for her to do so. Brother Lin Sun, let me take you shopping? I haven't been to Yan capital for a long time. While my master isn't here, I must have fun. Otherwise, I don't know when I can come out to play when I return to the sect. Xia Xiaocheng looked at Lin Sun with sparkling eyes, her face full of hope. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Sun readily agreed. Xia Xiaocheng immediately cheered like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. This girl was really childish. She was as pure as a piece of white paper and couldn't hide any emotions. However, he really liked Xia Xiaocheng's carefree character. When he was with her, he felt carefree and relaxed. By the way, what's your final ranking in this sect trial? Lin Sun asked casually. Senior Yu Jianming of Thousand Illusion sect naturally deserves the first place. Senior Sister Shui Xiu of Pine Sword sect is second. Senior Sister Wen Ryu of Wen clan is third. Xia Xiaocheng counted on her fingers, her voice clear and melodious as she narrated to Lin Sun. The funniest is the descendants of Lingji sect. They used to rank in the top 3, but in this trial, they were almost always at the bottom. At that time, an elder of Lingji sect was so angry that he was trembling all over as if he was having an epileptic fit. Wind Void and the others were all hanging their heads dejectedly. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. At the end of her narration, her innocent little face was filled with a bright smile. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh as well. Wind Void and the others deserved their bad luck for provoking him. Ranking at the bottom was the best punishment for them. What about you? Lin Sun asked. 59th. Xia Xiaocheng was very proud. She raised her little face and looked very proud. Is this something to be proud of? Lin Sun was surprised. Isn't it? Xia Xiaocheng retorted. Is it really worth it? Lin Sun was a little speechless. Is it really not worth it? Xia Xiaocheng frowned and read Sanskrit very seriously. Seeing this girl's unconvinced look, Lin Sun was speechless. There were only more than 100 people participating in the trial, but she ranked 59th. Was this really something to be proud of? Lin Sun decided to let this arrogant girl sober up. He said, if I were your master, I would expel you from my sect immediately. Instead of being ashamed of such a low ranking, you are proud of it. I think you are no different from that shameless pig demon. Xia Xiaocheng was instantly annoyed. She bared her teeth and said, why? Don't you do it if you can. Hey, you're still not convinced? Lin Sun laughed and said directly, I'm not afraid to tell you that if I claim second place in this trial, no one would dare to claim first place. Brag as much as you can. Xia Xiaocheng was very disdainful. She didn't believe him at all. Do you think senior brother Yu Jianming is a vegetarian? Do you think senior sister Shui Xiu is a vegetarian? Do you think senior sister Wen Ryu is also a vegetarian? How dare you say I'm as shameless as the pig demon? I think you're the shameless one. Being despised by others, Lin Sun might not care about it at all. After all, there were too many short-sighted people in the world. It was inevitable that there would be some ignorant bastards. But being despised by such a simple and naive girl, Lin Sun couldn't stand it. Especially, she even compared him with Yu Jianming, thinking of Xia Xiaocheng's fanatical worship of Yu Jianming in Purple Ox Mountain a few days ago and how she used Yu Jianming to attack him. Lin Sun became more and more depressed. Let's go. This time I'll open your eyes and let you know that summer insects can't talk about ice and sea water can't be measured. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. In the area not far away, there was a magnificent and rugged building, in front of which hung many 5-color banners. Lin Sun was attracted by the words written on the banners. Silver Pheasant Martial Arts Field. The prize money is doubled, and the duel rules are different. In this arena, only the truly strong will be able to stand tall. Friend, the Great World War is coming. Are you eager to rise quickly and become a famous and eye-catching talent? Come on, the Silver Pheasant Martial Arts Field will provide a stage for you to make a name for yourself. Shocking news. Qing Lixue, a young man from a small town on the border of Fire Spirit Province, has won 39 battles in a row in the Silver Pheasant Martial Arts Field and accumulated 3,900 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. It is said that Qing Lixue's amazing performance has attracted the attention of an elder of Green Pine Sword School. If nothing goes wrong, Qing Lixue will soon become the successor of Green Pine Sword School. There is no doubt that this unknown young man is going to rise. Friend, action is better than being moved. Whether you want fame or profit, as long as you come, our Silver Pheasant Martial Arts Field can satisfy you. The lines of words on the banners were full of temptation and provocation, attracting groups of young men and women to crowd into the building called Silver Pheasant Martial Arts Field, which was extremely lively. Lin Sun also came with Xia Xiaocheng's arm. Martial arts field was a place similar to a challenge arena, where people could challenge or be challenged. For practitioners, participating in this kind of confrontation, not only could they practice martial arts with other strong practitioners and sharpen themselves, but also could get a sum of spiritual marrow as a reward if they won. What's more, they could make a name for themselves, and if their performance was amazing enough, it was very likely that they would be chosen by some great sects and be accepted as their successor. This was undoubtedly a great temptation for some young people who were not from ordinary backgrounds but were eager to change their fate. After all, not just anyone in this world had the qualifications to enter those sects and great powers to cultivate. However, the purpose of Lin Sun's coming was very simple. He wanted to hit Xia Xiaocheng's arrogance and make him understand that he had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. But the most important thing was to make money. After realizing that he was so poor that he couldn't even afford to feed spirit-eating bugs, Lin had to shift his focus to making money. The existence of the martial arts field undoubtedly gave Lin Sun a surprise. Here, not only could he hone his martial arts, but he could also earn money. It was practically prepared for him. "Young master, may I ask if you're here to spectate or to fight on the stage?" Just as he approached the gate of the Silver Pheasant martial arts arena, a young manservant warmly welcomed him. His nose bridge was sharp like an awl, and his cheekbones were deep. He strode forward, and there was a bright silver feather tail on his buttocks. Obviously, this was a descendant of the Silver Pheasant clan. The silver pheasant could also be considered an ancient species. It was shaped like a big silver rooster. This race's combat power was very mediocre, but they were born with excellent talent in the business world. "Let's fight on the stage," Lin Sun answered casually. The manservant's eyes immediately lit up, and he enthusiastically led them into the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. Inside the Taoist field was a completely different world. It was extremely spacious, and there were many giant arenas, each of which was set up with a spiritual tattoo formation with excellent defensive power. Around the Taoist field were the audience seats. As soon as Lin Sun and Xia Xiaocheng came in, a burst of thunderous sound came to their faces, which seemed extremely lively. In the martial arts field, fierce duels were taking place on the arenas. Treasures were flowing, and secret methods were like tides, gorgeous and colorful. On the other hand, the spectator area was filled with a sea of people. No matter if it was men or women, all of them were shouting and shouting excitedly. They were either cheering for the contestants they supported or feeling sorry for the defeat of a certain contestant. There was no lack of gloating people, and there were also people cursing in exasperation. It was a vivid picture of all the mortals in the world. "It's so lively," Xia Xiaocheng exclaimed. "Of course, our Silver Pheasant martial arts field can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. In terms of scale, it's absolutely first class in Yan capital." The manservant was very proud. As he spoke, he led Lin Sun and Xia Xiaocheng to the registration office of the martial arts field. "Young master, there are 3 kinds of duel arenas in our Silver Pheasant martial arts field. The first kind is a duel in the same realm, and the winner can get double the reward. The second kind is a cross-realm duel. The winner can get 4 times the reward if his cultivation is low, and the winner can get 4 times the reward. If the winner has a higher cultivation, the reward won't be doubled. The third kind is a duel without rules, regardless of age, cultivation, means, life and death. In short, there are no rules. The winner can get 5 times the reward in this kind of duel, but he needs to sign a life or death contract with our Silver Pheasant martial arts field in advance. Once there is a death, the Silver Pheasant martial arts field will not be responsible." Speaking of this, the manservant asked, "Which kind of duel do you want to choose, young master?" "The first kind," Lin Sun answered without hesitation. Cross-realm duel was very eye-catching. Lin Sun didn't come here to show off. As the saying went, people were afraid of fame, and pigs were afraid of being fat. It was better to keep a low profile. Moreover, the duel without rules was dangerous. If he met an old monster who didn't play according to common sense, there would be no way to fight at all. Lin Sun came here to practice martial arts and earn spiritual marrow, so he didn't want to take such risks. The manservant suddenly showed a trace of disappointment. This was the most conservative way of duel, which meant that the Silver Pheasant martial arts field could not get much benefit from it. However, the manservant still registered Lin Sun diligently and issued him a nameplate. With this nameplate, Lin Sun could get the reward after the duel. "Young master, are you going to duel on the stage now?" asked the manservant. Lin Sun nodded. The manservant said enthusiastically, "Well, please pay 100 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow or 1 piece of medium-grade spiritual marrow." "Do I have to pay?" Lin Sun was surprised. The manservant almost rolled his eyes. He judged in an instant that this must be the first time for the boy in front of him to participate in a duel in the martial arts field. Maybe it was the first time for this guy to come to Yen capital. After all, the rules of duel on the stage in the martial arts field had long been common knowledge, and all the kids in Yen capital knew it clearly. "Young master, this spiritual marrow will be used as a mortgage. If you lose, this spiritual marrow will become the reward of your opponent, and our Silver Pheasant martial arts field will also take 10% of the reward. If you still don't understand, you can observe in the field first and then decide whether to duel on the stage." The manservant was very disappointed. He felt that it was impossible to earn much commission from Lin Sun, so his attitude became a little perfunctory. "And commission?" Lin Sun asked. Hearing this, the manservant's attitude became colder and colder, and he nodded weakly. How could Lin Sun not see this? But he didn't want to argue with the manservant. He took out a piece of medium-grade spiritual marrow that had already been exchanged and handed it to the manservant. Then, he left with Xia Xiaochong with the nameplate and headed for the duel area. However, he hadn't gone far when he heard the servant's disdainful grumbling voice, "Humph, another guy who came from some remote village. He doesn't know anything, but he dares to challenge me on the stage. He'll cry when he's defeated." Lin Sun's face darkened. He was despised by the manservant before the duel began. "Haha, brother Lin, that guy looks down on you." Xia Xiaochong laughed heartlessly. Lin Sun said expressionlessly, "Don't worry, he will regret it." Number 19, the same realm duel arena. Lin Sun waited quietly. It would be his turn soon. The atmosphere on the same realm duel arena was very cold. In contrast, the atmosphere on the cross-realm duel arena and the unruly duel arena was extremely lively and full of people. Most of the audience's eyes were fixed on those two arenas. After all, these spectators from all races paid money to watch the fun. The same realm duel seemed very normal, far less exciting than the other two kinds of duels. Before long, it was Lin Sun's turn to fight on the stage. The manservant also came. He was responsible for receiving Lin Sun. According to the rules, he had to accompany Lin Sun to the end. However, his attitude was very problematic. He stood there in boredom, looking absent-minded. He didn't expect to earn commission from Lin Sun. He even hoped that Lin Sun would be defeated quickly, so that he could make time to receive other guests. What? Suddenly, the manservant's eyes narrowed. He saw clearly the appearance of Lin Sun's opponent and recognized his identity. He immediately rejoiced in the misfortune of others. The Bull tribe's hot-tempered fellow actually came again. This time, that kid was doomed. Little girl, the situation is not good. That child's opponent is from the Bull clan. His name is Niu Ben. He is tough and violent, and his fighting style is extremely cruel and bloody. Those who fought with him were either seriously injured or dying. It's not uncommon for them to lose arms or legs. The manservant rolled his eyes and said to Xia Xiaochong beside him in a low voice, "If you give me some benefits, I might be able to help. Tell Niu Ben to go easy on him. After all, that young master is handsome. If he's disfigured or crippled, the consequences will be too serious." This was taking the opportunity to ask for benefits. Unfortunately, although Xia Xiaochong was a little naive, she was not stupid. She blinked her big clear eyes and said in a clear voice, "Really? That's great. Brother Lin is too proud. He said that I, a summer insect, can't talk about ice. I have eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai. I can take this opportunity to wake him up." The manservant was stunned, and a touch of sympathy rose in his heart for Lin Sun. It seemed that this guy was not only poor and ignorant, but also very unpopular with girls. "Niu Ben, let go and have a good time with this child." The manservant shouted. This guy was obviously up to no good. He didn't want to waste any more time and hoped that Lin Sun would be defeated and get out of here as soon as possible. On the arena, a tower-like majestic man grinned and showed his snow-white teeth. He stared at Lin Sun opposite him and gave a grim smile. "Don't worry, I won't get out of the arena until I destroy this toy boy." He was Niu Ben from the Bull clan. He had reached the Tao Insight realm. He was not only born with great strength, but also had a loud voice. With a fierce look, he looked at Lin Sun unscrupulously and aggressively. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "Then let's have a game?" "Ha ha ha, I like tough bones like you. It's fun to play with you. I hope you can be tough to the end. Don't let me have a good time before you completely wither." Niu Ben laughed, and his voice was like thunder. The corners of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and his forehead was full of black lines. What did he mean by being tough to the end? What did he mean by wither before he had a good time? How could he talk like that? Some practitioners around couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Their eyes were full of ridicule and weird, which made Lin Sun uncomfortable. Damn it, he was really misunderstood. What made Lin Sun almost collapse was that at this moment, Xia Xiaocheng waved her pink little fist and shouted in a crisp voice, "Brother Lin, you must be tough to the end." What the hell was this girl doing at this time? Lin Sun was very depressed, and his face became unkind when he looked at Niu Ben. He secretly decided to give the culprit an unforgettable lesson. "Come on." He no longer hesitated and said directly. "Hey, can't you wait to be ravaged?" "Well, I'm itchy all over, and I can't wait to have a good time." Niu Ben laughed and stepped on the arena. With a bang, his tower-like majestic body turned into a shadow and rushed to Lin Sun. Bang! Niu Ben's robust figure glowed as the image of a bull appeared behind him. It raised its head high into the starry sky, stepped on the mountains and rivers, and seemed capable of shattering the world with its roar. He was from the Bull clan and was born with divine strength. When he utilized his innate secret technique, he revealed an extremely shocking and overbearing imposing aura. "This kid is finished." The attendant's gaze was filled with pity. Niu Ben could be considered to be an acquaintance of the Silver Pheasant martial arena because he'd once trampled on numerous experts here, and his combat strength was extremely ferocious. Being his opponent was undoubtedly a form of misfortune because not only would one be defeated, one would be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Moreover, one would lose an arm or a leg, and one's end would be extremely miserable. The attendant was very sure that if it wasn't for the fact that killing wasn't allowed in a battle of the same cultivation realm, Niu Ben's opponents would have probably lost their lives long ago. Yet now, that young man who was poor to the point women didn't like was bound to become another one of Niu Ben's defeated opponents and be trampled miserably. To the attendant's surprise, the pure young woman by his side carried a wisp of pity just like him, and she seemed to be unable to bear to continue watching. But this pity was directed at Niu Ben, who was on the arena. "This little girl looks beautiful, but she wouldn't be stupid, right?" The attendant was extremely doubtful. Bang! Right at this moment, a world-shaking sound of collision resounded out, and it shook the attendant to the point. His ears droned while he saw stars before his eyes, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn it! Why did Niu Ben cause such a huge commotion as soon as he came up? He wouldn't be intending to cripple that young man with a single strike, right? The attendant grumbled in his heart, but he couldn't be bothered about all this, and he carried a feeling of excitement and anticipation as he shot his gaze towards the arena at the first possible moment. He really wanted to see the tragic end of that young man. This is. When he saw the scene on the arena clearly, the attendant's eyeballs almost fell out in an instant, and he was suffocated to the point his face flushed red. He was like a duck that had its neck choked, and he was flabbergasted. On the arena, Niu Ben's robust figure that was like an iron tower rolled to the side of the arena in a sorry state at this moment, and he emitted a painful gasp. Moreover, a palm print was imprinted on his chest. His clothes were torn apart, his skin was red and swollen, and the scar of the 5 fingers was clearly visible, and it was like a red-hot iron had fiercely imprinted there. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before, they were still laughing with a strange look on their faces, thinking that Niu Ben would be ravaged. Who would have thought that it was Niu Ben who was sent flying at this moment? Moreover, he was sent flying by a light slap from that young man. This seemed to be too shocking. Just now, Niu Ben was so mighty and ferocious, and his imposing aura was overwhelming and oppressive. but now, he was rolling on the ground in a sorry state and crying out in pain, causing everyone to almost not dare to believe their eyes. Alas, I originally wanted to discourage Brother Lin's arrogance, but now it seems that he will become more arrogant. What should I do? Xiaoxiaochong sighed softly and frowned. You can only blame that raging bull. It was so arrogant before, but now it seems like it's too weak. The waiter almost vomited blood when he heard that. It turned out that, the pity that this lass had shown just now was because she knew that Niu Ben couldn't make it. Awesome. I've finally found a tough opponent. Now that's more exciting. It feels great. In the arena, Niu Ben turned over and sat up. He didn't seem depressed or angry, but instead had a happy and excited look, and he laughed loudly without end. Very hard, how could this stupid bull describe himself in such a way? The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched unconsciously again, and his deep black eyes were filled with dangerous cold luster. Boom, Niu Ben rushed over again like a moving hill. His momentum became more and more fierce, and his whole body was overflowing with dark light, steaming with terrible air waves. The void was exploding, and the arena was in turmoil. If it weren't for the defensive formation, this area would have been seriously damaged. Even so, it still made some practitioners in the distance tremble with fear. Niu Ben of the Bull clan was so strong that he was born with divine power. Bang, however, everyone only felt a blur in front of him. With a deafening collision sound, the aggressive Niu Ben was once again thrown out by Lin Sun's slap. His chest was almost collapsed, and his whole body was like a toad. He flopped on the ground with blood spurting from his mouth and nose, and the whole arena was shaken. Just looking at it was enough to make one panic in pain. Everyone was astounded in their hearts, and they finally realized that the youth that was fighting Niu Ben was actually an expert that concealed his strength. Niu Ben was so powerful, and he used the ancient secret method of the Bull clan. If it were other strong practitioners in Tao Insight Realm, they would have been defeated. But in front of the teenager, Niu Ben seemed too weak. Twice in a row, he was blasted flying by a light slap. No matter how formidable Niu Ben was, he was defeated by the young man with a single strike, and this seemed to be too shocking. For a moment, everyone's eyes on Lin Sun changed with a touch of surprise. Is it strong enough? Lin Sun stood there with a straight posture. He hadn't moved a step since he stepped on the arena. Niu Ben wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth and grinned, not enough. Again. Boom, he attacked again with a treasure, which was a huge bronze fork. It was shining like his eyes. When he swept across the air, it splashed thousands of rays of divine light, which rumbled and crushed the void like a waterfall. Lin Sun was a little surprised. Other strong practitioners in Tao Insight Realm were doomed to be seriously injured after suffering these two blows, but Niu Ben was still alive and vigorous, looking very fierce and extraordinary. Lin Sun took a deep breath and used part of his real strength. If he couldn't completely beat the bull this time, he would be laughed at by Xiaoxiaochong. Bang! 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 In the following time, Niu Ben attacked again and again, but every time he was directly sent flying by Lin Sun in a head-on way, which stunned all the practitioners around. This kind of strong collision of power undoubtedly had too great an impact, which made them unable to calm down. Niu Ben was panting, his clothes were broken, and his bones were injured in many places. He was extremely miserable, but his eyes were brighter and brighter, and his fighting spirit was burning like a stove. He attacked crazily with violent and fierce momentum, like an enraged ancient bull, and a huge bronze fork splashed all over the field. Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, clean and undamaged, and his manner was calm, with a kind of ethereal spirit. There was a strong contrast between the two people on the arena. Are you convinced? In the arena, Niu Ben was once again beaten to the ground. His entire body was twitching, and no one could bear to watch. His current appearance was too miserable. But even so, he still grinned. It's not easy for me to meet such an opponent like you. How can I give up so easily? Again. This made Lin Sun admire him a little. This guy's fighting capacity might not be the top in Tao Insight Realm, but his ability to be beaten was excellent, but in the end, Niu Ben was defeated and couldn't get up again. There was not an inch of his body intact, and he was seriously injured. Let's not fight today. I'll come back when I'm well. Niu Ben panted, but his eyes were still full of fighting spirit. It was certain that if he had not lost his fighting power, he would definitely continue to fight. Are you convinced? Lin Sun asked. Niuben struggled to get up from the ground, grinned and shook his head, no. As he spoke, he limped off the ring. This scene made the surrounding practitioners feel a sense of admiration. In any case, Niuben's fighting spirit of fighting with all his strength and never giving up was really rare and moving. By the way. Suddenly, Niuben, who had walked down the arena, looked back at Lin Sun with burning eyes. Although I'm not convinced, I have to say that you are really tough. Lin Sun's face darkened, and he almost couldn't help rushing up and tearing the bull's mouth. Would it kill him to talk nicely? On one side of the arena, the manservant was completely dumbfounded, and his face was gloomy. The battle was over, but the result was completely beyond his expectation. Niuben was the fiercest of the Bull clan, but he was defeated? Damn, I made a mistake this time. As soon as the manservant thought of his perfunctory attitude towards Lin Sun before, he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. Lin Sun was not a poor and unattractive boy at all, but a great master. He was not inferior to the descendants of the 4 sects and 3 clans at all. Near the arena, some practitioners were also whispering. After this battle, they suddenly found that this strange boy turned out to be a powerful figure, which made them all curious and shocked. Young master, I had eyes but failed to see just now and neglected you. I hope that a great person like you will forgive me. The manservant rushed to the arena with a smile more brilliant than a blooming chrysanthemum, with a strong sense of flattery. He was trying to make up for his mistake and hoped to get Lin Sun's forgiveness. Bah! This guy is too spineless. He didn't say that just now. Xiaochong was very contemptuous and spat. I'm fighting on the arena. Let's talk about other things later. Lin Sun squinted at the manservant with a very rude attitude. The manservant's smile was stiff and his heart was bleeding. He realized that the young master in front of him was obviously not going to forgive him easily. He took a deep breath, and his attitude became more and more humble. He decided to use all methods to make up for his mistake. Young master, according to the rules, if you continue to stay in the arena, there will be other practitioners to challenge you. Before that, you have a quarter of an hour to rest. Before he finished, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. No need to rest. Arrange an opponent. I'm in a hurry. In a hurry? The manservant was stunned for a moment. It was the first time for him to hear such a unique reason for a duel. However, he dared not question Lin Sun anymore. He nodded like a chicken pecking rice and hurriedly went to arrange the next opponent for Lin Sun. Of course, Lin Sun was not in a hurry. He just wanted to earn more spiritual marrow in the limited time. Defeating Niuben means that I have already got double the reward, that is, 200 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. Apart from the 10% drawn by the Silver Pheasant martial arts field, I still have 180 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. If I hurry up and the opponents I meet are all similar to Niuben, I can fight about 10 times in a row in 2 hours. As long as everything goes well, I can get about 1,800 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow in the end, Lin Sun calculated silently. The conclusion made him very satisfied, and his eyes became bright. The Silver Pheasant martial arts field was really a good place. Not only could he practice martial arts, but he could also earn a generous reward. In the following time, the manservant's attitude became extremely enthusiastic. Child, that guy is a young overmatch of the Yuntong clan. He practices Tai technique of strange light and has outstanding combat power. During this period, he has won 19 matches in a row in our Silver Pheasant martial arts field. Child, you have to be careful. Your opponent is an overmatch of the Cyan Lion clan, who has a dazzling record of 23 consecutive wins. Child, every time a new opponent came to the ring, the manservant would remind Lin Sun, and his attitude became more and more humble and enthusiastic. The reason for this was that the manservant was completely frightened. Since Lin Sun stepped on the ring, he had fought with 27 opponents and won 27 of them, without any defeat. What made the manservant tremble the most was that Lin Sun didn't have a rest at all. Every time he won, he was unstoppable and unstoppable. Among the overmatches with Lin Sun, there were many tough guys who had experienced hundreds of battles, but all of them were completely suppressed by Lin Sun without exception. He is too fierce. Who on earth is this young master? Why have I never heard of his name? The attendant's mind went blank, and he was shocked to the point he was in a trance. No matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out when such a young genius had appeared in the fire spirit state. Rui Zhen, a first-class overmatch of the young generation of the Dragon Elephant clan, was also defeated. This is the 28th victory of that young man. There were bursts of exclamations from the distant audience. Before, few practitioners paid attention to the battles in the same realm, but as Lin Sun defeated all the opponents one after another, he soon attracted more and more attention. Until now, the 19th ring had become one of the most eye-catching rings in the field, causing a great sensation. Who is this boy? Where does he come from? Is he the descendant of a great sect? Judging from his age, he is definitely no more than 20 years old, but he already has such a terrible power in the Tao Insight realm. He is definitely a young talent. Everyone was amazed by Lin Sun's performance and speculated about his background. Even the top management of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field was alarmed. They began to pay attention to Lin's battle and sent people to inquire about everything about Lin. The atmosphere in the arena was very fiery, making Lin Sun, who was on the 19th arena, a dark horse, enter the field of view of the crowd. Only Xiaoxiaocheng was depressed. The more Lin Sun won, the more depressed she became. Seawater can't be measured, and a summer insect can't talk about ice. Doesn't this prove that I'm that summer insect? What infuriated Xiaoxiaocheng the most was that her name was still Xiaoxiaocheng. She was only one word away from becoming the real Xiaoxiaocheng. Suddenly, the atmosphere became somewhat silent, and the sound of people inhaling cold air resounded. Many practitioners were shocked speechless. Because at this moment, on the 19th arena, Lin Sun had already won the 29th round. As for the young man who was defeated by him, he was an extremely famous genius of the younger generation in Yin capital. His name was Yang Ku. He had won 30 rounds in a row in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field and was regarded as a dazzling figure second only to the young human Qing Li Xue. Qing Li Xue was the signature figure of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. So far, he had maintained the highest record of winning 39 rounds in a row without any defeat. It was rumored that Qing Li Xue had long been chosen by the Green Pine Sword School, one of the 4 sects and 3 clans, and was about to become its successor. For a young man who came from a remote town, it was like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. His identity had changed and he had become completely different. But now, Yang Ku was defeated, and Lin Sun was only 9 rounds away from challenging the record set by the young Qing Li Xue. How could it not be shocking? The so-called winning streak referred to the number of consecutive victories in an arena without being defeated and not being allowed to quit halfway. Therefore, it was extremely difficult. Now, Lin Sun had won 30 rounds in a row and defeated such a dazzling figure as Yang Ku. It was conceivable how much shock it brought to the strong in the audience. The sudden silence in the atmosphere at the moment was a silent proof. Too fierce. Too fierce. The manservant clenched his fists, trembled with excitement, and his face turned red. But Xiaoxiaocheng became more and more depressed. She couldn't help saying in a clear voice, "Is there no one who can fight with Brother Lin in such a big martial arts field?" Her voice was not loud, but it was particularly loud in this silent atmosphere, which immediately made the expressions of the practitioners in the audience become strange. What did the girl mean? Was she helping the young man to provoke and declare war? When some strong practitioners who participated in the duels on the arena heard this, their faces darkened. They subconsciously thought that this was a kind of direct provocation and neglect to them. For a moment, these strong practitioners looked at Lin Sun with unkind eyes, full of the smell of gunpowder. On the arena, Lin Sun was happily calculating how many rewards he would get after winning 30 battles. But when he heard this, he suddenly became stiff and the corners of his mouth twitched. Xiaoxiaocheng. Lin Sun turned around and said in exasperation. This girl was really good at attracting hatred. She made him the target of public criticism. With just one sentence, the reason why he participated in the duels was just to practice martial arts and earn more spiritual marrow by the way. He didn't come to make trouble, despise and provoke the heroes in the world. Ah? Brother Lin Sun, am I wrong? Xiaoxiaocheng looked ignorant and innocent. Lin Sun supported his forehead with his hand and was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It was impossible to explain to this stupid girl. He directly jumped down from the arena, took Xiaoxiaocheng's arm and walked out. At the same time, Lin Sun told the manservant, "That's all for today. Go and get my reward. Hurry up. Child, I'm not that. My name is Dong Ba." The manservant hurried forward and explained patiently. "Don't talk nonsense, go." Lin Sun was very depressed. He originally wanted to win more spiritual marrow, but now it seemed that he could only leave first. Otherwise, he would become a public enemy. "Okay, please wait a moment, child." Dong Ba hurriedly agreed and ran off to do his work. "Friend, don't you want to continue fighting a few more rounds? The situation is very good. You are about to break Qing Lishua's record. If you leave now, it will be a pity." Seeing that Lin Sun was about to leave, some practitioners in the audience couldn't help but urge him to stay. "Child, you can get 10 times the reward for breaking the record, and you can get an extra 100 pieces of mid-level spiritual marrow. Child, are you sure you don't want it?" When he heard this, Lin Sun's vision darkened. 10 times the reward? 100 pieces of mid-level spiritual marrow? He actually missed it just like that? You just provoked him and you plan to leave? Are you still a man? Some of the contestants who thought that Lin Sun was looking down on were very angry and spoke sarcastically. "You talk big. I was wondering how powerful you are. It turns out that you only know how to talk big. Stay if you have the guts. I'll definitely give you an unforgettable lesson today." Lin Sun was even more depressed in his heart. He kept silent with a black face and gnashed his teeth secretly. These guys are really presumptuous. Do they really think I'm leaving because I'm afraid? It's really ridiculous. Although what Xiaoxiaocheng said just now was a little too direct, in Lin Sun's opinion, in the arena of the same realm in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field, unless it was a powerhouse who had also set foot on the absolute path, otherwise, no one could make Lin Sun feel threatened. This was the source of Lin Sun's confidence. Unfortunately, if he dared to say these words, it would probably cause more criticism and anger, and it would be impossible for those practitioners to believe him. This was the reality. Who would believe empty words, unless he defeated them one by one? Perhaps it would be enough to prove all this. But in this way, it would be too conspicuous and make too much noise. This wasn't what Lin Sun wanted. In the end, Lin Sun still suppressed his depression and decided to leave to lie low. "Child, will you come tomorrow?" Before leaving, Dong Ba, the manservant, sent all the rewards to Lin Sun, which made Lin Sun feel much better. "It depends," Lin Sun said casually. "Humph, it's boring to come tomorrow. There's no one in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field who can fight with brother Lin Sun." "It's too," Xiaoxiaocheng pouted and was very dissatisfied. But before she finished her words, Lin Sun, whose face was about to turn black again, covered her mouth at once and then dragged her away in a hurry. "Child, our boss said that if you continue to fight on the stage tomorrow, the commission will be directly reduced by half." Dong Ba reminded loudly behind him. In the inn. After returning, Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Xiaoxiaocheng, the culprit, with an unkind look and said, "Xiaocheng, do you really want someone to defeat me?" Xiaoxiaocheng sat at the table, holding her pure little face in her hands, and said sullenly, "I just don't want to be a summer insect." Summer insect? Lin Sun was stunned. What the hell was this reason? You said before that a summer insect can't talk about ice. Xiaoxiaocheng said angrily, "My name is Xiaoxiaocheng, but I'm not a summer insect." Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed and burst into laughter. Summer insect? Xiaoxiaocheng? What a perfect match. Is it so funny? Xiaoxiaocheng was angry. She stared at Lin Sun with her big clear eyes and white teeth. She really wanted to bite Lin Sun. "Well, I just think that your name is really good," Lin Sun said and couldn't help laughing again. This girl's state of mind was as pure as a piece of white paper. To some extent, she was indeed somewhat similar to the summer insect who couldn't talk about ice. Of course, in order to avoid getting himself into trouble, Lin Sun wisely stopped talking about this topic. "My friend, did you also see Yu Ling Kong, the current holy son from the pure land of longevity today?" Suddenly, an unruly and free voice sounded. Outside the inn, the dignified and slender figure of Feng Linhan strode in and looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was in a daze for a moment, and then he reacted immediately. Feng Linhan was probably referring to the successor of the Pure Land of Longevity who was using the golden nine-headed serpent as his mount and the sacred treasure, the Longevity Hall, as his temporary residence. However, Lin Sun only saw some fairy-like men and women at that time. He didn't know which one of them was the current holy son of the Pure Land of Longevity. Yu Lingkong, it was a very unique and impressive name. Is Yu Lingkong very powerful? Asked Lin Sun. Feng Linhan sat casually on the other side of Lin Sun, and his thin blade-like lips showed a touch of emotion. He said, "This is one of the best talents in South Xian world. He is famous in this world. Naturally, he is not an ordinary character." His name shook the world. Lin Sun was surprised. It was amazing. For example, the West Hing boundary was said to have thousands of states, and a single state was like a small world. In comparison, the size of the Southern Profound World's territory was probably not inferior to that of the Northern Profound World. However, the chosen one of the Pure Land of Longevity, Yu Lingkong, was famous throughout the Southern Xian world. One could imagine how dazzling and peerless he was. The Yu clan was an extremely famous clan in the ancient times. To be able to survive for so many years, one could imagine how terrifying the Yu clan is. On the other hand, Yu Lingkong is from the Yu clan. Moreover, he's a direct line descendant, and his ancestor is a true saint. Feng Linhan sighed with emotion, which was rare for him. Originally, Yu Lingkong possessed an innate and extraordinary talent since he was born. He was rather mysterious and shocking. After he joined the blessed land of longevity to cultivate, he even revealed his potential and foundation that could shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. At this point in time, he isn't just the holy child of the pure lands of longevity, he's also a top genius amongst the geniuses of the younger generation in the southern profound world, and he's sufficient to rival the holy maiden of our profound sword house, Xianxia. As he spoke up to hear, a wisp of brilliant divine light shot out from Feng Linhan's eyes. A figure like this can be called a true peerless genius. He's like the rising sun that can illuminate a world by himself. Even if it's in the entire ancient desolation region, there's only a small handful of such peerless figures. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Feng Linhan could definitely be considered as a stunning figure in the younger generation, but he was full of praise for Yu Lingkong from the pure land of longevity, and he was not stingy with his praise. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary Yu Lingkong's status was. Feng Linhan changed the topic and said, "Of course, the ancient desolation is too vast. No one can be sure how many more outstanding geniuses there are. But what is certain is that, at least in the current world, there is definitely a place for Yu Lingkong among the peerless geniuses that people know of." Just like Xiao Hao of the Star Nether Imperial clan whom he met on the Starfall Peak of Purple Ox Mountain a few days ago, he was definitely a peerless genius who lived in seclusion. However, in this world, apart from him, almost no one knew of its existence. This was the foundation of the ancient desolation territory. No one dared to say that there were many more heaven-defying geniuses in this world, but they were still quietly hibernating. But one thing was certain, that with the coming of the great world, there were bound to be more and more heaven-defying geniuses in the ancient desolation territory. How is Xianxia, the current saintess of Wenxian Sword School, compared with Yu Lingkong? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. It wasn't that he was too curious, and it was instead because he was very clearly aware that if he wanted to rise up amidst the battle between the worlds and step foot onto the path of legend, then he was bound to be unable to avoid encountering numerous opponents like Yu Lingkong and Xianxia. Feng Linhan pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "This woman is extremely mysterious. Up until now, no one knows to what extent her cultivation has reached. However, it isn't just me. Many cultivators in the Western Han world have speculated that the strength of this woman's reserves and karmic luck are absolutely not inferior to Yu Lingkong." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. "Do you know, most practitioners in the West Hing realm now think that Xianxia is qualified to be the leader of the younger generation in the West Hing realm? This may be a kind of high praise, but it undoubtedly proves that Xianxia is extremely not simple." Lin Sun nodded, but he sighed with emotion in his heart. The foundation of the ancient desolation territory was simply too abnormal, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The more he knew about it, the more shocked he was. No wonder the current emperor of the Xiao Empire once said that the ancient desolation territory was the stage of the young generation, and only the truly peerless figures could lead the trend of the world and stand alone. By the way, I'm afraid that Yu Lingkong's appearance in the West Hing realm this time is to visit Xianxia of Wenxian Sword School. If so, it's very likely that Yu Lingkong will appear with Xianxia in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival half a year later. At that time, I'm afraid there will be a great show to watch. Fang Linhan suddenly said with a trace of yearning in his eyes. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he asked in surprise, "Are you going to participate in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival?" Fang Linhan asked in reply, "Aren't you going?" Lin Sun thought for a while and shook his head. "If I can, I'd be very happy to see the glory of the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival, but I'm not sure if I'll have time to participate at that time." Fang Linhan smiled and stood up, saying, "There's still a long time before the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival begins. Just don't forget that I'm still waiting for you to fight with me." After that, he turned and walked to his room. Lin Sun felt helpless for a while. Why did this guy always want to fight with him? He was really a fighting maniac. Who is this guy? He's so handsome. He's not much worse than senior brother Yu Jianming. Xia Xiaocheng looked obsessed, and her big clear eyes were full of little stars. When Lin Sun and Fang Linhan were talking before, she had been staring at Fang Linhan with her eyes, seeming to be fascinated by him. Now, she even praised Fang Linhan in front of Lin Sun. In particular, she specifically said that Fang Linhan was not inferior to Yu Jianming, which made Lin Sun want to beat the girl. What did she mean? She said that I'm not as good as Yu Jianming before, and now she said that Fang Linhan and Yu Jianming are not inferior to each other. Doesn't this mean that I'm not as good as Fang Linhan? Lin Sun looked unkind. He snorted coldly and walked out of the inn. "Brother Lin, where are you going?" Xia Xiaocheng quickly caught up with him. "I'm going to relax," Lin Sun said angrily. "I'm going too." Xia Xiaocheng cheered. "This girl is really stupid." Lin Sun sighed for a while. He was so depressed. At least she should take care of his feelings. But she didn't have any self-awareness at all and cheered like this. He really couldn't say anything. Of course, Lin Sun didn't go to relax. Today, he won 29 games in a row in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field and got a total of 5,220 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. In exchange for mid-grade spiritual marrow, he could exchange for almost 52 pieces. For any cultivator, this was already an extremely generous reward. But for Lin Sun, it was far from enough. When he walked out of a large business, the spiritual marrow he earned today had become only 5 pieces of mid-grade congealing jades, leaving only 2 pieces of mid-grade spiritual marrow and 20 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. 5 pieces of mid-grade congealing jades would be eaten up by spirit-eating insects in less than a moment. This made Lin Sun sigh again. The ancients really didn't deceive him when he was not in charge of the household. A group of rice-sized spirit-eating insects forced him to be so embarrassed. If he lost his wealth, how could he make a living in the ancient desolation territory in the future? Make money. Lin Sun secretly gritted his teeth and rubbed his palms. He decided to go to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field tomorrow to make a fortune. Only when there was pressure could there be motivation. At least now, Lin Sun felt that his fighting spirit was particularly high. If those practitioners of Xiao Empire knew that Lin Sun, who was the crown of the whole capital in their hearts, was now reduced to the point of worrying about money and was forced to make money by fighting on the stage, what would they think? The next morning, Lin Sun set out before dawn. He had to seize all the time to make money. Time was spiritual marrow. Wasting time was wasting bright and attractive spiritual marrow. "Brother Lin, you seem to be very strange today." Xia Xiaocheng was a little confused. He felt that Lin Sun was like a hungry wolf going to hunt for food with his green eyes. Really? Lin Sun was full of energy and fighting spirit, but he sighed and said, "I can't help it. I'm forced." Well, I'm forced. When he arrived in front of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field, Lin Sun's eyes were quickly attracted by the newly hung bright banners, on which a line of blood-boiling words was written. A mysterious teenager came out of nowhere and appeared on the stage as a dark horse. He won 29 duels in a row and shocked the audience. Who is the mysterious teenager? Can he break the record made by Qing Lixue? Friends, if you want to know more, come to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. Don't miss it. Mysterious teenager? Ha ha ha, Big Brother Lin Sun, the nickname they gave you is really lousy. Xiaoxiaocheng was amused. He couldn't help but smile brightly. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth was twitching. He never thought that he would be reduced to a gimmick and become a publicity means for the Silver Pheasant martial arts field to attract business. Did they get my consent to attract business? The boss of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field is too cunning. Lin Sun cursed in his heart. However, for the sake of making money, Lin Sun decided to bear with it. And not care about it for the time being. He even had an idea. If this gimmick could attract some more powerful opponents, it would not be a bad thing. It could allow him to hone his martial arts power more. After all, weak opponents were like chicken ribs and boring. Child, you come so early? At the gate of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field, the manservant named Dong Ba trotted all the way to greet Lin Sun with a smile as brilliant as a sunflower in full bloom. Don't talk nonsense. Don't waste time. By the way, prepare enough spiritual marrow for me. Lin Sun didn't want to waste any more time. Time was all spiritual marrow. He gave a domineering order and stepped in. He was full of fighting spirit and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. The manservant Dong Ba was dumbfounded and murmured, "Why does this young master seem to be another person today? What's wrong with him?" Boom, it was still the 19th platform. As soon as the battle began, one of Lin Sun's opponents was sent flying out of the platform. He was twitching all over and almost couldn't stand up. Then he admitted defeat directly. In order to make full use of the time, Lin Sun no longer reserved his strength as yesterday and used his real martial power. Like this player, he was directly sent flying out by the Swanee seal. Next. Lin Sun said directly without any nonsense and didn't intend to rest and recover. At the same time, he silently said a number in his heart, 1, 20, 3,600. 1 represented 1 hour. 20 represented the number of opponents defeated, which could also be understood as the 20th win in a row. 3,600 represented the accumulated amount of low-grade spiritual marrow. That was to say, Lin Sun had won 20 matches in a row and won 3,600 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow in the 2 hours he was on the stage. In the spectator stands, all the Xianxia were dumbstruck, their expressions sluggish. At the beginning, they came with great curiosity to see what kind of dark horse Lin Sun, known as the mysterious teenager, was and whether he was as exaggerated as the Silver Pheasant martial arts field described. But as Lin Sun easily defeated his opponents one by one, they were completely shocked and burst into an uproar. One blow, from the beginning of the battle to the present, none of the strong who went to the platform to fight with the mysterious teenager was able to resist one blow from him. His strong and disdainful posture was like that of a god. Until now, the uproar and exclamations in the audience had quieted down because they had been shocked and numbed. Although such a battle was shocking, it became a little boring after many times. They were all defeated by one blow. Although it was shocking, it was not wonderful at all. However, in contrast, the person in charge of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field was very excited, as if he had found a peerless treasure. He sent many subordinates to spread the news to the outside world and carried out explosive propaganda. The mysterious teenager once again appeared in a strong way. Until now, no one has been able to defeat him. Who is stronger, the mysterious teenager or Qingli Xue? Today, the answer will be revealed. Is there anyone who is not convinced? Then come to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. The mysterious teenager only wants to be defeated. All kinds of propaganda with a strong sense of incitement spread throughout Yan capital today, bombarding all the cultivators of the various races. For a time, it caused an enormous stir and response, and numerous cultivators were drawn over and surged towards the Silver Pheasant martial arena. Some people were curious if the strength of the mysterious youth that the Silver Pheasant martial Dao arena boasted to the point of being a god was really so exaggerated. There were also some people who were disgruntled and felt that the Silver Pheasant martial Dao arena was being too impudent. For the sake of publicity, they even used the words "I only seek defeat." Was this a declaration of war against the experts of the entire Yan capital? No matter what, the objective of the Silver Pheasant martial hall had been achieved. The practitioners that had come to watch poured in like a tide, and every one of them had to pay an admission fee. This also meant that they were bound to make a fortune today, the person in charge of the silver pheasant martial arts field beamed with joy. He looked at Lin Sun as if he was looking at a treasure. He was already thinking about how to keep Lin Sun as a dark horse and set up a new signboard to attract more strong practitioners. But soon, his mood turned bad. He frowned and murmured, "I'm in trouble." In the field, as Lin Sun won 39 rounds in a row, the practitioners in the audience were clamoring for Qing Lixue to fight with Lin Sun. Damn it, why hasn't Qing Lixue appeared yet? Could it be that he is afraid? The opponent is too weak. What's the point of such a duel if it goes on like this? Can't your silver pheasant martial arts field choose some strong practitioners who can fight? Alas, although I also know that it's not that Lin Sun can't win, it's that the mysterious youth's fighting capacity is too fierce, but it's really boring to determine the winner with one move. Complaints, and dissatisfied curses began to ring out. They became more and more intense, and there was a faint sign of being out of control. The face of the person in charge of the silver pheasant martial arts field changed. Although the propaganda said that the winner would be decided between Lin Sun and Qing Lixue today, how could he really do that? It should be known that before Lin Sun appeared, Qing Lixue was a famous signboard of the silver pheasant martial arts field. It was precisely because of Qing Lixue that they had a gimmick to publicize, thus attracting a steady stream of practitioners to come. Therefore, whether Qing Lixue or Lin Sun was defeated, for the silver pheasant martial arts field, it was no different from destroying a golden signboard. What to do? The person in charge of the silver pheasant martial arts field was dumbfounded. He only cared about publicity and making money, but he didn't expect that it would lead to such a bad consequence. In the field, the crowd was indignant, expressing their dissatisfaction and clamoring for Qing Lixue to fight on the stage. Lin Sun was also very dissatisfied with this because he was working hard to earn spiritual marrow, but now, he was affected and no one was willing to fight on the stage. They all clamored for Qing Lixue to fight with him, which made Lin Sun feel that it was a waste of time and spiritual marrow. At the same time, Lin Sun was also a little curious. Qing Lixue must be a young genius since he was so popular. If he could fight with such an opponent, Lin Sun would be happy to see it. To be honest, he didn't have time to hone his martial arts from the beginning of the battle until now. His opponents were defeated one by one, which made him feel a little bored. Although there are many geniuses in this world, compared to them, there are more people with ordinary aptitudes. Lin Sun was also very clear that compared to the numerous people in the ancient Desolation realm, the dazzling and outstanding geniuses were, after all, only a small number, and they were scattered in different places of the world. In the end, it wasn't realistic to expect to encounter some particularly powerful characters in Yen Haven. This was not because there were no top masters in the younger generation of Yen capital, but because Lin Sun could be said to be unparalleled in the Tao Insight realm, and he could completely kill a great practitioner in the reincarnation development realm. However, Lin Sun still chose to fight on the same stage, which meant that those who could fight with him on the stage were all strong practitioners in the Tao Insight realm. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun naturally felt lonely at the top, and it was difficult to meet a worthy opponent. He suddenly somewhat understood Feng Linhan's desire to fight with him. Of course, it was not that he looked down on the strong in the world, but it was just a kind of feeling under Lin Sun's depression. In a remote corner of the field, a young man in cyan clothes looked very calm, but there was a touch of desire in his eyes, firmly staring at Lin Sun on the 19th stage in the distance. "I want to fight." The young man in cyan clothes was thin, and his appearance was ordinary, but he had a kind of temperament that was as tough as a pine tree. "You can't. If you lose, it will damage your reputation, and it will also affect your state of mind to rise. After all, you have not completely excavated your potential, and you are in a kind of transformation and growth. On the other hand, that young man is full of spirit, and his sharpness is unstoppable. He has extremely strong combat power, and is not comparable to ordinary geniuses. So, at this time it is not suitable for you to participate in this kind of confrontation." Next to him, an old man in a black robe gently advised. He was an elder of Green Pine Sword sect, and his name was Liao Shen. He was known for his discerning eyes, and he saw the amazing potential in Qing Lixue, so he made an exception and accepted him as the successor of Green Pine Sword sect. "But, if I don't fight, my state of mind will be shackled and blocked. Even if I cultivate in the future, it will be difficult for me to achieve anything great." Qing Lixue took a deep breath, and said seriously and firmly, "The battle of the world is a kind of bravery, determination, and fearlessness. If I don't have this state of mind, how can I set foot on the peak of the Tao in the future? Master, forgive me for not being able to obey you." After that, he no longer hesitated and strode towards the 19th arena in the distance. With every step he took, his look became firmer. Liaozhen was stunned at first, and then his expression was complicated. Finally, he showed a touch of relief. After all, a young eagle needs to be tempered by wind and rain to fly far. With this state of mind, his future rise is destined to be unstoppable. Dressed in cyan clothes, Xianxia stepped onto the 19th arena, causing a sensation and cheers in the audience. All the practitioners were extremely excited. The previous duel on the 19th arena was too boring, simple, and crude. Although it was extremely shocking, there was no suspense or interest at all. But now it was different, because Xianxia came. Compared with Lin Sun, Xianxia undoubtedly attracted more attention from the practitioners present. Almost everyone knew that this young man used to be just a nobody in a remote city. But after entering Yan capital, he shone with amazing potential, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, reborn, and became a famous young genius far and wide. This was not something that the silver pheasant martial arts field could package. It was the real thing that made Xianxia have today's reputation. "Ah, finally a master comes." Xiaoxiaocheng cheered. She also felt bored before and felt lonely for Lin Sun. The appearance of Xianxia finally made her feel that there was something worth watching. "Little brother, work hard and try to defeat him," Xiaoxiaocheng shouted in a crisp voice. Lin Sun couldn't help twitching his lips again. Since he met Xiaoxiaocheng, he found that the twitching of his lips had become more frequent, but immediately, Lin Sun noticed Xianxia who had landed on the ground. This was a very ordinary young man, but he had a kind of indomitable temperament. He was as firm as a rock and as vigorous as a pine tree. Just his breath made Lin Sun realize that Xianxia was definitely a person with an extremely strong state of mind and will. Even if such a person had not really risen in the world now, he would sooner or later amaze the world with a brilliant feat and soar to the sky without accident. "Xianxia, please enlighten me." Xianxia looked at Lin Sun calmly, with a kind of firm temperament. "Lin Sun." Lin Sun's words were concise and to the point. Although he knew that Xianxia was not simple, it didn't bring Lin Sun any real threat or pressure. But compared with the previous battle, his attitude became much more serious. The battle broke out in the arena. Clang, Xianxia was slim, holding a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. He stepped forward, and in an instant, there was a sharp and terrifying aura around him. Everyone in the arena was excited. They held their breath and stared at the battle closely, lest they miss any details. In the eyes of all the practitioners, this was definitely a peak battle between the younger generation. After all, Xianxia's strength had long been deeply rooted in their hearts. Lin Sun, who rose like a dark horse, was also not an ordinary character. The battle between two strong young men at this moment naturally attracted the attention of the audience. Whoosh, the void was torn apart by a touch of green light. It was like green lightning, fierce and terrifying. This was Xianxia's sword. At this moment, his whole body was like an unsheathed sword. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. Without hesitation, his figure floated like an illusory luster, and his fist collided with Xianxia's. Lin Sun was delighted by Xianxia's strength. Boom, the fierce battle between the two caused the arena to be in turmoil. Xianxia was very strong. His sword was like a divine rainbow, dazzling like a waterfall, crisscrossing and cutting through the void. The fierce Ji changed the color of heaven and earth, vaguely showing the style of an ancient sword immortal. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was barehanded. His figure floated and wandered around the arena, pointing fingers at the sky and hitting the ground. His movements were leisurely and calm, without any trace of worldly qi. The audience was in an uproar. All the practitioners cheered, and the noise resounded throughout the arena. Compared to the dull and unsuspenseful battle from before, this peak battle at this moment was undoubtedly too brilliant and shocking. As expected of Xianxia, who was chosen by the Pine Sword sect. Just his sword Dao alone is outstanding among the younger generation. That mysterious young man is not bad either. It's rare to see him fight Xianxia barehanded. Who will win and who will lose in this battle? Without a doubt, it must be Xianxia. No, it could also be that mysterious young man. Stop arguing. Isn't it too early to say this? Let's wait and see. The audience was in an uproar. Boom, Xianxia's aura grew even fiercer. His green clothes fluttered in the wind while his green blade flowed, and he emanated a dazzling sword chi that could split mountains and sever rivers. The elegance of the way of the sword caused many cultivators to exclaim in admiration and be dumbfounded. They were unable to imagine how such a young man could have such profound attainments in the way of the sword. In contrast, Lin Sun's momentum seemed very calm, or rather casual. Every move he made had a simple and natural charm. He didn't seem to be eye-catching, but he had never been suppressed by Xianxia since the beginning. One is showing off his abilities, while the other is hiding his incompetence. It is truly impossible to tell who is stronger. Some of the older generation sighed emotionally. Thinking back to the past, when they were at this age, they definitely did not have this kind of strength. They couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, every generation had its own geniuses. Kill. The space between Xianxia's brows carried a fierce intent. His figure was dazzling and suffused with brilliance. And the azure sword in his hand emanated a shocking sword chi that shook the heavens and the earth. Its murderous intent covered the heavens and the earth, however, no matter how fierce and swift his sword momentum was, it was always diffused by Lin Sun and countered with ease. Bang! Lin Sun's fist swept through the air like a white cloud, untainted by the world of mortals. It looked very casual, but it made Xianxia's body tremble. So strong. His expression became more and more serious, and his eyes were full of blazing light that was as sharp as a sword. The battle with Lin Sun made Xianxia feel extremely satisfied. This was the feeling of meeting his match, and it made him feel a different kind of fighting spirit than before. His blood was boiling. This kind of battle is satisfying. Xianxia's momentum became more and more fierce. His sword was singing, his chi and blood were boiling, and his black hair was dancing in the wind. His whole body glowed with a terrifying fighting spirit. Good. In the distance, Elder Liaoshan of Pine Sword Sect couldn't help but feel happy. He could see that to Xianxia, Lin Sun might be an extremely strong opponent. But at the same time, fighting with such an opponent had imperceptibly stimulated Xianxia's potential and tempered him in battle. Like a piece of unpolished jade, after being polished and polished, its brilliance and foundation would gradually reveal itself, and finally release a dazzling brilliance that would attract the attention of the world. Obviously, Liaoshan thought that Lin Sun was like an excellent whetstone, tempering and sharpening Xianxia's edge. Xianxia's momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Even the practitioners in the spectator seats found that as the battle went on, Xianxia's momentum was rising steadily, which was shocking and shocking. This undoubtedly meant that Xianxia had extremely terrifying potential in his body, and his talent was outstanding, and he was achieving self-improvement through the battle. On the other hand, Lin Sun was still leisurely like a floating cloud, calm and composed. From the beginning to the end, he didn't show any particularly eye-catching excellence. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that young man is going to lose. Many practitioners made such a judgment. Is Brother Lin really going to lose? Xiaoxiaocheng opened her clear eyes wide and stared at the arena. Originally, she was very happy to see Lin Sun suffer some setbacks and strike a blow to his arrogance. However, when this moment really came, she couldn't bear it. She was very tangled in her heart and muttered to herself, "It's not good to win, it's not good to lose. I'm too kind." If Lin Sun hurt her heart, his lips would probably twitch again. However, Lin Sun really didn't have the energy to pay attention to Xiaoxiaocheng at the moment. At this moment, his mind was completely immersed in honing martial arts, and the qi in his body showed a different state than before. His blood and qi were boiling, his spirit and qi were raging. There was a strange power vibrating all over his body, surging in all his limbs and bones like a wild horse out of control. This made his skin faintly tremble, as if he was trying to suppress something. His breathing showed a strange rhythm, like a dragon swallowing water, like a bull chewing its cud, with a unique and strong rhythm. This was the secret inheritance of the seventh change of 9 changes of Tribulation Dragon, Yazi Fury. This kind of secret method was not a fighting method, but a secret method to stimulate one's potential. Practicing this method would make practitioners fall into a state of fury, so that they could release twice the power of their own strength in the battle. Yazi, one of the ancient fierce beasts, was irritable, fierce, domineering, bloodthirsty and belligerent. It was shaped like a lion, but had a dragon's head, holding a sword in its mouth, and its 4 hooves were like pillars supporting the sky, which could crush mountains, rivers, the sun and the moon. In ancient times, there was a saying that Yazi must seek revenge for the smallest grievance, which meant that once you provoked Yazi, you would definitely suffer from its violent revenge. Note, this is not the original meaning of the idiom Yazi must seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It could be imagined how bad the temper of this fierce beast was. This secret method was named Yazi Fury. In the final analysis, it was a kind of secret method that allowed practitioners to stimulate themselves, squeeze out their potential, and then make their fighting power soar, rumble in the battle. The blood in Lin Sun's body was boiling, and his potential was stimulated, showing a terrible roar. However, he had been suppressing this secret method and did not use it. Instead, he concentrated on feeling the rhythm of this secret method to understand its mystery. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything. But what everyone didn't know was that Xianxia was constantly sharpening himself in the battle, and his momentum was getting stronger and stronger. In fact, Lin Sun was also using Xianxia's attack to let himself comprehend and deduce the mystery of Yazi Fury in the battle. The ancients once said that when an ordinary man is angry, blood will flow 5 steps, when an emperor is angry, blood will flow like a river, and when Yazi is angry, mountains will collapse and the earth will crack, and all things will be destroyed. This secret method is really terrible. If I practice it to the extreme, it can make me exert twice the combat power. If I use it to fight against the enemy, I don't need to use the broken sword at all, and it is enough to kill the top figures of reincarnation developing realm. However, this secret method has its drawbacks. It will damage one's chi and blood, and it consumes too much energy. It can only be used to break out of an encirclement and counterattack in a desperate situation, and can't be used for a long time in battle. All kinds of insights surged into Lin Sun's mind like a tide, making his understanding of Yazi Fury more profound. However, it didn't take long for this state of martial arts comprehension to be interrupted, and Lin Sun immediately woke up. Opposite him, Xianxia put away the Qingfeng sword and stood there, no longer fighting. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Even the practitioners who were watching the battle were stunned and confused. They were enjoying the battle and were extremely excited. Who would have thought that the battle would suddenly stop at this moment? What was going on? All eyes turned to Xianxia at the same time. There's no need to fight anymore, I admit defeat. Xianxia's expression was calm, and the sharp momentum all over his body was withdrawn like a tide. He returned to his calm and vigorous temperament like a pine tree. As soon as his words came out, everyone was stunned and almost couldn't believe it. In the previous battle, Xianxia obviously had the upper hand, and his momentum was rising steadily. Why did he suddenly admit defeat at this moment? It was inexplicable and unbelievable. I'm not as good as you now, but when the Great World War comes, it's not necessarily the case. Xianxia looked at Lin Sun seriously and didn't show any emotion. He seemed very calm, and there was no trace of negative emotion after admitting defeat. After saying that, he turned around and floated away, ignoring the stunned gazes of the audience. It was as if victory or defeat meant nothing to him. Because he had comprehended it, in the battle just now, he had a new breakthrough in his understanding of swordsmanship. It was meaningless to continue fighting. However, what made Xianxia feel complicated was that through the battle just now, he clearly realized that compared with Lin Sun, he was still some distance away, because no matter how strong he became and how his momentum rose, from beginning to end, he couldn't shake Lin Sun at all. Others might not know how terrifying Lin Sun was, but as his opponent, Xianxia deeply experienced it. Lin Sun was a formidable enemy. Even when the Great World War came, it was bound to be very difficult to defeat him, but Xianxia was not afraid. He had his own foundation and confidence. When the Great World War comes, the real winner will be decided between us, Xianxia murmured in his heart. He floated away alone under countless puzzled, shocked and puzzled gazes. From beginning to end, his face was as calm as a lake. P.S. Correction of a mistake. The name of the saintess of Wenchuan Sword House was Ji Xingyao. The first time, it was written as Wu Ling Song. There was also a numerical error. Lin Sun won 29 consecutive victories on the first day in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. After Qing Lixue admitted defeat, he left on his own, which puzzled all the practitioners present, and then many people were dissatisfied. The fierce battle was interrupted abruptly, which made people unhappy. What was worse was that Qing Lixue, whom they had high hopes for, directly admitted defeat and left. This was unacceptable. Damn it, I was blind to think highly of Qing Lixue. Who would have thought that he didn't even have the courage to fight to the end? Alas, it's really disappointing. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Grumbles and complaints rose and fell one after another. But some experienced people were keenly aware that even if the battle continued, Qing Lixue had no hope of winning. Because from the beginning to the end, although Lin Sun had been hiding his strength, he never showed any sign of defeat. On the other hand, Qing Lixue couldn't do anything to Lin Sun even though his momentum kept rising, which made Lin Sun's strength even more terrifying. Based on this speculation, it should be a wise choice for Qing Lixue to admit defeat and leave decisively. At least it didn't cause much damage to his reputation. If he was defeated by Lin Sun, needless to say, Qing Lixue's reputation was doomed to plummet, and he would become a loser in the eyes of the public. The consequences would be serious. What a pity, on the arena, Lin Sun was a little helpless. It was not easy for him to meet a worthy opponent, but Qing Lixue took the initiative to admit defeat and leave, which inevitably made Lin Sun depressed. In the previous battle, he had been suppressing his strength, fearing that he would show too much strength and scare Qing Lixue away. But it was obvious that even if he suppressed his strength, Qing Lixue was aware of the gap between him and himself, so he decisively withdrew. Fortunately, I have roughly understood the mystery of Yazi's wrath. What's left is to hone my skills in a real bloody battle. Lin Sun thought as he walked down the arena. Humph. Xiaochong snorted from her nose, which made Lin Sun feel strange. Is there something wrong with your nose? Do you want to ask a medical practitioner to help you? Humph. Xiaochong stared at Lin Sun with her big clear eyes and said angrily, Brother Lin, you are so stupid. Can't you see that I am angry? Qing Lixue is really disappointing. I was waiting for him to defeat you, but, before she could finish speaking, her bright and white forehead was knocked by Lin Sun. Follow me. Lin Sun strode off into the distance. After defeating Qing Lixue, he didn't want to stay any longer. He planned to leave as soon as he received his reward. His heart was burning with passion. He had won 40 battles in a row and defeated Qing Lixue. He would also receive 10 times the reward and an additional 100 pieces of mid-grade spiritual essence. This was an extremely generous reward. Young master, aren't you going to continue playing? The manservant Dong Ba asked hesitantly. This was a palace in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. It was the place to receive rewards. But when Lin Sun wanted to receive the rewards, he encountered some twists and turns. No, there's no point in continuing to fight. Lin Sun was telling the truth. Although he really needed the spiritual marrow, it would be too boring if he didn't have a worthy opponent, and it wouldn't be helpful for him to hone his martial arts. Young master, this is a bit difficult. Dong Bai looked troubled. What's wrong? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and realized that something was wrong. Don't tell me you want to renege on your debt. Dong Bai looked embarrassed and became more and more embarrassed. Young master, you're now the most dazzling powerhouse in our Silver Pheasant martial arts field. Wouldn't it be a pity if you just leave like this? Cut the crap. Lin Sun's black eyes turned cold. Tell me, if I leave today, are you going to renege on your debt? Dong Bai trembled all over and his face turned pale. A wisp of terrifying pressure spread out from Lin Sun. Although it was only a wisp, it made his hair stand on end and his soul almost leave his body. Young master, please calm down. I'll explain for you. Dong Bai, you leave first. There's nothing for you to do here. At this time, a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back. He looked very stout with a warm smile on his face. Through the introduction, Lin Sun knew that this middle-aged man in an embroidered robe was the person in charge of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. He was also from the Silver Pheasant clan, and his name was Dong Hai. Young master, your performance in the silver pheasant martial arts field today really amazed us. You're definitely a well-deserved young talent. Dong Hai's face was full of admiration and he wanted to chat with Lin Sun. But the more he acted like this, the more Lin Sun frowned. Lin Sun said expressionlessly, "No need for pleasantries. I just want to ask you, if I leave after receiving the reward, are you going to renege on your debt?" "Renege on your debt?" Dong Hai said in surprise. "Don't get me wrong, young master. Our silver pheasant martial arts field never reneges on our debt. What's more, if such a thing happens, how can our silver pheasant martial arts field keep a foothold in Yen capital in the future?" Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He looked at Dong Hai quietly and said, "Give me a straightforward answer." He knew that Dong Hai was a troublemaker. He deliberately avoided the important points and dwelled on the trivial, refusing to tell the truth. Being stared at by Lin Sun, the smile on Dong Hai's face suddenly disappeared. He knew that if he continued to fool Lin Sun, he would only irritate the young man in front of him. "Young master, you can receive the reward if you want. But before that, can you promise us one thing?" Dong Hai took a deep breath and looked solemn. Lin Sun smiled, but his smile was very cold. "The reward I won on the stage belongs to me. Why should I promise you one thing?" Seeing Lin Sun's tough attitude, Dong Hai was also angry. He put on a fake smile and said, "Young man, you may be very strong, but things in the world are not as simple as you said. If you listen to my advice, you will cooperate with us." "What if I don't cooperate?" Lin Sun's black eyes were surging with cold light. "Haha, you should know the consequences." Dong Hai seemed to have nothing to fear, with a touch of playfulness in his eyes. "I just want to tell you that you may be very dazzling today and make countless practitioners marvel and shock. But if you completely disappear from the world tonight and can't see the sun tomorrow, who in the world will really care about your life or death?" His words were casual, but the threat was obvious. He paused, with a cold smile on his lips. He stared at Lin Sun and said, "We have inquired about your background. You are an outsider like Qing Li Xue. Do you know that in Yen capital, there are many outsiders like you who mysteriously disappear for no reason every day?" As he said, Dong Hai smiled and raised his hand to pat Lin Sun's shoulder as if he was sure that Lin Sun would win. However, the next moment, Dong Hai's movement became stiff as if he was frozen. His face suddenly changed and he opened his mouth to scream. But he couldn't scream anymore because his neck had been firmly grasped by a hand. Lin Sun had been silent before, but now he smiled, showing his dazzling white teeth. Looking at Dong Hai, whose face was flushed with anger and panic, Lin Sun said, "If you want to renege, just say it. Why do you still threaten me?" Dong Hai felt cold all over. He felt that he was imprisoned by an invisible force and couldn't move at all, which made him extremely frightened. After all, he was a strong practitioner in reincarnation developing realm. But now, he was subdued by a young man in Tao Insight realm before he could even react. "If I don't cooperate with you, you will kill me to silence me. Is this the style of your silver pheasant martial arts field?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. In fact, his heart was already full of killing intent. He just wanted to earn some spiritual marrow, but Dong Hai reneged on his debt and even threatened him to agree to one thing. This was too unscrupulous. What Lin Sun couldn't tolerate most was that Dong Hai had obviously planned this for a long time. Otherwise, why would he inquire about his background and details? It was just that Lin Sun was an outsider with no backing, no power and no influence. He was easy to bully. Dong Hai's eyes bulged and blue veins stood out on his forehead. He was about to suffocate, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't even breathe, let alone move. "You'd better not scream, or I can't guarantee that I won't kill you," Lin Sun said and waved his hand. Bang! Dong Hai's body was thrown to the ground. Like a drowning man who was rescued, he gasped for breath as if he had walked through the gate of hell. "Give me the reward." Lin Sun lowered his eyes and looked down at him. "Okay." Dong Hai seemed to have changed into a different person. He agreed readily and took out a storage bag from his body and handed it to Lin Sun. He was really scared. Just now, he even suspected that he was going to die. Lin Sun took the storage bag in his hand and checked it. After finding that the number of spiritual marrow was correct, he put it away. Then, Lin Sun looked at Dong Hai and said, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Since you dare to threaten me, you should pay the price. Dong Hai's face suddenly changed and he cried out involuntarily, "What are you going to do? Do you know that you are playing with fire? I am the Silver Pheasant clan." Ah! Before he finished his words, he let out a scream. His body was kicked away, his bones and tendons all over his body were broken, and his cultivation was directly abolished. How dare you abolish my Tao? Dong Hai looked resentful. He was trembling all over as if he had gone mad. Lin Sun said with a smile, "Whether I kill you or not, your Silver Pheasant martial arts field will definitely come to retaliate after I leave. Now I abolish you to remind others in your Silver Pheasant martial arts field in advance that if you want to fight against me, you should first consider whether you can bear the consequences." After that, he kicked Dong Hai unconscious and strode out of the hall. He called Xia Xiaochong who was waiting outside the hall and walked towards the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. From beginning to end, Lin Sun looked calm as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, the guards and attendants of the Silver Pheasant martial arena utterly didn't notice that within that hall, their supervisor's cultivation had been crippled long ago and he'd fainted. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the scream of Dong Ba, a manservant, sounded in the hall. "Bad news. Bad news. Someone come quickly." Then, the comatose Dong Hai was finally found, which caused a disturbance and turmoil in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. In the inn. In the room, with a crash, a pile of magnificent and illusory spiritual marrow was poured out, filling the room with a dazzling light. It was extremely tempting. This was the reward Lin Sun got in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field today. Among them, winning the first 39 matches in a row earned him 7,020 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. Defeating Qing Lixue in the 40th match earned him 10 times the reward and an extra 100 pieces of mid-grade spiritual marrow. In total, he got 179 pieces of mid-grade spiritual marrow and 20 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow. This was an extremely rich wealth. However, when Lin Sun converted these spiritual marrow into mid-grade concentration jades, he was not happy. At most, he could buy 17 pieces of mid-grade concentration jades. Lin Sun suspected that with the appetite of the 9 spirit-eating bugs, this amount of concentration jades could only last for a few days. Crack, crack. Xia Xiaochong sat in front of the table, munching on sunflower seeds with great relish. This kind of sunflower seeds was white and plump like jade seeds. It was the fruit of the spiritual sunflower planted by spiritual botanists. After stir-frying with some spices, it was crisp and delicious. The kernel contained a strong fragrance and wisps of spiritual energy. It was a kind of snack popular among practitioners in the ancient desolation realm. "Brother Lin Sun, will you go there tomorrow?" Xia Xiaochong ate sunflower seeds with her small mouth and blinked her big clear eyes, looking very carefree. Soon, the table was piled with sunflower seed shells. Lin Sun said casually, "I'll go to another place tomorrow. I can't go to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field anymore." Yan capital was prosperous and beautiful. In the city alone, there were hundreds of martial arts fields distributed in different areas. Among them, the largest was undoubtedly the Yan capital martial arts field. It was jointly established by the 4 sects and 3 families. It was absolutely worthy of being the first martial arts field in the fire spirit state. Its scale and influence were far beyond that of other martial arts fields. For example, Feng Linhan, the future leader of the Baji Saber Nunnery, had been in the Yan capital martial arts field for the past month, challenging talents from all over the fire spirit state. He had a dazzling record and had never been defeated so far. It could be said that he was the most popular figure in Yan capital. In contrast, the sensation caused by Lin Sun in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field was far less than that of Feng Linhan. It wasn't that Lin Sun was inferior to Feng Linhan, but it was because the influence of the Flame City Dojo was too great. The battles that took place there would imperceptibly attract the attention of the entire fire spirit state. On the other hand, the Silver Pheasant Dojo was obviously much inferior. Even though it was famous, it was merely limited to Yan capital. In Yan capital, there were at least dozens of martial dojos on the scale of the Silver Pheasant martial dojo. Because of the reward, Lin Sun had become enemies with the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. Naturally, it was impossible for him to go to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field to fight again. Therefore, if Lin Sun wanted to continue to practice martial arts and earn spiritual marrow, he had to choose other martial arts fields. Xiaoxiaocheng was very carefree and didn't care about the reason at all. He cheered, "That's great. There's no one in the Silver Pheasant Martial Arts Hall who can fight. I haven't wanted to go there for a long time." Obviously, she was still thinking that someone could defeat Lin Sun and strike a blow to his arrogance. Hee. Lin Sun just smiled, looking very calm. After being beaten so many times by Xiaoxiaocheng, he had developed a certain resistance. In the evening, Fang Linhan's tall and dignified figure once again returned to the inn in the sunset, and then he knocked on Lin Sun's door. "Have you heard that a mysterious teenager appeared in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field? He won 40 battles in a row and made Qing Li Xue admit defeat in the middle of the battle." Fang Linhan leaned against the door with his arms crossed. There was a sense of laziness. He didn't go in and chatted with Lin Sun like a neighbor visiting. "Yes." Lin Sun nodded. As for Xiaoxiaocheng, when she found that Fang Linhan appeared, she even forgot to eat melon seeds. She held her small face in her hands and stared at him with her clear eyes, looking like an infatuated fool. Moreover, her expression was not pretentious at all. She looked at him unscrupulously, extremely direct, and didn't hide anything at all. Lin Sun was too lazy to pay attention to this little infatuated fool. He was wondering why Fang Linhan suddenly came to mention this matter to him. "It's hard for me to meet a satisfactory opponent recently. I plan to go to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field tomorrow to see if the mysterious teenager is as powerful as the rumor says." Fang Linhan said, "Do you want to go with me?" "Go." Xiaoxiaocheng suddenly cried out, startling Lin Sun. Immediately, his face darkened. Did this little infatuated fool forget what he said just now? They were going to change places tomorrow. However, Xiaoxiaocheng had long ignored Lin Sun's existence. Her pure little face was full of infatuation. In her eyes, Fang Linhan's tall figure leaned against the door, looking so outstanding, free, and lazy. On the other hand, his face that carried a wild and evil aura was covered in a layer of illusory light by the setting sun that was cut out from the window, and it was hazy and beautiful to the point it caused one's heart to shatter, and Lin Sun saw with his own eyes that on the corner of Xiaoxiaocheng's pink lips, a wisp of crystal-clear saliva as fine as spider silk dripped down. "This is?" Fang Linhan was also startled. An infatuated fool acting up. "It's getting late. Let's talk again when we have time." Lin Sun answered angrily and slammed the door, shutting Fang Linhan outside. Then, he stared at Xiaoxiaocheng with a dark face, gritted his teeth, and said, "Do you dare to not be more reserved? How can there be a little girl who stares at a man like you and drools at the same time? You're simply shameless. Do you still have any sense of shame?" "Ah? I just want to see if there are any other ideas." "Is that wrong?" Xiaoxiaocheng raised her hand to wipe off her saliva with a look of disapproval. Lin Sun was speechless. This girl was simply speechless. "Friend, are you going tomorrow?" Fang Linhan's voice sounded outside the door. "No, I'm not free." Lin Sun refused without hesitation. "Oh, in fact, if you are willing to fight with me, it doesn't matter whether you go to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field or not," Fang Linhan said outside the door. "I'm really not free." Lin Sun had a headache. Xiaoxiaocheng was a weirdo. After all, she was a heartless infatuated fool. But why was Fang Linhan so stubborn? Just for a fight, he had to keep pestering him, but he heard Fang Linhan's hearty laughter outside the door. "Well, I'll wait for you to come again when you have time." Lin Sun was speechless for a while. Was there an end to it? Xiaoxiaocheng, with a dazzled look, murmured, just listening to his laughter, "I can imagine how charming his smile is." Lin Sun's lips finally couldn't help twitching again. At night, Yen Capital became more and more lively. The lights were like dragons, and the prosperity was like a dream. There were endless streams of carriages and laughter everywhere. Xiaoxiaocheng fell asleep. Her posture was very unsightly. She was clasped on the bed like an octopus. Her pure and beautiful little face became very quiet, which was rare. When Lin Sun woke up from meditation, he saw this scene. He thought in his heart, how nice it would be if this girl was so quiet every day. He got up and helped Xiaoxiaocheng tuck the quilt. Then he sat quietly at the table alone, looking down like an old monk in meditation. Outside the window, the night was like water, and the bustling street was noisy. Inside the room, it was quiet and dim. Only a copper lamp swayed with dim yellow light, illuminating Lin Sun's meditating figure. Time passed unconsciously. It was already early in the morning. The hustle and bustle outside the window had become quiet and desolate. The lights on the street faded, leaving only a crescent moon hanging in the sky, sprinkling snow-white light. But very quickly, dark clouds surged over, covering even the crescent moon. Yan capital was completely enveloped in darkness. At this time, Lin Sun, who seemed to be in meditation, opened his eyes. A ray of cold light suddenly emerged from the depths of his pupils, like a cold lightning tearing through the darkness. Whoosh, the next moment, Lin Sun disappeared from the room. Outside the inn, the night was like a curtain, covering the sky. It was empty and gloomy. There were thick dark clouds, and it seemed that it was going to rain. Not far away, under the eaves of a low house, stood two black shadows. Their chi was restrained. If one didn't look carefully, it was impossible to notice their existence. They were communicating with their spiritual awareness. When will we act? Wait a little longer. It's just to kill a young man in Tao Insight realm. Why are you so cautious? Even if he is a practitioner in reincarnation developing realm, he can't stop our assassination. There is not only the young man in this inn, but also Feng Linhan a Baji Saber nunnery. If we alarm him, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Feng Linhan? Humph, a young man from Xianxia province has been stirring up trouble in Yan capital recently, looking down on all the strong practitioners of the younger generation in Fire Spirit province. He is too rampant and arrogant. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill him as well? This time, we are going to kill that young man, not Feng Linhan. Don't do anything unnecessary. Although Feng Linhan is arrogant, he is too famous now. Once he dies mysteriously, it will definitely attract too much attention. As for that mysterious young man, he is just an outsider without any sect or support. Even if he dies, it won't cause any trouble. Both of them covered their bodies with cloaks and communicated with their spiritual awareness. Like ghosts from the netherworld, they looked very creepy in the dark night. However, they completely did not notice that there was a figure even stranger than them, as if without a sound, walking over from the opposite side of the street. Sorry to keep you waiting. When Lin Sun's voice suddenly sounded in the silence, the two men in black suddenly tensed up and almost jumped up in fright. Only then did they find that the target they were going to kill this time was standing less than 10 meters away from them without them noticing, as if he had appeared out of thin air. The two men were so shocked that their scalps went numb, and they couldn't believe their eyes. When did you come? One of the men in black was terrified and horrified. The target had appeared, but they didn't notice it at all. This was too terrifying. Oh, I just came, Lin Sun said casually. His pair of black eyes that were as deep as the abyss lit up, and he looked at the two men in black with interest. By the way, do you have spiritual marrow with you? This was a very strange question, and it caused the two black-clothed men to be stupefied. Their entire bodies felt uncomfortable, and they felt as if they were prey that had been targeted. The situation was not good. Young man, what do you mean? One of the black-clothed men asked, pretending to be calm. Why do you ask us if we have the spiritual marrow for no reason? Lin Sun said with a smile, don't pretend. Is it necessary to continue pretending at this moment? In the night, Lin Sun's smile was very bright, but it made the two black-clothed men feel more and more uneasy. This was very strange. They were all ruthless figures in the reincarnation developing realm. Their hands were stained with blood, and they could be regarded as masters in the dark world of Yan capital. But now, they felt uneasy because of a young man in the Tao Insight realm, which made them keenly realize that there was something wrong with their target this time. Let me guess. You are either from the Silver Pheasant martial arts field, or you are the killers hired by the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. Your purpose is to kill me, right? Lin Sun paced and approached them. The two black-clothed men were exposed, and Lin Sun took the initiative to approach them. They were shocked and angry, but at the same time, a strong uneasiness rose in their hearts. Something was not right, How could this boy be so fearless? Whoosh, almost in an instant, the two almost tacitly chose to escape at the first time, and they ran in two different directions at an extremely fast speed. Only Lin Sun knew that this was a test. It seemed that they were running away, but they just wanted to see how he would react. If there was danger, they would leave completely. And if they found out that he was bluffing, they would come back at once. It had to be said that these two were extremely vigilant and cautious, and their rich combat experience was by no means comparable to ordinary people. However, they ignored one thing. Lin Sun had been sitting and waiting tonight, and he took the initiative to show up at this moment instead of retreating. How could it be possible that he just wanted to scare them? Whoosh, almost at the same time, Lin Sun also moved at a faster speed. He performed ice dragon steps and suddenly swept towards one of the black-clothed men. Boom, in the night, the black-clothed man suddenly felt cold all over. He looked up almost subconsciously and saw a dazzling ancient seal falling from the sky, tearing the darkness apart. Succubus seal, but unlike in the past, the Swanee seal at this moment was like the true appearance of the divine beast Swanee. Its markings were clear, its eyes were wide open, and its might was monstrous. The black-clothed man's heart shook, and he didn't even have the time to react before his body was fiercely smashed onto the ground. The bones and tendons in his entire body emitted cracking sounds as he bled from all 7 apertures. Boom, a huge crater appeared on the ground, and the black-robed man's body twitched as he lay in the crater. It was as if he had been smashed flat, and he couldn't stand up. This shocked and terrified him. He was an expert at the upper reincarnation development realm who had dominated the world for many years. How could he have imagined that he would be beaten down with just one blow? Damn it, he struggled with all his might, and his entire body was suffused with divine radiance. He was just about to stand up when his backbone was stomped into pieces, and he couldn't help but let out a shrill cry while he saw stars. This kind of power was so terrifying that he couldn't believe that a young man at the Tao Insight realm could possess it. His entire body went cold, and he was completely terrified. He had a premonition that he had made a mistake in this operation, and that he had encountered a monster he couldn't face. Stay put. Lin Sun gave him another kick, which almost smashed the black-robed man's head. His eyes rolled back and he fainted completely. In another direction, the black-robed man's companion was fleeing. At the same time, he secretly decided that if he found that the young man didn't catch up with him, he would immediately kill him. However, when he looked back and saw that his companion was smashed to the ground by one blow and couldn't stand up, he was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body. Boom, he didn't dare to hesitate and began to flee frantically. He was really frightened. He knew how powerful his companion was, but now he was knocked down by one blow, which was too terrifying. Damn it, where did this little monster come from? It's a dark and windy night, and it's a killing night. My friend, it'll be a pity if you miss such a scene. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, and the black-robed man was so shocked that his whole body stiffened. He had fled in advance, but how could this young man catch up with him? My little friend, we're just entrusted by someone, and we're not from the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. I hope you'll be merciful and let me go. The black-robed man was completely panicked and shouted. However, his behavior was just the opposite. When he spoke, he suddenly shot out a dazzling bloody light, which was as sharp as an awl, and went straight to Lin Sun's throat. Buzz, the bloody light swept through the air, making a strange sound that could take away one's soul, which was extremely strange. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and didn't want to touch it. At the same time, he displayed the Basha prohibition and the Swanee seal. The bloody light was first imprisoned and suddenly stayed in the void, and then it was smashed by the terrible Swanee seal. Light rain swirled. At the same time, Lin Sun had already rushed forward with ice drake steps and punched. With a bang, the black-robed man was hit and fell directly to the ground more than 10 meters away. He fell down with a broken head and broken teeth. He was completely terrified. Was this still a young man in Tao Insight realm? How could he have such terrible power? Even the top talents in the world couldn't be more powerful than him, right? With one blow, his companion was suppressed. Now with another blow, even he was knocked down. This made him completely collapse, and his hands and feet were cold. Lin Sun picked him up, turned back, and came to another black-robed man. Then he began to search for the spoils. Just a moment later, Lin Sun's face was a little gloomy. These were two old guys in reincarnation developing realm, but apart from some miscellaneous spiritual materials, they didn't even have a piece of spiritual marrow. Weren't they too poor? When Lin Sun crippled Dong Hai, the person in charge of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field, he had already expected that his opponents would definitely not let it go. For this reason, he specially waited tonight, but he didn't expect that the two opponents who came had no loot at all. This made Lin Sun very dissatisfied, and his eyes became unkind. He said, "I don't need to know the reason. I just want to know whether the Silver Pheasant martial arts field sent you here." A moment later, Lin Sun carried the two corpses and left the street, disappearing into the distant night. Swish, just as Lin Sun left, a dignified and slender figure floated over. He stood there, looked at the battlefield for a while, and then looked in the direction of Lin Sun's departure. In such a short time, 2 practitioners in reincarnation developing realm have been defeated by you. You are stronger than I expected. His eyes burst with brilliant brilliance, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. An unprecedented boiling fighting intent rose in his heart. This man was Fang Linhan, the future leader of the Baji Saber Nunnery. Boy, wait and see. No matter how reluctant you are, I will have a good fight with you sooner or later. A quarter of an hour later. A fire suddenly broke out in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. The fire rushed into the sky and dispersed the night, causing a disturbance. The fire was extremely fierce. It was not extinguished until the second half of the night, leaving a mess on the ground. The whole martial arts field was seriously damaged. Lin Sun had already returned to the inn. The fire that burned down the Silver Pheasant martial arts field did come from his arm. As the saying went, it was impolite not to reciprocate. He had reminded and warned Dong Hai, who had been crippled, before, but Dong Hai obviously didn't intend to swallow it, so he sent 2 killers to retaliate tonight. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun bear it? This fire was a lesson to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. If Dong Hai still didn't intend to stop in this case, Lin Sun's next step would only be more ruthless. Early the next morning, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. As if nothing had happened, he walked out with Xia Xiaochong. He was going to exchange for some mid-grade concentration jades, and then find a martial arts field to practice martial arts and earn spiritual marrow. I have fully grasped the mystery of Yazi's fury. The next step is to comprehend the 8th change of 9 changes of Tribulation Dragon, Wind-Mocking Eyes. Walking in the bustling street, Lin Sun thought silently. Last night, when dealing with the 2 black-robed men in reincarnation developing realm, he used the power of Yazi's fury, which doubled his fighting capacity in an instant. Only then could he suppress them easily. Otherwise, if he wanted to do this in the past, he would need the help of Broken Blade or Insignificant Bow. However, to Lin Sun's surprise, after his meditation last night, he found that Wind-Mocking Eyes, the 8th change of 9 changes of Tribulation Dragon, was not a kind of martial arts inheritance, but a strange skill to see through heaven and earth and explore acupoints and pulse. It was like the way of feng shui. However, with Wind-Mocking Eyes, one could see through the falsehood directly and see the hidden treasure land under the mountains and rivers of the world. What was a treasure land? The place where spiritual veins converged. Similarly, some places where amazing spiritual treasures, strange objects, opportunities and spiritual objects were hidden could also be called treasure lands. Such as various rare mineral veins, mysterious spiritual sources and so on. Spiritual marrow and concentration jades, which were often seen in the world, were also excavated from spiritual veins. In short, Wind-Mocking Eyes was a kind of wonderful skill specially prepared for exploring acupoints and pulse. But what troubled Lin Sun was that he needed to go to the deep mountains and forests to practice and comprehend the mystery of this secret skill. Only in this way could he feel the mystery of Wind-Mocking Eyes most directly and achieve the purpose of exploring acupoints and pulse. It seems that I can only practice the 9 strikes of shaking heaven first. In Yen capital, Lin Sun could only put aside the practice of 9 changes of Tribulation Dragon for the time being. Big news, big news. Last night, the Silver Pheasant martial arts field burst into fire and was almost burned down. Even the warehouse was burned down. It is said that this is probably the revenge of the enemies of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. On the street, people from the Wind Talking clan were spreading the news, which caused an uproar among the passers-by. The Wind-Talking clan was known as the most well-informed clan in the ancient Desolation territory. They had pointed ears, sunken eyes, light green skin and a pair of bright and beautiful wings on their back. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. They had extraordinary insight talent, were good at collecting and sorting out intelligence, and were born to inquire and spread all kinds of secrets and the hottest news. There was a witty saying in the ancient Desolation territory that wherever something big happened, there must be strong figures of the Wind-Talking clan. They always wanted to make big news, so they ran faster than anyone else. This was the Wind-Talker clan, a very unique clan. If one wanted to inquire about something, it was absolutely the right choice to go to the Wind-Talker clan. Similarly, if one wanted to spread any news, the Wind-Talker clan could easily do it. Their big mouth was famous throughout the ancient Desolation territory. Of course, the Wind-Talker clan was only responsible for collecting and spreading news. As for the authenticity of the news, they would not check it. Sometimes, some false rumors would attract the abuse of many practitioners, who thought that they were hearsay and spread rumors to confuse the public. But most of the time, the news spread by the Wind-Talker clan was still very reliable. It's strange. Yesterday, the Silver Pheasant Martial Dojo staged a brilliant duel that allowed a mysterious youth to rise powerfully and beat Qing Lishua's record in one go, causing a sensation in the entire arena. But why did the Silver Pheasant Martial Dojo catch fire last night? Hearing the news from the Wind-Talker clan, many practitioners were surprised. Hey, maybe it's some competitors of the Silver Pheasant martial arts field. After all, people of the same trade are enemies, and there are dozens of martial arts fields in Yan capital. Competition and confrontation are inevitable. Some people made inferences and took pleasure in Lin's misfortune. Hearing these comments, Lin Sun looked calm, but he felt a little strange in his heart. How could he expect that what he did would make other martial arts fields take the blame, but this was also good. At least the Silver Pheasant martial arts field would not publicize such a great shame even if they hated him to the core. If so, it would be no different from slapping his own face, and only the Silver Pheasant martial arts field would lose face. It's God's will. I didn't plan to go to the Silver Pheasant martial arts field today, but it happened to be on fire. Xiao Xiaochong snickered. This innocent girl had no idea that this fire was actually caused by Lin Sun, who was beside her. It's indeed God's will. Lin Sun also laughed. With his hands behind his head, he strolled leisurely on the busy street with a thought-provoking smile. Thousand Cranes Martial Arts Field. With the experience of fighting in the Silver Pheasant martial arts field, Lin Sun signed up and then went on the stage to fight. Tempering one's martial Dao was different from killing one's enemies. One needed to spar and fight against true experts, and from there, one would be able to temper the true essence of one's martial Dao in battle. This was also commonly known as feeding moves. In some ancient sects, there would even be special instructing elders that would spar with their disciples and provide meticulous guidance. Thus, the disciples would be able to grasp the essence of a certain secret technique in the shortest amount of time possible. Obviously, this was destined to be an extravagant hope for Lin Sun. Although there were many martial arts fields in Yan capital, and there was no lack of top-notch experts, there were very few who could fight against Lin Sun. In desperation, Lin Sun could only suppress his own strength and practice martial arts. Moreover, with the lesson he'd learned in the Silver Pheasant martial arena, he'd become extremely low profile this time, and he'd rest every time he won a battle. After winning 20 matches, the contestants would receive their rewards and leave. Then, they would move to another martial arts arena to compete on the stage. Sure enough, the attention he received was significantly reduced, and he no longer received any trouble when he received his reward. In the next few days, Lin Sun spent his time in various martial arts fields in Yendu, which was quite fulfilling. During this period, although he hadn't met any opponents who really made him feel pressured, he'd seen all kinds of secret fighting methods. Moreover, the experts of different tribes were good at fighting in different ways, which was an eye-opener for Lin Sun and benefited a lot from it. For example, experts of the Magma Fire tribe would turn into torrential magma once they fought. The waves of fire were like tides, covering the sky and incinerating the void. It was extremely violent and overbearing. Experts of the Dream Weaver tribe were good at soul attacks. The secret methods they used could weave real illusory attacks, which were illusory and illusory, but could kill people invisibly. Experts of the Heavenly Wood-Rot-Tan tribe were the most difficult to deal with. They had the best self-recovery ability in the world and could be reborn from a drop of blood, that was to say, even if they were killed until only a drop of blood was left, as long as they were given a chance, they could regenerate their body. In addition, there were the Cyan Flower Demon tribe who were good at using poison, the Misty Shadow tribe who could hide, the Cloud Dream tribe who could manipulate fierce beasts to fight, and so on. Fighting with them invisibly broadened Lin Sun's horizons, allowing him to understand and learn a lot of things. This also made Lin Sun sigh with emotion. The ancient Desolation territory was indeed vast, with tens of thousands of clans. Each clan had its own talent, so they could survive in the cruel competition until now. "Brother Lin, are you really not going to play with me?" In the inn, Fang Linhan asked with a smile. These days, as long as he came back from the martial arts field of Yen City, he would pester Lin Sun and insist on fighting with him, which gave Lin a headache. Fang Linhan seemed to know that Lin Sun wouldn't agree so easily, so he suddenly changed the topic and said, "By the way, there was a shocking news today. It said that a shocking battle broke out in Starfall Peak in the depths of Purple Ox Mountain. Ku Teng was almost killed. He was seriously injured and fled." When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a strange expression arose in his eyes. "Do you know who did this?" Lin Sun was stunned. "Who?" Fang Linhan's expression became more and more strange, and it carried an indescribable feeling. He seemed to be admiring and yearning. After a while, he said, "The current saintess of Xianxia school, Xianxia." Lin Sun was shocked. "It's her?" He really couldn't calm down. Xianxia school was reputed to be the first orthodoxy in Xihing territory, and as the saintess, Xianxia was a peerless woman. She even faintly had the bearing of a leader of the younger generation in Xihing territory. However, Lin Sun still didn't expect that Xianxia, who also belonged to the younger generation, could defeat a half-step King realm expert. Lin Sun had personally witnessed Ku Teng's strength. Even among half-step King realm experts, he was an extremely powerful figure. But he almost died in the battle with Xianxia, and in the end, he fled. What level has her cultivation reached? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Fang Linhan sighed. "I only know that a year ago, there was news that she defeated a successor disciple of reincarnation developing realm in Xianjian school with the cultivation of Tao Insight realm, which caused a sensation in the entire Xianjian school. That successor disciple of reincarnation developing realm is not an ordinary figure. His name is Yunchong, and he comes from the Winged Dragon clan. He is extremely talented and is quite famous in Xihing territory." But Xianxia was able to defeat Yunchong with the cultivation of Tao Insight realm. It can be imagined how terrifying this woman's foundation is. Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved because he himself had such ability, so he was very clear about how strong a foundation was needed to kill an enemy with a higher realm. "I didn't expect that there would be such a figure in this world," Lin Sun sighed in his heart. In this way, Yu Lingkong, the holy sun from the pure land of longevity in southern Xian world, is definitely not weaker than Xianxia. Fang Linhan added, "However, I heard that the reason why Xianxia was able to defeat Ku Teng this time is that her foundation is indeed strong enough, but more importantly, she used a broken holy treasure that has been passed down for a long time." "I see." Lin Sun suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. The insignificant bow and blue sky arrow in his hands could also kill a half-step king. If Xianxia also won by relying on similar treasures, it would not be too shocking. Of course, even so, it still gave Lin Sun a wake-up call and made him realize that in this ancient desolation realm, he was not the only one who had a trump card. As for the other peerless geniuses like Xianxia and Yu Lingkong, they probably possessed forbidden treasures that were unknown to others as well. Lin Sun asked, "By the way, why did Xianxia suddenly appear in the fire spirit state? Did she also come for the opportunity on Starfall Peak?" Fang Linhan shrugged and said, "I'm not a member of the Windspeaker clan, so how could I know such information? However, I do know that even though Xianxia defeated old freak Ku Teng this time, she returned empty-handed in the end." After a pause, he continued, "What's more, there was a big change on Starfall Peak. The whole peak suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had been moved out of thin air. It was very strange." Lin Sun was stunned and immediately realized that it might have something to do with Xiaohao, who was dormant in the star egg. At the thought of Xiaohao, Lin Sun had an indescribable feeling. He had a strong hunch that when Xiaohao from the Star Nether Imperial family stopped dormancy and showed up, his brilliance was destined to be not inferior to that of Ji Xingyao and Yu Lingkong. There is only 1 day left before the appointed time. If your master doesn't come, I will leave. Early in the morning, Lin Sun left the inn with Xia Xiaochong and went to the martial arts field in the city as usual. Xia Xiaochong's voice was crisp and full of confidence. Don't worry. What my master hates most is to break an appointment. She won't do that. That's good. Lin Sun nodded. Besides the Yan capital martial arts field, Lin Sun had gone to almost all the other martial arts fields in the city. Now, there were only a few martial arts fields that he hadn't left his footprints in. Regretfully, up until now, he still hadn't encountered an opponent that could make Lin Sun feel pressured. Moreover, Lin Sun didn't intend to stay in Yan capital any longer. One of the important reasons he came to the ancient Desolation territory was to go to the Dongxing territory and inquire about Yun Qingbai, the successor of the Heavenly Sword sect, in order to prepare for his revenge. Under such circumstances, he didn't have the mood to stay in the fire spirit state that was unknown how far away from the Dongxing territory was. Pine Mist Martial Arts Field. Lin Sun and Xia Xiaochong walked in side by side. The man was rather handsome. However, a wisp of gloominess appeared between his brows when he recognized Lin Sun, and a strand of indescribable rage or fear surged in his heart. The man was none other than Mo Feng, the descendant of Lingji sect. When they were participating in the sect's trial on Mount Violet Ox, they were repeatedly teased by Lin Sun because of an apology, and they were so depressed and furious that they almost spat blood. But in the end, they still admitted defeat and didn't dare take revenge. Because even Yu Jianming greatly appreciated Lin Sun, so how could they have the courage to take revenge under such circumstances? However, Mo Feng had never imagined that he would actually encounter Lin Sun again in Yandu. You know this kid? The old man beside him spoke. He wore a sapphire blue Taoist robe, and his hair was coiled into a bun. His skin was glistening and smooth like a baby's, and he seemed like a sage. His name was Han Yanke, an elder of Lingji sect at the upper stage of the reincarnation developing realm. At the same time, he was Mo Feng's master. Yes. Mo Feng nodded. He thought for a moment and said bitterly, Master, the reason our Lingji sect was ranked at the bottom in the sect competition a few days ago was because we were disturbed by this person during the trial. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of deep guilt surged out from Mo Feng's heart, and he said, now that I think about it, it was our fault in the first place. We inadvertently offended him and caused such a disaster. So it was because of this kid. That makes sense. Han Yanke had a strange expression on his face, and his voice carried an indescribable tone. This stunned Mo Feng. He'd originally thought that Han Yanke would definitely be infuriated or reprimand him, but he'd never imagined that he would have such a reaction. The most astounding thing was that Han Yanke actually raised his hand and patted his shoulder in the next moment, and he comforted him warmly. It's not a loss for all of you to lose to him. This kid's combat strength is extremely terrifying and ferocious. It's already very good that he didn't kill all of you. Mo Feng was slightly stunned. What's going on? Why has the master who's usually extremely strict become so easy to talk to? Moreover, he's comforting me for the first time. Mo Feng had the urge to cry. How many years has it been since my master who's always been strict to me comforted me like this? At this moment, Han Yang's emotions were incomparably complicated. He had seen Lin Sun before. At the foot of Starfall Peak, he had seen with his own eyes how Lin Sun showed great power and climbed up Starfall Peak. Almost no one dared to stop him along the way. The most incredible thing was that even old monster Ku Ting failed to kill the young man in the end. Moreover, the young man escaped with a treasure ship that seemed to be a holy artifact. Under such circumstances, he naturally understood when he found out that his disciple had been played by Lin Sun. Because he knew very well that it was utterly impossible for Mo Feng to be a match for that young man. Suddenly, Han Yanke suddenly recalled something. The treasured vessel in the young man's possession was a miraculous and unfathomable treasure, and it seemed to be a saint artifact of legend. It was even capable of avoiding the suppression of the ancient divine formation on Starfall Peak. When he thought up to here, a wisp of greed couldn't help but surge into Han Yang's heart, and he instructed right away. You stay here and keep a close eye on this kid. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll return to the sect first. He had to return to the sect to discuss it with the higher-ups of the sect. If he was able to seize this opportunity to seize a saint artifact for the sect, then it would absolutely not be inferior to obtaining an enormous fortune. A saint artifact possessed extraordinary and peerless divine might and was boundlessly terrifying. If he was able to obtain it, then it would absolutely be able to allow his sect to become eminent amongst the 4 sects and 3 clans and become the true overlord of the Firesoul Prefecture. I must make the best use of my time. I can't miss this opportunity. The more Han Yanke thought about it, the more the greed in his heart burned, and he showed signs of being unable to control himself. He wished for nothing more than to make a move right away. But he restrained himself in the end because he knew that he couldn't forget this matter, and he had to make a meticulous plan. After all, that young man seemed to be only at the heavenly insight realm, yet he was able to escape old monster Kuting's attack. If he was unable to capture the young man with a single strike, then the consequences would truly be difficult to predict. Master, what are you doing? Mo Feng wasn't an idiot. Since he was able to become an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Lingji sect, then in terms of natural talent and wisdom, ordinary cultivators were far from being able to compare to him. At the first possible moment, he'd noticed that his master's decision at this moment was probably related to Lin Sun, who'd just entered the Pine Mist Dojo. You don't have to know about all of this. You just have to keep a close eye on that young man and keep track of his tracks at all times. Remember, you must not alert him. Han Yanke instructed in a solemn manner before leaving hastily. On the other hand, Mo Feng's heart jerked when he saw this, and a wisp of a bad premonition surged into his heart. Master seems to be returning to the sect to ask for assistance to deal with that young man. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and then he suddenly gritted his teeth and flashed into the Pine Mist Dojo. Pine Mist Dojo. At the resting area, a young woman with a graceful figure and a chilly bearing sat silently at the corner. She wore a black dress, and a mask that was silver like snow covered the upper half of her face, and only a wisp of perfectly curved and plump red lips and a sharp chin that was snow white and crystalline were revealed. She sat there casually, causing her to seem cold and mysterious, and her clear eyes were crystalline and translucent like gems and tranquil like the water of a lake. Young miss, hiding here isn't a solution. All the elders of the sect are anxiously waiting for you to return. An azure-clothed old woman at the side sighed lightly and was slightly helpless. I've said since the beginning that I won't meet anyone before the battle of the world, but they just wouldn't listen. Since it's like this, then let them have a headache. The young woman spoke casually with a voice that was chilly like snow and melodious like the sound of nature. Her words were spoken casually, yet it carried a charm that caused others to be unable to go against her. This caused her to possess a terrifying imposing aura, and even if she sat there casually, she still emanated a lonely feeling that caused others to be unable to disrespect her. The azure-clothed old woman felt even more helpless. But she seemed to dote on the young woman before her, and she wanted to speak yet hesitated many times before stopping in the end. I'm very angry. Suddenly, the young woman sat up straight while a wisp of rage shot out from her eyes that were clear and brilliant like the stars. I was just a little bit away from being able to uncover the expert that was hiding within the ancient sacred formation on Starfall Peak, but he still escaped in the end. She puckered her plump red lips while her entire body emanated a piercingly cold and bone-piercing aura. Since I started cultivating until now, it's the first time I've failed. If I find out who that fellow is, then I'll surely give him a beating. The azure-clothed old woman seemed to be slightly anxious and hurriedly said, Young miss, Starfall Peak has already vanished. This matter is in the past, but you must not get into a dead end. Oh, replied the young woman before standing up. At that instant, she was like a lotus that had emerged from the water, and her graceful figure was completely revealed. Her legs were long and slender, her waist was slender, and even her black dress was unable to conceal the perfect lines of her figure. On her face, even though half of her peerless face was covered by a mask, one could see that this young lady possessed a beauty that could stun the world just by looking at her translucent skin, tall nose bridge, and curved, plump red lips. This was a type of aura that was chilly like snow, tranquil, and otherworldly. It was extremely unique and striking, and it caused others to feel ashamed of their inferiority and not dare arouse a trace of disrespect towards her from afar. Young miss, what do you intend to do? The azure-clothed old woman was stunned. I'm naturally going to ascend the arena to have some fun, said the young woman casually. You intend to fight with other cultivators here? The azure-clothed old woman was flabbergasted and speechless. She was too clearly aware of how terrifying the resources and reserves possessed by this young woman were, not to mention this tiny martial arena, not to mention the Fire Spirit Prefecture. Even amongst the younger generation of the entire Westlake world, there were absolutely only a handful of people that possessed the qualifications to be a match for this young woman, but now, she intended to ascend the arena to fight with other cultivators in a martial arena that could only be considered as a first class in Yen capital. This made the others slightly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I'm just playing. Otherwise, I'll be too depressed in my heart, and I have to vent it. The young woman in a black dress spoke casually, and then she flashed swiftly towards the distance. Her figure was like a solitary swan that stood out from the crowd, and she had an otherworldly and aloof feeling. It's good to have some fun. If I can vent the depression in my heart, then perhaps I'll change my mind and return to the sect. The azure-clothed old woman pondered. Bang! In the arena, Lin Sun defeated another opponent. This was already his 19th consecutive victory, and he won very calmly from the beginning until the end. Yes, calmly, since the beginning of ascending the arena, he'd suppressed his strength and concentrated on tempering his martial arts, so he was very indifferent to victory and defeat. It couldn't be said to be exciting or attractive, and he merely sought to temper his martial arts. The 20th battle was about to begin. Lin Sun rested at the side, and he was thinking in his heart about how many mid-grade congealing spirit jades the spiritual essence he'd earned these days could be exchanged for. Suddenly, Lin Sun seemed to feel something. He raised his head and looked at the other side of the arena, where a graceful figure and a silver-white mask came. She wore a black dress, with a tall and slender body. Her waist was like silk, and her shoulders were like knives. Her clear eyes were as quiet as the stars in the sky. She came to the arena, took out a cyan hairband, and tied her long black hair behind her head, revealing a white and slender gooseneck. Her movements were not fast, but there was a kind of freehand rhythm and beauty, leisurely, pleasing to the eye. Is this my opponent in the 20th battle? Lin Sun's intuition was extremely keen. He immediately judged that this girl in a black dress with a cold temperament and quiet temperament should be a good opponent. This finally aroused a trace of interest in Lin Sun's heart. It was like meeting a bosom friend in wine or a rival in chess, which even made him look forward to it. These days, he hadn't met a worthy opponent, which was a pity in his heart. Now the appearance of this girl in a black dress would undoubtedly make a difference. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. Eh? When the girl in a black dress stepped onto the arena, her black hair was tied up, and her figure was aloof, with a kind of valiant and extraordinary posture. She also noticed Lin Sun. At first, she didn't take him seriously, but soon she felt that he was a very different guy. Even though the aura emanated from his entire body was ordinary, it was mellow and smooth, and it carried a feeling of returning to simplicity. It was otherworldly, and this could be considered to be rare amongst the younger generation. He could be called a genius figure. This made the girl in a black dress a little surprised. She just wanted to relieve the sulkiness in her heart and go to the arena to play. Unexpectedly, it seemed that she met a good opponent. I hope you will be very good. Neither Lin Sun nor the girl in black dress knew that the opponent's thoughts were exactly the same as his. Before long, the battle began. However, to Lin Sun's surprise, the opponent was very confident and stood still as if waiting for Lin Sun to take the initiative to attack. He's really proud. Lin Sun laughed in his heart. At the same time, the girl in black dress also frowned. This guy seemed to be very fearless. Was he waiting for her to attack? But the point was he really sure that he could block her attack? He's really arrogant. The girl in black dress curled her lips with interest. It was the first time for her to meet such a character. When she fought before, all her opponents were extremely cautious, but none of them was as arrogant as the guy in front of her. Thus, a strange scene appeared on the arena. The bell for the battle had already rung, but the man and the woman were still standing in the same place, facing each other, not moving at all. Some of the practitioners who were paying attention to this side were all dissatisfied. What time was it? And he was still pretending to be mysterious. Young people nowadays were becoming more and more indecent. Brother Lin, beat her. Don't keep demeanor just because she is a woman. Xia Xiaochong shouted under the arena, my master said that this is not demeanor, but a slander to women's dignity. Real women don't need this kind of modesty. On the arena, Lin Sun was speechless. On the opposite side, the beautiful face of the girl in black dress covered by the silver mask also showed a touch of astonishment. Sister, come on. Brother Lin Sun can't wait for someone to defeat him. Xia Xiaochong shouted again, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Shut up. Lin Sun was a little flustered and exasperated. What did she mean by, I can't wait to be defeated? How could she talk like that? What if she misunderstood? The girl in black dress was annoyed in her heart. This little girl must be ironic, thinking that no one could defeat her brother Lin Sun. My friend, if you don't fight, don't blame me for being rude. The girl in black dress said coldly. Her voice was as clear as spring water, as sweet as the sound of nature, with a sense of lonely ice and snow. She was really speechless. She secretly decided that she must give this boy some pain later and see if he still dared to be arrogant. It's better that you're welcome. It wasn't easy for Lin Sun to meet a seemingly good opponent. Naturally, he was eager for the opponent to go all out. You, the girl in the black dress secretly ground her teeth and glared at Lin with her clear eyes. Very well, don't cry for mercy later. Then, her entire demeanor suddenly turned cold and frightening. An invisible force began to emit from her body. Feeling the change of the girl's breath, Lin Sun's eyes brightened. He was definitely a top-notch figure among his peers. This caused him to feel even more delighted and expectant, and he said with a smile, cry and beg for mercy? Hee, you should keep those words to yourself. At the resting area in the distance, the expression of the old woman in azure became strange, and it carried a wisp of pity. That young man is really courageous, he actually dares to speak to the young miss in such a manner. The young woman's aura grew even colder while her clear eyes seethed with a terrifying glow. Obviously, she'd been infuriated. Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. As she clapped her hands, the whole arena was shrouded in a misty and illusory mist. This arena is covered by the spiritual mist of concealment. Even if you want to admit defeat, you have to go through me first. The voice of the girl in the black dress was cold. Obviously, she had decided to teach Lin Sun a hard lesson. In order to prevent Lin Sun from admitting defeat halfway, she used this secret method. But the more it was like this, the happier Lin Sun was, and he said, it couldn't be better. I'm still worried about what if you run away in a panic. Although these words came from the heart, it was no different from a blatant provocation to the girl in the black dress. She didn't intend to hurt Lin Sun at first. After all, it was too ungracious for her to bully a strange young man with her identity. But now, she had put all these thoughts behind her, and the only thought in her mind was to beat the young man hard. Boom. Without hesitation, the girl in the black dress stepped out and waved her slender hand in the void. A touch of holy and fierce light emerged, which was as brilliant as a divine sword and shattered the void. A single blow aroused Lin Sun's fighting spirit. With a frightening luster bursting out of his eyes, he raised his hand and slapped out. The applause rumbled like thunder, like the shouting of gods and demons, accompanied by a lot of terrible light. There was a ripple in the heart of the girl in the black dress. As soon as she made a move, she knew that she had met an extremely strong opponent. It really surprised her that there was such a figure in the Tao Insight realm. Crack, with a graceful figure, she walked in the mist. With a gentle stroke of her finger, she easily resolved Lin Sun's attack and obliterated it in a brilliant glow. Lin Sun's black eyes were as deep as the abyss, and he was surprised. This woman was really an extremely rare and outstanding master. He didn't suppress and reserve his strength anymore. His whole body was roaring, and his whole body was covered with green divine light. He rushed forward with the ice dragon steps. His change was amazing. A moment ago, he seemed calm and aloof, but now he was like a demon with a completely different momentum. Boom, the force of his fist shook the heaven and earth and disrupted the void. It carried an unparalleled power that could sweep through the world, and it was extremely powerful. The girl in the black dress was moved, and the annoyance in her heart disappeared. She realized that this opponent was far stronger than she had imagined. When did such a genius appear in the fire spirit state? Although the girl in the black dress thought quickly, her movements weren't slow. Her figure floated like a green lotus. Around her body, the shadows of spiritual swords were reflected. They seemed to be real and dazzling, and they were suffused with sharp sword intent that soared into the sky, causing the weather to change. Clatter, the spiritual swords fluttered in the void like a rain of light, and they seemed to be able to mince yin and yang and annihilate the 5 elements. The killing intent filled the whole area. Lin Sun's fist force was easily crushed, and it turned into turbulence and dispersed. The entire arena was shaking and trembling. Lin Sun was finally moved. Only a few breaths of time had passed since the battle began, yet the might and ability revealed by the girl in the black dress had shocked and surprised him many times, and it exceeded his expectations. She was absolutely the strongest person of the same generation that Lin Sun had encountered since he started cultivating, and she made him feel oppressive force that assaulted his face. After all, he'd already stepped foot onto the supreme path of the Tao Insight realm, and he was like a king that could look down upon all his opponents of the same cultivation realm. He could be said to be invincible amongst his peers. But now, a young girl in a black dress was able to go head-to-head with him. Did this mean that she'd already stepped foot onto the supreme path as well? Rumble. The battle erupted on the arena while divine radiance blazed. One was like a demon god while the other was like an immortal that was banished from the heavens, and a world-shocking battle erupted between the two of them. A rain of light fluttered while the sound of the Tao rumbled, and the void collapsed while numerous terrifying phenomena appeared. It could be said to be unparalleled. The arena was shaking. Even if the defensive formation was activated to the limit, it was only barely able to resist the impact of the aftershock of the battle. In the distant spectator area, countless cultivators were alarmed and looked over in unison. After that, all of them fell into great shock and were flabbergasted. It was too world-shocking. Such a battle caused the heavens and the earth to show signs of disorder, the wind and clouds dimmed, and the impetus shook the 9 heavens. Compared to this, the battles in the other areas of the arena instantly seemed inconspicuous, and they were like fireflies that were unable to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Later on, all the battles on the arenas in the other areas of the Pine Mist martial arts arena stopped, and the cultivators that were fighting looked over in unison. The higher-ups of the Pine Mist martial arts arena were alarmed as well, and they showed themselves successively. This battle was too unparalleled and dazzling. A man and a woman competed for supremacy, and every single move they made emanated might that could incinerate mountains and boil seas. Their peerless bearing caused some of the older experts to feel ashamed of their inferiority and be shocked repeatedly. There was no doubt that this was absolutely an unprecedented battle at the peak, and it was too rare. A peerless battle like this had practically never occurred in Yen capital. At this moment, Lin Sun and the young girl in a black dress had become the center of attention, and the entire Pine Mist martial arts arena fell into an atmosphere of shock. No one could imagine why such an unparalleled battle would suddenly erupt today, nor did they know who the man and woman were or why they were so peerless and formidable. But everyone was clearly aware that no matter who won or lost this battle, it was bound to cause a stir in the world when it came to an end. In the spectator area, the green-clothed old woman had a solemn expression while a shocking glow shot out from her eyes, and she stared fixedly at the two parties that were fighting in the arena. At this moment, she didn't feel pity for Lin Sun any longer, and she even realized that her thoughts from before were wrong. She'd overestimated the young man. When did a little fellow that can fight the young miss appear in the Fire Spirit province? Which clan is he from? The green-clothed old woman's mood rose and fell. Only she knew clearly how terrifying the impact of today's incident would be if it were to be spread out, and it would cause a mighty uproar in the entire West Sea region. Fortunately, the young miss identity hasn't been exposed. No matter how great the impact is, it isn't to the extent of affecting the young miss. The green-clothed old woman took a deep breath and placed her attention onto Lin Sun. She had a strong feeling of curiosity. Who exactly is this kid? Xiao Xiaochong was stunned like a stunned goose, and he muttered after quite some time. Will Big Brother Lin Sun lose this time? Bang! On the arena, Lin Sun was fighting, and every single move he made carried the bearing of a grandmaster. Even though he was a young man, he possessed the spirit to look down upon the world, and he was steady and overbearing like a king. The young girl in a black dress felt extremely great pressure, Yet she didn't panic and dealt with it calmly. Only her clear eyes grew even more brilliant, and her entire body flowed with a mysterious and holy sheen, and she didn't hold back any longer. Lin Sun felt very happy, since he'd stepped foot onto the extreme Tao. It was the first time he'd encountered such a formidable person of the same generation, and it was even a young girl. He no longer kept a low profile and circulated all of his strength to fight head-on. The fighting spirit in his heart was like an erupting volcano. Boom, the might of his fist was large, and carried the might to split mountains, split seas, and collapse the world. Moreover, it was accompanied by the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes as it surged through the surroundings, and its impetus was world-shocking. This was the heaven-shaking Nine Strikes Tao. At this moment, Lin Sun was like an invincible king, standing at the top of the realm. Fighting in the top 10, he was brave and fierce, with a domineering spirit. The young woman's clear eyes flickered with a divine glow. Never had she imagined that there would actually be someone in the Fire Spirit Province who could proclaim himself as a king in the heavenly abode realm. That sort of peerless demeanor was truly unparalleled. Moreover, he was so young. It was truly too rare. Humph, is that all you've got? If that's the case, I'll beat you up so badly that you won't be able to raise your head. The girl in the black dress snorted. She wanted to provoke Lin Sun on purpose to see his real limit and potential. At the same time, her slender and graceful body glowed, and a divine will appeared behind her head. It was like a small sacred world, and it was surrounded by dazzling divine halos. It was extremely astonishing. This was a type of terrifying inheritance secret method that had the power to suppress the world and refine all creatures. Within the divine wheel, there was a true dragon swimming in the void, a great phoenix dancing in the sky, a xuanwu suppressing the blue sea, and a vermilion bird burning the sky. Faintly, there was a mysterious chanting sound, ethereal and grand, as if all the saints were chanting sutras to enlighten the common people, making the world extremely holy. There was a vast and boundless aura all over the world, suppressing Lin Sun. So powerful, Lin Sun's heart trembled. He felt an incomparable oppressive force, which made him show signs of being bound and suppressed. However, he wasn't shocked but delighted instead. His battle intent grew even more exuberant, his blood boiled as if it was burning, and he possessed an imposing aura that could devour mountains and rivers and was confident that he was invincible. Boom, his black hair fluttered while his black eyes were brilliant like surging abysses, and the divine radiance around his body seemed even more ethereal and otherworldly. Mountain-splitting collapse, sea-splitting collapse, soul-shattering collapse, void refinement collapse, python dragon collapse, great phoenix collapse, sky-devouring collapse, hell-suppressing collapse, myriad spirit collapse. The profundities of the heaven-shaker nine-strike Tao were easily grasped by him and released wantonly. For a time, this combat arena was completely filled with a terrifying energy of destruction, and it simply seemed as if the end of the world had arrived. It was not easy to meet such a powerful opponent. At this moment, Lin was completely immersed in the battle and forgot about the sky, the earth, and the people. In his eyes, there was only battle. His mind was already filled with a boiling fighting spirit that was as hot as lava. Extraordinary. Is he invincible amongst his peers? Could it be that he's already touched the threshold of the absolute path towards the Tao and comprehended a trace of the true essence of kings? The young woman's clear eyes were like bolts of lightning while she was extremely shocked in her heart. After all, since she'd started cultivating until now, it had already been a very long time since she'd fought like this. Amongst all the experts that had fought her in the past, there had never been anyone like this young man who was able to persist to such an extent and had never fallen into a disadvantageous position. This aroused a fighting spirit in the young woman in the black dress. The deadline of the great world battle was approaching gradually. It was undoubtedly a blessing to meet such an opponent before that. Her whole body was submerged in a holy aura, and she was as brilliant as a fairy from heaven. Her figure was graceful, and her skin was crystal clear and unstained. Boom, before long, the defensive formation of this combat arena couldn't bear it any longer and burst into pieces. The terrifying aftermath spread out like a landslide and a tsunami. There was an exclamation and panic in the field. The practitioners in the field who were shocked by this unparalleled battle hurriedly covered their heads and fled far away. It was too scary. After all, the defensive formation on the combat arena could withstand the impact of a practitioner at the reincarnation developing realm. But now, it was smashed into pieces. Didn't this mean that the strength of the battle between the man and the woman was enough to suppress a practitioner at the reincarnation developing realm? My God! Isn't this man and woman too ferocious? Many practitioners were dumbfounded. They were completely shocked to the point of losing their minds. Perhaps only the top peerless talents in the world can have such demeanor. Some older practitioners were trembling in their hearts. Even they were deeply amazed and shocked. Such an unparalleled battle could absolutely be said to be unprecedented, and it was too rare and extraordinary. Brother Lin, beat her. Xiaoxiaochong waved her pink little fist and shouted. She was very excited and her eyes were shining. Whoosh, in the field, the young woman in the black dress had already arrived above the clouds. Her clear eyes were like lightning as she looked down at Lin Sun. Do you dare to come up and have a good fight? Although the area in the martial arts field was large, it seemed to be a little restrictive for a strong practitioner at her level. Once she wantonly fought, it might cause unimaginable disasters. As you wish. Lin Sun laughed. He also had such an idea. His figure flashed and he had already rushed up to the sky. Boom, above the clouds, the divine light spread, blazing and dazzling. Accompanied by a terrible roar, it was like thunder shaking the ninth heaven with terrible momentum. The two of them fought fiercely again. In the pine mist martial arts field, all the practitioners were astounded. They looked up, yet they could only see some blurry signs of the battle. Because it was too dazzling and gorgeous, it was like a battle between gods, and they were unable to look at it directly. Some older practitioners didn't dare rashly look over even when they utilized the strength of their divine sense because the murderous aura there shot into the sky, and the slightest mistake might affect them. At this moment, it wasn't just the pine mist martial arts field, even the other places in the city were alarmed. After all, the impetus of such a battle was too great. Now that it had moved to the sky, it was impossible for it not to draw the attention of others. What's that? My God! It wouldn't be that gods are fighting, right? On the bustling streets of Yen capital, the various living beings and practitioners that came and went were shocked at the first possible moment, and they gave rise to an uproar. The scene was too terrifying. In the sky, the clouds collapsed, divine radiance poured down, and terrifying sounds of collision were like thunderclaps that shook the heavens and the earth. Faintly, the roars of dragons and tigers and the furious roars of gods and demons reverberated, and it caused one's heart to tremble and feel extremely oppressed. This was like a battle between the gods and the heavens, vast and boundless. Quickly! A peerless battle that shakes the heavens and the earth is occurring in the pine mist martial arts field. It can't be missed. It's over there. As the most bustling and grand ancient city in the Firesoul Prefecture, Yen capital occupied an extremely vast area. But when this battle erupted in the sky, it still drew the attention of the cultivators from the various other areas. If one were to look down from the sky, one would notice that at this moment, there were countless dense figures approaching the area where the pine mist martial arts field resided from all directions, and it was an extremely magnificent scene. Hey, why aren't you fighting anymore? At the Yen capital martial arts field, a cultivator had mustered up the courage to ascend the combat ring, yet he noticed that Feng Linhan had actually flashed off the combat ring, and Feng Linhan had simply disregarded his existence, causing this cultivator to be extremely ashamed and resentful. Haha, you're still not convinced? Feng Linhan laughed lightheartedly as he swung his palm out, and the cultivators in the combat ring didn't even have the chance to react before they were swatted flying like flies. Damn it! Why can't I encounter an opponent that's worthy of a battle? Feng Linhan's eyes looked towards the extremely distant sky, and a world-shocking battle was being carried out there. Besides causing him to be surprised, he couldn't help but be extremely envious. Even if he were to fight one of such experts, then this trip would be worth it. Swoosh, he didn't hesitate to charge towards the area where the pine mist martial arts field resided. He was extremely curious about exactly who were the two parties in battle. Right, should I go notify Brother Lin at the inn and go watch the show together? On the way, Feng Linhan suddenly thought of something. A battle like this was absolutely unparalleled in the world, and if nothing unexpected happened, it ought to be a battle between two peerless figures. It would be too much of a pity if he were to miss it. With that fellow's ability, he'd probably been alarmed and rushed over a long time ago. There's utterly no need for me to make an unnecessary move. Feng Linhan recalled the incident of Lin Sun killing the two black-cloaked figures that night, and he instantly shook his head before flashing towards the distance. Pine Mist Martial Arts Field. Mo Feng's entire body trembled as he clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes stared fixedly at the sky. He could faintly see a youth that was like a demon god, disdainful and domineering, and he revealed boundlessly terrifying divine might. However, Mo Feng's heart was filled with terror and bewilderment. So he's even more formidable than I imagined. I'm afraid even Yu Jianming wouldn't be more than this. Did Master realize how terrifying this kid is, and that's why she returned to the sect to ask for help to deal with him? There was an indescribable feeling in Mo Feng's heart. Was it really the right choice to become enemies with such an opponent? He didn't know. Whoosh, suddenly, the old woman in azure made a move. She withdrew a jade scepter, and a myriad of light rain drifted down from it. The light rain revolved as it charged into the sky, and it transformed into a screen of light that covered the sky. Instantly, the sky stopped shaking, and the aftershock of the battle seemed to have been dissolved by a shapeless force. Seeing this, the old woman in azure heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was too intense, and if the aftershock of the battle continued to spread, the entire area would be destroyed. This was Yen capital, a densely populated place. Once such a thing happened, it would inevitably cause unimaginable casualties. Miss, you've finally met an opponent this time. I wonder how long this young man can persist in the end. The old woman in azure seemed very calm. She was very clear about the strength of the girl in the black dress, and that was why she had absolute confidence. In the sky, Lin Sun's momentum was getting stronger, and his every movement was full of the demeanor of a young king. His combat power soared, and his qi and blood surged like the sea, becoming more and more powerful. His cultivation had been stagnant at the Tao Insight realm for too long. The reason why he had been constantly honing his martial arts these days was that he wanted to make up for his shortcomings as soon as possible, so that he could reach the peak of the reincarnation development realm. The battle with the girl in black dress at this moment was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to hone his martial arts, and he didn't want to miss it easily. At the same time, the girl in black dress also keenly felt the change in Lin Sun's combat power, which inevitably caused ripples in her heart, and she couldn't calm down. End of chapter 799. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.